creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and...
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Good morning. It is Monday morning, so it was a little bit late, but that's normal for the Monday morning. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Jenkins. And welcome, Underpaid Pandas. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. What do you think of the Underpaid Pandas name?
Shout out to being underpaid,
Yay!
ladies and gentlemen. I don't like that. I'd like money. Because you can... Burgers and things cost money.
They do.
You have to order those, and then they say, "Give me your credit card."
Well, actually, you don't have to order those because you can just say, "I'd like a burger, please." And then sometimes Mark is like, "Here's a burger."
Burger now.
No. No, definitely not. You can do it. You can try a couple of other things. What would you like to have right now?
I would order some sunny fried kezu and maybe a side of purge.
Which one you want to have first? Do you want a specific order?
I could go for a succulent kezu right now. That's what I could go for.
Succulent kezu, ladies and gentlemen, coming right up. Good morning. I think you are in the corner.
I'm sitting here.
Yeah, you're sitting there. Don't sit on your nose things.
No worries.
Yes.
Kezu, you're just the appetizer.
Wow, thank you. I'm glad you called me in to throw me off of me having to actually go in second, but then you're like, well, let's have Kenzo first.
Yeah, sometimes it's all right to have breakfast for dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Shout outs to breakfast for dinner.
Yay.
Actually good. But if you eat breakfast for dinner, it's just dinner, no? It doesn't matter what type of food it is. Any food can be breakfast.
Do you want to hear a riddle from Fog?
Yes, but I know the answer, so ask it to Kezu.
Kezu.
Oh God, what is it?
What was the riddle again?
Nice.
What can you... There, you can have anything for lunch apart from...
No. You just spoiled it.
No, I didn't.
What can you never... What are 2 things you can never have for lunch?
Dinner and breakfast.
He did it. That's it. That's
so
right.
easy.
That's right.
Wow.
Especially we
Quick.
just talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good. Thanks,
God,
guys.
Fog is really intelligent.
You know who's also really intelligent? It's none other than our next guest. It's Bird! Did you practice that?
I didn't. I thought a lot about it though. 4 steps looked a little bit too far.
What
3
did you do?
steps.
Did you jump down?
Yeah.
You did 3, right?
He did it in 2.
Just 2 jumps.
Okay.
3 stairs, yeah. 4 stairs is a little bit intimidating. The half landing is like a little bit angled. I tested its structural integrity before I went up. I shook it a little bit and I was like, this feels strong.
This is good.
How about the acoustics up there? How are those?
Not
Give
as
it a-
good. Not
give it
as
a good
good.
clap.
I did not do a clap check. Let me. Oh, they're good.
You know,
Yeah,
how
check.
pretty
They're good.
You know what he did at TI?
What?
Well, you were there. I don't know if you were there when we were walking into the room that we at the hotel that we were gonna like watch the games at
Yeah.
when we weren't at the studio, and he just goes, "Man, there are great acoustics in here." And I was like, "This is the most purge thing that you put 1,000 people in that room and say just do whatever you want in the room. Not a single one of them does that. This is just
That's
weird.
true.
It's just incredibly weird."
Well, I guess it was singers would.
Yeah.
Like if you...
He's
if
not,
you-
he's not a singer.
I sing all the time. I just walked into the room and the footsteps like echoed a little bit. So I was like, bro, a clap is going to sound good. So I clapped and it was like, you know, it was perfect.
If I had to describe Purge in like 1 sentence, that's what I would do. I'd be like, dude, let me tell you about this time he tested the acoustics in a room for no reason.
It makes sense to test acoustics in a studio, but yeah, in a room that you're literally told this is going to be basically where you're just going to chill, not do anything, that's a little...
Except for clap.
No, we didn't clap. Did we clap?
Should have.
Should have clapped there.
Apparently you sounded
Purge was
great
right.
if you clapped.
Yeah. I don't even know what event it was. Are you sure it was TI?
It was TI, dude. It was definitely TI. Because then we were watching Community in there.
Oh,
did?
that room? Oh,
Yeah.
was it that room?
You did it in there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the one that there was literally no purpose to testing the acoustics in.
Oh, okay.
Like a studio or something.
We did watch a lot of nice shows.
There was a lot of good stuff
It
going
was
on.
good. It was good. You know what also was good? Yesterday. Was it good, actually? I'm not so sure. We had a lot of 2-0s yesterday. Of course, there were 2 typical fashions going on in that last series. It was the perfect combination of an Evil Geniuses series combined with BSJ, and that turns into a 3-gamer. Once again, not failed yet.
How does he do it?
I don't know. Do you think he wants it?
I mean, I want it too, and I'm not getting it, so maybe I need to not want it, and then I get it.
Well, maybe he wants it as well. He just has a stronger willpower.
Goddamn VSJ. I'll find him.
Find them. But yesterday's games, I mean, they were quite one-sided. I will say that. A lot of our 2-0s were over fairly fast, Kezu.
They were over way too... I would say that most of the games were very one-sided, not only in the draft, but also, I would say, gameplay-wise. Like a lot of times at 5, 7, 8, 9 minutes, you already know which team is very likely going to win. So I'm just kind of feel like that draft matters a lot nowadays, especially, you know, when you're this far into the patch. So I'm just hoping today that we have a more closer games, a more closer series, because I'm getting a bit tired of watching 20-minute games being like, okay, who's playing next?
I believe yesterday, the first 3 series, there wasn't a single game that lasted more than 32 minutes, and most were done at like 25. So it was like, it's...
Yeah, they were fast. There was cool drafting stuff that was happening to get to that point, but you know that sheen kind of wears off after like the 15-minute mark when you're like, oh, they're getting ready to go high ground. And
Yeah, we need a
there's no way they can
60-minute game today. That's what we need.
Yeah,
I can
I'm
go
down,
for one of those, yeah.
they got them all in the second half of the day.
You know, the crazy thing to me about these games being such stomps is that it's not reflected in the standings at all.
True.
It's not like oh, dude, EG is like by far the best team at this tournament, or Gaming Gladiators is by far the best team because you know Gaming got shellacked by Shopify, for example, and then Gaming shellacked Liquid, and Liquid got shellacked by. Did they get shellacked
Gaming.
by Gaming? Yeah. So it's like this rock paper scissors, and we have that in many trifectas going on.
Yes.
In this tournament. So
you know
it's
what
like,
I would want to do sometime, because I just remembered a content idea I had.
What do
with
you
this rock, paper, scissors scenario, I wanted to figure out who's which to try and perfect the triangulation of everything.
We should do that.
That would be
get a graphic
like
for that.
massive whiteboard where you can like see who and then who links into which rock, paper, scissors and stuff. That sounds like a fun project in case we have to fill for another 90 minutes, which if these games continue on the way they do, we might have time for. But I do want to point out, we mentioned the standings, that nothing is reflected in terms of who's better and who's not. And of course, day one, then one team won, or like 4 teams won, and then day 2, everybody that lost the series won the series. Now, there's 4 teams with 2-1, of course. We're in day 4. But today, it's guaranteed one team will pull ahead because one of the teams that won yesterday, or 2 of the teams that faced yesterday that won, they'll play each other. So one team will guarantee have 3 wins by the end of it.
At some point.
At the end of the day.
That's good.
I will tell you, it is Liquid versus EG because both of those won yesterday. Oh, also, it's great combination of Liquid that did go to 3-game series. EG that always goes to 3-game series, but it's not BSJ that is on that series. So we're gonna see who's the reason for those 3 gamers.
Are we doing that one?
Yeah, we do.
We're doing that one?
Yeah, we are.
I think that's our 60-minute game.
It might be.
It might be.
I think that's the 60-minute game.
It literally might be.
All right, I'm happy.
Yeah, I hope it is. And then I can tell BSJ that he's not the reason why it goes to 3 games.
Yeah.
It's definitely EG. Come on,
It's EG.
They got the Chris Luck factor.
Yeah, it's been EG and the Liquid Tundra series that we had on Saturday as well. So there's an outlier there that wasn't including EG but was including BSJ. But that series will have someone pull ahead, and then there's also a series between Beast Coast and OG. Both of those lost today, so one person will actually have, or both teams lost yesterday rather, but one team of that will have 3 losses. So today we'll see one team rise above and one team sink below. Yeah.
Sad.
I hope we can see Beast Coast bring it back because I feel like yesterday they got kind of exposed.
Yeah, it felt like a dirty exposing where it was like, okay, can any other team, if any
Just
team can
copy
replicate this,
Yeah.
like they're just gonna have to reinvent themselves.
Yeah, I think your point was really solid where they didn't have enough flex in the draft because some of their flex heroes are just garbage and they refuse to pick new heroes as a team. And so you ban out like a couple of flex heroes and all of a sudden you know exactly what they're going to draft and exactly where it's going to go. And I don't know. I don't know if they can solve that within a day. I hope they do though because it's fun to watch.
I mean, I hope they had this ass-beating type conversation yesterday after the game where it's like, guys, whatever we're doing right now, it's bad. We need to have a talk, figure it out. Hopefully they sat down, talked about some heroes, some openings, and today, let's try it. Maybe
but
it doesn't work.
How fast can you fix something like that?
Sometimes
that's where the ass beating comes in.
Sometimes you just need to do something different. You don't necessarily have to fix it. You just need to do something new.
Now, when we're talking about do something different and do something new, we are talking about something on the that is, we're talking about this patch where a lot of things have already been figured out. So you know which heroes should be flexed and which shouldn't. I wanted to talk a little bit about drafts because, Purge, you mentioned earlier that a lot is decided in the draft. And Kezu, I know you have a lot to say about, we see a lot of 2-0s, about the reason why we're seeing a lot of 2-0s in combination with the drafting.
I mean, for me, what I would say in drafts that stands out a lot is when one team knows really well how to build up their draft. Like when you, I would say this deep into the patch, you know that Tundra want to do well in their silence and then play the map. So when you play against Tundra, in my opinion, what you should want to do is to play fast overall and be able to play the map. That's how you shut down that team. And overall, there's so much gold on the map that when I feel like, as well with how good people are, that when you mispick a hero and you give Quinn, let's say, a free Huskar game, and then they build a draft around that, and you don't have any answers, you're just gonna lose. And you're gonna get exploited if you don't use the same tactics in your draft with like flexing it around or making it hard for the enemies to pick, that they're just gonna exploit you and they're gonna beat you in 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, and that's what we've basically been seeing. That seems a little bit of the story today. And we're looking, of course, today to see if there's ways to evolve from that, because it's nice to do that once in a while, but it seems like no team yet has been able to do that consistently, which is why we're having such a close group stage so far. Of course, our first match is what we're going to talk about next, which is Shopify versus Tundra. And let's focus our attention on Tundra first, a little bit more. Of course, they are playing with a stand-in, but Purge, it's not been feeling like they're playing with a stand-in at all.
Yeah, he was really fit into the game very well. Aramis is a stand-in that they used for Soxa here. Very high MMR player, has had a decent amount of pro experience, hasn't had like huge professional success other than like being good enough to be slotted into some solid squads.
He should after this, I feel like.
Yeah, this is like such a good showing for him. His team has been talking so positively about him, and they won TI. That's like the ultimate kudos that you can get. It's like, okay,
fitting in perfectly to the TI winning team is kind of the stand-in dream.
and they compliment you, and he's comparable to Soxa.
They called him Soxa 2.0. That's
pretty
massive.
Good. It's a very, very good compliment for them. We're gonna throw up Snaking anyways because
we can keep talking about him.
He's got a picture, but
well, no, he's the position 5, so we're just using his picture.
And he's the captain. If anybody's job it is to make a new person feel comfortable, it's snaking, right?
Yeah.
In combination,
the drafter.
That's right.
The drafter.
Yeah.
In combination with 33 fellow countrymen, I'm sure that makes a big difference as well. Just having that level of comfort there. But yeah, we threw Snaking's picture up because Aramis doesn't have one because it was a last-minute stand-in. It was literally mid-match day.
I imagine that if you are taking a stand-in for a support role, it's just a lot easier if it's the 4, though. Because that's not somebody that has to necessarily plant wards as often. So it's like you can let that guy play his 4 like roam, make good decisions game, and if his skill level is high enough, he'll be successful there.
We have seen him playing stuff like SD, though, and actually like in being the like crucial guy where like there's a lot of griefing potential in it.
Yeah, there is.
You like imprison a guy, like the wrong guy when he's like just about to get an ability off and they're like, dude, I was fine. Or you set up like for a stun for the enemy team by accident, for example. Or you're going in and you like take some dog shit initiation and then you grief the team. Like there's a lot of grief potential and he has not done it. Like they are picking him hard things, and he is playing them extremely well, which is amazing for him.
This guy is good. I played with him in Viking, and I mean back then maybe he lacked a bit of experience, but now I would say that they're setting him up for success pretty nicely. Most teams that have a stand-in, they understand, okay, we want to make them comfortable, play around them, use their strengths, and I feel like they're doing that very well somehow, not even knowing him, but they're setting him up, and it's working. Yeah,
they complemented his in-game communication as well, which is a big thing, of course, not talking too much, but also not talking too little, and that goes, of course, hand in hand with feeling comfortable in the squad, which is very impressive for Aramis. And there's another stand-in. It's on the other side of this match. Shopify Rebellion has been playing with Mikey, and it was announced.
He is in the database.
He is here. He is in the database because he was announced earlier already. Because of course the squad is waiting for Abed to be able to get to his start date of his visa, which is a little bit later.
When is that?
We talked to Arteezy and we asked him because at first the plan was for him to come on the 16th or 17th, which is like right now. But I think they're just going to continue playing with Mikey for a little longer. That's not Mikey, but it's Fly. But they're going to continue playing with Mikey because they're hoping he's coming like, Friday or something. To at least make him come to the bootcamp so he can rest up and feel comfortable playing in the right time zone, of course, for the Berlin Major, which is where they're already bootcamping in Berlin.
Yeah, it sounded like he wasn't entirely sure.
Yeah, he wasn't entirely sure.
Whatever.
But also, we also know that players, some of those things, they just, goes over their head because they don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I love this. I love that we get to see the two stand-ins battling each other.
Yeah, and shine.
Exactly. There was a funny lay Reddit comment where somebody said both of these teams are getting carried by their stand-ins, which I thought was pretty funny. But it just I agreed in the sense that like you would expect these teams to be bad, being top tier, high caliber teams playing against other top tier teams. Like you get exposed for having a stand-in, but it's actually quite the opposite. And you could see that both of the teams like are actually probably learning something from playing with these stand-ins.
What is happening?
Don't worry, guys. It's all good.
That's just the pizza that I ordered. That's the pizza I ordered. But I think they're both doing extremely well as stand-ins, and both players, like, for sure, if you're looking to like build a roster and you're looking for like a 4 position or a position 2, these are the two top guys to look at right now.
Usually stand-ins don't even like work out very well. It's like you throw them into your mix and all of a sudden your synergy is way off, or like your gank rotations are bad, or you're not grouping with your allies very well. But the fact that it's blended is just a good sign and a cool thing for the tournament for sure.
Yeah, I would say if there's a difference between getting a stand-in that is a mid versus a support, I feel like it is hindering Shopify's drafting a little bit more than a support is hindering Tundra's drafting. Kazoo.
That is true, but for Shopify, I would actually say that he indirectly helped them to perhaps have talks that they wouldn't have had otherwise.
Yeah, I
Where it's
agree.
like, hey Abed, you're here with us, go play Storm.
Yeah.
Hey Abed, it's next day, you're playing Storm again. Now it's like, okay, this guy, he's very good at Bad Rider, at Invoker, so we're gonna craft like our strategies around that.
Yeah.
And I heard them also talk about that, you know, they needed to have some of these conversations that I feel like worked out pretty well. Because this guy's Bad Rider looks incredible.
Yeah.
I do think that in the last days, people have figured out a bit, okay, we can ban his Bad Rider, play against the Invoker in a specific way. So for Shopify as well, for today, I hope that they also figured out something new to try.
Yeah.
But not necessarily new, but just something different that is within their arsenal as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this matchup, and I'm also looking forward to hearing what the players had to say before this matchup.
They played much against Shopify building in scrims or in officials. So we'll obviously use the data they have publicly available to kind of see what they like to do and just kind of ban and adjust our play accordingly. But nothing out of the ordinary. This is something we'll do against any opponent.
It's gonna be just like a short video, okay? Suck it! You can use that one.
Okay.
All I
Thank
heard
you,
was
Sarah.
fuck it. All I heard was fuck it. Somebody said, I believe, that this is my message for anybody that I'm
Yes.
playing
Yeah.
against.
Basically,
And then
we're going to
it's
see
fuck
that
it.
clip a lot because
Well,
Good.
How does
that
that
is his
happen?
message to every team.
How does that happen in an interview? You sit down with like an ESL guy. It's like, all right, Saber, we're doing an interview. It's like, give me a second.
Do you have a message about your opponents coming up? Yeah. And then he's like, oh, I have the perfect thing.
I
joke
know
from the
exactly what to
90s.
do.
the first time I saw it, they lost 0-2 right after. So hopefully today we can play the clip in a good manner.
Yeah.
Where they actually own their opponents. But
Yeah. It is interesting to hear from Slaking that they haven't scrimmed Shopify that much though. So this is gonna be very interesting to see how they do against each other. And it's very close to happening. As you can see, Brewmaster has appeared on your screens, hits the gongs, and that means the draft of the series is right around the corner. But you know the drill. There's a break, but when we're back, it's game time.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
We heard Snaking say that they don't scrim. We know that they have not faced this DreamLeague. They did not play each other at the Lima Major. They dodged each other. They dodged each other at TI. Haven't played each other. Arlington Major, they're in the same group, but they tie 1-1. Now, if we go all the way back to the Stockholm Major last year, the first match that then Evil Geniuses played was a 0-2, like they lost 0-2 from Tundra. But that was such a long time ago, obviously also slightly different roster. A lot has changed since then. It's been a full year since there was even an outcome. And before that, these two teams have no history whatsoever. And I am so curious to see what they've got in store. Both teams are playing with the stand-in here, Shopify versus Tundra. And we got a best of 3 ahead of us that we all really hope is not going to be one-sided. But a lot is going to be decided in the draft, which should be on our screens very soon. But before we get into that, with the knowledge that they haven't faced each other in forever, basically, do we have a favorite here? And based on how they've been playing?
You know, this is a first.
A first.
This is a first, Purge. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson stepping onto the moon for the first time, pulling out that soccer ball.
It's the first best of 3 they've played in a very long time.
Seeing that
life-changing.
Seeing that super gravity for the first time and saying, wow, we should build a base here.
Moon base.
And I think that the great explorer, I think that the great astronaut of our time in Dota 2, I think that is 9. And I think it's this Ricky Mid that he's been absolutely popping off on. He's exploring new solar systems, new galaxies with this. I've enjoyed his Pangolier. It's a little bit generic, but we kind of criticized him a bit, saying, hey, where the hell are these crazy 9 heroes?
Yeah, why is he not doing funky stuff?
Where's his pop-off performances? We're getting it with the Ricky Mid.
We didn't get it at the Lima Major. He was underperforming that tournament. But he's back. He's back to regular form, if not better. I mean, I guess Ricky Mid's not. Whatever. He's doing cool shit that other
people
are
He's the one guy that's making it look good. He's got 100% Meteor Hammer success rate.
He doesn't even need setup, too. He, gets the item and he just, hammers you invisible. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've actually been a little impressed with how he's been using it, not only in the mid lane, but when he runs into the enemy jungle, he's waiting. Okay, you're gonna go last hit, 2 more creeps, so I'm gonna channel my meteor and go get some early kills. So mid Ricky, never something that I thought would be that good, but then some crazy people like Thompson and whoever. I don't know who did it first, but I feel like he was probably the one. They tried, they show it. Shopify, I like their opening. They ban out the Doom DK, some of the Tundra specialty first 2 heroes, which means they kind of know there's a beast coming. So Enge first pick helps you against that. And they go with a Pango. So I would say both teams pretty much getting what they should be looking for.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting what they prepared for as well. This is very fast. It's okay, you know what, we're going to ban that. They're going to pick Enchantress. And then if they pick Enchantress, we're answering with Mirana. It's just, this is all prep coming into play.
Is Abed back? Why? Where's Mikey's hero?
Good
I mean, maybe he might just be playing Pango.
I'm sure he is, but not
you don't like
typical. Not typical for them. No, I mean, I'm sure he could play it fine.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just this means that they had a conversation and made a pretty big change in the way that they're drafting.
I mean, they had a bad day, they had a good day, and then they had another bad day. So I think they had one of those talks because he was talking about the Beast Coast level talks where they're like, all right, we hit the extent of our cool new Invoker opening.
Yeah.
It got smashed finally, so now we need a new one, and now they're on version 3.
It is interesting how that works, where you figure out, okay, we're gonna draft your hero in the first phase every single time. That can work up until a point in a tournament where the competition is so steep that it's okay, maybe this actually won't get us through this next group stage because these teams are just too good that they're going to punish it in the draft. So they need to make an adjustment like this.
That's the coolest thing about the group stage 2 format, in my opinion. Because if it's a group stage 1, it's like you hit like a really hard opponent like every other or something.
Yeah.
But now it's like every team you play is so good that it is forcing a level up at a much faster rate. So even if they don't end up doing well in the group stage, I think this practice will still be amazing for Shopify. But they can win this series. I just feel like Tundra's been playing better personally.
Yeah, they have. They really have.
I like the Naga ban from Shopify. When we look at the first 2 heroes from Tundra, and when you know Tundra in general, they're going to want to split the map. They already have to do it with the Beast. They're going to have the Moonlight Shadow, so taking out the Naga, which would make it even more annoying, is some good stuff from Shopify. And I would assume that the opening pick for Tundra will be another range hero that will potentially help Beast, aka 3-3, to get out of the lane, maybe some Hoodwink with some Blightstone. You have the Bushwhack, you're pretty chill in the lane. They could also look to put the Mirana there, so I wouldn't be too surprised if there's a melee hero, but judging from their patterns, some range 4 like Snap Hoodwink would probably make the most sense.
And we do have that 9 rookie ban coming out. Shopify does not want to play against it. And 9 can't play as Pango this game either. It's a bit of a deny pick there as well, so we'll see what he can come up with for this one.
I mean, they have good bans, because other heroes that you like to play against Pango, I've seen the DK before, just a hero that's just been growing in stonks for sure. That was already first phase banned. They take out the Bloodseeker, they take out the Riki. So overall, I can definitely see that Shopify have done their homework in terms of what they want to do in this match with both their picks and bans. So yeah, I'm liking it.
They're actually going to do a Mirana Beast lane.
Don't buy Helm of the Dominator, Jenkins. It's not worth it. They got 3 solutions against it.
Yeah, that's a little steep, I would say. So let's see, Tundra. They're looking for a mid, possibly here.
They picked so fast, by the way. They were so ready for this.
Yeah, you need to take your most valuable pick here. You basically see all 3 cores.
They showed 3 cores.
Perhaps, I would say it's better to perhaps pick your carry here because the pool's already getting kind of slowed down.
For the carries?
Yeah, they would love to have Monkey or TB in this pool, but they ended up banning that. So Shopify, even though this is a dual core that is a bit overlapping in terms of how they fight with single target damage, their tempo is really high, and a lot of their counters have been banned out. I'm trying to look if I'm Arteezy, what would I want here?
A troll.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Well, that's the wrong team, but you know.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I did mean for Tundra.
Yeah, I knew you meant for Tundra.
No, that's a good pick. You have this type of carry that can stand its ground against this Night Stalker, against Troll. You have good laning with the Undying. So this must have been one of the better picks available for them.
Yeah, you can root the Pango in his role now too. Actually, if you BKB and ult, like the Pango can actually die and roll. Although I would say that the Pango shard is probably quite good against that as well, just bouncing everywhere.
One downside to the Tundra draft actually is they don't have a natural Greaves builder. Because that's very right-click heavy on Shopify.
Yeah.
It would be really nice to have that. I feel
I
like
I could
Troll's good too.
I could even see
Dying,
Beast building it. Like I have seen the Mana Boots Beast, and you know we talked about not building a Dom. Like go for the Greaves build, maybe.
Mirana, they're one of the teams that like to build it on their supports when 3-3 can get it himself.
Yeah.
So I could see the Mirana maybe snaking if he has a good game, trying to pick that up. And yeah, the ban from Shopify is actually pretty spot on because Tundra, they're the one team that will play Beast mid. 9 has done it. He rushes the drums of Slom, which I'm still not sure how good it is, but it's a hilarious item.
I love the Underlord ban in this case. It's another like physical damage mitigator in a huge way. It would have been a perfect off lane or other core for Tundra there to mitigate their damage.
Yeah, maybe they have information on potentially in offlane mid, Underlord mid. Or are we thinking 9's gonna play the Beastmaster here?
He has done it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's definitely something that is open. So for Shopify, it's like, okay, which hero just counters us the most, no matter where it goes, whether it's mid, offlane, most valuable hero, we need to ban it out.
Does Beastmaster do well against Pango mid?
I would think so.
Yeah,
I would think so. You just nuke the wave and probably stack Ancients and farm Ancient stacks when Pango can't really. So you're just gonna farm. Then eventually maybe you can kill him with like a Roar and a support rotation.
Yeah, nearly any hero will do well against these whatever mid heroes. Like Pango is just like, he wants to do okay in the mid lane and then rotate around. Pango doesn't really beat anyone, so you can just go there, kind of chill. So Beast mid, definitely an option.
Yeah, both teams very physical damage based, actually. The Pugna ban from Tundra also kind of revealing that. And they've got a Beastmaster and a Troll as their other cores, so... Tide also kind of a equivalent hero, just difficult to kill, survivable against physical damage, typically.
Against Beastmaster, isn't Shadow Demon still really good? I know we talked about it earlier, but wouldn't that be a good hero still for Shopify?
It could work. It doesn't seem that amazing
crit plays.
right now.
I mean, it's not your typical crit hero, I guess.
Yeah, most typical crit heroes I'm not the biggest fan of, actually. I would prefer some... Snapfire is good for me. So I feel like right now you're lacking a bit of this follow-up damage. Like when you roll on someone or you run someone with this Lycan form who's really helping you. I feel like it's all this single target where you run at one hero, and Ench is very single target, where I would prefer when... Who is it this time? Mikey on Pango, he runs around with his diffuser that someone can go with him. Give him a cheap setup stun, some follow-up damage. You're also annoying in the game for the troll.
You're describing also Nyx Assassin.
That could work. They did a good job with
Nyx
it.
Lycan. Yeah,
It's
we've
not
seen that before.
that good against these heroes, though, I feel like.
I would say it's the slightly worse version of those heroes as melee.
Okay.
What about Hoodwink this game?
Hoodwink
That's good
seems,
too.
Hoodwink
Yeah.
seems
They're
great.
against a Beastmaster,
Yeah,
so
I love
maybe
them
get
both.
scouted, but...
Snapfire.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is higher damage from a safe distance is a nice thing. It's like it's probably easier for Snapfire to follow up from like a Night Stalker ulting and zipping in versus a Hoodwink. Hoodwink has to like be in position.
I think it makes a lot of sense because we talk about this overwhelming run at you when they all press their R buttons. You have some Bugatti rolling at you. You have Night Stalker Man flying at you and Wolfman also running at you. And now there's like Kisses flying in, so it could be a lot of overwhelming things coming your way. And for Tundra, they're going to have to decide here where this beast goes.
Good against Undying Tomb as well. It's
Yeah,
really
very
just
good.
the perfect pick.
I'm a little surprised Enigma is still available here. I feel like that's that could be a pretty nice last pick.
I mean, if you're going to pivot a
3 melee
Beastmaster
cores.
mid, it's like the perfect game for it when they have that many counters.
Yeah.
If they feel comfortable on its impact.
There's nothing. I mean, I guess Pango Basher is pretty good against Enigma, but not like the Greaves like aura building Enigma.
The lane is a bit annoying against Ench.
Kunkka.
Okay, I mean,
just mid Kunkka,
you talked about how mobile they are. X
Yeah.
combo is perfect for guaranteeing the Lycan or the Night Stalker get comboed outside of BKB. So I'm very curious to see what 9 does itemization wise.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a different player. He might do something fun.
I feel like the Shard is really good. I very much like this Blade Mail into Shard build. Shard in this game, you can get the Lycan away, you can get the Night Stalker away until he has BKB, especially from your supports to like drag out the fight. I would
Yeah,
say
that's true.
This is a pretty damn good Kunkka game. But for once, I feel Tundra are lacking a little bit from what I usually see, where Skeeter is on some Wraith King with skeletons, or TB with illusions, Naga with illusions, where I still really like the Tundra draft, but I kind of like what Shopify cooked up for themselves in this game.
I mean, at least they have like Aramis who can shove waves as well. Beast summons. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't have to all come from Skeeter. And I like the fact that 9 is playing something that, like, they last picked 2 core heroes that are very good against 3 melee cores. Like Troll with the axes, he doesn't care about Night Stalker, doesn't care about the Lycan summons. He can kill the Pangolier. Same with 9. If he eventually gets to the water park, it'll be insanely disruptive in the team fights. Like I like the last pick Kunkka.
Last pick Kunkka good, but overall game plan Shopify is very well rounded. Do we have any good experience with Mikey on the Pango? Because we haven't seen that frequently.
Not what I can remember because he's played so many Batrider games, but I feel like it's a hero that he's going to be able to participate with for sure. It's maybe not the most traditional snowballer, it's more of like a space creator, but it definitely scales well, so I'm sure he's played this hero a bunch of times.
I definitely have seen him play it in pubs, so he knows how to do it. It might just be too good of a troll game for Shopify to be able to win, but I like this draft. Like at 15-20 minutes when they all go on Tundra, I feel like Tundra might struggle very hard during that timing.
Yeah, Shopify could really snowball for sure with like Pango rotations, Lycan summons, Night Stalker is super early game presence as a carry, more so than a troll.
Yeah.
They could definitely snowball hard this game.
That's what I'm looking for. If they can do that, I think they're good to go.
Snowballing draft. That's what we look forward to seeing here. And of course, we're going to have to find out who's going to take game 1 of this best of 3 series. And we're hoping for a good one. It looks like both teams are set up for that. And we are definitely set up for that together with OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Stevie. Yes, Shopify Rebellion against Tundra. And Fog, yeah, pretty much just summarised there by the panel. Who's going to take it? We've got Shopify Rebellion very much looking to run them over here. Some aggressive Night Stalker, Lycan, Pangolier, Tricol coming out.
Yeah.
Tundra, they've got this troll pick, and as the panel said, this troll, if the game goes on, he's gonna have a pretty good game.
Yeah, I think if the Troll's able to get to that point, I think that's why they went for the Kunkka too, as I think Kezu was saying toward the end, or I can't remember, Jenkins. Very good versus triple melee cores. The boat, just being able to set up easy with like the tidal wave and stuff like that too can be really cool to protect and get this Troll online. It's just if they can get the Troll online, because Shopify, they have totally, I mean, this is the most counter picks I've ever seen for a Beastmaster in my life, I'm pretty sure. It's like 3 or 4 of these heroes just shut down the Beast completely, so looking forward to seeing what 33 is going to do. And I got to be completely honest with you, I'm so happy to see different draft. I was like, oh my god, we're going to get Doom versus Pango with the same stuff. There's still some similarities, but there's a lot of different change-ups, so much more exciting.
Yeah. And, I mean, with the way that we've seen Mikey play, aggressively around the map when he's been playing like his Invoker in back games. You imagine turning up today on the Pango, this is going to be a great hero in his hands.
Yeah, and as long as they can keep that pace up, as long as they can keep this Troll kind of shut down, because otherwise the matchup is quickly going to turn into Troll's favor. And the lane for Troll, this is the one thing I am looking at, it's amazing. It's a Troll Undying versus 2 strength heroes. And Troll, it's one of the best heroes versus Lycan throughout all stages of the game. So honestly, this is Skeeter's game to just completely destroy. So we'll see if he's able to, based on what happens with these other lanes.
I mean, well, yeah, sort of looking across the board, you feel that that's the lane where we could see become the most one-sided.
Yes. I mean, it's Undying versus Snapfire and Lycan. These two are going to more than likely really suffer. Saberlight, we'll see what he does with his Wolves to see how much fun he's going to have, because I think he needs to pull a wave immediately. You don't want to play in a 1v1 versus Undying and Troll. So I imagine, yeah, he's going to send the Wolf to pull it immediately.
Yeah, let's see if Shopify Rebellion are able to manipulate this top lane enough so that they can still get a good amount out of it without having to face their heroes head on.
I think Tundra set themselves up for 2 very nice lanes. The Kunkka versus the Pango. The top lane, I mean, these 2 lanes should pretty much free farm. Mikey, I mean, he should be able to get some stuff, but it's a Kunkka favored matchup. And already we see Skitter's got 4 denies up top. So the first entire wave, he gets every single one of those.
Yeah, already clear signs why they don't want to let the creeps meet in the positions that the Skeeter's happy to farm. And they've got to try and drag that wave elsewhere, Shopify.
Yep. And let's see like what 33 is going to do with adaptation. I mean, I think he's just going to do the drums. Either that or he just goes auras. Drums and slams or auras versus all these counters, because he can't even go mini helm this game. Versus Enchantress, versus Night Stalker, versus Lycan. Like all these heroes just are excellent versus it. So we'll see what he does queue up.
We'll see what sort of timings Arteezy's going to be able to hit on the Night Stalker. Have you sort of been enjoying the sort of the rise of Night Stalker? We're seeing a few teams really bring it up in this tournament. Indeed, he gets burst here by 33, and Aramis not quite respect to the amount of damage that 33 was able to throw out there with the axes.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's pretty good when you're It's always been, for like the history of Dota almost in a way, it's always been a good hero in a way versus Beastmaster. It can go both ways because one gets vision of the other, but then you fly and you get vision advantage over the Beast and stuff like that. Now it's totally different because now you get Shard and you ruin his game so he can't go Helm of Overlord. But yeah, it's fun. I just like Night Stalker. I feel like it was super underpicked for a very long time, and then people were like, oh yeah, wait, this is actually a good hero.
So far, going very well for Arteezy in that safe lane.
Yep.
12 and 5. No struggle getting the farm.
Top, they're also doing a good job. I mean, the creep manipulation has definitely been excellent so far from Saberlight these first few waves. 9 and 5 on Skeeter, 7-4 on this Lycan. No matter what, if they play the head-to-head lane, though, on Shopify, it's going to be difficult to play versus these two. Unless like, Snaking makes a mistake and steps up and gets somehow body blocked under tower or something. But Skeeter should be fine. And mid, yeah, as we mentioned, 9. He's going to have a good advantage over Mikey.
Yeah, very difficult to sort of just avoid the constant spam of the Tidebringer hits.
And 9, he doesn't rush the bottle. He goes for Blades of Attack in this matchup. And then he's going to go back for bottle. So he just wants that clear damage to be able to hit Mikey, get these secured last hits.
He's playing it well, 9.
Yep.
The prize is mine.
We'll see if they do get any sort of extra attention around mid, around the rune spawns. Let's see if they can stop Mikey from getting refuel bottom lane. Aramis just off the mark with the arrow.
Yeah, Mikey, he's going to settle to go for the bounty rune up it.
Yeah,
he's want to sort of mess around with the fact that 9 could be able to pick that water rune top before he grabs it.
Yeah, he'll have to just recover from rotations and stuff like that. But Kunkka is a very good hero at counter ganking. I think that's also probably why they wanted to go for this matchup. Not only does it win in lane, but it also counter ganks amazing versus something like Pango. You can just roam your allies, and then that, the Rolling Thunder doesn't actually have enough damage to clear things up. So, yeah, we'll see what the adaptation is from the side of Shopify to deal with. And yeah, 9 actually just rushes phase boots. So he's going to have him already finished up. That's very significant. He's going to have a... What's the base damage advantage? He's like a 20 damage advantage over Mikey.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And that top lane continues, as you say. Very tough times for Saberlight to get farm up there. But not losing their lives.
No, and they keep pulling. So
they're still getting something out of this. It was expected to be a tough matchup. Saberlight, he's doing the best with what he's got to work with.
Let's see if they can get snaking here. Snaking is pretty deep right now. Crit. Holding the skill point. All right. He'll take the 1-1-1 build. He wants to have that answer for the tombstone later on, or early in the game. Can he finish off Snay? It's going to be close.
He's going to have another blast in a second, but a few raindrops there. Snaking. He's looking to turn, but backup's coming in. Mikey.
Nicely done.
Nice move there. Swings across from the mid lane and makes sure that they're able to punish snaking.
Very good approach there. And body blocks from Saberlight. Excellent there. I always wonder sometimes if it's like, does he share control in this type of lane, right? Does he share with Crit so that he can focus more on those last hits when he's getting the pull behind, and Crit's actually the one doing those type of micro plays? I'm always curious to ask these players, because we used to have that a lot more back in the day when people weren't as godly as they are now. First nighttime is hit. Arteezy off to a great start. But so is the Beast. I mean, 33, he's getting his own farm.
Ooh. Nicely timed there by 9. It won't be quite enough damage to straight up take Crit down. Snaking's going to be here as well. The Rolling Thunder's there from Mikey. It's Crit, turns, takes down the tombstone, but another hit from the Tidebringer will finish Crit. It's 9. Finds him. I mean, straight away there, setting up with the torrent and the boat as soon as he knew that Crit was going to be TPing over.
And he's got a DD, so he's making the move top immediately. Right. Saberlight might not expect this.
I mean, he knows that Crit headed just TP'd over towards the mid lane, so he's not going to be able to get over here super easy to help Saberlight out. As they get in aggressive, X-Mark into the torrent, Skeeter's in on top of Saberlight.
Big cleave.
They'll try and run, but they've got the slow, and indeed 9. Able to line up another Tidebringer hit. Fast moves here from the Kunkka. Gets that kill mid, knows there's no backup top, gets the second one.
Really good early rotation from Shopify to bring like the 2 heroes mid to try to help out Mikey, but thinking he was there, so they have the response and they're setting up 9 for success. Great last pick so far for him. 3-1. And yeah, keeping this Lycan down and keeping troll-free farming. And is 9 now? Okay, now 9 is going to go back for the bottom, so yeah, opting's just for high damage in the early game here before finishing it. Now he's got mana. And, ooh. I was wondering to see what he was going to queue up, because we've seen a lot of different approaches from these Kunkkas. Let's see if he does go this route, because there's definitely a limited form of damage coming out from Shopify early game, and like Snapfire is going to be their early damage with 6 around the Pango, but the other 3 are pretty limited in the early game. So, I mean, let's see if he does go for this build.
.33, I mean, still very much having a better time on the offlane than Saberlight. On the other side of the map, 39 CS. Saberlight still struggling behind.
And he's got better recovery outlet too. Like he's having a good lane, and he's going to start stacking Ancients, as we know 33 does. So he's just playing around axes in the laning phase, and then we'll go back for those stacks. It's going to get scouted. We see Crit. He's already playing in triangle.
He's getting a couple of back-to-back routes here. The torrent won't quite be on point though. Saberlight's able to escape, but still starting to get a bit spooky for him to step up in the lane against this troll. Skeeter now level 6.
Truly setting up this troll for maximum success. And as we said, it's a really, really good troll game. So Crit, he's still playing around bottom, scouting those Ancients and stuff. Will he be able to set up for a kill with this nighttime?
Get some of the cookie onto Aramis. They know that Aramis is perfectly fine. They can't try and dive in for this.
Super early top tower being taken from Skitter.
And 9. He's going to make the move over here again, but Saberlight, he's already backing up. I mean, he has to just play so cautiously on this top side of the map, Saberlight.
Nine's just going to take the stack. I feel like he can just commit for it here. It's tough for them to really contest on the side of Shopify. They've placed both vision. They placed the one ward bottom side around the Ancients, and then a second ward bottom. So they actually have no vision top beside the Wolves.
And bottom lane, he hits the arrow.
Uh-oh.
They've got the setup there. That's RTZ gone. The roar into arrow takes him out. Mikey will be able to at least punish 33. Back up top, Saberlight, he tries to step out for some creeps, but 9, he's there ready and waiting to back up Skeeter and punish Saberlight once again.
Big concerns already for Shopify. And Mikey, I think Mikey's got his, like, some of the hardest stuff worked out for him in this early game. He's got to make clean rotations constantly to deal with this pressure. Top tower's taken. They're losing their stacks. They have stacks to farm for the Beastmaster. They're getting a good lead here in the start on the side of Tundra.
Oh, they really are. 9 massively ahead. As you say, Skeeter just already being in that to the second to top spot as the troll in a good troll game is not good news for Shopify. Shopify, they've got to find some way to punish Tundra. They'll look to snaking.
Typical snaking, giving up a couple of these kills. But either way, they get the bigger trades on the side of Tundra. 9 has a Vanguard. Okay, they don't have kisses. Can they even kill him?
I don't think they can.
He is super tanky.
Oh, they'll be able to steal the bounty runes there, Mikey. Bit of a drive-by there, straight through the bounties, picks the 2 of them up.
They might try to set up on him here. No, 9, he's gonna not. Aramis prioritizing it, taking out the push that's coming on toward mid. Yeah, Mikey, he's got to make big moves. We've seen these Pangos do it, though. We've seen these Pangos kind of reestablish early game for a lot of teams. So, Mikey, see if he will be able to, because his Lycan is totally shut down. It's a really hard game to play Lycan overall versus this troll. And, okay, 33. It looks like he's just rushing BKB.
All right. I mean, a different approach, as you say. You've always got to kind of do this when you're in these games where you don't want to get the helm of the Overlord. For the numerous reasons that Shopify's been able to draft against you. I guess BKB, he's going to be able to just pop it, get in the middle of the fight, pop Raw, and set up for the follow-up, whether it be from the Kunkka or from the Mirana. You know, you're going to get that guaranteed initiation.
I thought there was a chance that maybe he goes pipe. A very early pipe this game, as I was saying before. Very limited damage on the side of Shopify. If they get pipe, Crimson Guard, and these type of auras, I could see some big problems for Shopify in the early mid-game to be able to do almost any damage. Because 9, he's going to be pretty much unkillable. The only way they're going to be able to set up kills is with Mortimer Kisses, and Crit, still not level 6. Mortimer Kisses and Rolling Thunders is going to be their big early game. So I guess, I mean, to protect himself as 33, this is probably the better choice, but to protect overall his team, the pipe would be nice. 33.
They should have a solid chance of getting him here. They'll catch him off guard with the Rolling Thunder. You'll be able to turn and drop the Raw. With the 4 heroes on top of him and a stomp from the center. 33 get taken out. Shopify Rebellion and catching some of the core kills now. Need to find some more of this as it over in the mid 9. On the verge of taking this tier 1 tower down.
Can they steal the stack? I don't think so. It's definitely too difficult for Shopify to do it. It's getting pinged out, but... Let's see if Mikey's going to... They're going to use the kisses on it. Okay, all right.
I mean, that's
well worth it.
That is absolutely worth.
I called for that the other day, and I was like, you were like laughing at me, but I think it's actually not bad.
No, for sure. I mean, that was what, like a quad stack?
Yeah, quad stack taken out. And they get out. All right, nicely done from Crit.
Oh, Tundra, they're not happy.
No.
They're coming charging down here.
They're going to kill the Snapfire.
They'll find him.
And they will.
Tries for the CP out in the trees, but the arrow into Torrent catches Crit. And we'll be able to punish him for taking their Ancients.
Honestly, I love that move, the kisses. I think they know that they're kind of a good chunk behind in this early game, so they have to do something to be able to slow down the pace of Tundra at the moment, and that will definitely do it. But 9, having a phenomenal game. He has Crimson Guard. This has to be one of the fastest Crimson.
I think so, on a mid Kunkka.
Yeah, it's phase Crimson.
You get some fast items rush, but obviously this is not the standard one, or at least the more frequent one we see being built up first.
I don't think you see many mid laners almost ever build it. It's like a tradition, just strictly an off-lane item, but has a lot of merits this game. Cool stuff from 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of bit between that and the buff of the rum, he's going to be able to keep his team alive.
Sure will. And I imagine someone will eventually, the mech and the pipe and stuff like that will be coming out pretty early on also from them.
He's just smashed the record by 3 minutes. I mean, albeit it was only one other game that's been bought in. But
yeah, no one buys this item.
New records being set.
Cool stuff. Arteezy, he gets hit by the arrow.
Got the boat combo coming in as well. Arteezy's dead. I mean, snaking again, just all part of the plan. He dies in the mid. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the rest of his team, they're killing the carry.
Tundra playing super good right now. Yeah, snaking doesn't care about these deaths. Aramis, a beautiful arrow. Arteezy tried to dodge it and actually ends up running into it. TP's at the ready for top. Skeeter, Battle Fury's already done.
I mean, it's so difficult for these heroes to go on the troll.
Yep, it's a godly troll game. Saberlight.
He's going to pop the ultimate.
Skeeter.
Got the Crimson and the Moonlight Shadow.
He goes down.
He's going to get taken out. Good hits there from Crit. Pretty much hit them. I guess they did have the sentry out there. Sentry was placed. He was able to land them perfectly, though, still.
Nice,
onto Skeeter. I mean, big kisses from Crit. He's farming ancient stacks. He's killing carries. What more could you want?
That's why they went for this last pick. They needed this damage to come from the kisses, and yeah, they get the kill. Skeeter actually had mana for ult, but he just decided not to use it this time around. And we said Mikey needs to make big moves too, and so far he's connecting. He's 5-0.
Very nicely done there. And they need that. They've got to shut this troll down.
Mikey's being perfect, honestly, so far in this early game here for them to keep things under control. Yeah, 5-0, Diffusal's done. He's got good itemization. Blink Dagger soon be on the menu. He's the same net worth as the Kunkka.
Fly. Should be able to have this. One more impetus. He'll take a kill in a bounty room, Fly.
Alrighty. He's got max impetus. He's level 9. Very high level on this troll. Or very high level on this Edge.
Skitter's going to try and go for him, but of course the attack's a little too slow for him to commit onto Enchantress right now, Fly. Untouchable.
Literally. And Crit, he already has mech. So yeah, starting to get some really good item timings to be able to deal with what Tundra's been applying here so far, making space for Arteezy, who now, he's got his Relic.
They're getting through this early game good.
Yep.
And they are going to hit that timing where they will, round the Radiance Nightstalker, will be ready to just run at Tundra. And, maybe at a point of the game where, we'll see what sort of item, it's the BKB timing really from Troll that's going to be the item that defines it all. If they're able to start running at Skeeter before he has that BKB online, he could suffer. See here, they get the setup. Mikey's going to come in with a Rolling Thunder to back up Crit. Jump forward as well with the cookie. Further TP backup coming in as well. They're ready to take this fight, Shopify Rebellion. They'll take down Aramis. They'll take down 9. Tundra are not getting away with heading into the jungle like that. Shopify Rebellion shut them down.
Hey, Mikey's beast moding right now. He might even find another.
I think he will. Well, Crit, he'll borrow the kill. Throws out a kiss. He'll take that. It's in the mid. Skeeter's going to go for Arteezy.
Does he get another route?
Backup's coming on. Backup's on the way here for Arteezy, but Skeeter, he's still able to get the kill. Then going to be in a good position to punish Skeeter for this, though, as he went pretty deep with the ult. So they lose Arteezy, but Skeeter dies. I think considering the tempo the Shopify Rebellion want to play at, they're fine with this. If this troll's dead, he ain't hitting creeps. And he's not going to be able to get that lead and scale into the late game as they need them to do so on Tundra.
I mean,
Shopify Rebellion, they'll get this mid tower.
Mikey just continues to own and own and own. These timings are insane. He's level 14. Mid tower, it's going to drop as well, too. And that's Saberlight. His Helm of Overlord is done. So Shopify might even be able to force themselves like an early Roshan with this type of advantage.
They're certainly getting the momentum here.
So you said BKB, it's done for 33. And he is going to queue up the Drums of Slam afterwards, but some huge momentum that Shopify is able to get in these last few moments, rallying around their Pangolier.
And was that the full Radiance now on Arteezy?
Believe so.
Over in the mid. Mikey. He's in on top of 9. I mean, Arteezy's going to start walking his way over, but they'll back away. Tundra's set up too much for Shopify Rebellion to want to go straight into the high ground towards. They're hitting their timings.
They sure are. And 9, he's now feeling, he's like, Crimson Guard doesn't feel like it's actually done too much. Now he has to go back for the BKB to deal with this overwhelming pressure that's coming out from the Pango in particular. Yeah, now it's Roche time. Helm is done. They can just walk in and sneak it. And as we've seen so far, it's pretty difficult for Tundra to take head-on team fights versus this massive Pangolier.
And now Arteezy with his Radiance just bullying Skeeter away from these points of the map that the Troll wants to farm in.
Yeah, this is big stuff here. That's super fast. They'll give it to Mikey. Keep his kill streak going.
A quick TP's down bottom. Crit. And he's going to start dealing with the push. I mean,
Mikey's coming down.
Could be about to pinch the sort of Tundra within the jungle. As Crit, he's going to start off with the kisses. The BKB's there from 33. Mikey turns with the Rolling Thunder towards 9. 9 gets the boat off.
I mean, 9 looks super
he's
dead.
Completely surrounded. The rest of the team's bailed on him. As that's 9 caught out. I mean, they're starting to make some misplays here, Tundra, and they're getting punished for it.
Even Snaking now just dying again. That is not a death that he wants to have to give up either.
Money into the pocket of the Night Stalker here for Artur, and shards out.
Mikey. Pango, what a hero. Honestly, the Crimson Guard has done nothing for 9. It felt good from the concept of what he's playing against, but they're just killing him with this magic damage, with this control from Mikey. He needs BKB to ever be able to fight.
It's just go here from Mikey. He's starting to mess around with Skeeter. Skeeter's losing his mana. He's got just enough to get the ult off.
But he's
the backup's coming in. They'll get the arrow onto Mikey, but he's got the Aegis. He was more than ready to tank sort of that battle chance from Skeeter as Arteezy's diving the tier 2. They jump in. The Roar will be there on towards Arteezy, but a swashbuckle will finish off Skeeter. See if Arteezy can get out of this one. Tundra, they'll manage to punish the Night Stalker. So 1-for-1 between the carries.
It's the Mikey show still, though. 8-0-4. They get rid of the Aegis.
They got a full Greaves on Crit now.
My lord. Again, the ball rolling. Keeping this troll shut down. That's 3 deaths in a row now for Skitter. Desperately needing BKBs on those other 2 cores, the Troll and the Kunkka, to have to deal with this pressure. And Mikey finds himself another DD. He truly is owning. He's dictating the pace of the game completely for his team. Tundra. Feels like they want to slow the pace of the game down a little bit here. But I imagine for Shopify, they're going to want to just keep going.
As soon as Arteezy's back up.
Yep. It is daytime now, though.
Sure.
So, and Dark Ascension, it's not cool for 40 seconds. So they can, they don't really need him, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, if
they just play around
going
Mikey.
he can set up plays on his own, especially when Crit's got the kisses online.
Yep.
Mikey goes in, Crit gets the damage out. They can threaten most heroes on the map right now.
They're looking for mid.
And here we go. In fact, Crit, he just does his own setup. Cookie into the blast, kisses coming in, 9's gone. They'll catch Snaking off to the side as well. The kills continue to roll in for Shopify.
Oh my god, Mikey. 8-0-6. Yeah, him and Crit just partnered up the entire game. And it's absolutely working. Tier 2. There's no glyph. This tower's dead.
Yeah. I mean, Crit is smashing it here with his last pick, Snapfire, in the draft. Huge impact.
I think they keep going. I honestly think they can poke high ground a little bit here.
They're at their timing here. They know how strong they are. And Tundra, they're just not prepared at this point. Sure, they've got the Kunkka, but at the moment, 9's dead. They'll force out the fortification.
He's hemorrhaged so many deaths on this Kunkka and the Troll. Just not having these BKBs, they're just getting ran at, and it's absolutely working. Mikey.
The next timing for sort of the cause of Shopify is where it's going to be, when they have the BKB on Arteezy and the AC on Saberlight. The fights are just going to be so hard for Tundra to take head on.
Yeah, it's like, okay, now they'll have their triple BKBs, but where's their damage going to be coming from versus all of this that's been prepared from Shopify?
They've got their Ags online for 33.
Okay. I mean, maybe that's where the damage will come from, but let's see if it is actually going to work. He has the BKB, so the one thing about when you get Drums of Slom, in a lot of situations we've seen these players rush it, and it doesn't actually do as much damage as we are hopeful for. With BKB, you're going to get pretty much that entire channel off, so let's see if it's going to impress us. So far, it's fallen flat a lot of games, but as we know, the damage is ridiculous. It does like 1,600 damage pre-axe buff. So if you get a set of axes, then it does do a lot.
They're going to force out the BKB here from 33.
I mean, Fly will die in a second or two, yeah. And that's probably worth it, because all Tundra really wants to do is slow pace the game down to get this Troll online. But Skater,
need time.
He has his BKB, but he honestly needs another item. And yeah, we see, look at that. I mean, Mikey's been literally everywhere to set up for this game, doing the heavy lifting. But if time, I still think the same story lies there for Skitter. If he's able to get to these next 2 items, that's where the game is going to start getting difficult again for Shopify. So I think for Shopify, keep going. Keep trying to look for these kills. Just be a little cautious around these BKBs. $3K lead at the moment for them.
Is it going to be enough, though? Of this level of advantage, as you say. Couple more items for Skeeter, and troubles will start to arise for Shopify.
Mikey's getting pretty close to his Aghanims, which is also another honestly a very good answer to deal with something like Troll also. It's all about like when the BKBs are up, if they're able to take the fight in that span of the BKBs on Tundra. And exactly, Shopify, they're trying to keep things accelerated, keep applying this pressure.
Let's see if Tundra expect this.
The Wolves are scouting.
They don't have
right
33
on top
with
of
them right now. 33 is pushing the bottom lane. As Mikey gonna go straight for snaking. If that's all they lose, Tundra will be fine.
Yep, they'll just go straight split pushing lanes. Great micro so far from Saberlight. From laning phase when he's pulling the waves to here when he's scouting out with the Wolves constantly. Only gets them an Undying kill, but the concept of what they're looking to do is very ideal for them. Yeah, Aramis shoving waves. Same thing for the Beastmaster. Just buying time. And yeah, we see Skeeter, the itemization he's going for, of course, the Basher. He's going to have this multiple lockdown CC to be able to deal with the Pango and anybody he does stick onto during his BKB. And he has gone for the a build you don't see too often, but just stats, right? He's 4-1-4. Only wants the axes just for the miss rate rather than any of the damage. Just trying to tank up.
Shopify. The pressure onto the tier 2. They know that they can't hold back right now.
No, they got to keep going. Blink's now finished for the Beastmaster. They scouted bottom, so Saberlight, while they're pushing top, he actually had Wolves all the way down bottom, and he saw Skeeter for a moment, so they know that they have the option to be able to push this heavily. They'll get a base ward.
I mean, can you go high ground? Do you have to go high ground?
They can get a pick off on someone that shows, and there's no glyph, so they can probably just poke it a little bit with the Lycan creep. Force a reaction.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're gonna go in.
Straight in.
Getting good damage.
I'm gonna lead back. The two supports of Tundra starting to deal with the defense. 9 will turn up. Gonna try and set up onto Crit. With the boat combo, Skeeter in as well, but the Rolling Thunder's there from Mikey. Let me get the catch onto the Troll. They continue to keep him held in position here with the stuns, but they don't have any damage to follow up with Crit dying on the front lines. As Crit will fall, Fly to get chased out as well. Tundra, they want to see if they can get some of these core kills. Get the setup here with the X-Mark. Mikey will buy some time with the roll-up, but they're still closing in on him.
He's caught.
He's able to drag him back into the claws of Skeeter. Excellent control there from 9. As Mikey falls, Saberlight and Fly, they have to run. Crit brought back for this. TP's over to the outpost.
Big stun.
Still ready to fight. RTZ's getting in. He'll get healed up by the Grease Crit. He's able to keep RTZ's healed up and safe. He can push on for more. RTZ looks towards 9. It's a triple kill for the Night Stalker as the cleanups to be had there by Shopify.
Go back top immediately. Saberlight's still alive. Beautiful buyback from Crit.
It really was. Gets in, heals them up with the Greaves, keeps them strong. And it's too much for Tundra to fight into. As soon as what sort of Skeeter's ult BKB comes to an end, he can't deal with his Night Stalker.
Yeah, and Fly, he did go for the shard this game. I saw it toward the end there a little bit, the little friends to turn those summons, the slight amount of them, against each other.
I mean, RTZ can mess around with Skeeter down here, can't he? Yeah,
Sure
in fact, he can just straight up kill him with the back of a crit. That's Skeeter gone. He's dead for a minute.
Shopify. Getting it going here. The glyph, they're not even, it doesn't even look like they want to use it here for the racks. Okay, they'll pop it when it's very low. 9, responding in 5 seconds.
Let's see how much they can take.
Should be able to finish the racks. They really want to.
I mean, Fly's looking for snaking. 33's going to jump in. He'll throw the roar down onto Crit. Boat comes in. Crit. He bursts low and it will fall. Same to be said by looks of it for Saberlight as 9's in with the BKB. Saberlight's going to try for the TP out. The damage is done. Saberlight will fall, and Shopify, they didn't quite get the barracks.
Oh, actually survives. It's going to heal up a lot. Tundra able to respawn in time. Good damage done from Shopify, but a strike back from Tundra, keeping themselves in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for sort of RTZ after getting the kill on Skeeter, he wasn't quite able to rejoin the team that pushed up. I guess he just sort of considered the push to have easily been achieved by the rest of the team, but they didn't quite have enough to take the melee racks.
Yeah, now it's like, man, maybe he should have been up top instead of going for that there, but either way, maybe they'll be able to reset and go back up there since there is no glyph, but a strike back. 33's Drums of Slam are actually doing work. Got to be honest with you here. Was quite a significant amount of damage in that last fight. It did like 4k damage. Back and forth we go.
Roshan's up. Can Tundra go for this?
I think they should. I think they can.
Yeah, I mean, if they take this away from Shopify, you know, it's quite a hit to sort of the aggressive way that Shopify want to be playing. Shopify kind of need the Sages.
They kill this super fast too. They've got Undying, and he's got a Solar Crest, so this Rosh is dead.
So they can go for a steal. Mikey, he's in. He's going to get it. He gets the snatch, Mikey, and he gets the shard as well. Didn't quite get the kill, but he takes everything else.
What? Mikey. What a performance this game. He has roll up.
I mean, the rest of Shopify are coming in to see if they can take this fight now. There's Mikey. He's able to roll up, get pushed to the side here by Skitters, tries to get in on top of him with the BKB, but Mikey's up on the high ground. He's going to be okay for now. 9 pots the BKB, but he's already so incredibly low. They surround 33 in the pit. 33 goes for the BKB TP out. It will save him, but 9 will fall.
Oh my God,
Off the back there of that steal from Mikey, Shopify Rebellion, they're back with that momentum they need. They can get back to pushing down these lanes.
I cannot believe he gets the shard as well. He's going to pass it over to Saberlight. That's going to cause more pressure on these side lanes. Go, go, go from Shopify.
Now check it out again here. Perfect timing with the roll in, stuns them all. 9 tries to step over, but he wasn't quite able to pick up the Aegis before Mikey grabs it.
I guess I don't think he had a slot because they were trying to give it a Skitter, so it didn't get to drop the item in time. And Skitter now
diving the base.
He's going down.
Mikey's in, he's on top of Skitter. Skitter will get healed up. Cookie forward. Skitter trying to scramble towards the base. Skitter will somehow live. Just gets back to the fountain until he's thinking about stepping back out. He's got to be a bit careful. He's still pretty low here on the troll. But that's 33 gone, Aramis gone, neither of them with buyback available.
Shopify's just taking bid, and then they can go straight to top. 50 seconds, no Beastmaster.
3 versus 5 here for Tundra on the defensive.
I mean, Mikey, he had to deliver this game, and he's doing that and more. What an unbelievable performance from the Pango. I cannot believe he gets both. Oh my God. What a monster.
Perfect entry with the Rolling Thunder.
And now they have a clear avenue to be able to carry and scale through this game versus this troll who's been shut down multiple times. Arteezy has a full silver edge in a second.
Yeah, 30 minutes in, this is the exact position Shopify Rebellion would hope to be with their lineup. One more fight, one more push, that could be the game for them.
Yep, absolutely. 8-1 and 15 on this Pango. I feel like it's kind of been the hero of the tournament. I know we've been seeing a lot of Dooms and stuff like that, but Pango for me is just out of control in most of these games. Even though he has like a rough lane in some situations, like versus the Kunkka as we saw it, didn't matter. Mikey with his moves, every single one of them have hit.
So what are we closing in on for both sides? We've got Arteezy getting close to the silver edge. Over on the side of Tundra, Skeeter. He's got the Blink Dagger. I mean, who do you imagine he's sort of going to look to try and jump and just focus down with the ultimate in these fights?
Honestly, it's got to be Mikey.
I think you have Pango.
I think they just absolutely have to focus pretty much everything onto him. And he's going to have Lincoln soon, so they can't actually just like blink roar him or anything either. It's going to get harder and harder once he gets that finished up. And we see the next itemization from Saberlight, the classic. You go for the Aghanims after you've got your 2 main auras. A Night Stalker Wolf sounds pretty damn intimidating. Tundra. Under a lot of pressure here now. And yeah, Mikey, I mean, he's just going to finish off the Lincolns. He's about to have it done.
And we got 190, went back for the Shadow Blade. Wants to get his Silver Edge as well.
He's very poor this game overall. Honestly, the Crimson Guard, it ended up not really being too successful by any means. It just ended up slowing down his BKB timing versus this overwhelming pressure that Shopify set. Maybe regretting it. Shopify, straight back to pushing.
I'd say that final tier 2 tower hit.
Radiant are scanning.
Right. Being cautious though, they do feel there's the chance that Tundra's going to be heading their way.
It's if Tundra gets the wraparound in a smoke. They need to, I don't know if they're going to scout the Lincolns.
They're prepared for this, honestly, Shopify Rebellion. They're pulling back from the tower, knowing that this sort of move's likely to come out from Tundra right now.
And look at Mikey. He's totally ready for this jump.
Yeah. I mean, Saberlight, he's going to get the ult off, and they were fully prepared for this. Very nicely set up here by Shopify Rebellion as Tundra. And they've got to sort of scatter themselves now. They're backing off. They were not able to find the initiation they hoped for. 33 pops the PKB to run.
He pops the roar. He's got the drums going.
Let's see if they can try and burst through Saberlight. Skeeter jumps forward as well. They're full in onto the Lycan, but the 4-star's there. Saberlight's able to get away. The attention's going to be turned back over towards Fly instead. Fly will be the one to fall, but Shopify Rebellion, they're strong, and Tundra, they're not. They've got to back off Tundra. They can't take this fight any further.
That's the BKBs used from Tundra.
They're trying to run. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they're just not letting them.
Nope.
Mikey and Arteezy, they're diving beyond the tier 3, beyond the barracks. Tundra, they've got to run all the way back to the fountain, but Skeeter, he's going to get left outside of it. He can't get back. Skeeter's out, 70 seconds, no troll.
I think they've done it. I mean, no troll. How do they fight? They've got no damage now.
They can't.
Shopify, relentless aggression.
Yeah, we've seen sort of, in the games that Shopify are able to get the win, they look so clean and crisp with the way that they want to approach the game and then the way they're able to execute it.
You know why? Because they have no Midases this game, Owen.
That's true. On a Midas in sight.
Aramis, that's bold.
I mean, they're trying to go on Saberlight. He's kind of taunting them with how low he is on the HP right now, but they can't do so. He's going to be fine. They get the buyback out of 33. They do respect that Shopify. They won't full commit to take that Rex on the bottom lane.
They have such a big lead now at this point. Skitter, they can't focus fire targets. 1 Force Staff resets the positioning. Mikey, pretty normal itemization, I would say, from the Pango, but perfect in this game. Can't get roared, can't get focus fired. It's too hard for them to break this Linken's from a distance. They're forced to go on Saberlight, and he is just far too tanky.
I mean, look at Tundra there, straight out.
DD on Arteezy.
Charging towards Shopify.
It's daytime, so they're feeling some type of position to maybe try to make a move.
They're not going to get the catch. Shopify's already out of it.
I believe that is that the Aghanim's now finished for the Lycan? It is. It's time to bite the Night Stalker.
A Night Stalker that's already so difficult to kill with the BKB. I believe he's just a few hundred gold away from having the full halberd as well, Arteezy.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, now you need MKB on Skitter. I mean, you've needed it already for some time, but he was so shut down this game. 3-5 and 4. He's not had the game he wanted to have. Him and 9.
I think they're ready to go again. Shopify, nighttime hits.
Yep. Time to run at them. DD in the bottle.
This could be the killing blow.
It should be. They see Skitter. Can he get away?
A full-on retreat here from Tundra.
Look at Arteezy. The Night Wolf.
He's going to go for snaking. The Kisses are going to be coming in as well. Tundra, they've got to keep backing up. Kisses with that talent as well. That additional damage, just a lot here. Snaking burning down low. Mikey's going to roll over towards 9. They've taken out Snaking. Immediate buyback here from the Undying. 33. Losing pretty much 70% of his HP. There's the combo of Mikey.
They can't focus fire him. They can't. There's no way to break the Linken's when he's rolling. The only thing they have is the roar. So he just rolls, runs in. There's literally nothing they can do. He has full reign, full control of them during that entire duration. Shopify have executed beautifully this game, setting themselves up for full success. Very few ways for Tundra to get back into this one now, if any. And a basher now for Mikey too. Flawless execution. And I wonder how many power runes he's gotten overall, too. I mean, when you have this type of advantage and you're the ones dictating pace, you tend to get most of them. But yeah, I feel like he's gotten all of them. Yeah, there we go. 16 activated.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Teasing with the idea of getting the push going again here, Shopify. Starting to show their faces at the base of Tundra.
Skeeter. Okay, now they have a secondary form of Linken's Pierce.
All right.
So let's see if they're going to be able to... I mean, it's insane execution that they have to try to pull off here versus Shopify.
Yeah, with Mikey's sort of positioning at the start of the fight, it's very difficult to find him. He's already going to be able to enter in with the Rolling Thunder. As he gets on top of 9, he's able to turn, wants to keep the Kunkka control. So the rest of Shopify considering getting in on this, but it is under the tier 4s. It's pretty deep. They'll hesitate. It's Tundra. The X-Mark set up on a fly, but they themselves not wanting to commit too much for an Enchantress.
It's not an easy Enchantress to kill either, level 19.
Oh, bottom Arteezy.
Oh.
Was trying to get in and trying to threaten the bottom barracks. He gets the BKB off before the roll, but the roll blaze there, and indeed there's just no damage being done to Arteezy. He's full HP, happily flaps his wings away. As Skeeter, he's of course going to continue to get just chase him in, involuntarily there with the Battle Trance, dragging him deeper into the fight. And there's no backup for him. They can't save this troll. Skeeter's out again.
They might call it in a moment there. I mean, the evasion, the halberd, the radiance. This troll can't even touch him. Final racks going down. Mikey charging into zone.
And they'll call it.
And they call it.
GG. I mean, wow. What a game one here from Shopify Rebellion. They turned up today. And honestly, Tundra, I think they really felt right they could get away with this. They thought they'd be able to stall the game, get to the point where this troll would just be able to carry. As Shopify Rebellion just missing no beats with the timings that they needed to hit. They knew exactly what their strengths were, and they came at Tundra in a way that Tundra wasn't ready. And the few moves that Tundra tried to make to get back into this game, it seemed like Shopify Rebellion, it's as if they just read the complete Tundra playbook. They knew exactly what Tundra was going to try and do, and they shut it down.
I think they totally neutered 9, who's having a very good start. He bought Crimson Guard. I feel like it didn't really do almost anything. They just focused him with magic damage, the control from Mikey, the Snapfire Kisses. Same thing with the Troll. They knew exactly who to target. They shut them both down. They both end what? Skeeter ends 3, 6, and 4. 9 ends 5, 6, and 6. And Mikey, the absolute beast, the MVP by far for me, 9, 2, and 18. What a performance.
Fantastic stuff. What a game one showing here from Shopify. Tundra, they're going to be shaken up a bit after that one. We'll see how they pick themselves up going into game 2, but as it stands, a hot start here for Shopify Rebellion.
What a great way to start this Monday morning. Shopify Rebellion taking down Tundra here in this first game of this best of 3, and it was with style. Now, we did say that if they can get their snowball lineup working and rolling, it would be very hard to stop that. I must say, it took a long time for the ball to come together, but when it did, Tundra indeed did not have an answer. And what a nice back and forth it was until that ball also came together, because it was very close. I'm joined by Kezu, Purge, and Jenkins here to break the game down as we prepare for, of course, the second game of this best of 3 series in the group stages of DreamLeague Season 19.
Yep. That previous fight and this one, really, really impactful for changing the game in terms of Shopify Rebellion's advantage. And I think some of it was just that Troll was the big damage dealer on their team. And it felt like he was like killing one person consistently, but their oomph was gone after that. And losing the Aegis and the Shard for free as well just also compounded that advantage.
How the hell can we not talk about Mikey? I feel like I want to sit here and be like, Shopify, they did all this good stuff. And talk about the other players, because I feel like all we talk about is Mikey, because he's the stand and he's the rank 1 guy, he's the young kid coming in, owning. He just keeps doing it.
He does.
He stole the Aegis and the Shard right in front of them with no vision.
What he did there is illegal. That is not, he can't get away with it.
No.
Not only, like, he doesn't
just... It was a drive-by.
I don't know. First, he doesn't... I'm actually lost for words right now. Like, he gets in, as you said, with Vision. He steals the Aegis. He steals the Shard. Then even in the early game where Tundra had a good time, they did well on their side lanes, but then they invade the enemy jungle. But then they go there with the Pango because Tundra overstep a bit. They get back in the game. And then overall, with all their itemization, I also really like this Night Stalker carry with these steroids that you can give him. Since he's not the offlaner, there's other people who can buy the auras for you. He just makes so much use of Vlad's, AC, the Bongo Boots, auras, and everything, and they just played it really damn well. I was very impressed with Shopify in this game.
And we were talking about the night vision that you get from the Wolf Bite as well. It actually stacks additively with the Night Stalker night vision. So you have this just insanely buffed up carry that also has like basically global vision to catch out Skeeter, the triangle, or catch out the backline supports or whatever. It's like, it really is a draft that as the game progressed, we understood why Night Stalker carry plus the offlane Lycan works so well.
Yeah, and we did go for the offlaners here, Purge.
Yeah, they both played well. And talking about the synergy aspect, we just talked about how much Shopify's lineup synergized. It also anti-synergied Tundra's draft because it forced 3-3 to have to buy Drums of Slom. With that said, he had the most successful Drums of Slom that I feel like I've seen, because he covered it with the BKB. That was
rush.
like, of course. Because every game, it's like the fact that the counter to the Helm Creep is a Night Stalker, who also counters the drum, the secondary build,
with silence.
With his just basic ass ability that he has, forces you to go BKB. So he actually was able to kill Enchantress a couple times, do some damage with it. Thought that was great. But when we talk about all those cool Night Stalker stacking on top of Lycan Wolf crap, it's not going to compare.
No, not at, I did really like his build still for, given the situation, right, as you were mentioning. I was like, he's going BKB first. Looks a bit strange. Maybe he, wants to get the roar off. But then he went for the Drums of Slum next, and then it suddenly made sense.
Yeah.
A lot of times in Dota, it's not just about this one item you do, but what is your next item going to be? And then it just truly makes sense. So seeing that, I don't think I would have thought of it, but it looked good, given that he played into 3-4 counters.
Yeah.
And they actually needed more damage anyways.
Yeah, they did.
Because he's a Beastmaster giving attack speed to his cores. He was only really benefiting from Troll having that. Yeah. Kunkka doesn't need attack speed, he just needs damage, really. So, again, there was anti-synergy there. Kunkka had good things for the team, but in some ways, in hindsight, you'd prefer to have, 2 semi-carries or 2 carries, basically, from the mid and the safe.
Yeah. You mentioned the Kunkka. I think the Crimson Guard is something that the caster duo were bringing up a lot, it was to answer the Lycan, but we saw on the previous screen how much damage Saberlight was really doing. It wasn't that much. His primary, like his damage was that low despite having a profound impact on the game because his impact was in the auras and the tower damage and buffing up his Night Stalker. So there was all of this magic damage that was coming out, and it felt like the Crimson Guard was kind of a wasted item on 9. Like he could have had something else that maybe has a little bit higher impact.
These two supports are very good against Crimson Guard. You have pure damage on Inch, you can also dispel it with Enchant, and you have Snapfire who sits
Snap-Ult,
beyond the screen, you don't even see, and it's just raining down on you and you die anyway.
Yeah.
So I can see the idea, but it just kind of falls flat sometimes.
I wonder if he should have gone like Radiance BKB or something instead. That
scaling build, yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's giving mischance on the enemies anyways, and they're all right clickers. Like literally all of them are right clickers except for Snap Ulti. So I don't know. I feel like a Radiance build might have worked better, but tempo wise, maybe it would have ruined the game.
Yeah. One of the questions we had before the series began, and I don't even think we said it on the screen, was like, what kind of Shopify would show up? Because we had them have 2 bad days and 1 good day. And we talked to Arteezy about it. They do have bad days and good days, and we were wondering, is it going to be a good day? Is it going to be a bad day?
It's a good day.
It's a good day. Let's find out if they continue keeping that good day up in game number 2, or if Tundra will strike back and force out a third. We're finding out after a break.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped.
And the hunt begins.
The series continues. It's Shopify Rebellion, one game up against Tundra Esports here for DreamLeague Season 19, and we are about ready to get into game number 2. Let's find out if we can get a third game to the series, which I think most people would enjoy, unless you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, because then you'd love to see them crush another game. They were very dominant in game number 1 once their lineup basically got online halfway through the game. I'm looking forward to see how Tundra is going to answer that, Kezu. Do you have any plans that they might have gone for?
Well, I think for the first game that Shopify had a really good idea going into the draft. I feel like they prepared with, okay, we're going to open this, they're going to pick their Beastmaster, and then second phase, what do? We ban this, we're going to pick that. So I feel like they had a pretty good idea going forward. Do we know if the pick order is changing for the next game?
I can figure this out because I have a document.
Mm-hmm.
So please hold and continue your conversation.
Because if I'm Tundra, I would perhaps want to go with first pick. I feel like I can secure one of my heroes and then ban for it. Maybe I get to first pick my Doom. That's pretty good for 3-3.
I can tell you that previous game, Tundra had priority and they went for Dire, and then Shopify went for first pick.
Yeah.
And this game, it's Shopify that has priority and they go for first pick, in which case Tundra goes for Dire. So it's exactly the same as it was last game.
Shopify sticking to the strategy of picking Mikey's hero and then having the 3 bans. Even if it's the Pangolin, which I think is more than fair. More than fair.
Watching him own so hard on Pangolin, though, I'm just like, why didn't they do this earlier? Like, I just
I actually have a theory. I mean, my theory on that is like, he's a new player. You want him to play his literal best heroes, and then as he becomes more comfortable with the team, then you can start picking him stuff that he's still comfortable with, but not his best heroes, because then the comfort with the team is there. So you have the same general comfort level. It's just instead of with the heroes, it's with the team.
Yep. During this draft, we're also going to give an extra challenge to our underpaid pandas to see if we can fit a theme song for every hero.
And they'll finally get a raise if they can do it.
Oh, yes. Maybe.
Every hero is just cruel. It's so many.
Sure, we will.
I like what Tundra are doing just to intercept. They're banning Bloodseeker, which might force Shopify into a scenario where they're gonna first pick Pango, or if they don't, Tundra will take it. Because I would say from the last game, it looks like Tundra, they're like, okay, we don't really want to go Beastmaster again. At least otherwise this Bloodseeker wouldn't make any sense if they wouldn't Pango here.
Yeah, it's a really cool point. Then, and they wouldn't necessarily want to pick the Pango instantly.
Yeah.
We got 4 heroes. Please help.
That's the
it's going so fast.
The secondary. We have some fairy music.
Fairy type
we'll
music.
Go fairy music. Fairy music. And is there an opening we like best? Have we seen Mikey play puck yet?
He was known for his puck in pubs, at least. That was one of his better heroes, like not long ago. So his puck is pretty damn good. So they shouldn't feel too bad about it. But perhaps Tundra. I mean, this is still within their style. You have the Moonlight Shadow, you have 9 on his Pango, where he does really well. For Shopify, perhaps they should look for another hero that can then help rotate on the coil into mid, but I would say both teams are pretty happy.
Funny they pick him Puck because perhaps this game will actually be his metamorphosis from a caterpillar into a butterfly if he's able to show that, hey, I was a Batrider player at the start of this tournament, but now I'm not. Guess what? Within 1 week, I can be a player that's picked almost anything in the draft. That's powerful, man. That's a powerful message for anybody looking for a mid laner coming out of this thing.
I mean, he's just able to play anything. Whenever I look at this guy, I'm like, I know he's good. But then he plays and he just impresses me. And I'm like, what? Like, how? How is he doing it? So I wouldn't put it past him to just, kind of own with puck this game. It's good against Pango. Yeah, seems chill to me.
Seems chill to you. And we're going to take a lot of time here thinking about those bans. Are there any bans that they want to protect their Kunkka from here that they could go for? Because why are they taking so long? They're going into their bonus time for their first of their 3 bans. That's an interesting strategy.
Just the dynamic in this game. I really feel like the Pango having to come out first pick after the last game, the Bloodseeker being one of the bans in the first phase, has like this is uncharted territory in terms of drafting.
Like they clearly planned to pick the Pango here.
Yes,
but I don't think they expected the puck to like come out so fast. Like Shopify's actually drafted really, really quickly this past series.
Yeah.
The Pango was supposed to be a gotcha, and Shopify's just kind of like, no, we're
ready.
We knew you'd do this. This is okay. This is fine with us. That's why they picked the Ench instead of getting baited into the Pango. They didn't take the bait.
Yeah.
Yeah, they thought maybe the Batrider would be picked, and all of a sudden they got to change their plans. Is there a chance that Batrider will still be picked and they swap things around? Can Puck still be flexed, or is Puck just straight up? That's mid.
It's pretty much only a mid. It's too hard to play this hero somewhere else. Batrider, yeah, I feel like Batrider is going to be unpicked in this game.
Okay.
Not a very bold claim.
Just based on the players. Like we know this is almost certainly going to be a 9 Pango and almost certainly going to be a Mikey Puck.
Enigma.
Maybe we get some princess type music coming in.
Princess type music.
Yeah, I suppose kind of similar, but
Princess
fairy tale
of the Moon. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you want to ban illusion type heroes against Tundra, generally speaking, because of how they play the map, but I feel like it should also give me a little bit of an idea of what Shopify may want in this next phase. Looks like a potential Lycan once more with what Shopify are banning. Otherwise, we'll probably see towards their next 2 picks why they're banning these heroes. Because it's not only against Tundra, it has to also be to protect your next incoming picks.
So, due to the weird swing in pick priority now, clearly the traditional offlaner is coming back. Did they ban Beastmaster? Being protected a bit with the Night Stalker ban.
I mean, yeah, it could be good for them in the second phase.
Or Tundra could take it, yeah. Like, how much do they want to reveal? Are they going to take it? Yeah. Okay.
They burned a lot of time down to 42-second reserve. See how quick Shopify snags their first pick here. What's an alternate for killing the summons? Doom's gone. Night Stalker's gone.
You can fight summons with a Prophet.
Sure. Or Lone Druid. Fight summons with summons.
That's true, but would you get it out this early?
Well, they have the double pick. That also means that Tundra has the counter.
You could try to maybe try and go for a kill type lane that I've done before with like some PA, maybe, because you have the Ench.
Jenkins, do you want a music change?
We have a couple of animals coming in. The Beastmaster, I mean, he's got drums. He's a bit more rocky.
True.
Can we have like...
What about like zoo type music?
What is zoo type music?
That was I was thinking too.
That's more like circus music. Okay, let's go for circus music.
My mom always told me that was the zoo. She said, "You belong here, son. You animal."
All right, circus music it is. Which hero would fit into that? A Legion Commander. She does her taunt is more like a circus.
That is true. Yeah.
Hey. This is a tough challenge.
Yeah, it is. I feel bad.
Make it sound good, but also like a circus. Turns out circus music is not that good.
Yeah.
Imagine the type of psychopath that plays Dota and listens to circus music, like actually enjoys it.
Yeah.
Some like Ice Ice
Get
Ice.
some green music. Green
Nature music, maybe?
Nature music.
We're back with nature because I mean this is a very nature-friendly lineup that Shopify has. I will say that they do end up going for the Prophet. They go
good
for
call.
the Earth Spirit as well. That is of course a crit special. We have him laying about here somewhere. Yeah, there, right there on the
he's
card.
right here.
Yeah, wow. Over there.
I honestly
We've
like
been
the
waiting
Earth
for
Spear.
this.
Not that one. That one's really ripped
This one.
for some reason.
Did you do this?
No, I mean like he's muscle. I got
I
muscle.
thought you broke him apart.
Very good at like.
I feel
Someone
like
did that.
Earth Spirit exists in this like period, or I'm just distracted by whatever the hell's going on with the bird calls.
It's good.
I think Earth Spirit is like if your Earth Spirit player wants to play it that game, they ask for it and you just give it to them. You just say, okay, if you're feeling it, you can have it because this hero can completely outskill 1v5.
Yeah.
It just needs to be the right game, and the only people that have the read on it are these Earth Spirit players. Nobody else knows. It's like, dude, we don't know if it's an Earth Spirit game. Just
Yeah.
tell us if it is.
Did they pick Archshaker here to like set up their catch against Puck? Because that's kind of what it feels like to me. Like he's gonna long range fissure in this combo, because otherwise they have like no good way of catching the puck other than like Bash or Pengo or something, or Blink Pengo.
It's probably two reasons. I think first, the one that you just said to help you set up, and second, you should probably expect that people want to rotate to the puck. You go, like, Crit is going to want to gank that lane, roll in, maybe kick the guy out of coil. So in the early game, I think you can try to mirror the Earth Spirit gameplay. Being Earthshaker, you just Fissure to intercept, and then later you have the long-range initiation, Fissure with the Shard, Totem into an arrow, maybe. That's something Tundra have done before, so I think that's a good point, and definitely something Tundra will look to play for in this game.
That's a really good point, Kezu. I think we could go for some like rock and roll type music, because they do have the rock Earthshaker and the rolling of
They do. We've said a lot on the Shopify side of music. It's time to give Tundra a little bit of a spotlight. They have banned out the Lifestealer. We also see the Anti banned out. We are, of course, looking for a Skeeter hero and for, well, most likely an Artesia hero. He could, of course, play the Nature's Prophet, but I say, hey, how about that Lone Druid, guys?
It's good.
Yeah,
Yeah?
I like it.
Great.
No, I like it.
Great. As usual, when you suggest it.
I mean, it feels like, obviously, it's coming out only last pick, but so far, Tundra has not seen it as a threat, but I believe it has almost 100% win rate for Artesia in the last couple of days.
I feel like they should see it as a threat, and it should be this ban.
They should.
Or maybe what they'll do is they're going to pick something that kind of blocks it or like de-incentivizes the Lone Druid. Because, I mean, I do feel like quite a few of the heroes that are good against Prophet are also good against Lone Druid. Like backline ranged guy, jumper, some hero to deal with summons, tower protection,
I don't mind the Tide ban. I feel that is the one offlaner Shopify would have picked if they are okay with putting Prophet carry, but I'm definitely a bit afraid if Lone comes out here, because it's very good. You're going to have a good lane, as they're going to go with the PA. That's something we touched on earlier with perhaps a bit more aggressiveness, but could have definitely seen Lone. You have another Savage Roar out of coil, but they want to play pretty fast, try to get some kills going. Maybe because there's this Earthshaker Beast, they want to double down on the lane and try to play really aggressive into it. So I can see the PA still.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, if you use your own BKB, you can kill some like Earthshaker or Mirana, and just taking one of those heroes out of this like chain combo makes the fights a lot harder for Tundra, for sure. And yeah, it's easier to survive with it. If it does get jumped on by Pango, you're much more likely to be able to disengage with a PA than a Lone Druid. Lone Druid's like, okay, well, we're committed. Back me up, guys. Hopefully I can survive.
What do we need here? Skeeter needs to I think he needs to play a melee hero that can man up eventually. It's like
a Skeeter hero.
Some Ursa type hero, I'm not sure.
Is a CK still available for him? Like, would that still fit? There it is.
It does fit.
You're way too good. You are way too good.
It's one of his signatures. He keeps getting things banned out. You go down the mental list.
Can we get some chaos type music? Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, Purge, go ahead.
It's all so offbeat on purpose.
On purpose.
I don't like CK that much against the heroes that he's playing against, except for maybe like Prophet and Chant, but it does give Tundra what they want, which is often like pushing outside lanes kind of safely, constantly keeping your net worth up, decent laning, if not strong laning. So it's definitely, it fits Tundra for sure. And it's a good follow-up. It's another stun. Like, they've got an insane amount of stuns on the Tundra side.
It's a Silver Edge buyer too.
Yep.
If Skeeter's game is good enough, you can definitely dumpster the PA with that. But I do feel like late game PA, Battle Fury, Deso, you can pretty easily cleave through the illusions from the CK. Yeah. I've seen that matchup go PA favored quite a bit.
Do we feel that Tundra is on a little bit of a timer for this game because of that? Like, sure, there's going to be a time where the CK is having a power spike there, but if you think this game is going 60 minutes, it will be Shopify that will take this eventually.
Probably, yes. I wouldn't say it's like a hardcore timer because Tundra, their mid game should be very good that they can like open up the map and maybe restrict the space that Shopify will have. I must say that I'm impressed with Shopify's drafting today.
Yeah.
I slightly prefer Tundra, but I feel like Shopify they're onto something good in terms of how you should play against Tundra.
I actually think Tundra's late game has good options because they have so many stuns. They're just going to kill heroes, and you can't deal damage when you're stunned, and you can't impact your net worth when you're dead as well. So they just need to get pickoffs basically. And they have so many ways to do that. That as long as they get the right pickoff, like it really doesn't matter who's the better late game.
That's true.
You gotta pick and choose your fights.
The PA Beast matchup is an interesting one because I feel like PA does pretty well against Beast in lane, even like no matter what build he goes. But then also Beast can stun you through BKB, and that's like one of PA's most hated things. You want to burst somebody instantly with your BKB, and then when it's down, you take the rest of the fight without the BKB. So if you stun him during the BKB, he doesn't get the kill, then it's GG.
All right, guys.
Game 3, I want it.
I want it too, and what I most want to do, I just want to sit back, relax, and let our underpaid pandas play us into game number 2.
Game 2 here between Shopify Rebellion and Tundra. We're seeing some exciting picks here, honestly. We're getting the Earthshaker coming out on one side and the Earth Spirit on the other.
Earthshaker, Earth Spirit, PA, CK. I mean, we got some new stuff, but you know what doesn't change? Pangolier. Every single game, it seems like we're just going to be having this hero. They definitely put up multiple different answers for it, though, right? They have the Puck, they have the Earth Spirit. There's a timing where you can really shut down this Pango with these type of heroes. The silences, the coil, very effective. And then that 15 minutes hits. You get the shard, you roll up, you counter coil completely. It's a very, very strong timing. Let's see if Tundra can actually withstand the pressure that Shopify was able to set last game, because I think it might be pretty similar. 4 heroes running, dictating pace. Let Arteezy do his own thing. Let's see what's going to go down.
I mean, whose approach do you like the best here?
I think it's very split for me. Honestly, I really like both drafts. The PA kind of wins me over a little bit toward the end, but the CK definitely has its merits. If they're able to get ahead with this CK, if PA's not having a good game, they really lack damage for Phantasm and stuff like that. So, I mean, we'll see if Tundra's able to set that pace down and slow down the PA, because with the lane setups, it doesn't really look like they can. PA versus Beastmaster, great matchup for the PA. It's an Earthshaker sitting behind too, so you'd imagine Arteezy should have some pretty good free farm. And I think Crit in this game, since he's playing with a Nature's Prophet, he's going to look to be super active. I could even see him ganking mid very early on, or setting up for bottom pretty early as well, too. So, eyes on Crit to be able to dictate pace, to be able to make the space for Arteezy.
Yeah, in terms of sort of hero matchups and such, what do you think it was about this game that made Crit want to bring back one of his classics here, come out in the Earth Spirit?
I think it's with the Puck. When you're playing versus Pango, you can force break the coil. Yeah. Then you actually, like, sometimes it can get to this weird point where Puck lacks a bit of burst damage to kill Pango, but then you have an Earth Spirit roll in, kick him, break the coil, get that extra form of silence. It could just be the thing to turn the tide there. But let's see, because this is all on paper, and as we've seen multiple times, I feel like these Pangos, even when they're countered sometimes with a lot of picks, he still just owns. So we'll see. Arteezy, though, he should have an amazing time down here. It's like a completely free lane for the PA.
Sure, well, because Fly can just do so much as an edge harassing these two?
PA overall versus Beastmaster is an excellent matchup, too. If he wants to try to go board, you just kill it. You're always able to just poke and harass, and he's got an Earthshaker behind him. A hero that's not traditionally there to secure lanes too much anymore from the off lane.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think they sort of on the other side saw in the Shaker this game for Aramis?
Probably just wanting some type of stun and lockdown because they saw the Puck. It gives you, when you get shard, you stun, enchant totem. You have ways to chain lockdown perhaps versus this Puck. So I think that's probably what he wanted. And they have multiple ways now to set up, like with Arrow. So
going to get aggressive on Taramis. Hit the level 2 and they're straining on top of the Shaker. Arteezy's got to be careful himself. He's getting low, and in fact, first blood will end up happening on the top side of the map as Skeeter takes down Saberlight. Bottom lane, they will get the kill, and Arteezy will live, but indeed that first bit of action occurring up top first for Skeeter.
Nicely done. Snaking's Mirana, something that's always... I feel like it always just gets first blood in these lanes, and then he like sacrifices himself a couple of times, able to get Saberlight. Kurt also, I mean, I was looking at both lanes, but Kurt actually missed his kick on the range creep too, so it's like some funny stuff that happened up top. Mid lane, Mikey should be able to come out ahead in this matchup for the most part. Constant harassment onto this Pango. Depends on, of course, if there's like these constant runes that get like double checked and stuff like that. But so far, so good for Mikey. 16-1. I don't think he's missed the last hit just yet.
Had a fantastic game last game on this Pango. See if we can keep that level coming in on the puck this game too.
He pretty much has, I mean, until Shaker ends up getting like Shard and Blink Dagger and stuff like that, it's a very good game for the puck.
Snaking. He's got the lead. Crit, he's still able to find him. Gets in, finishes him off with a kick. Nicely done there from Crit, already anticipating the distance that he'd be able to cover with that first leap. Sure is close enough to take him out with a smash.
And I'm liking what he's queuing up on Crit also. He's just got the boots into a veil queued up. I really like that. It's to buff up the puck, buff up yourself and the Nature's Prophet. The damage, then it will probably be enough to burst down that Pango in most situations. Yeah, Mikey has not missed the last hit yet. 20 at the moment in the mid lane.
I mean, yeah, he's been on top form on some of the previous days, and yeah, today it looks like indeed once again Mikey is set to impress.
Bottom lane, thinking about it, Crit, as we said, it's very likely he makes early rotations. He's already gone bottom.
Yeah, 33. He's going to struggle to get his way out of this one. Crit, he's in with a slow, lands in with the stun. 33's gone. Aramis got to TP back to the safety of the tier 2 tower. We used to see this a lot from Crit back in the day when he was on his Earth Spirit. Could be a real nightmare for the enemy during the laning stage.
Does mean Saberlight is going to get slowed down, but he's an NP, so he can always like TP and reset and stuff like that. Right now, though, he just TP top and he has no TP. So right now would be a devastating moment if he does get brought down and killed. Bottom. Teasy doing the...
He wanted to do a bit of shopping. He wanted to get his Ring of Health. He's taking quite a lot of damage on the way out. Will manage to find safety in the fact that Crit gives him an opportunity to jump over. And should be fine to get out of this one. Arteezy 33 and Aramis, they'll continue to try and close the gap, but another jump up to the high ground keeps him out of harm's way.
And they might turn.
They could definitely consider it. Good angle there from Crit. Adding the damage and slow onto the two of them. Rolls forward with the stun aggressively onto 33. Arteezy still has to be a bit careful. He's rather low. At least does have that Ring of Health helping him out a little bit, and he's able to jump back in onto 33. Making some good moves here around, honestly, just Crit's pressure.
And it's a good move. I mean, Saberlight, he does end up dying. They commit for him, but now his TP is going to be back up in time for him to make his way back up there. So, I mean, not the worst case. He can even jungle, and he's actually pulling Creep Wave. So he's actually doing some nice stuff up here anyway. So, yeah, Crit, very active with this early game.
And honestly, this was a sort of similar dynamic to what we had last game, right, for these two, Saberlight and Crit, where Saberlight, his sort of lane got sacked a little bit. He had to sort of play from behind on the Leica game one, whilst Crit was able to be a bit more greedy, get these early plays going, get involved in the action, and be able to build up himself to almost be on the same par of farm.
Fly is even here. They got this. Crit, his Earth Spirit, a thing of legend, and he is killing it so far in this early game.
This is one of those games, if you're the Nature's Prophet, you don't mind that you're having a tough lane. You're just saying, Crit, keep doing what you're doing.
And this is around Power Rune too, so in 10 seconds, Pango's going to respawn. Crit can even stay in the area, make sure that his puck gets that rune, and he's even going to take away a bounty rune. These moves are perfect. Setting up PA for success, setting up puck for success. Yeah, CK is free farming, but hey, I think you're okay with that if you're securing the PA lane. And yeah, Mikey, he's got a haste, so lots of effective ways to be able to shut down the map now with these next few moments. Coil is at the ready. Pango might have to be careful. Like Crit, he's level 4, so he's got the point in silence. He can break Coil with kick, like we were mentioning earlier. Lots of good stuff he can do.
I mean, with sort of Shopify Rebellion's game plan as well, will there be a point where they look towards the CK, or for the most part, they're just going to ignore Skeeter and just really pile on the pressure everywhere else on his team?
I think they'll apply the pressure everywhere else and then go to him once they feel like they've done enough damage on the other two lanes. And look at this, Mikey, that haste rune, sneaking his way bottom. It's spotted, though.
It is under this ward, so Aramis and 33, they'll know to stay split. to not give the opportunity for the initiation onto the two of them.
But Mikey, Haystern, he doesn't really lose too much timing whatsoever from it. Saberlight's like, wait, no, stay bottom, dude. I want the mid lane. But yeah, Mikey won't be able to give that to him. Gonna be a slow recovery there for Saberlight, but feels worth it. Both offlaners suffering kind of just as much. Both carries having almost the same kind of thing. CK only about 200 gold ahead of that PA. And yet, 9, he's actually, you know, this is a scary point in the game a bit for the Pango. Whenever that Earth Spirit is off the map, kind of have to jungle just for tiny moments here, just in case there is a coil, you get kicked and stuff like that. And they're applying pressure because of it. 3 heroes in mid. Warpine Raider to tank. Even sending over some Treants. Nice micro.
Snake King's going to turn up, but
this tower is pretty much just dead.
A lot of damage done indeed. Aramis tries to have a look in from the side, but Crit will be able to close in. They'll drop the coil down, they've got the silent Saberlight, he'll TP over as well. Get involved in a bit of action. As you got to be careful, you come within sort of reach of Crit, and Crit, he'll close the gap on you immediately.
And yeah, mid tower, it falls. Nice, super early on. This is huge stuff here for Shopify. They can continue the ball. They can keep going. They played so well, so fast last game. Looks to be similar. I love that they changed stuff up so much today. They had a lot of similar drafts that they were picking the other days. This Doom, this Invoker, this Batrider. Mikey's showing, hey, I'm not limited. I play a lot of different heroes, and he's displaying that now with this puck in this early game. Crit will get spotted. He's going to get this ward counter-warded almost immediately. But with the mid tower taken, he wants to be able to apply pressure in jungle also. Dream start for Shopify. Yeah, Saberlight, he's going to recover. He's almost level 6. So all these different layers of things, it's going to give them, you know, once the Wrath of Nature's online too, they'll have burst damage to kill this Pango in most of these coil setups if Mikey's able to get it. Tundra, going to try to strike back, slow down the momentum that Shopify's getting at the moment. Smoke comes out.
And around the path of the Pangolier, definitely reason to believe that they should be able to get away with something here.
Can they get the big kill? Can they find RTZ? There's TP available for Mikey for the counter game.
Pretty far up the lane here. As the Rolling Thunder's there, RTZ, a good jump actually there. Kind of smartly done straight over towards the Pango to make it a little difficult for 9 to get the bounce back, but he'll still find it. Good attempt, I mean, Flight nearly finding 33 in return.
So close.
So Flight should also fall. The Fisher will take him. The Tundra, they'll get the 2 kills.
Good move. And I mean, Mikey makes the executive call. He's like, I'm not TPing. I'm farming jungle. Sorry, man.
Yeah,
you play too far
he
up.
had no interest in being there.
Nope. He's like, I want to finish my Witchblade.
He's so close.
Yep. Even more damage to be able to kill the Pango in particular in that coil. Still seeing Pango having a good game though. 9. Still top 3. Tons of stacks being formed. And this time around, Shopify, they don't have the blessing of some kisses and some Pango to be able to clear them. So 33, he'll be able to go toward that ancient side. He'll be able to farm them this time, and tough for Shopify to contest, unless they just bring massive amount of numbers.
Snake King, he's going to get caught here by Crit. Silence as well to put a stop to any potential leaps immediately. Leaps are still there, but the impetus damage will be amped up, and Flight takes him down.
Perfect time. It just came back up. He times it perfectly for the leap.
Quick setup onto Mikey.
Whoa.
Not going to be enough damage to burst him. Mikey will live. 9 considering to see if he could chase and get another round of the spells in, but Mikey will back up. Him and Crit will go for the smoke. Mikey a bit low at the moment.
I mean, they can just burst 9 though if he's not careful. 9. He will play it safe.
We'll see if he continues to back up, and if Shopify Rebellion can get in on them. They'll spoke up themselves, Tundra, but Mikey is in position.
He's found him.
He's going to find the 2 of them. The coil's down, the silence as well. They're in, and there's the combo, the kick to guarantee the Dream Coil snap.
Beautifully done. And it's an Arcane Rune, so it's going to come back up really fast. Like 40 seconds, coils back up. It's pretty much as soon as 9 comes back.
You know, to be fair to 9 as well, it's very hard to anticipate that, right? You just sort of force the puck back. You know how low the puck is. You're not ready for the puck to come back at you straight away off the back of a smoke. Snake King, he's going to walk up, but they've got a sentry down, and Snake King, he's dead. Another kill for Mikey.
4-0 already. This puck, he's popping off.
Yep, 9-4, 3K lead right now. Shopify Rebellion, once again, leading the charge.
Yeah, Mikey's he's a total beast today. Even continuing to apply pressure. I mean, he can't quite kill 9, but it's annoying either way. As soon as 9 comes back, he takes heavy harassment. And Crit is actually lingering in the area, so the next round, if 9's not careful, could perhaps be enough. They're gonna actually look to try to contest Triangle, but they're going in. Coil will whiff.
Not able to get the catch this time. 9 will survive.
Oh, but Mikey, I mean, oh, look at that. What is this? A regen rune. Fly. Can't get away.
Tundra just protecting their area of the map here around the triangle.
This is a devastating start, though, for the side of Tundra. They are barely pressuring RTZ. He has same net worth as a CK. CK is a hero that you want to be able to get like way ahead of a PA. If PA is able to get Battle Fury and have even net worth as you, she's just going to skyrocket ahead. So far, Shopify in a very, very good position in this game. And Saberlight, he's recovered. He's going to queue up Zagonims. So more and more answers for this Pango. This global route, it's very annoying for a Pango to play against when he's already starting to get shut down. And Crit's got the Veil, so burst damage is going to be higher to kill him inside of that coil. They did their homework today.
Let's see if Tundra's able to recover from this spot.
Is under attack.
It's not going to be easy.
Not with the way that Mikey and Crit are just dictating the pace of the game fully. How's Aramis doing? I mean, he's still, of course, a ways away from Shard. It's going to be up to Aramis to kind of be the early answer to slow down Mikey's momentum, but he mostly has to have Shard to be able to do so he can get that chain stun.
Is under attack.
Unless Mikey makes like a big mistake, of course, but very unlikely. As we've seen, he's very comfortable on his puck. 33's got Dominator. Maybe this will be a call now for Tundra to look for another group up.
Well, there's a Fusel on 9 as well.
Yep, some good item
timing
timings.
for the Pango. Tundra, they want to fight.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Get Skeeter involved as well. He's in at the front here, using the cover of the Moonlight Shadow to see if they can get a catch around the power in spawn, but the rune's going to be going down towards the bottom. 9 will grab it. Let's see if they can catch Mikey, but it's ever so tricky to sort of catch this puck unless a huge mistake's made.
And he's got Blink already. Incredible item timings.
Yeah,
this is really good stuff from him. And he's very high level too. So as soon as he gets his 4th point in phase shift, as we see always most of the time picked up instead of the level 2 Dream Coil, he's going to be very tough to bring down. Really fast timing as we see there. And Arteezy, he's given all the space in the world to just sit back, play the chillest PA game ever.
Worked out well for them last game round, him getting all the space he did on the Night Stalker, got good timings on his first major items. They get the jump in, they'll drop the Dream Coil. Now with the Nature's Wrath coming in, it's a very dead Earthshaker.
Every coil pretty much feels like a kill when they've got this Veil, Earth Spirit, Wrath of Nature coming in. And the frequency, it's just going to accelerate. The Aghanim's is 3 components to finish. Can they find Saberlight bottom? No. A PA with a 3K lead on his team. They're dictating all the pace in the game. Shopify have to feel amazing right now.
This PA is going to be a huge problem. I mean, just in terms of the matchup, right? What do you sort of do as the build on a CK to sort of deal with a PA that's on the similar level of farm? Is you have to consider the MKB early in the build. You know, how are you planning to kill this hero?
I think it's BKB Silver Edge.
BKB, okay, you go for it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the one that he kind of has to go down. I don't think you can omit the BKB though. I think it's very scary versus this much magic damage.
Crit, he's going to be able to get another catch here around the mid. Gets the jump on a Snaking 9. He'll come in with a Rolling Thunder. They should be able to punish Crit for this at least. So something here for Tundra.
Big for Skitter.
But Shopify, they're straight into the Roche pit.
The decision making is top tier from them today. Like the shot calling is super quick. Like, oh, Rolling Thunder used immediately to pit. They can't contest it. And yeah, it's dead.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, because as I say, what we saw this sort of level from them. Who was against? It was against Gaming Gladiators, right?
Was it Gaming or was it? I can't remember. Gaming or Liquid?
Who did they beat?
I'll check a look at it.
Come on, your memory's going to be better than mine.
Hey, come on, man. It's been a lot of games. It's a lot of games. It was gaming. It was gaming.
It was gaming.
Yeah,
those 2 games against Gaming. It feels like I don't know, maybe there were certain teams that they just prepared for more than others. You know what I mean? It feels like Shopify, they really did their homework against Gaming, and they really did their homework against Tundra.
We heard them in the interview, right? Arteezy's like, sometimes we just have a day that we're just on fire, on point with everything. And honestly, today, it's looking like that. It's incredible stuff right now. Mikey, 6-0-1, same thing that he did with this Pango last game. He's doing pretty much everything. And yeah, Aramis, okay. Aramis has Shard now. Are they going to be able to shut down Mikey with this?
Okay. See if they can catch him. It's going to be tricky.
Sure is.
Going to be tricky with the way Mikey plays. He's on the puck, very, very hard to find and catch. His positioning has been perfect today.
And yeah, Arteezy, I mean, Battle Fury's done. Level 12. We'll see which ones he goes for, if it's either BKB or just going down that Deso route. This is also a very good game for Shard, too, so there's a lot of different items that he can go for as this next one. Because even Shard versus CK is very strong.
And you see Tundra, they're still trying to look for these chances to catch someone off guard, try and get a pick off, but Shopify Rebellion, they're just not letting that happen right now.
No, we see Saberlight, he's sending out the Treants to scout, getting tons of information from it. Yeah, I feel like on Tundra, you want to try to smoke and catch this Mikey puck. You try to get the setup.
He's able to get the blind angle there into the trees and catches 33. Continuing to land each and every spell he casts this game, Crit.
I mean, Snakey's dead.
I mean, Skeeter's turned up to the fight.
Oh, he's dead too.
It's feeling a bit awkward. They've got the Fisher. The Rolling Thunder's going to be coming in as well. Echo and the Crit will be able to take down the puck. Skeeter tries to stand his ground, but he'll end up falling. That's 9. He'll get the 2 of them. Arteezy playing aggressive. Actually jumps over towards 9.
He goes down. Uh-oh.
He's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. Saberlight dealing with Aramis. See which side's able to get the cleanup here. 9 back in with the swashbuckle towards Saberlight. Get the shield crash off and finds the disarm on towards Arteezy. Arteezy will jump back in aggressively onto 9. Will manage to finish him. I mean, 9 trying his best there to do something great here for the team. But overall, Arteezy finding a bit more. The roar will be used to hold back Arteezy.
He's going to fight.
He's absolutely going to fight. He's going to stand his ground against the 2 of them. He doesn't feel too scared at all. He'll jump away to make sure he doesn't get caught close to 33 through the duration of the Fisher from Aramis. And he'll hop out now. He'll get the heals from Fly. I mean, 9, he got a lot from that, but the problem is for Tundra, Arteezy is the one that survives through it all, picks up the lion's share there of the gold and the XP.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the Roche that comes into play immediately. They use that Aegis actually very effectively. They do find Mikey, though. At least they slow down the puck momentum a tiny bit, but it's just going to pick up.
I mean,
Shopify
they
wants
want more.
fight.
Straight back in on the action. They're going to be able to start the fight off on the bottom lane for 33. Fly's coming in from the side. Sure, they lose Crit, but this is bought time for Arteezy to turn up once again. And to get more kills from this, Mikey.
He's got
with
coil.
The silence, Honor snaking the coils there onto 9. They'll dive beyond the tier 1 tower. Final impetus finishes off snaking. 9 will survive. But Shopify Rebellion, they continue to just get kill after kill. 19 to 11, they'll take this tier 1 tower as well.
They're crushing it.
It just continues to grow. And Tundra, they're scrambling to find some sort of way to slow them down.
And is 9 going to be able to get away here? He will.
He should be fine.
And we see the itemization. 9, he feels forced to go BKB. So he's not even going to be going for that shard that I was mentioning from earlier to deal with the, the puck coil and stuff like that. He's just feeling like the silences, the jumps, it's too much for him to deal with at the moment. Shopify, they're cruising in this game. Love the itemization from pretty much all of them. Saberlight, sometimes some people do say like they don't really like this Aghanims, but in this type of game, if the Pango's the one who has to make all the space in the world, this root is amazing. It's not only just a root, of course, too. It's a disarm. So something like CK, you pop Phantasm, your Phantasm just stands there. It can't actually hit anything.
Mikey, he'll get caught this time. They'll throw everything down on him. Roar as well. Man, absolutely worth it. They have to kill this puck.
Yep, Aramis. Good stuff there. As we said, he's the answer for the puck. Much needed kill for Tundra. How close on the Helm? Okay, Helm of Overlord is about to be finished too. So big item timings now, also being hit for the side of Tundra. BKB CK, BKB Pango. They've got Helm of Overlord on Beastmaster. Let's see what they can do with it to slow down the momentum that Shopify's been dictating with.
The seeds of fortune.
They're going to go for a smoke with this timing. Very strong right now. 9 has shown himself in bottom lane. Fly. He's already prepared versus this Helm of
Yeah,
Overlord.
who do they want to go on here? Crit, he's going to roll in over to the cliff.
That's deep.
I mean, he'll certainly die, but... will he certainly die? He's still alive. He's able to get another round of spell off there.
Skitter?
See if they've dropped the coil fly. He's got the heals off. Skitter's in with the BKB, trying to finish off this pesky Enchantress. Throws out the stun. Taking them a fair bit of time, but they will succeed. They'll bring Fly down. Skitter's BKB now coming to an end. RTZ jumps forward, quickly looks to clear through the illusions.
Skitter's gone.
Mikey, he's in with a burst to finish off the CK. BKB committed by RTZ. He commits further for more. Aramis to fall. 9 trying to take down Mikey. Will find him. Put the BKB up for a shield crash up to the high ground. 9 will get away.
All right, you'll take that if you're Shopify. You end up getting the CK again. And Arteezy, he gets some cleanup kills. They're just continuing to roll with it. A very aggressive roll, but works out for Crit. Even, we saw the Ench, even the little friends coming into play. It's a Helm of Overlord for the Beastmaster, so he's going to be able to turn those minions against him a lot. Yeah, we'll see it again. I mean, Skitter forced to BKB pretty early.
I mean, at this point, heart's easy.
Oh yeah.
Still smiles here.
Yeah. And they're diving. They actually just get 2 kills during this.
All right. Well, that's why I was smiling. I mean, he's got to be feeling great this game. To be a PA in this position against what Tundra have, I think he's feeling that the game's all his now, RTC. I don't know how you... It's very difficult to lose with the PA in this position.
100% agree.
You've hit your timings, you've had your opening to the game, your top net worth, and realistically, the heroes on the enemy team, they don't really scare you too much.
Nope. I think Crit and Mikey have done like the best job possible to be able to shut down the mid and the off lane. And then they're like, you know what? We'll just deal with CK. Whatever. He'll be answered from the PA.
They're ready to go again.
Sure are.
At this point, they're as strong as ever. RTZ's level 18. The crits are going to come in big.
Coil. It's on Aramis.
I mean, Mikey, more than happy to just drop it on the Shaker. You know, the Shaker is the one that can disrupt him the most. Crit tries to get the catch on the 9 before the Rolling Thunder's off, but 9 will succeed with the Rolling Thunder. BKB's out from RTZ. He's going to jump aggressively towards Skeeter. The ball will be used to help back Crit, and there it comes. The damage out from RTZ over towards 9 as well. As 9 caught in the Sprout, he'll jump out. Another Crit coming in. He's down to the low ground with the swashbuckle, but Mikey chases beyond the tier 2. They'll take out 9. It's 4 dead on Tundra. And honestly, with very, very little sign of a recovery plan here, folks.
The frequency of these fights are just way too fast. They're going faster than Rolling Thunder's back up. They're just literally completely running at them. This is beautiful. I mean, like we said, Shopify, today they turned up and they're playing at absolute top tier momentum. Arteezy now is Basher. The timings are just getting faster and faster. CK falling further and further behind. Skitter forced to fight, and he's losing all the fights. Great itemization, great plays all around there from the side of Shopify. Little things really that the side of Tundra now can do to be able to slow down this momentum. And even then, they get outscaled massively. Skitter only level... I mean, he's about to hit 15. RTZ's soon 20.
RTZ, he's just ready to go in on his own.
33.
And he's got Crit and Fly backing him up now, so they could go for a second kill. They look towards 33. The Fisher from Aramis holds him back, but 33 will not be saved.
Arteezy wants more. BKB cooldown 5 seconds. Can they punish him?
Let's see. Get him dragged back under the tower. See if they have enough damage. Fisher into the Rolling Thunder. They will. Arteezy getting caught out there. 70 seconds, no PA. A big kill to be found. And 9 will be taking the share of the gold for that one.
That was a bit of a feed. He didn't have BKB and he shows on the wave. That was pretty crazy. They'll punish him. Yeah, he's like, what am I doing there? Probably. A good setup for Tundra, but they need so much more. Blink is finished on Aramis. Let's see if that's perhaps going to be a bit of a difference maker for them to get some consecutive kills. I feel like they got to go, though. 35 seconds with no PA. They got to look for some kills. Roche back up in about 10 seconds. Shopify, they can just waltz right back into that pit when Arteezy is back up.
Yeah, they took it down super quickly and super safely.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I really want to... Yeah, itemization, I mean, I like to talk about that a lot, of course, but I love the build from Crit. Just Veil, Mech, kind of standard in a way, but you can see how much it opened up to let Mikey just pop off this game. Mikey's still top net worth. with a PA who's been having this good of a
that's
game.
Insane, actually,
like, that's crazy.
Considering the time that RT's got in his Battle Fury and such. And the fact that, RT's been getting a lot of kills. This is an 8-11 PA.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mikey on par with that farm, and if anything, just slightly ahead.
I mean, look at his... Mikey actually has 242 last hits. Arteezy has 194. So he's farming more creeps. He's farming more heroes.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, actually. You don't expect out of these two heroes, the PA to have the higher kill involvement and the Puck to have the higher amount of creeps hit.
It's pretty cool.
That's where we're at right now, and it's certainly working out for them.
Yep. And now, I mean, Saberlight, remember, ages ago when he was slowed down, having a tough... I mean, not really tough, but, getting left alone. He's got Axe Gleipnir. Tundra, this is clever.
They need to do this. They need to take these risks. They'll look to sneak Roshan. It's going to get spotted out by the Treants, but they're taking it down quickly.
Can they get out afterwards?
Crip is going to look for the roll-in, but they've already got it secured. Aegis into the hands of Skeeter. Crip will die.
That's big.
So if they can get anything more, Arteezy, they'll have to put the BKB. As 9 was able to get on top of them with the Rolling Thunder. Arteezy turns with the dagger. We'll get the dagger bash onto 9. 9 continues to roll back to the rest of his teammates. Crit is going to try and chase with the roll forward himself, but 9's too far.
That was the best move that Tundra could have made there. And Shopify able to punish it. BKB was used from the CK and Arteezy, yeah, so he's probably feeling a little bit more scared. Shopify still looking for the fight, though.
Oh, they are. They're seemingly not too scared. The Fish is going to find the two.
Big Echo.
With the Echo Slam. They get the jump onto Mikey and Arteezy. Arteezy's able to jump over towards Saberlight just in time to break out of the rest of the combo. They're trying to back out of this. Saberlight attempts to TP out, but the stun's going to catch him. The Roar's thrown down onto Arteezy. He'll jump again back to some sort of safety. He's just desperately trying to get away from this. They'll leave Saberlight behind. But Tundra there, catching them by surprise. I mean, but the two of the cores getting caught by that beautiful opening from Aramis.
The ward, vision wins games sometimes. This time, it definitely is starting to trickle Tundra back into the game. They have clear vision, and Aramis, no hesitation with the jump. Good stuff. I mean, now
a
CK
couple of slip-ups from Shopify. Definitely hurting them a bit.
Oh, okay. And Skater, instead of doing the Silver Edge route, he's just going to go his usual, the Bloodthorn. So, okay. Definitely another form of an answer for both of the heroes, actually. Good versus Puck and good versus PA. This is definitely the better choice.
I've got the Orchid done as well on 9.
Okay, so they're both going to be going for
double Bloodthorn.
Mage Slayer / Bloodthorn builds to reduce magic damage and also perhaps silence and control this. All right, Tundra. A sneaky play into Roche. Keeping them in this game now.
It really is. I mean, those sort of couple of moments there that Shopify Rebellion have struggled in, definitely hurting. Another round of that sort of a catch or a misplay, it could hurt them big time, especially with the itemization of 9 and Skeeters we're seeing coming out.
And it looks like Skeeter, he's going to keep the Mage Slayer, and he's like, okay, actually, you know what? Let me get an AC so I don't just get deleted from PA, and then let the Pango actually go for the Bloodthorn first, and then he'll go back for it. Okay.
Oh, Skeeter's in.
Oop. Forces BKB. Nicely done. Getting that second Roche is also important because you deny away the PA from, of course, getting an Aegis, but also getting this free shard, which it's a very good game for. So yeah, the CK is able to have that one instead.
Arteezy will be able to spend up for the full Abyssal.
And Tundra, they're feeling strong.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we're seeing around sort of Skeeter's initiation. Shopify Rebellion, they've got to be a bit more careful. They do have the Eon Disc finished on Mikey, so he'll be a bit trickier to catch with the opening burst.
Yeah, the Roche call and then Aramis with the Echo, it's definitely gotten Tundra back into a form to be able to fight versus Shopify's lead. And now they'll get the push going. Bottom, tier 2 will fall.
I mean, how much further can they push it with Sages?
I think they back up. You might try to look for a pick-off somewhere, but definitely have to be careful how much further you show down here. Arteezy's BKB still on cooldown, 20 seconds. Top tower.
Mikey's hanging around. Does he want to go for a solo killer? He does.
Does he headbang him? He does.
He's having to push him back. TPs are coming in. Let's see if there's going to be enough damage from Mikey. Woo. Not quite.
Will he dive?
He's able to live a little longer. Another leap keeps him a safe distance away from Mikey. Snaking gets away.
Nicely done. Tower will fall. But that's a coil used. 60 seconds. Nice little headband play. TZ BKB is finished. All right, it's back up, and now he actually has Shard. So they're gonna look for catch 9.
I mean, they're thinking about pushing on for this.
9?
Arteezy in with a jump. Closes the gap. That's 9 gone.
Uh-oh, Skitter.
Skitter tries to help out, but the BKB's out from Arteezy. He turns over towards Skitter. Skitter's going to get found. That's the Aegis out of the hands of the CK.
And they're on Aramis.
They're pushing on for more. Mikey and Chris straight towards the backlines, looking for the Earthshaker. They'll find him. Arteezy, see who his next target is. He'll try and get the jump over towards Snaking. Snaking's going to be able to force away. Crit not quite able to close the gap with the roll.
Skitter.
9 turns with the swashbuckle, but they've surrounded 33. Skitter, he's trying to stand his ground against Arteezy, but it's just miss after miss after miss. Arteezy's still alive. Skitter's out of the game for a minute. No buyback. 9, the last one left surviving here as he has to run, rolling back towards the tier 4s. He's going to be chased by Crit and Saberlight. Saberlight TPing in deep into the base, has the Sprout control. Arteezy's in on top of 9. It's going to be a team wipe here.
That's the dieback too from 9. They get into the, I mean, they killed Skitter, ignored him, get onto the Earthshaker, so there's no initiation from Aramis, and now they're ready to close this game out. Tundra, a clever move to somewhat come back in this game, but a decisive hit from Shopify to just end it.
I just, again, this whole sort of second game performance after game 1.
Wow.
There was, that slight bit of a hiccup where Tundra was able to make a bit of a move. It's just to slow down the progression here of Shopify Rebellion, but outside of that, Shopify Rebellion today, they're looking untouchable.
Straight back to business. Yeah, this one's over. Aramis, I mean, he's alive smoked, but what can he find?
See if he can do some crazy slam. I mean, Mikey, he's got to start messing with them right outside the fountain. Jumps forward, catches the 2 with the Dream Coil.
Arteezy's BKB is back up.
And he's ready to kill. In on at 33. 33 will be able to get the roar off and the BKB himself. He backs off towards the fountain. They'll put the fortification, but Aramis has been found. He won't be able to get any sort of surprise jumpers. Aramis is taken out. Skitter, they're full committing it onto Arteezy to get the arrow connection as well, but it wasn't enough to kill him. Jumps forward. They're ready to clean up once again in Shopify Rebellion as Tundra, everybody going down. GG is called. Shopify Rebellion with the 2-0 today. As you said, they have some rough days, some great days. This was an amazing day for them, folks. A fantastic series.
They popped off. Honestly, this early game, I love the way Crit played. It's tough to say who's really the MVP in this one because Mikey played so well. Arteezy got some fantastic kills, but honestly, I might give it to Crit because of his moves. Like him,
I'd give it a Crit. Bring it back his classic, the Earth Spirit. We don't get to see this all the time. And that early game, those early movements, sort of the call to say, Saberlight, we're going to leave you on your own, on your island. You're going to sack sort of that top lane for a bit. The moves that he was able to make, it got the ball rolling. It got the momentum going, and it set up his other cores to have great success.
Yeah, it was, I mean, beautiful stuff really from Shopify today. The little bit of the hiccup, as we said, Tundra with some clever little move to get the Roche and apply some pressure. But Shopify, they're like, we don't give a crap about that Aegis. They get the perfect jumps. This is Shopify in top form.
Yeah, absolutely. Some hot stuff today here from Shopify Rebellion as this series against Tundra, it's all theirs, 2-0, and very convincingly.
Very convincingly indeed, and that means both teams in the rankings are 2-2. The ties continue, but Shopify Rebellion, they show up big time here against Tundra. And I want to talk more about Earth Spirit from Crit, because that was absolutely amazing. But it was, for me, hard to pick out an MVP because it just felt, because like everybody moved in a cohesive unit.
They played really well today. Like,
they really did.
Every single player pulling their weight, perhaps even more than they should. I would probably, it's got to be a toss-up between Mikey and Crit with how they played individually. Then they also like synced up in the game very nicely. And yeah, once again, I must say that I like the prep Shopify had coming into this game, the way they drafted, the way they moved, and also with this confidence that they played, they continue to just keep pushing it forward. At some point, Mikey is in the enemy jungle alone. There's one fighter, Arteezy lives with 10% HP, Fly TV's in, salves him, heals him, and they just keep going forward. I feel like this is a different team from what I'm used to seeing from them.
They're really good. Adding in this special factor from the mid lane. I don't know if it's just that like playing on a top pro team for so long makes you boring or something, but like when a new player comes in that's like a pub star, I don't know if it's just because they're like, oh, I've been crafted by pub, so I'm ready to do crazy stuff that pro players would never do. It's like they're taking risks, but it just like adds some special thing to a game where like Abed's an incredible puck, but like it's not every game that he's just like, oh, I'm just gonna solo kill the entire map.
Yeah, that might be, I don't know, because in pubs you get away with that, right? Like literally every game you can be the puck in the enemy jungle. getting away with that.
That's how you refine yourself winning MMR at the top levels, right?
Yeah.
Is being able to find the tiniest margins, getting solo kills repeatedly. But in pro games, it's less common because you have to think more about like going to do stuff with your teammates or like coordinating with your teammates. But pub players are like, I need to find solo kills as much as possible to carry my teammates that are now forcibly lower ranked to offset my MMR. So it's like you're just used to carrying heavyweight.
Whereas in pro games, it's like you will play safer than that. You'll just take the top wave instead of sitting in the jungle like trying to get solo kills 1v3 because you know it's like, well, my carry is free farming, right? If we just play normal, consistent Dota, we're going to end up winning. But no, Mikey's like, no, dude, I got an Arcane Rune. I'm getting a kill with this. I don't care if anybody's helping me.
I feel that Snaking would have probably died less to other puck players. But at some point, Mikey's just there, kills Snaking. Snaking's probably like, what is this psycho doing here? But he just plays with confidence, goes, and he's like, I mean, it doesn't matter how many you are, you need to be the right set of heroes to actually kill me. So he just goes there, plays aggressive. I just love it. This guy is damn good.
He really, really is. And if you as Mirana don't die to the puck, he'll die to the PA later on as well.
That's the PA is actually the hero that I want to talk about because watching this game reminded me of when Tundra played PA, and it was a very similar thing. And I think the value is they always take fights in the Radiant jungle by the shrine. PA has this like long engagement. It was like actually so similar to the way Skeeter played it. Just like long engaged fight where he continues to get lifesteal and crits. And I feel like that it feels like planned to me to make PA good because PA obviously needs items, but your item build is pretty set, like Battle Fury, Orb Corrosion, BKB. But the reason it helps so much to have those standout fights is because it gives you levels on PA, and PA is a hero that really needs level 18 to be powerful. It's based on where her ult scales. At level 6, you get a 10% damage increase. At level 12, you get a 18.75 damage increase or something. It's like a big jump. And at the next level, you get like another 18.75 damage increase percentage of all of the damage items that you get. So the faster you catapult from like 14-ish to 18, it makes a big difference. So the fact that Arteezy just blew up in that fight, got a bunch of kills, and the same thing happened when Skeeter played it. It gets you to 18 faster than your opponents, and now it doesn't matter that you have defensive items. It's like, oh, I just got all this extra damage from the levels. It's a really big deal. So I wonder if Shopify Rebellion intentionally group to take that like Radiant fight similar to what Tundra did when they picked PA.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. With how the jump now gives lifesteal.
It's like an extra item.
Yeah, like well before people would like fish for daggers and they would fish for crits with daggers, and like if you get a crit, then it's when you jump in. But it's like already you kind of want to wait for your Phantom Strike cooldown before you're like jumping in and slamming people, because that way, even if you're 10% HP, a couple of crits, you can be like 50% HP. It's kind of like a little mini satanic. So like you're already fishing from the sideline of fights with your daggers, and then also it's like, oh, my jump is off cooldown. Now I'm going to jump in. So yeah, she really feels like this hero where you definitely want to kite a lot. And she has this insane 3-item timing when you get the Deso, the Battle Fury, and the BKB. And to me, PA is powerful in a patch when she can get there without the game being like entirely griefed. Because there were some patches where like Battle Fury is just a really bad item.
Yeah, and it took too long.
And it took too long, so you'd lose the game before then. But in all of these games, we're seeing PA like top net worth, or at least top 3 net worth in like at like 10 minutes into the game. And before, sometimes like PA would be number 6 in net worth when she was a bad hero, right?
Yeah.
And if we then look at Tundra's lineup, because they were supposed to do better a little earlier. Obviously, we saw signs of life towards the end. They were able to sneak a Roshan, and of course had some attempts of trying to drag the game out. But weren't they supposed to do well before that? Like, what was their peak timing, and how did they miss it?
I'm trying to think. So their offline, they struggled a bit, right? You had Crit who rotated there early on. They kind of played nicely through that. I just think that Shopify had a lot of pressure on the map. Early on, they go mid to their puck. They open up the mid tower. They make Nine's game hard. Then eventually Skeeter has to farm. I feel like Snaking kept dying to puck, so he didn't have the easiest time to get involved in the game. They probably were playing towards like this Earthshaker shard timing we were talking about with some Fisher, Totem, Arrow, which they didn't really get to until the very end, which I think is also a Tundra special where they contest or force a Roche fight that is in their favor, where they nearly came back. But I don't know if they had that many timings in the mid game actually, just because of how well Shopify played.
Yeah, I feel like they
and
just
how well they potentially drafted as well. And we have the crafter of the draft right here. Hey, Bobo, congratulations on a great series.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi. I mean, I think you know where my question is going to go, because you've got 4 play days in this group stage so far, and every day has been significantly different. How do you deal with that as a coach?
Yeah, I mean, it's been swingy. Like, we go into the OG match, being fairly confident. We get shit on. Then we beat Gladiators, and then yesterday we got shit on by Liquid. So yeah, it's been swingy. We're not really practicing too, so like the days are kind of long. Like, because we don't have our full roster, so it's like we're not really practicing as well. So it's just like we just lose the games or win the games, and then we have like 9 hours of just watching the other games. So it's like long days with no practice. So it's been a bit weird. It's definitely not like what we're used to, because if we're all boot camping, we're usually scrimming or we're at the major. So we're just, the days have been swingy. Emotions, intensity, everything has just been swingy, so.
Have you been able to put a finger on what, obviously the time that you have during the day is part of it, but if you put a finger on, as a coach, what makes it good, and do you think you're able to replicate that so you can also, you stop it from being swingy, you just perform highest level all the way?
I mean, I think maybe because of the series we lost, it was really like honestly just both bad series for us. Like the games were not at all close, so it's probably just a lot of recollecting, because also it's like we can't really practice. It's like all the games are kind of YOLO, so we just kind of have to figure out a way of how to move on and what to do the next day. It's like a little bit of like that whole quote, like blood from a turnip or whatever. So it's like kind of just have to think of something in the morning and just YOLO it. And that's basically like every day. So that's like the way I put it, a blood from a turnip.
Yeah. And with that in mind, this was a series against Tundra, and you've not played Tundra in like the longest time. I think group stages of Arlington and group stages of Stockholm Major last year was where you faced them. Did you put any extra thought in that, or because you can't scrim, you just see what happens?
I mean, we've scrimmed them a few times. We know them. I mean, obviously, we've watched all their games, you know, from TI and since then. And we've had moments where we've done pretty well versus them in practice, and times where we've just like had rough times. So just overall kind of watch their games, watch the replays, watch their individual players, because they have a very like distinct style, and just think about how with our team with like in this state and this condition like can beat them. So that's basically like the idea of how to beat them, because obviously they're like a very good team. Their core players and their ideas are like, I mean, they've all been playing for so long, and then they were able to win TI out of nowhere, and it's like kind of an insane accomplishment from them, So, yeah, a lot of respect to those guys and that team in general.
Yeah, for sure. I'm joined by Purge and Kezu and Jenkins. They'd also like to ask you some questions.
Yeah,
okay, I'll go first. Hello,
sorry,
Sam.
Artur's just freaking trolling me from over here, so just shut up, Artur.
All right, I have a couple questions for you, Sam. Hope you're ready for them. First of all, how pre-planned was your Night Stalker Lycan in the second phase in game 1? Was that something you came up with before? Did it just come on the moment, like, oh, we know they're gonna pick Beastmaster, I want this next phase, or what was the plan?
It's like blood from a turnip. Just kidding. It was, I think it was planned to an extent. Obviously, we don't fully know what they're gonna do in the moment, but I think it was definitely, like, I don't know how to put it, like a 80% planned.
Okay. Second question. To me, it looks like you prefer first pick over second pick. Is that a correct assessment?
I guess. I don't know.
You don't think it has benefits over second pick? Or do you not?
I mean, some of the series we've taken the other one. I think it's just probably team dependent.
Okay. And last question.
We've taken the other choice.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. And then last one. You obviously have a stand-in now with Mikey, who's performing very well. Has that changed at all what your focus has been as a coach in the team? Or is it still like you're still doing the same routine after the games are over? You're going to tell them what was up, you watch some replays, or has it changed much?
Yeah, our routine's changed just because we're not practicing. That's also just me and Tal and Artur in the boot camp. So we're not all here. So our routine is definitely very different. I think we're treating it more like when we had a stand-ins in the past, like when we had CCNC for like MDL Macau. It was definitely like a YOLO tournament for us, or when we had like Ryoya in the online, So we've had this situation happen before, like several times, especially because like I guess for all our mid players, like visas have been hard for like the mid players we've had before, like both Sumail and Abid. It was hard to get visas for them, so we've had to have stand-ins for usually our mid player. And thankfully, I think this team in general, especially the team that has been with this like team for the last 4 years, they know how to adjust and adapt based on the player they have. I think honestly, Mikey has been playing really well.
Yeah.
Like honestly, I like considering he's standing in. He's playing from Iran. Like he's playing on ping, and he's actually playing really well. And also credit to the other guys for like, because we've had Sumail, that we've done fairly well with him. We've had Abid, obviously we've done fairly well. Even the online with Raya, we had like a few months where we were doing well, at least in NA. So I think we kind of know how to fit around and play around the mid we're gonna have, especially the players on the team. Like Abid, Crit, and so that's what I mean, Crit, Tal, and Artur that have been on the team for the last few years.
Right. Makes sense. Thank you for the long answer, Sam. Appreciate it.
Hey Sam, question about Mikey. What is like the special thing that a stand-in or pub player brings to the pro scene? Because my hunch is that if you have somebody that's been a pro for a long time, maybe their play styles become more within like a box, a safe box of like pro play, team play. Do you think like a pub star brings something special to the team?
I mean, the Mikey. I mean, a bit besides him being on like the leaderboards, I don't think any of us really knew him, especially me and Crit and Tal and Artur, because we didn't really play much with him in Europe. Crit knew him pretty well. He said he's not like fully know him, but like, you know, he's a good teammate. I think he has a lot of the same characteristics as Abid in a way, at least that, you know, standing in for us, he's shown. He's willing to listen, willing to also has his own heroes that he's really good at. And yeah, I think as a pop star, he obviously has some traits. Like he's like doesn't have as much experience, and in a way that's in some moments that's very good, and some moments obviously it's like, you know, we've learned like, okay, maybe in this situation we got to do this. With Abid we had to do that, but with Mikey we got to do this. And it's like a puzzle, you know, and it's fun. It's fun obviously when we're winning. To like, oh shit, you know, maybe we figured out the puzzle in that sense, as like in gameplay or strategy or draft. Because honestly, Dota, it's hard to fully know when you win, like why you won. But like when we won, it feels good. Like, oh shit, you know, we figured out a piece of the puzzle. This went well, and you know, it boosts whatever he's doing. And then maybe when we're lost, like, oh shit, you know, maybe we messed up with this regarding our own players, maybe regarding him. It's like every day has been like a journey in itself. Like, you know, the games have been like very different to how we've normally played. And as a pop star, that's obviously like him standing in. It's like that's what it brings to the table, and that part has been fun. Because I think this has like been his first big team. I know he stood in for Entity in December, but yeah, this is like his second big debut, and I think he's pretty happy with how he's doing. I mean, like regardless whatever happens, this is good for him, you know. So
yeah, definitely true. He's been playing great. One other question in the draft, at least in the last draft, you guys were picking very rapidly for the first half of the draft, whereas on the flip side, Tundra took a long time to do their second phase of bans. Do you prefer to save your ban or your extra time for later on in the draft for a specific purpose, maybe role related? Are you like less worried that you're going to accidentally like lay yourself a trap by not spending time early?
I mean, Tal and I discussed a lot. I mean, we've been here like, you know, 3 days. We're not practicing, so one thing we can do is obviously me, him, and Artur's also here too. Like we've been talking a lot. So like in the morning we discuss a lot, and then like I said, a lot of this tournament has been YOLO. So it's just like, what's the point of just sitting there and waiting? We're just freaking YOLOing it. So it's just like, you know, I don't know how to make the sound, but yeah.
Blood from a turnip.
The do strat, yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Hey, Big B, Jenkins here, and wondering if have you retired the iconic Bulba hat, the EG hat? Is that on a mantle somewhere? Did you burn it? What did you do with it?
I like, there's like a lake where like my parents' house is. I just went near the lake, and I just threw it in there. Just threw it out.
Is that littering?
Wow. No, it's not littering.
I'm just kidding. I didn't actually. But no, I've thrown that shit away. Yeah. Let's let.
Could have sold it on
forget
eBay.
that. That was a good logo though. That was the nice logo, you know.
Back in the day.
maybe I should have. I don't know. I actually don't know where it is. I'll be honest. So
that checks out.
but are you gonna eat it or what?
Yeah, dude, give me the hat. I will eat it. If you can get it to us, I will eat the hat.
The thing is, you talk so much. Are you actually gonna do it? Because you talk a lot, right?
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
Are you actually gonna do it?
I'll eat the hat. Yeah.
Are you gonna cook it?
Give me the hat. Well, I can do it any way that I want, right? As long as I consume it. Yeah.
So the next tournament, or whatever I see you, if
bring
I
me
bring
the hat.
that hat, you will eat it.
Yes.
Swear, you're not just talking.
I swear on Gaben's mustache that I will.
That exists.
Okay.
Yeah.
It does now.
Okay, second question. Okay. Who's the least trustworthy person on your team?
Oof.
The least trustworthy?
Yeah, who do you trust the least?
What kind of question is that?
Say yourself.
Why would I say, like, I mean, if I give a truthful answer, it's going to be messed up. If I give a serious answer, it's
Don't
like,
be weak. Come on, who is it?
What if it's himself, and by him saying it's nobody, he's actually just lying? It's like one of those.
Yeah, maybe myself.
Yeah.
Myself.
There you go.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, myself.
He gave him an out.
Come on, you have to have a better question.
Okay.
One more.
Has anybody asked you how you guys actually like contacted Mikey? Like, how did you get this guy?
Anyways, we had we found out that Abid couldn't 100% get the visa like a week before the tourney, like right after. Basically, we wanted to finish TPC because we like messed up versus TSM, so we needed it to beat Nouns. So we were like, okay, let's focus on the Nouns series. We got the news that Abid couldn't get his visa, and then we had like a week break, right, between that and the DreamLeague.
Yeah.
And then we agreed on Mikey. Then I think I messaged Depressed Kid for his Steam because I needed to find him on Steam. I couldn't find his Twitter, and I can't find his Discord. So, and none of us had him on Friends. So I was like, I had to find him in a pub. I went to his profile through the pub. I saw he was mutual friends with like two of my friends on Steam. I messaged one of the mutual friends, who I think was Depressed Kid, and I'm like, "Yo, Depressed Kid, can you ask Mikey to add me?" And then that's how I contacted him.
I would be mutual friends with him on Steam if you didn't remove me for the hat comment in the pub. I would have been mutual friends, so I could have gone.
I think I don't know, like playing with you in pubs is just worth. Like, I don't want to play versus you, and I don't want to be on your team. You're awful to play with.
That checks out.
And you're awful to play versus.
What does he do? What does he do?
He just picks some like stupid hero and he does something stupid memeing on it. Like he's like making a YouTube video.
I've heard this story.
Boring to play with. It's not Dota. Like no one enjoys playing with it, and maybe he thinks it's funny, but no one else in the game.
Can I cut off an interview?
I don't want to deal with it.
Do you have any other examples? This is great. Keep going.
Like for example, he was going to stupid Furion. All he did was try and rat and split push buildings for 50 minutes. Like, doesn't play the game.
Did it work?
Doesn't participate. No, I mean, it doesn't matter if it works or not. It's just obnoxious. It's boring. It's annoying. It's everything Jenkins is.
No, it's not boring for me.
Oh,
it's not boring for me.
I'm just kidding, buddy. Or am I?
Dude, give me your hat. I'll show you that I'm not boring, bro.
Okay, exactly. Yeah. Eat the hat then. Eat the hat then.
This is unhinged. Let's end this.
it's all good.
This entire tournament is YOLO. I'll just YOLO flame your ass back.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. I've got two questions, and they're actually relatively serious. One, you're 2-2 right now, just like Tundra. You made them be 2-2 as well. There's a lot of ties in terms of results. In the first group stage, we cut off 8 teams, so we should have the top 8 teams here playing the group stage. It's all even, Sam. Why? What's happening? Can you give us an educated answer as why you think we're seeing so many rock paper scissors scenarios?
Probably. I mean, I guess it's just each of the matchups. Like maybe we have a better time versus maybe Tundra or like OG. They unexpectedly did some stuff the first day, just caught us off guard. Maybe after we win, we get complacent. I don't know.
Because it's not just you.
I'm not sure.
It's not just you. It's everybody.
True. Yeah. I mean, maybe just different teams matchups. Who did Liquid lose to though?
They lost to Gaming Gladiators. They got handled by the Gaming Gladiators actually.
Yeah. So Liquid always lose to Gladiators, I guess, and then they beat us, and they always beat Tundra too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean we're 0-6 versus Liquid this year, so it's maybe it's just matchup related.
Yeah.
It's maybe whatever you said, the rock paper scissors.
So.
All right. And the final question, of course, excitement. Patch incoming very soon, and we've been on this patch for a very long time. What's high up on your wish list for the patch?
Wish list? I mean, everyone kind of said the same answers, right? So it's like, I personally am fine with this patch, just probably obviously the map changes. And then, I mean, it's been so long since this happened. It's like, the last time I remember this was like right before Singapore Major, like from 2021, where it was like a big one. That was fun because we also had like a break during COVID, and so something maybe big like that. Because I think we were generally like, and there was like that 2 years where it was changing like every 2 months or something, like something about the map or anything. And we generally did decent in placings. So I'm fairly confident that we can adapt, and it also fits like the theme we're going right now, because we're like gonna YOLO. I don't even know if we're gonna have time to scrim for the major, because like we still have to wait for Abed to even come here. So full YOLO for the major too. That's like, and that's also the design, right? Like they're just putting the patch out 3 days before the major, so their intention is to say like, just YOLO this major. Not like so much is on the line, right? So
yeah, it's just a couple of DPC points, Sam. So good. Just a couple of DPC points that translate into potentially millions.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah. So good. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I'm looking forward to seeing what is happening next, whether you have a good day or bad day. It's always entertaining to watch, so good luck with that. And
Jenkins better not rope out of this. He's eating the hat of the hat for 8 years.
Get him out.
Bring your hat.
He better. Or else you'll forever be known as the guy that talks a lot but doesn't walk. Okay?
Dude, get the fuck out of here.
Thank you, Sam. Are you ready for that, Jenkins?
I'll eat his hat,
Yeah.
No problem.
What's your strategy?
I mean, I'm going to boil it first because he's worn it for like about 10 years.
Sure,
Boil it a lot, I hope.
I think the moment he gets off camera, he takes the Shopify hat off, he sniffs the EG hat, puts it back on.
Oh, you know how you have those triple baked fries or something like that? Something that you can cook 3 times. So you can cook the hat, and then you can cook it again or deep fry it, and then you can grill it.
I'm gonna boil it. I'm gonna boil it, and then I'm gonna blend it, and then I could drink it in a smoothie.
You need to have a very good blender, but it actually works.
Yeah.
And maybe
I've really thought about this one. That's why he's bringing it up, because I constantly say like, dude, give me your hat right now. Like,
is that why he defriended you in the pub?
No, he defriended me because we were in a game. And he was feeding relentlessly. He did the classic Bulba, first pick OP hero, swap to somebody else. And then I said, sweat. In all chat, I said sweat. He knows what that means, because he says it to me too. He goes, sweat. And it means you're trying hard, right? But for me also, there's an element of like the hat, and then I'll go, hat. and then he says in all chat, if you type that one more time, I'm removing you.
You just type.
And I wasn't gonna do it, but I was streaming at the time. My chat was like,
do it.
Don't be a wimp.
Yeah,
just do it. Don't let him like strong arm you. So I was like, sweaty hat Bulba, and then he removed me. He actually removed me. I don't have on my friends list, and I really do have Mikey on there, so he could have used me.
Oh man!
To get in contact with his mid laner.
You could have traded, be like, give me your hat and I'll get you in contact with him.
And the strangest thing is, I have Mikey added, not because I even knew who he was, it's because I PayPal'd him $20 to not grief my game when he was doing Tiny Airlines.
All right, I heard
like
about the story.
4 years ago or something. So it's just this really strange triangle that's going. No longer. It's just that there's no triangle there because he removed me. The hat comments.
Just
but he does it.
line.
He does it to me too. Okay, so I looked at his Dota buff profile after that, and I saw 10 losses in a row, and I was like, oh, he was actually really mad. He was really upset, because who wouldn't be after 10 losses in a row?
We all get angry sometimes. Even Bulba.
Mostly. I don't get angry.
No, of course you don't.
Bulba loses his mind in pubs.
Oh, I believe it.
He gets so mad. It's hilarious.
I believe it. It's serious business. You want to win some.
No, it's not. It's a video game. Gives a shit.
I think millions on the line.
Debatable.
Yeah.
Whatever.
People give a shit. We had a whole psychological segment at some point about how people add self-worth to their results in a Dota game, and therefore when you lose, you feel like crap. Because
sometimes it feels good to just go totally unhinged, though. Just like, you're all going to play my game, even if it's not the one that anybody signed up for.
Like when you played the Prophet 5 to make a YouTube video?
It wasn't to make a YouTube video. I was doing that before, and then I was like, this would be a good video, because I was already doing it.
Okay, that was...
It's really fun. The idea is you literally just drag the game out for as long as possible.
But you lost, so it's not good.
He won eventually. Or?
I don't remember I just lose the Bulba. I just lose the Bulba. That's just how
it was Bulba's fault.
He got lots of tower damage in his games, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, big time.
I love stats.
Big time. I also had Envy freak out and remove me from the Nature's Prophet thing too. He's like, you're sitting in trees, you're not getting any XP. And I was like, well, yeah, that's the point. So when you die, you respawn quicker.
People really like you in their pubs, huh?
No, I don't think they do, actually.
Do you have trouble finding pubs because you're on so many people's avoid list?
No, you can queue 2 servers now. So I queue Europe and NA. And so
Yeah.
that way people can't, there's like not enough dodge slots.
Oh, nice. Easy. Got him there. Got him there.
Well played.
Now you know what time it is. Because it was a nice, quick 2-0. And we are getting ready for our next series. Our next series is going to be Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses, which should be a banger, absolutely banger. But it won't start until 2:30 p.m. CEST. And that means that we've got a little bit of time, which is good news for everybody that is not tuning in for the Dota, but tuning in for everything else, because that's going to happen. It's going to be a lot of everything else. And before that happens, we're going to take like a 15-minute break. But when we're back, we've got entertainment planned that has not been seen before on this very stream. So definitely something you should be tuning in for. Stay tuned. And DreamLeague Season 19 will be back in a little bit. wouldn't be Dream League Season 19 if we didn't have free time to do random stuff. Yay!
Free time!
I love free time.
Yes! We do like that. And it also wouldn't be Dream League without the underpaid pandas. Thank you very much. We have got for you. Now, okay, so last 3 days, in case you missed it, we had these pauses as well. We had these breaks in between games. And every time we've done a quiz. And every quiz, Purge was very close to winning. He's not won yet.
Some would say had more points many of the games.
But didn't win.
But did not win.
Didn't win. I don't know how that happened.
Well, the rules are the rules,
The rules are the
Purge.
rules.
You'd be the type of guy to follow the rules.
So we are going to give him another shot. We're going to give another shot. We have another quiz. Kazu, have you seen the quiz before? Were you participating in one of the quizzes?
I played once.
Oh, the first time you
I
did,
didn't
yes.
do so well in the quiz, but
It's okay. Maybe you're better at this one.
oh, maybe.
Yeah. Jenkins, are you ready for this one as well?
I'm absolutely ready. I've never been more
All
ready.
right.
For
I
Purge
got
to lose.
I got 3 sounds. There's no goat this time, so you'll have to choose a different sound. Who wants to choose first?
I'll choose sound 2, Shiver.
Your sound is this then.
Yeah, that's good.
Is that a goat?
No, that's a sheep.
Oh, you're right.
That's just a female goat.
No, it's not.
You don't know?
What?
You don't know?
Holy jinkies, you owe me a soda, dude.
No.
I don't care.
Okay, so then we'll just do it 1, 2, 3. Then
Okay.
Kazu, you are.
What the? Sure.
I was like, it says dove. I'm like, oh, that's probably gonna be something lovely
That
and
was
nice.
really cute. Sure, that's my sound. I'll take
What
it.
is that?
And Jenkins, you are this one.
A donkey.
Yeah, donkey.
Yeah, a donkey.
Yeah, yeah. You're
All
right.
right.
You're
A
right.
full-grown donkey.
You're right. All right, here
Just
we
like
go.
you.
Here we go. Here we go.
Thanks, Dad.
Are you ready for question number 1?
Yep.
Which 5 neutral items allow you to purge silences from your hero?
5.
5. Oh shit! I didn't see who first. Was
Sure, he was slightly faster.
5.
Stormcrafter.
Oh, don't do this.
Not doing good.
Wow.
You have to name 5? Oh my
Yeah.
god, that's so many. I never remember the name of the blue Witch Bane, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Struggling.
3.
You can move on. I'm not gonna
Kazu,
get
you
three
want to
more.
fill out the list?
I won't get the remaining 3. I think I have 4.
Okay, what do you get?
Force boots.
I just thought of that
Yeah.
one. I didn't even think about tier 5.
Well, it's only tier 4 and beyond.
Is it, though?
It is.
Is it though?
Is it not?
I don't know. I was asking you.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
2
Yeah.
more.
yeah, I'm blanking. Maybe have Jenkins do one.
way
whatever
too
that,
hard for the record.
Book
It should
of
have been like
Demons?
name 3.
Book of Shadows.
Demons.
Does that count?
Book of Shadows.
That does
Okay.
dispel?
Yeah, it does
That's
dispel.
the only other one that I thought had it.
There's
and
one
some
more.
sort of active that might dispel.
All right, look, this question was too hard.
No.
Okay,
No.
well,
We
the-
got this.
No, think of tier 4 or tier 5 because it's
Oh,
not.
Flicker, of course.
Yeah,
course.
Flicker.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. That's a point for Jenkins.
All right.
No, wait. We're gonna give half points for every right answer. 2, 2, 1. No, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, Purge.
Nice,
Yeah?
dude.
Sure.
That's enough points to not
I was
win.
done.
Wait, I have to write them down. I didn't do that yet. Jenkins gets half a point.
Yes.
That's not true. Jenkins gets 1 point.
What?
Yeah, you got 2.
Oh, I thought
Right.
you were docking me points.
No,
We're good.
Purge got 1 point. Kazu got half a point. There you go.
Half a point. That's gonna
Half
be
a
good.
point. Very good, very good.
Very good.
So there are 5 items indeed that allow you to purge silences. Then, next question. Question number 2. What is the name of the Satyr Banisher spell that allows it to apply a basic dispel to targets?
Fever, that spell is called Purge. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Purge gets a question.
This guy's good.
What?
I'm understanding. I think people in chat have probably figured out what this quiz is about.
What game is Purge playing in his earliest YouTube video?
Warcraft 3, Sheever.
No.
That's not correct. My first YouTube video ever.
First YouTube video?
In his earliest YouTube video.
My first YouTube video, I was playing StarCraft 2.
correct.
Wow.
This is when I ranked up. When I did a replay commentary of a game when I qualified for Diamond in StarCraft 2.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds good.
It's like divine or something. It's like
Okay.
high, but not.
Do you understand
God
where
tier.
this quiz is going?
No, I have no. I'm really good at it.
You're just
though.
gonna win because you're really good.
You guys suck.
Yeah.
How long were Purge's first impression 7.0 patch notes?
That one I don't know. Do you guys want to?
14 hours.
No, but I like your sound.
Shiver, was it about 8 hours?
Wait.
No.
I'm gonna go ahead and say 1 second.
Just.
What'd you say?
I said
14 hours?
14.
I'm gonna say 11 hours and 59 minutes.
That was such a dumb guess.
No, it's not, because it's right
Just
between.
pretend it's 12. It'll make the math easier.
Yeah, it is. Purge that wins. It is 9.26.
Wait, 9.26.
Yeah, I did it.
Incredible.
You didn't even go between.
Oh my god, that was
by the
so
way.
close. That was so close.
It was close.
Yeah.
Was it?
I will say
It
that.
was up by 4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
What hero
Yes.
does Purge play in his first ever Dota 2 gameplay video?
Juggernaut. Here. Jug.
No.
Start guessing, please. He's gonna figure it out. It's this goddamn video.
I know one of the first ones. I don't know if it's the first one though.
I'll go again.
Go ahead.
There was
Lich.
No.
There were so many pros in all those games
No,
when
you
I
can't.
first got in. It was
Ancient
bad.
Apparition.
EA wasn't. Wait. Oh,
Invoker.
No.
Definitely Invoker. I'm gonna guess Chen. Shiver is the Chen.
No.
Okay.
Storm Spirit?
No.
Ogre.
Crystal Maiden. I was first. Crystal Maiden.
No, it wasn't Ogre.
Well, you guys are all wrong. I'm not going to give any points for this. It was Dazzle. You were supporting a Slardar safe lane against a Tidehunter and a Pod. Of course.
And I believe the starter was Pycat, if I'm not mistaken. There were so many pros. It was like all these like beta testers and like bad people and also current pros.
And
it was like
pros.
wild to play. Yeah,
Next
it
question.
was Dazzle, yeah, that makes sense.
How many events is Purge credited with working on as talent on Liquipedia?
Whoa.
Oh, let me just count quick.
I think I'll get this one, actually.
You would?
Oh, shit. I shouldn't have gone first. Let's see. Okay, I can do some, like, law of averages here. So, how long have you been talent for? Like 10 years?
Like 45 years.
Oh yeah.
So, that, like, 3 or 4 times as much as me.
Mm-hmm.
I just passed 50
Did you?
that I'm credited for. Because my stats guy told me. I was not looking, like, oh, how many events? Because that's, you know.
Very
I'm
interesting.
going to say 250.
Absolutely not.
What?
It was way off.
Major events? Because
It says just events on Liquipedia.
I'm like BTS Pro Series and stuff like that.
Does that count? Is it like every single tournament?
It's credited as Liquipedia. I'm going to find out
Those
what
are-
your number is. I doubt it's 50, guys. Yeah, no, 50. No way. No way.
Well, I'm saying like BTS Pro Series and small stuff like that.
I don't usually cast small
I've done like
stuff. I don't
He's a
usually-
big boy.
I don't usually cast small stuff very often.
And in the past, when
below
he
you.
did cast lots of stuff, it was long tournaments that all had the same name, so it wouldn't be lots of different ones. It would just be one big one, like.
well, 1,
Star
2, 3,
Series.
4, 5.
I would guess around.
Put your hand up and get your button.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kezu went first. Kezu just raised his hand.
35.
No.
Whatever.
Shiva, I'm raising my hand now. Press
Sorry,
me.
it's
teacher.
probably around 50 for Jenkins. You're right.
I would guess around 45, 50 would be my guess.
There's no way I've done
50.
more than
If
you.
he has 50, then yeah.
But you are closest, Purge. It is 73.
Okay, sick.
There's no way.
Why not?
That's not right.
Why not?
I've done this for like 10 years.
Yeah,
That's
but
a bugged.
I usually work like a couple events, not all of them.
Yeah, I was powering through those online tournaments.
Yeah, you just work. You do a lot
The
of
online
online
tournaments make a big difference. Yeah.
A lot of those. And then,
Next question. How many games has Purge cast in a lobby according to the stats website .dota?
oh, wow.
games.
Cast, right?
800.
No.
Who's been your...
Sorry, I thought you raised your hand. My bad.
I've casted with fucking everybody. Is that what you're gonna ask?
Yeah, I wanted to
I
know.
casted with Purge.
You
Yeah.
did.
Me and
Okay.
Cheever were casting
Yeah.
in 2011.
We were at 12. Purge, please, 12.
Did you start in 12?
Yeah, I did start in 12.
Okay, I started in 2011. I was
Yeah, you did. Because you were
go
the
to one
experienced
lobbies.
one.
I would get kicked out by Vlog.
I will tell
join
you-
the lobby, be like, fucking out. I'd go, damn it.
You
out.
The first lesson you
Only
taught
2
me.
spots for casters.
I joined Purge on the cast. It was very big for me. I was a Gosu Gamers caster, and I got to cast with Purge Gamers. It was very cool. And the first lesson he taught me was about food. He said, always eat between games, like nuts or something. Yeah.
Don't eat during the game. Because then people are...
That's why I said it. I was like, Fever, stop eating.
You guess first.
How many games have I casted? I'm going to guess 500.
Okay, that's 500. Is not the right answer, but let's see who's closest. What did you say?
There's an easy way for you to win. You'd be an asshole for doing it.
What number did you say?
I'm
800?
debating if I should go between or above yours. I feel like 800 might be low.
500 might be high, too.
Yeah, it might be high.
Might be low, might be high.
50-50.
I'll go with 649.
Dude, it's 666.
Oh,
You're so close.
Well, we're all
What
pretty
the
accurate,
heck?
honestly.
Yeah, that's pretty...
I'm now very curious about everybody else's number too. It makes me
not that
shoot
many.
1.5 points.
I have like double digit.
You know, Insania and Mickey just played 1,000 games with each other.
Not surprised, yeah.
Games, yeah.
1,000.
Yeah, but you have to be in the game, and not always are you in the game when you cast.
That's
well.
that's true.
Mm,
That's
true.
And how many events did I work? What was it, 70 or something?
73.
70,
Not all
yeah.
as a caster either. A lot
Yeah.
of
As a caster.
talent. And of course, online games cast. When you were casting in 2012, you easily did like several games a day. And then, of course, at some point that gets reduced because event work doesn't have you work as many games in a row, generally. So, makes a difference.
True.
Last question here for the quiz, in which it is not possible anymore for anyone other than Purge to win, but we're going to ask the last question anyway.
Sick.
Actually, you know what? To make it interesting, this last question will be worth 3.5. No, will be worth. If Kezu wins, it will be at 3.5 points. If Jenkins wins, it will be worth 4 points because we round up and he has half points.
Fever?
So there's a chance of a tie.
Don't fucking rob.
It's the rules.
You already have a big advantage in this quiz.
Yeah,
Massive advantage.
should be fine, dude.
In Purge's last 22 videos,
Oh, let me just, yep, okay, got it. Yeah. Know the answer.
how many different expressive faces are used in the thumbnails?
It's a great question. I remember taking those photos. My editor's like, hey, man, you take a bunch of different pictures of your face, and it took me like 3 years to take those.
7.
No, I'm waiting for other people to raise their hands. Sorry, Kezu.
It can't be that bad. There's no way you took 20 different pictures.
There's
I definitely
No
did,
way.
but I don't know how
No
many
way.
you
Yeah,
used.
but there's no way they were good enough to be used. It won't be the same for
What, you
me.
think I don't have a variety of faces?
Let's see.
Fever, I'm gonna go with 10.
That's a good guess, isn't it?
Probably too high, but I'm gonna
Nope.
say 10.
Jenkins, go.
So let's see.
You got this one.
You guess 7.
Yeah.
So that means if it's 8, you win. If it's 9, he wins.
Yeah.
If it's 10, he wins.
Yeah.
If I guess 11,
Then we're probably pretty good.
we're probably pretty good. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna guess 11, Shiver.
You are closest.
Yes. Good job.
Did I win?
You
many
did-
is
it
it?
was 15.
Wow.
I won.
No,
know you
you
used
are
so many different
tied. But
pictures.
That is
Right.
good.
Oh, okay. So it's a final. We're gonna do.
That's good thumbnail
That
variety.
is really good.
That's
If I
pretty
take
good.
20 pictures, there's like 3 usable ones.
there are 2 faces that are repeated 3 times each.
That's really
They
lit.
must
That
do
is
those.
really good.
You just sit there in front of a camera and you're like, all right, just make a bunch of different fucking confused, like high emotion faces, and you just get click, 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 and then you just like send a shitload of them.
Yeah.
Where your eyes aren't closed to them.
There's a bonus point.
Thank you, editor. Twin
Okay.
Shine.
Well played, editor.
Bonus point for the panelist who can do the best Purge thumbnail face.
Look at,
I just automatically win. Do you guys even want to?
I mean, you don't play
wait,
this game.
wait. I am actually going to go into your YouTube right now. See what we're working with.
I'm not wearing the right clothes. And
Oh, no.
That red shirt. I think I wore that one when I
Yeah.
took thumbnails.
Which
Who wants to go first?
camera shot?
Is it going to be this one?
Dota.
No, we need close-up shots for this.
Okay.
Surely.
Yeah, please hold. Oh.
I'm ready.
Yeah. We can do Keizu first.
Jesus. You say it like Kyle.
It is the red shirt, but also the shirt with the flowers, where you do the same face, but then, oh yeah, I see it.
Are they all slightly different?
Tiny bit.
Okay, yeah, he really just...
So we just try to imitate one of the faces he had on the...
Give me a thumbnail picture.
Okay, I feel like... What would you do? Okay, I think I got it. I feel like it would be something like this.
Wait. Jesus, the times are over it. How do people do
Angle's
this?
way off.
Wait, do it again.
Why?
Just do it again.
Okay.
Do the noise while he's doing that. I want to see what it looks like.
Go, do the noise.
Definitely helps.
I was wondering which noise you meant. I was waiting for the band to play something, but this was the noise. Okay.
No, the noise.
We get a zoom in on Jenkins.
Yeah,
we need
I can do a
Jenkins.
purge face.
I will say, I have to tell your editor that it's very hard to see your thumbnails because basically your face right now is under the duration of your YouTube video. So I can't really see a good expression.
Trick people to watching 30 minutes long. You get paid more money.
It's an 8-hour video.
You don't want them to know it if they're
This one looks pretty close to what Kezu just did, right?
I can't see it from here, but yeah.
These are terrible.
Are they?
These are terrible.
Jenkins is a thumbnail expert.
My God, that was a professional photo?
You look disgusted.
Lord. All right, let me do the purge one.
Okay, do the first one. You can do a different one.
That's it. That's it. How
Yeah,
did he?
because he's a robot.
Well, I will say he didn't do any of that.
Yeah, get owned, Jenkins. I won this round.
Next one.
My turn? Okay,
Yeah,
can I
okay.
get a camera on me, please?
Camera on Mr. Purge, please.
There you go.
That's not the camera, dude.
There you go.
No, do the first one again.
Do the first one.
Now play the Kazu noise. Do the first one again.
Or you do the...
You know what is funny? You might have done that for your editor, but he never used that picture.
Really? I don't know if I did a Pog one, actually. I don't know if I did.
Oh, the Pog is the best one. I would click every video.
Yeah, sure. Yep. I wish you would.
Do a different one. Do the dad smile.
The dad smile?
There's one smile.
What does that mean?
It's a first classic.
Dude.
Smile like you're a proud father.
That is
we
the
charade
dad
this.
smile.
Do the dad smile for me so that I can.
I want
know
to
how
see it
do
too.
This one. I know.
Just-
The moment you handed me your phone and said "Dad smile," I actually
That's
knew
the
which
one,
it
right?
was. Holy shit! You're definitely a father.
That's good.
Dad smile.
My God, you look so disappointed.
Given birth to many degenerate Dota players by teaching them how to play.
Probably.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a winner for the first time ever. After 4 different quizzes, it is finally Purge's turn to win.
Oh God, thank you. Oh, it feels so good.
What a real win.
And now that I'm on top.
Speech.
Now that I'm on top, I
Oh,
will
wait.
crush everyone out of vengeance. Just the set.
We need that anyway. That's good. Yeah, bring it over.
Oh my God, I shocked you so hard. Did you guys hear that? No. Okay.
Finally.
There's only a few people I want to thank. I want to thank the haters for giving me the energy to be here today.
Why does this look
And
like he's
myself
standing on the left?
for knowing some things about myself. And Jenkins for always being there to undercut me right before I was about to win. And Cheever for her diligent rule following. I'm not salty. Fuck the haters. Thank you.
Congratulations, everybody.
Congratulations.
That was
Great
Purge
speech.
Gamers.
Is that in the way of Kezu?
Yeah, whatever. My head is here.
It's fine. We have a segment, and I think we might as well have Kezu stand up first. There's a new segment. There's a new thing we're going to do for you guys.
Oh, God.
What? No, we're not.
What happened?
We can do one. Yes.
She's
Yeah,
negotiating.
we're doing one. I'm negotiating.
The
We're
negotiation.
doing one.
I get
Because
to hear
want-
the negotiations because I'm the co-host.
I did
Yeah.
not hear the
I can't hear it.
It was get out of here. We're bringing in the next panel.
No. We're doing one of
I'm
these.
on the next
'cause,
panel.
How many times do you guys do Overwatch cases? Do you do them?
I used to.
Rarely.
Literally never.
Been a while.
Rare.
I regularly do them, and I figured it's good if people do them because that way we keep, the community separated. We get rid of the toxicity and
Ooh, and the
and
buttons.
the buttons. Oh,
Whoa.
sorry. But we figured we are gonna do a version of an Overwatch case. Now Kezu is the
Yes.
perpetrator. He's the perp, and he's done something. Yeah, I know.
What did I do?
Exactly. That's going to be your question to answer in a way.
Oh, I need to figure it out.
Yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you... We're going to read this. You're not. We're going to stick it on your thingy. We're going to turn all the preview monitors around so you can't cheat.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to berate you with questions.
Should I go turn all the preview monitors around?
Yes, please.
You
And
can just close his eyes while we look quick.
No,
and
because
then-
we want to put it on the pedestal.
no, we want to stick it. I have tape
Yeah,
here
but
somewhere.
we're not
Can I turn this?
we're not gonna show the we're not gonna show the answer on the preview monitor the whole time.
Yes,
no?
we are.
Yes, we are, because
Yes,
it's going
we
to
are.
get sticked once I have a sticky.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, I can also turn around somewhere
I
where I
found
could
tape
never
somewhere.
How about we just all get off the stage at the same time?
I just need tape. I had tape. Where's the green tape? Oh, I left it. Wait, 1 second. I left it in the other room.
I'm just
I found
turning
it.
the
I
preview
found
monitors.
it.
Don't worry,
You
guys.
want to get a coffee?
I found
It will.
I
The
found
segment will
I
happen.
found it. Don't worry.
Oh, there's a preview monitor on the other
I'm
side of
fucking
this.
No,
posting
there's
it
not.
up.
There is. There's a
Turn it off. Just
preview monitor.
Gonna open
Turn it
my
off, turn it
videos
off, turn
on
it off.
Cheever's
Oh, yeah,
phone.
that's
Okay, we should be good
Two
now.
ads.
I got
One of two
time.
ads. Hell yeah.
Okay, did we turn them all around? Yeah, can you
They've
see
all been
everything?
turned around.
No.
Yes. You're abusing power. Are we still on stream with all the preview monitors off? I can't even tell.
No, we're
1
not.
second. We're live. We're live.
Will it be Dota related? Right? I'm
Yeah,
doing
it's an Overwatch case.
Okay.
Have you chosen one?
I'm not choosing
I just
it.
know
right?
I have one. I have one. I have one. You're
have
not allowed to see the rest.
Okay. Well, okay, for future ones, I see. Is that a comfortable chair?
Oh, it feels so good.
Get this out of here.
Oh my goodness, I can't do this.
Well, it is a good filler segment.
Yeah. It'll be good. Do you need help?
No, I got it.
Can I read what it says?
I'm gonna come read.
I'm just gonna turn around in case you guys mess it up.
Okay.
That's good.
That's a good one.
That's
That's
good.
a good one.
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
Where are we gonna sit?
You want
We can just sit.
Where can I go? I want to make sure I don't
you
see
can
it.
go. You,
Pedestal,
there's
you
no
can-
preview
Yeah,
monitor.
Just don't walk to the other side of the pedestal.
That's good. I'll sit to my
Okay.
chair.
Can I just look at you
Yeah,
guys
but
then?
don't
You can
look
look
down
at, no, you're looking over here because that's where the jury is. We're the judges.
I need a hammer.
Yeah.
Aren't we the prosecutors?
I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Can we get a zoom in on the crime?
Please. Zoom here.
Yeah. Zoom when the. Yeah. There we go. Quick zoom.
All right.
Does it go?
Judge Sheever residing. I just smacked
Play a
my
chicken
hand.
noise.
No, I don't. No noises. No noises were played. And we have before us. I've never watched a court case. We have before us. This is Kezu
Not guilty.
from Germany. Kezu, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
How can you say that you're not guilty when you did that?
Well, I didn't do that.
Oh no, what's in your inventory?
Good items.
Clearly not.
I would argue it is not only a good item, but the most important item for anybody other than you to have. And
What? No. Are you sticking up? Are you his lawyer?
no, I'm not his lawyer.
Okay, I need to figure out what's down there. Is
Yes,
that-
yes.
Okay, is it a shadow amulet?
No, you.
What?
You have to do it in like legal terms. Like I didn't.
Uh-huh.
Right, defend yourself. How could you have taken this item?
Yeah, why?
This very, very important item.
You're a thief.
I'm a thief.
Yes, you
Yeah,
are
you're
a
a
thief.
thief.
Yeah, just such a thief.
That didn't have your name on it. Yet you took it. It wasn't supposed to be for you. How do you defend yourself?
It wasn't for me, and I stole it.
Yeah.
Objection, sir, officer. He's speaking out of line. I think we need to throw him back into the fountain where he belongs. Wouldn't you like to go back to the fountain? But guess what?
You can't.
You're not going to.
Never again.
You'll never
You
see
don't-
the fountain
You don't
again.
even need to, thanks to you.
Unless you die twice, and then you will see the fountain.
Uh-huh. Well, I needed it because my teammates were bad.
No, you
Whoa.
sabotaged your teammates.
No, I
How
took
could
it.
you ever know that they were bad if you didn't let them have the chance?
And why did you have that wimpy little item?
Yeah.
The wimpy item.
Yeah.
Why did you have that in the first place in order to cause this grief
Sabotage.
to the people that were trying their best, to the one person that you were supposed to support in life?
Dota 2 is a team game,
I had
Kezu.
Cinderin in my team. That's my defense. I had to teach him a lesson.
And what role was Cinderin playing?
He tried playing carry for once.
Okay.
Do you use these items for juking often?
For what?
Juking
For
often?
juking.
Do you juke a lot?
Yeah, in the trees.
then why didn't you use this item for that
In the laning stage.
instead of using it to steal something so important?
Why?
That's a good question, Your Honor.
What are you guilty of? I would like you to admit right now what you're
How do
guilty of.
you plead?
Not guilty.
Of what?
At first, I thought I was stealing the Aegis. Is that correct?
That's part.
That's correct. Yeah.
Partially.
But there's a
So
second
there's-
You
part.
are partially guilty of
part
that.
two.
What was the? What was
If you stole the Aegis and you just literally said you did, that means you're guilty. How can you say you're not guilty?
That's half of the crime right there.
Yeah, half of
What
the
is
crime.
the
That's
other?
half of the crime.
What's the other half?
So I stole an Aegis.
What was the method?
A betrayal.
I tumblers toyed in the pit and stole the Aegis.
No.
No.
That would be a good thing.
Way
That
more
would be
malicious.
a good item.
That would be great.
Far
That
more.
would be a great item.
It's far more malicious.
Now, my question is, why is it even possible to do this in the first place?
That's true.
I don't
Great
want
point.
one of those items in my inventory.
Nobody wants
This wasn't
that.
an act of passion. This is premeditated theft.
Premeditated
Your actions make it
sabotage.
very clear that you chose to steal from one person in particular.
You're destroying the fabric of society, Kazu!
I'm confused.
I'm sorry. That
I don't know what I stole.
You did steal the
You
Aegis.
did steal-
Everybody
yeah,
At
I
saw it.
least you
understand.
admitted that you stole something.
How did you do it? What was your strategy?
I put one of my iron branches in Cinerin's inventory so he couldn't pick it up so I could get the Aegis.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah. Nice job.
But I'm not
Very
guilty.
good.
It was Cinerin. It's
Of course, yeah.
That was his branch. Yeah,
We
totally.
will agree to that.
Thank you.
As a grand jury.
But
Except you always
to be
write your
honest,
name on those branches.
When we had the Overwatch case, it's always anonymous, and anonymous. Like we don't know that it's Cinerin that gets sabotaged, right?
Yeah.
We only found the perp, but I'm glad you gave us some context.
Right.
into
Context
your
always
actions.
matters.
Yeah, it does.
So I'm not guilty, I understand.
No, you're not guilty.
Not guilty.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, not guilty.
Not guilty.
Thank you very much for
I'm free.
trying to defend yourself and actually successfully defending yourself here in this Overwatch case. We'll see if we'll have more Overwatch cases in the future. But first, I think maybe also some Dota has to be played here on DreamLeague Season 19. And we got quite the match coming up next. It's Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. Stay tuned.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 continues here with an empty spot on the couch because Purge finally winning the quiz meant that he earned a afternoon off. That's right, he gets free for the rest of the day. Lucky him, finally all his hard work paying off. But it also means that we get to treat to ourselves to a new presence on the couch. Ooh, and what better presents to get us than to welcome in Effie! Good afternoon, Effie. How you doing?
There's an Earth Spirit on my couch.
There is.
It's for you.
Yeah, and there's a plushie right there too.
That's not an insult because if you're Earth Spirit, that's
Dude, look how buff Earth Spirit is. So yeah, that's a big compliment.
Yeah. Earth Spirit is the father figure of Dota 2.
He's never there.
No, he's a calming and gentle presence in your life.
'Cause I've not seen him drafted once.
What kind of dad did you have?
Shout out to Big PJ56 in chat, guys. That's
Big
my
PJ.
dad.
Big PJ.
I've seen the screenshots. I enjoy them.
He shit talks teams. He gets into it.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I also like Team Liquid and Evil Genius going up against each other because if we could take a quick look at the standings. Quick look. We just had Shopify Rebellion 2-0ing Tundra, so they win, so they tie both Tundra and Shopify. They're both 2-2. But this is a series between Team Liquid and Evil Geniuses, and both teams are 2-1. That means that no matter who wins, we will have a team for the first time in this group stages breach the number 3. It seems to be very difficult for teams to do that. But they're going to do it right here because whoever wins will be on top of the leaderboard. We also have a match, by the way, later today between Beast Coast and OG that we will also see the number 3 breach. Just the bad one, the loses one, because that's where they are at. So that's very sad indeed. But this is going to be very exciting for sure. And before we head into the nitty-gritty of the teams, do we have a favorite going into this? Kazoo, do you have one?
I mean, I'm a Liquid fanboy, but EG look very strong. They also play very fast. I feel like they could match up pretty well against Liquid. So perhaps for me, Liquid are slight favorites, but I'm always happy to just watch EG because they're very fast, and I like a lot of their combos that they do play on their cores.
That's interesting because I do think EG play fast and they can play fast, but I feel like if Liquid just target ban the 2 Chris Luck heroes that they kind of center their tempo around, which are Leshrac and Death Prophet, then EG are going to have to slow down a little bit, and I'm worried that they won't necessarily be able to play into Liquid's tempo.
I can see. I mean, there's something similar that happened to Beast Coast where I feel when you ban the right heroes, it really kind of crumbles the whole team a lot. But, I mean, Chris Luck, I haven't paid too much attention to his hero pool, but do you think he can play like some Pango to offset and like kind of, have a mixed match of if they ban that, then I can play this and it's no problem, like kind of what we saw with Mikey?
I think Chris Luck is a little bit more interesting because while I'm sure he can play Pango, that's usually something that they would rather give Whisper, and we see him on, like recently something that EG has been doing is that they've been giving Chris Luck these carries from mid, like the TA and the Shadow Fiend, if the draft calls for it, and then they put Pakaz on some Night Stalker, some Carry Doom, and sometimes they adjust to drafts that way. But it really feels like when they don't have the DP or the Lesh to set their tempo, they actually slow down as a team overall, and they just play for gold, and then they look for their good fights. So.
Yeah, actually, they look like their best heroes. These tanky mids that run around and make space, so yeah.
I find that the Primal looked pretty good for Chris. Like, I know this is something that he pretty recently started spamming in pubs. Like, it's kind of his favorite pub hero for this month, and when they do pick it, he looks pretty good on it. And they
He
also flex it, which is pretty nice. But I do agree. I think the thing that the Primal lacks and a lot of these other heroes lack is the ability to push towers, which is like the real way to set tempo in Dota, because you can, show up to a lane and get some kills, and that's all fine and dandy and great. But if you don't get a tower, then sometimes it feels like you're not really getting enough from getting those kills. And
True.
Chris feels good on those heroes that can get the towers too.
He does indeed. Let's focus our attention on Team Liquid first of all, as they are a team that comes in with a lot of expectations on them. Of course, they did very well at the Lima Major. They did very well in their region, and they are definitely considered for a lot of people the team to beat. When talking about Team Liquid, you can make a case for everybody to be a standout player, but when prompted with the question, who do you want to talk about, Kezu chose Mickey. Why?
Yeah, I feel like Mickey has been perhaps a little too much under the radar, in my opinion, when it comes to this team. People always like to talk about the rest, but I feel that Mickey, especially from Lima Major to the second DPC to DreamLeague here at this tournament, he's performed so well. He can play anything for his team. He's going to join his team in fights like early on, whether it's a Slark or anti-mage. He does well in the lane. He'll play whatever they need to, and I feel like even though he's the carry, he's the hidden carry in terms of how much his teammates are, talked about and how much they're hyped up. For me, he's the real star right now.
I actually agree 100% with you there, because even in Tour 1, to me, the standout players, because it's hard to not look at Nisha when looking at any team. He just plays so flashy, and he's so stable in the mid lane. But in Tour 1, it really felt like Boxy and Mike were the standouts. And then Mike just consistently got better every single tournament that he played. And in Lima, he looked like the best carry by far in that entire tournament, even though they got second place. So I just feel like he's definitely under the radar in terms of how many people are looking at him. But I think that anyone who's been watching these games objectively can see that Mike has been the carry of this team.
People should know if they really pay attention.
Yeah.
For sure. And when you're talking about flying under the radar, I can't help but bring up Evil Geniuses, because First of all, something that has not flown under the radar for Evil Geniuses is that every series they've played so far in the second group stage has been a 3-gamer. They are the constant of going to a third game. Now, of course, that was successful twice, unsuccessful once, but they go the distance every single time. But flying under the radar is Matthew on his Ricky very frequently. Of course, we have the spotlight on him now and in the game as well, because speaking about flashy plays, the sniping of couriers, win or lose, Effie, he's going for it when he plays that Ricky.
Yeah, he's a very tilting style of Ricky player.
Yes.
Sometimes he'll ignore his team for the entire game just to kill those couriers. But I think versus Liquid, they should opt away from this Ricky strategy, especially a team like Liquid that has good Rubik players. I feel like they'll be very happy to play into Matthew's Ricky if EG go for it. So as fun as it is to watch and as frustrating as it is for his enemies, I would very much like for them to not go for the Ricky in this
I feel like the Ricky is a Jenkins strategy.
It's a good strat. I like it. Actually, it's funny because he had 59 average last hits there and on that stat, and that's actually all courier kills. So it's one of the highest stat lines in Dota if you consider
ever
it to be just highest ever in terms of gold for last hit ratio.
I feel like next season of DreamLeague, there should be a lie detector present constantly. Do you think you can beat a lie detector? I think actually you would be one of the people that would be.
I know how to do it. There's certain. Do you know what a kegel is?
There's certain muscles you can.
Yeah, and I'm very experienced with those muscles. Let me tell you.
Great. I don't know why I brought this up.
Diet.
I should have known where this was going to go.
Good boy.
So going into this, obviously, and we already said it, maybe we won't see the Ricky coming up here in this series. But are there any other heroes that will have a big overlap or most contested heroes between the two teams that we're thinking both teams will try to get their hands on?
They both like IO, from what I understand.
Yeah.
I would say it speeds up the game, and both teams like it a lot.
I could say they both look at the Death Prophet as well, the Leshrac too.
Yep.
So it's going to be the first phase that has the most overlap between either team.
Yep.
And of course the Snap and the Rubik will definitely come into play, but I would like to highlight the Leshrac most of all.
And in whose hands do you prefer it?
The
if you
Lesh?
were to choose,
For either team?
Yeah, if you got to choose, Leshrac's going to be in the game. Who do you want to see it play?
I mean, I feel like that's like Chris Chris Luck hero for sure.
I disagree. I actually think C Smile's probably the best Leshrac player in this game.
How about Christopher Luck, though?
Christopher Luck is pretty good, but I think if we see C Smile come out today, I think we're going to have a good EG game
But
on our hands.
there's also the possibility that Chris Drugs comes out. And
That is a possibility.
That's always
We don't
a
want to
scary-
see that one.
But when Chris Drugs comes out,
There's a few Christophers we can't actually bring up on the panel, but it rhymes with Uck.
Yeah, that one is strong.
that one is a
Chris
powerful
Truck,
version
I mean,
of
we saw that one of these games on Primal Beast.
I wonder which Chris is going to show up today. We don't have to wait too long to find out because, as you see, Brewmaster on the screen means that the draft is just moments away from appearing. Game 1 actually, of this best of 3 series. Team Liquid, Evil Geniuses, coming right up.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
A lot of people will remember TI11, Team Liquid versus Thunder Awaken. That was probably the best series of Dota 2
history.
Like, it was, yeah, I actually would agree with that. 1 HP. It was insane. It was crazy Dota, so good, so entertaining for player and viewer, and it was basically these two teams, because of course Evil Geniuses, they picked up the Thunder Awaken roster and they shuffled it slightly, of course, to their liking. But that is a series that we're going to see right now, and I have incredibly high hopes based on that series at TI11. I hope that my hopes are going to come reality, but we'll have to wait and see. A lot is going to depend on the draft, which will be on our screens momentarily. And Effie, I don't know if you were watching, but previous series, during the draft, we basically, you look at the draft, you see a theme of the draft, and sometimes that theme corresponds with a type of music.
Okay.
Last time we had a lot of nature music because it was Enchantress and Nature's Prophet.
You can try out the power right now. Just say anything. They can do anything.
Reggae.
Damn.
Cool.
This makes me want to rap.
You can try to rap the draft that will be on our screen.
Now do metal.
Now do metal and reggae mix.
Okay.
That sounds good. That's great. That's actually amazing.
They're way too good, dude.
I told you, the underpaid pandas today.
They're really underpaid.
Doing here?
God damn. Imagine actually having talent. What the hell?
We have no idea what that means.
You guys don't belong here.
But we're happy to have you here, underpaid pandas.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you will be the overpaid pandas soon.
Yes, I hope so too. And with the draft beginning, so we'll look for those themes. Of course, we'll also look to see if we get the Leshrac that we talked about a little earlier, and we'll see who bans what. And it's surprising. Oh no, we'll see the Brood ban. I'm just surprising that it's not
Surprising
instant.
that the Brood is not the first ban.
Yeah.
Thieves, do we know who won the coin
Yes, I
toss?
do.
Because EG's first pick, that's why they didn't ban the Brood.
Yes, I do. Wait a second, it needs to update.
Disruptor gets taken out.
Evil Geniuses won the coin toss and went for first pick, after which Team Liquid chose Daya.
It's going to be the C-Smile hero, I believe.
But he won't get the trample, man.
With the three block bans. The ban, that's just what a ban
Three block
is.
ban
Block
blocks.
Block picks. They get 3 bans for the C, Smile, Christopher Luck hero. Should be good.
Basically.
By the way, so in the Lehman Major, when Liquid had choice of who they would face in their, was it playoffs? They had first choice, right?
Yeah.
They did not pick Evil Geniuses. I believe they picked Talon.
That is true.
Yeah.
And that says a lot to me about how much Liquid as a team respect this EG roster. And I remember when we were at the gym once, Blitz was telling us that we have so many heroes, we're not going to give those guys if we play against them. And by those guys, he was referring to one person in particular, Whisper.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you remember that
Yes.
conversation?
Yeah, at that major, everybody was arguing, like, is Whisper the greatest offlaner currently on the planet? And it still might be the case. Who knows? Maybe he quits EG, goes and plays League of Legends or something like that, and then all of a sudden EG's just Div 2, and it was really all Whisper. He's that good.
He is very.
It's not that way, but he is that good.
I mean, he's a monster. Wasn't it even at the Lima Major where no one played Timber, and then at some point they picked it up a few times, and he went beyond godlike, beyond godlike,
everybody started
beyond
picking
godlike.
Timber.
Yeah.
Even in games that he lost, he went beyond
He's
godlike.
beyond godlike. Yeah, the thing with Whisper is he gets kills on lanes that he's not remotely supposed to get kills on. And it gives him this edge where he can pick heroes that should not be able to be played from the offlane in the offlane because he basically just gets mid-level farm due to outskilling before 10 minutes into the game.
Anime music.
True. Double anime opening.
Hey, they're metal guys. They actually don't. They don't know anime because they're metal guys. Okay, knight music, like knight in shining armor sort of thing.
Oh, like that knight.
Yeah. Medieval. Could do some medieval stuff.
What is medieval music?
No, look, I'm seeing two disco balls. The Leshrac and the IO.
There we go.
This is good.
That's good.
Okay, that's kind of awesome. But just on the topic of Whisper, really quick. So during Lima, everybody had a different take on Timbersaw. They all saw him as this like frontliney, tanky type of guy that you're gonna just have body for your heroes. But Whisper had an entirely different approach to the hero. And then everybody adopted it afterwards, which was instead of playing him as a frontliner who goes into soak damage, he played him as a burst damage hero. And he was always kiting out of fights and not wanting to get
So like
caught
the
by
Blink
spells.
Ags?
Blink, Ag, Sheep.
He was like Kaya, Ags, Blink, and he didn't allow himself to get targeted. He would just try to burst a hero, follow up on a stun, and get out and just stay in the fight for as long as possible.
I think that's always very interesting when you see players find new builds or different ways to play heroes. I feel like that makes Dota like so much more interesting because instead of I need to go in and tank, you see that he changes his skill build or his item build, which then allows him to burst the hero, chain out, and then like play it again and do it again 10 seconds later. It just becomes like a whole different hero.
Yeah, because the thing about Dota is everybody just has a take on a hero and it's agreed on for such a long time until somebody just changes it, and all of a sudden people are just, wait, is this good? Because back in the day, if you got level 1 Starfall and Mirana, everyone thought you were a psychopath.
Yeah, you're a dumbass.
Like, you would get flamed, reported, avoided.
Yeah.
But then when Tundra just started to get level 1 Starfall on their Mirana 5, everybody did it afterwards because they were like, wait, this is consistent damage. The damage got buffed. This is a good way to trade. We can actually flex this hero to 5 instead of having to play it 4.
Right, and that's like a big deal for me. Is like, and going back to the Timber for Whisper, when he started playing around the nukes and just using reactive to like get out of lane but not to be a tanky guy, it made it so that the Ursas and Slarks and Monkey Kings all of a sudden started losing lane to Timbersaw. So these counters that people were comfortable playing into the Timber were no longer counters because it countered a different version of the hero, almost a different hero entirely, because if you don't play it the same, is it really the same hero? You're a spellcaster. You don't care if there's an Ursa in the game. You're going to harass him out of lane with spells.
I think disco is still a good genre to see with the IO Leshrac, who Evil Geniuses got their hands on.
That Liquid gave it to them. Liquid kind of dared them to do it, right? They left the Lesh in the pool, they left the IO in the pool, and they went for the DK Mirana instead, which to me looks like a Tundra specialty. But it's going to fit everything they need it to do. You have this extreme flex in this DK pick that you started with. That's going to give you tempo. It's going to give you instant stun to counter any potential flexes that EG might do, because the Slash can be an offlane Lesh. Whisper does play it. It doesn't necessarily have to be mid. And you have the Mirana, which Boxy is super comfortable in. So I think Liquid were just happy to do this, but we need to see a follow-up on how they're going to deal with it.
Yeah, I would like Liquid to potentially think about some more follow-up damage in this mid-game, because Lesh is traditionally pretty good against DK, simply because he's just very tanky. When you go Blink, Stun, Arrow, it's not enough right now to even threaten the Lesh, especially with an IO behind him. So I don't know if they can flex in terms of wanting to pick a Snap or Hoodwink here. I'm kind of okay with a Rubik. It's still follow-up damage. It's one of the Insania specials. And I guess they can still decide who goes safe lane, who goes off lane. It will most likely be the Mirana DK lane, but solid opening.
Yep, a lot of magic. Harry Potter music is also nice.
Ooh.
True.
We'd get DMCA'd for that, wouldn't we?
I don't know.
Awesome.
I like it.
That melody makes me so nostalgic. Like, it almost hurts. Like I'm serious. Because the first Harry Potter movie, I watched it on like VCR every day when I was in the 2nd grade. Every day.
Every day.
To my mom, every day when I came home from school, I watched it.
Yeah.
And my mom had to confiscate it after day 30.
That's a lot of time to see Harry Potter, I will say.
Yeah. But so now you have the Rubik versus the Lesh also, right?
Yep.
So you have a really good spell to steal in this one.
Be some Donkey Kong rap type music.
Every time.
DK.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
We do have the Tusk and the Monkey. It is a very punchable, some very punching heroes. Punchable heroes.
But also, these are all still flex heroes, right?
Yeah.
You don't know what where either of these heroes are going to go. Like the IO Lesh does seem like a given, but we've seen Liquid flex the Lesh to the safe lane, so EG might have looked at that too. We know EG can play it on the off lane, they can play it mid, and the same goes for Tusk and the Monkey King. So when you're first pick, you have to make sure that if you're going to pick 3 heroes in a row like this, they can all be interchangeable.
Yeah. This draft so far from EG is pretty cool with just how open it is. You've also seen Liquid play the offlane DK, so you could have the Monkey against it if the DK goes mid. You have the Lesh there, so you feel pretty happy with that. You also have the Tusk who can rotate around, set up your relocates. It's another save on top as well for Lesh later if they ever want to like all in and try to kill him. So yeah, I'm just a fan of like EG overall. I feel like even in the standings they should be 3-0. They shouldn't really have lost to Beast Coast, but whatever. You know, that did happen. They're just doing a really good job so far in this draft.
I feel like EG have a mental block against Beast Coast.
They probably do.
There's a massive mental block there. It's some ego thing, 100%. But yeah, well, Beast Coast isn't playing, so we don't have to talk about that. But yeah, Liquid snag up the Pango. Nisha's had spectacular performances on Pango recently, and it's just such a solid hero. It's another hero that's going to go in for you alongside the DK, and it's a way to catch the IO in the backline. It's a way to potentially disrupt the Monkey King in the trees, and it's just a very stable hero to pick on 18.
I really like the pick here. You have like this long range that fits pretty well with like Liquid's heroes. No one's really overcommitting. You still have a high blink range stun with DK, some Pango roll. Sometimes it's also annoying to save against a Pango rolling. Like if you snowball, he'll still be rolling when you come out. If there's a relocate, you go on the guy, you can try to find the IO in the back. And overall, Pango just seems like one of the most robust heroes, I would say, in Dota right now. You can't really go wrong having a Pango in your lineup.
I think Liquid now just need to address heal reduction that they don't have in their draft with some... If it were any team, I would say like TB looks good for them, right? You just buy the Scotty.
TB is very good.
You have 2 heroes that body for you, but they actually haven't played it yet this tournament, so I feel like it's not one of Mike's favorites, but I'm sure he can play it. There's also the potential in Morphling if that's something that they want to do. Morphling is also a potential Scotty buyer, so Mike also likes to play it.
Yeah.
But if they don't address it, I feel, just the heal reduction that they don't have, they're in a dangerous situation on Liquid.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the TB that you talked about. I guess they haven't played it, so...
I'm sure he can, though. It's Mike.
It's Mike, it's Liquid. They must be able to play a TB, because it is a great TB game. Morphling is fine/good. I do think that the Monkey matchup is a little annoying the longer the game goes, because the ring, it's like just very big area control that you don't really like too much. But... I mean, EG even banned out Veno because they're debating there's the option of putting DK carry and picking a new offlaner. I could see that.
Crazy Doom is still available, but EG, they did just pick Timber against the DK in a previous series, so I wonder if like they're too afraid of last pick. But then again, they will first phase pick a Timbersaw anyway, so this depends if Whisper's feeling it today or not.
So this last pick for EG is just going to give away their flex. Liquid are having a read that it's an offlane Lesh, and they ban out C-Smiles heroes and DP and TA. But there's still a really strong potential for this mid Lesh.
What else has he played mid?
He loves SF. He loves Queen of Pain.
SF does very well against Pango DK, so I feel like that could actually be really good.
He's a BKB buyer. I could see that. I think it's pretty decent for their draft.
It's a little lacking in like stuns if they pick SF though. Is the only thing in like the early game, but late game, of course, you've got the Blink Requiem.
I feel like I'm missing something in terms of what they want, but it's sometimes hard to pinpoint when there's a lot of flex going on in your draft. Is there ever a way where they would also play the Monkey mid against the Pango with a new carry?
I think there is potential for that, but I don't necessarily think it'll work out for them that well.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
The Monkey is very punishable. So it's still the Lesh mid after all. This Whisper Timbersaw, we talked about it at the start of the draft. It's been so consistently good. It's a lot of damage versus the DK that they're concerned about. But I do feel like there are going to be ways to punish this Timbersaw because you're going to counter the heal reduction anyway in the IO and Lesh.
And Luna's quite good for that.
So they go for Luna. This hero traditionally was the counter to Timber back in the day just because she has solid damage, solid stats, she lanes against him well, and she has mixed damage, so she can burst him with Eclipse. She's also a hero that groups up with the DK and takes advantage of his dragon form tempo.
I really like the Luna pick. I think it was one of the better ones that they had left. I'm a bit doubtful when I sometimes see Timbers picked into a lot of mixed damage or like mid-game fighting when it comes to Rubik. I would consider that to be a good support.
It's a pretty good counter.
Yeah, like Pango is also kind of annoying, but it is the Whisper Timber, so he's surprised me many times before. Overall, I like what EG have going for them, but I would slightly lean Liquid due to some of their movements in the mid-game and how their lane should go, in my opinion.
I think both drafts are solid.
Yeah.
I can see both drafts winning. I can actually see EG running them over if they find a way to win this Whisper lane, and then there's just so much pressure coming out of the Tusk and Io rotations. But I think Liquid have probably been one of the strongest laning teams, if not the strongest laning team this tournament, so I don't see a scenario where they just lose lanes and then get run over. I think Liquid are just so good at playing tempo, especially with Nisha and Pango, that EG might get caught off guard here.
I think Liquid might just be able to hold their lanes kind of well. I don't know if there's some scenario where you can leave Whisper and then Matthew moves around on the map. I don't know how good he would feel about that. Like ganking for an Io Monkey King against DK doesn't seem the easiest. Ganking a Pango doesn't seem so simple.
Is there any like solo safe lane Timber scenario here? Is it just too weird to like try to tri-lane into a Luna with Luna Aura? I feel like it's risky.
I think it's really bad to try lane
Yeah,
into
it seems
Luna.
risky.
It doesn't sound very good to me. But I think that Monkey King, if he builds to scale, it's probably going to be bad. I feel like I'd like to see some early game fighting items on him and to try to see him invade early with his team and try to punish the Luna. Like maybe some early Diffusal Blade before he goes for something like a Battle Fury.
Yeah, play towards your team's tempo, I think.
Yeah,
I like that.
You would have to.
We can theory craft how the teams are going to play this one out, or we can just experience it. It is time to head into the game together with Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, CBS. Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. Fogged. Already we're getting, very much the Liquid finisher, right? A team that does still to bring this out at times. The Luna for Mickey.
Yep.
They like to do this. And as the panel said, definitely reasons to believe why it could be strong, could lead to some sort of snowball effect for Liquid. Do you think EG have the means to stop this?
Oh, I mean, it's Whisper Timber. He made magic happen yesterday.
Yeah.
I think he started the game 0-2, and then he ends up, I think, 15-3 yesterday. He literally went completely crazy, but this is not that type of game where he can just dominate versus some of these heroes. Luna has been looked at as a very good hero versus Timber through all stages of the game. I'm a bit worried for EG. The tempo that Liquid can set, it's super fast with the DK Luna draft, and you have to just say it every single time. There's a Pango in the game. Have they addressed this Pango? There's not really any forms of silence. Wukong is kind of like the best counter in a way versus him. So, yeah, unless Matthew can do some like crazy type of shard plays or something like that, I'm worried. These Pangos just tend to pop off if they're not like addressed with multiple silencer counter picks. And it's Nishan Pango.
Of course, he's had some crazy performances on the Pangolip.
Look at what they're doing, though. It is what he was saying. Jenkins didn't mention it at the end. Is this going to be some type of weird, not like tri-lane versus the Luna, but they're putting the Timber in the safe lane.
Sure, but Liquid, they're going to try and dodge that.
They saw it. They put a ward up
They're
early.
already moving.
And look what they did. They literally put the hill ward immediately.
Hey,
so
can Matthew mess around with Mickey? Can certainly grab him in the shards.
Oh, we're going to have some weird stuff go on.
Okay, let's see what comes with this. I mean, Zio stun Panda, but continue to move up towards the top lane. And Mickey, he'll continue to be persistent with his move down towards the bottom. Or maybe he won't. Or a bit of a round the circle here, around the trees.
All right, this is going to be weird stuff. Boxy now in a 1v1 versus Whisper. How many last hits can he clear versus the Timber? Should be able to get a good amount. So they knew this was coming. Pakaz, he is alone up top, this means, and they're going to get aggressive onto immediately. Zai and Insania, they want to kill him, but he's got to back up. There we go. Panda's here. Is it enough, though?
I mean, good damage here with the Starstorm. Oh, sorry, not just the right click. So now with Insania as he's hit level 2.
Pakaz?
What? He tries to dodge some of the damage. He's got
Boundless?
Verifying the Boundless. He's turning around and they'll be able to get first blood.
Oh, baby.
He's up in the trees. He's away, Pakaz. First blood here for EG. There's some nice plays there from Pakaz. He hits level 2.
Okay, alrighty. The Fairy Fire is coming. The Fairy Fire puts like one little stick charge. He dodged damage, I believe, with Mischief, too. Okay. They're trying to switch things up. Good early start. First 2 minutes. And Liquid, they planned for this too. Like they had that deep ward that we see on the cliff on the southernmost part of the map. So they saw this kind of switch up happening. But just a bit faster and a bit better there from EG, at least with the first move here. Okay, we're gonna have the tri-lane. Mirana, he's heading toward bottom. I think maybe they'll try to get a kill and then swap the Rubik perhaps toward the top lane to be able to help out the DK. Because DK versus this Monkey King IO, not an easy lane for Zai.
No, that does feel indeed a bit miserable for him.
Cool stuff here from EG. Whisper, will he survive the gank though from the 3?
So it's a lot of damage with the 3 of them beating into him, and it's enough. The tri-lane will claim the life of Whisper.
Let's see what Boxy does. Does he switch up toward the top lane, or is he going to stick down here? Maybe they do just... I mean, we'll see. They could stick down here because of the Lunar Blessing, how great it is to shut down a Timbersaw. And that could be the plan that they want to. I mean, it's Whisper Timber, so if you shut him down, you kind of shut down the carry, because he plays as the carry as this Timbersaw most times.
Yeah, and I mean, if Zai's not dying top, maybe he's sort of happy to be on his own.
Yep.
Now, he can survive at least, play close to the tower. And has to be pretty far down the lane to sort of leave the opportunity for him to be run down by Pakaz on the Monkey King.
Boxy looks like he's moving toward mid. It's probably the call from Nisha saying, hey, dude, I've actually got this Lesh low. Like, C-Smile's sitting at half HP. He has to bring extra tangos versus a Pango matchup. So Boxy, he's staying in the area to try to go for a kill. He's hit 3 on this Rubik. They get this kill.
Straight away, they step in. Telekinesis. That's enough to take down Chris Smart.
He just ticked level 3 on the Rubik as it was happening. Boxy, he's just going to be rotating. The new thing we've seen from 4 positions, roaming is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Incredibly active moves from Crit last game.
Yes, Crit was
Shopify
awesome.
at this point as well, just straight to the mid, straight to the opposite side of the map, looking for these early bits of action that tend to catch the enemy off guard, especially if you've got the right sort of hero to do it with.
And look at this, Insania, he actually has an urn already. So, I mean, he could potentially rush it into a Vessel. You're playing versus Timber, IO, Monkey King, Lash. Like, it's actually, if he's able to farm a Vessel on this Mirana, it's unbelievably good this game.
Let's see if they can get a charge here with the 3 of them.
Whisper, he's got the points saved for Chain. Should be okay. Yeah, and the call is just going to be, at the moment, just sack Zai. He's got Boots, Windlace, so he should be able to reset, run away from this Monkey King. What's Pakaz going to bring? Okay. It's just going to be Treads into Echo Saber. I would actually think I'd like to see him just get like an Orb of Venom. We saw how good it was, like Dyrachyo, when he was playing the Monkey King, if he gets some type of advantage versus these heroes he can kill. Let's see if he does go down that route to try to kill Zai. Panda. We'll block the camp.
And now we're doing the mid matchup. Nisha 35 for 6 against Chris's 24-1 so far. So decent lead here for Nisha.
Oh, and Zai, he actually puts the sentry in the right place. He will be able to find that ob soon whenever he backs up for it. He checks the hill. Not going to see it there, but then he'll see it afterwards. That's going to be a slow start for Zai, but it's a similar kind of thing for Timbersaw, for Whisper in the bottom lane, since it is a full tri-lane coming out from Liquid. Nighttime is hit. Luna is still in level 1 aura, but it is global during the night.
TPs are going to be coming in to back EG up. Panda.
Okay.
He's over to help out. Tethers across over towards Matthew.
I mean, this is bold, though. You're tri-laning versus a Luna.
Let's see if Matthew can survive through this. They're trying to keep him alive, but by some time here within the snowball.
Chris
away
is
at
coming.
Boxy, but the stick charges are there for Boxy. It's going to be Matthew taken down. Panda, he'll also be taken out here with an urn charge thrown down upon him. They'll get Boxy in return. And Liquid find 2 kills. They find a courier as well.
I mean, Chris makes the rotation down. This is not worth it unless he gets Mickey. Can they, though? Mickey. This is a long TP from the Tusk. He's just going to move out.
Yeah, Mickey's out of there.
They brought 4 heroes bottom and still ended up losing at somebody. And the urn charges are acquired there for Insania. They end up losing 2. And now they'll break it. Breaking formation. Let's see how these lanes will end up happening now, because lots of switch-ups are going down.
Got to be careful in the mid now, Nisha. He's hit the 6.
He sure has. He's been given a free lane also. He's 800 gold ahead of the Lesh with Boxy's rotation and with Chris TPing down bottom now. And now because he's surrounded.
And I don't know if they've got the sort of resources to get up here and help him with the TPs they've had to make elsewhere. Fog, there's no backup for Pakaz.
They sure don't.
He's on his own.
Mickey. It's like the roaming Luna from the bottom lane makes the move top. And this is the lane now that they want. Breaking that tri-lane in the aggressive position early. Very cool responses from Liquid.
Yeah, definitely something that EG, I don't think we're quite prepared to deal with. You know, they wanted to try and force the lanes in their own manner, but still unable to keep that edge against Liquid in this early game. 5-2 and Liquid with a 2K lead.
And now honestly, it's a bit awkward for Pakaz. He did go for the Orbital Corrosion. I do like that he did that, but now it's like he's up top and there's an aggressive ward placed against him. If they bring a third hero up here, they could just kill Pakaz again. Nisha's making the call. It is going to get spotted.
Yeah, they should be able to set up for this time, EG, or at least make the call for Pakaz to back off.
Yep. You look at Pakaz's skill build. He's holding, what, 3 points? It's level 6. He's only got the 1-1-1 at the moment. Waiting to see what it's going to be that he needs in case of the play happens. Liquid a 2K advantage already with these kind of lane swap arounds. Chris?
He steps up in the mid, gives Nisha the chance to find the angle here. Snowball in an attempt to save him. Still going to get burst low in the final right click. They're going to be able to take him out with the Rolling Thunder.
And Insania wants more.
He gets in, takes out Chris, turns towards Panda. Double kill for Nisha in the mid. They'll clean up Matthew as well off to the side. It's 3 dead on EG.
These are high-level supports because they've been giving these kind of weird lane situations. It's level 5 on Insania. It's a level 3 Starstorm. It's significant burst damage. This flesh just gets popped. Liquid making some very, very cool moves this game in the early game.
Look at that, yeah. Damage dealt. 5K damage already from Mirana.
That happens when these lanes get so wacky that they're just able to sit there. And Zai, he's level 6. So he was left alone, and he's actually doing amazing. Mickey?
They're going to try and go for him. But Zai,
he's there.
Ready and waiting in the trees, turns with the stuns over towards Pakaz. Pakaz trying to stand his ground against Mickey. He'll get the boundless strike off, but he can't quite finish Mickey off. Mickey's going to survive. Pakaz and Matthew both dead.
This is crazy. They're just reading the moves. Zai waiting in the trees, waiting for his moment. Mickey baiting them a little bit forward. The instant counter gank comes off. And Nisha,
he's thinking about chasing.
He has an arcane. Rolls up in 5.
This is terrifying for EG. See Chris try and turn.
Roll's going to be up. He's in.
There he goes. Chris is already pretty low. He's got the jukes though.
Nice jukes.
And we whisper around and Pakaz TPing in as well. It's a bit of a dangerous spot now for the two of Liquid. Boxy, he'll get left behind.
Nisha, does he get the TP off?
Oh, he does not. The snowball.
He does not.
It's going to connect. He tries to get away with the swashbuckle, but the boundless strike's there. Liquid should get punished. I mean, there's no way. Nisha,
no
what?
Way. No way.
No. Surely Chris finds him.
He's got another swashbuckle.
He has?
Okay.
Oh, he finally goes. It was a good attempt. I mean, he had no right surviving there, and he doesn't. They do get him.
Oh, and they brought 5 heroes for that, though. So, I mean, you can see that EG's trying to react to these type of moves. Get a big kill. But now Mickey, he just goes to the jungle. He's got no pressure on him. A good response there from EG at the least. This is one of the wildest 10 minutes I think we've ever had. Pakaz straight to top lane. He's got a nice stack to farm, but Insania's going to clear it off. Dude, Insania's going to have the fastest Spirit Vessel I've ever seen on a 5 position.
I mean, he's pretty much overtaken the farmer's eye.
Oh my goodness. It's such a good Vessel game. And yeah, level 7, this matters quite a lot. Having this max Starstorm this early, Boxy also now hitting level 6. These two can just keep roaming. And yeah, Insania's going to have like a 12-minute Spirit Vessel in a 5, well, quote-unquote 5 position.
There is absolutely a world where if this game continues in this fashion, he could end up being one of the higher damage dealers on the team.
Absolutely. And just preventing the healing from Io, Monkey King, Lesh, Timber. Can't emphasize how important it is that they're going to have it this early. They even get the tier 1 mid. Liquid.
I smoke up straight away afterwards as well. They're ready to get into EG's half of the map, see who they can catch.
Like, honestly, I don't see how Whisper's going to feel tanky in this game. Look, if you see his itemization, yeah, he's got 1,700 HP, but they can go right through this. They have so much overwhelming damage for him.
They're going straight for him.
He's in trouble.
Not a whole lot he can do it. They catch him in the stuns. The burst has been done.
Good God. And all in the meanwhile, Mickey just jungling. He's got 3 points in Moonglaves, Mask of Madness. He's getting all the space. Yeah, look at the heat maps for everybody. Probably look pretty wonky, let's be honest, this game, just because of how everything's gone down. Insania everywhere, Mickey everywhere, Zai across the board.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Love to see it. And with these rotations, they're not slowed down. Nisha, he's got Diffusal done. Look, 60 gold.
Radiant's bottom
Everyone's
tower
super
is
fat.
under attack.
Can they slow this down? Zai?
They'll try and make the move for him. He turns with the Dragon Tail onto Whisper. Timber Chain's going to be off the mark.
He cut the tree.
They're still able to get in with the Chakram, and they will still take down Zai. Mickey and Nisha turn up, though. Seeing if they can get anything in return, but Chris is here. Lands the stun onto Nisha. Nisha gets off another swashbuckle. Arrow from Mastania won't quite connect. Chris is going to continue to try and chase Nisha down, but Nisha is able to get back to the safety of the high ground. He's away.
He just gets the Diffusal delivered.
And now Whisper, he'll be the one that falls. Mickey ends up getting the big kill. Oh, and in fact, hey, hold up here. They're going for more. Stolen Timber Chain there. Some fancy stuff from Boxy. Slides in. He's able to zap down Matthew as well.
Nisha, literally, the courier gets... I think Chris almost had him there. Diffusal gets delivered. He instantly inhibits him with the Diffusal blade. Vessel's done. Zai also cut the tree when the Timber Chain was coming in as the bottom situation is all happening too. These are crazy plays that are coming out. Liquid, they're reacting perfectly to all of EG's moves. And EG, they're honestly making good moves to try to set up here for Liquid. Unreal stuff. And yeah, Insania, Vessel's done. So, level 8. This Mirana, literally a 4th core kind of in the way for them.
I mean, what's sort of the plan for EG now playing from behind? What's the next kind of key item they're going to get online that they can team up and group up around?
It's got to be the Bloodstone for Chris. But there's already the Vessel, so they have this type of answer. They can still make moves, though, with, like, outnumbering is the big thing. Because they have this IO relocate. It's just they have to get the position for it. Because right now, he knows when to take the back foot. Are they going to be able to keep applying the pressure? It feels like it for now. Because he has to get involved. He's got Echo Saber, he has Corrosion. So he can do a lot of damage in these fights if he gets a good Wukong. Chris?
They're just going to jump in straight away.
He's going to get burst.
Dragon Tail into the arrow. Nothing to be done here. Panda tries with some sort of save, but there's no keeping him alive. Boxy off to the side. Will get caught in the Wukong, so Picard's able to take him out in return.
But Picard's...
They're ready to chase him. Whisper, he's not going to connect with the Timber Chain. Liquid, they're just focusing down the Monkey King. They stay on top of Picard's. Picard's will fall. There's an Eclipse coming in as well from Mickey. As they'll lose 2, 3, and maybe even 4. Whisper, he'll try and escape. Suicide's going to have to blink back up in a second. A couple of seconds, and Zai might be able to still make this jump. They're closing in with the Moonlight Shadow. Whisper's up to the high ground.
Okay.
Good angle with the Timber Chain will save him. But still, more and more kills here picked up by Liquid. And EG, they only get the kill on Boxy in return.
It's just them having the numbers every time. They get the initiation, too, on the most important hero. The Lesh blows up, the IO reloads, and then he's like, oh my god, I'm coming back later. But yeah, Liquid, they're just too fast. Playing way too quick. I feel like for Picard, it's like nice, you know, he gets the kill onto this Rubik, but then it's like, oh my god, I don't have Wukongs now for the fight that's going to be overwhelming me. 5k lead now already for Liquid.
Oh, they've got the mech done on IO at least.
But they're playing into the Vessel. And unbelievable burst on Liquid. I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's actually mech and Bloodstone at the same time, so let's see if that will be able to help.
They're looking at Nisha. Zai immediately ready to blink next to him to try and catch someone with a Dragon Tail stun. EG lucky to not get caught there.
And EG lucky that they don't get their stack stolen here too. So they back up, they go to the triangle, they clear out, I think it's like a triple or quad ancient stack, a triple or quad hard camp also. So Whisper will be recovered a little bit. And Chris, I mean, he's still farming well.
Whisper's super low.
Oh god.
Oh.
Boxy sees it. Is he going to get a solo kill?
He nearly did. And Whisper is going to try and turn, but Zai turns up and Whisper's gone. And Panda was also heading up. He saw how low Whisper was. He was like, bro, let me give you some heals. But it was too late. The 2 of them are dead.
Insania unstoppable. Vestal level 10 on the Piranha. As we said, Zai taking the back foot, but it's absolutely working for them. There's no space, EG. I mean, how do they react? Is it soon Roche time? There's a DD.
They've got a DD on the Luna.
I think it is. It's gonna die quick. I don't think they make it in time. Unbelievable pace being set here by Liquid. Whisper.
No.
He pauses.
Not sure what they're able to do after this, but yeah, not a chance of getting anywhere near the pit in time.
I love looking at the cameras a little bit here because you see everybody. They have their right hand on the mouse, and then you see Nisha. It's the reveal always every time, the left-handed. Love watching all the different ways that people play. Whisper's mouse is not working. Okay, that is definitely something that they need to take care of.
Oh.
Relentless aggression. And let's see, how's these timings looking? Pakaz, okay, getting closer and closer to BKB, but everyone else just feels so fragile. Until they have their own BKB, like Whisper, as we've seen, he just dies to the overwhelming magical burst that Liquid has been putting out constantly here. And uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
He is asking if he can go to his room
get
to get
the
that
secondary mouse.
Okay.
That should be. See how they deal with that. Yep, he's got permission, so just getting the new mouse set up here.
Okay.
Off he goes.
What if they said no? No.
Time to play keyboard only. Which is, well, I guess just share control. I guess you can't click share control.
No. Permission to use mouse. No, Zai. Oof. This is insane. I mean, this is never what you really expect with these type of games. I mean, EG, as we said, they try something clever, switching around some lanes, doing this Timber safe lane, but I feel like Liquid, they reacted in probably one of the best ways that I could have seen, just with the crazy type of like Luna roaming and stuff like that. It's absolutely worked so far for them.
Yeah, I mean, this game has been going so fast. We're just 16 minutes in.
Yep.
And it already feels like Liquid, they've achieved quite a lot here. So, it's without a doubt, a tough spot for EG to find themselves in and find themselves in it so soon in the game.
I mean, a lot of these players, a lot of these teams, they have such great understanding of how to get a small advantage and push super hard on it. Like, Insania makes the call probably, or someone on his team says, like, Insania, you're having a good start. Get that Vessel, baby. Because it's like the most ideal hero on their team really to go for it. Nobody else really wants to buy a Vessel. And he gets it. Yeah, it was 12 minutes. 12 minutes, 20 seconds or so that he was able to get it.
I mean, what would you imagine sort of the call is going to be here from Liquid after the Roche?
I keep fighting. Just run them down because they don't have BKBs. They can't actually defend themselves versus this overwhelming damage and control that's coming out from Liquid. It just keep hunting them down. Don't let them get that recovery outlet and just close off the map because they can pressure these tier 2s early. The fight that comes out from EG, it's very reliant on like an incredible Wukong's with the Pango rolling in and ends up cleaning him up somehow. But Monkey King, he'll just die without BKB versus all this burst. It's not easy. Not easy for EG whatsoever. And they got to play into an Aegis, of course.
Who's taking the Aegis, actually? Are you giving it to Mike or Nisha?
I think you give it to Mike now.
Okay.
Actually, let me check careers really quick. What does he have? Yeah, he's got Hurricane Pike, so I think you can give it to Mike here. There's an argument also for Nisha. I mean, it's one of the two. Yeah, they're all smiles, though. They're feeling good. Some really cool gameplay that we've had overall today. The first series, Shopify, popping off, playing super clean. Liquid, a lot of their games have been very clean. This is another one of those.
Apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. Just waiting for one of the mice to get sorted out. Still waiting for the return here.
And does he know where it is? Do they have another one?
I mean, I guess so. I mean, he said he needed to step to his room to pick it up, so I must have a backup one set up.
Hope so.
I'm ready.
That damn smile.
I mean, they look to be in great spirits here, Liquid.
You get a lot of time to prepare for these next few moments when these type of pauses do happen. So, I mean, certain things we can start talking about, right? 20 seconds, tier 2 neutral items, as we know. There's some really broken ones, especially for some of these heroes. You know, Luna getting maybe like a Grove Bow, Nisha getting a Brigand's Blade. On the side of EG, I mean, they're not going to be as impactful, but definitely some important ones also to perhaps withstand some of this immense burst damage. But it's, you know, like maybe for Chris, it's like the Nether Shaw, but it can be a double-edged sword because you lose the armor also. And there's a lot of mixed damage that comes out from Liquid. They do not seem to be talking as much unless it's someone else. They're very quiet right
here
now.
of Evil Geniuses, no.
No.
I mean, maybe just, you know, very much feeling how tough of a position they are in right now in this game one. still no sign.
Yeah.
The second mouse.
He's just gone.
I mean, I don't know. We don't know what sort of size building they're in. You know, maybe his room's a few floors up, around a corner.
Yep.
Up, you know, it could be miles away. He's gone on a right adventure to find the second mouse.
Sania, yep. Trying to be the good guy, of course. A mouse is pretty necessary. Oh, some no rush on our end, says Insania. The confidence right now.
He's back.
Alrighty, let's go.
There we go. Getting the mouse in.
Make sure those settings are right.
Oh, that's true.
Got to test the
Check
settings
that mouse.
first.
Make sure you turn that acceleration off. That's the one that always gets you.
How are these items looking? I keep checking around. Yeah, it's, like I said, the Pikaz is the one closest to BKB, but they need more than just the one in order to fight versus what Liquid's got right now.
How close are we? Recipe away.
Just a recipe for Pikaz when he disassembles, obviously. Chris is still very far from his. Alrighty. Let's see if they can withstand.
All right. Here we go. Apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but thanks for bearing with us.
Damn it, Owen. And there we go.
All right.
Yeah, we'll be Mickey.
Hurricane Pike, Aegis on this Luna. Mickey very much at the timing where they're going to be ready to run down lanes as 5 hit.
Sure will be.
They want it.
EG, can they set up with numbers to shut down Liquid? Matthew? He considers going in, but there's Nisha in mid, and then quickly in the meantime, Chris is alone.
It's not going to be quite enough, though. Even with the Vessel upon him, Panda is able to come in and provide just enough.
I mean, that's a DK and a Mirana that nearly just kill him without anybody else. That says a lot. And the ward, now Liquid, they're the ones setting up perhaps onto Matthew.
Are they going to find him? He cannot hide in the trees.
Nope.
As Nisha will hunt him down.
And guess what, Owen? They got the Brigand's Blade. So Nisha, he's going to be very happy with that one. Mick is going to take the Aquila.
And he's going to look to take this tier 2 tower.
Pikaz is setting up. He's got a buddy coming. Can they punish Mickey?
I mean, Mickey's got backup and he has got that Aegis.
He's a bit far. He might get caught here.
Can they do it twice, though? He's going to be able to get back up to the high ground.
He actually is able to get away. He gets the Hurricane Pike off.
And that was what pretty much, at least 4 of EG coming in to try and catch him.
A good attempt, though. They tried to punish it, but Mickey just literally split second gets his Hurricane Pike off. And he gets the... They actually got both of the items, Owen. They got the grub bow.
I mean, I'm telling you, tinfoil hat on, but I reckon the neutral item RNG can sometimes be tailored to the heroes you're playing.
I swear it is. There's always a Brigand's Blade for Pango.
Every time I play Viper, I always get the growth.
Zai, they're looking for blood. They're surrounding him.
Oh,
whoopsie.
A little awkward.
Okay, but they're on the tail. They're chasing Whisper. His TP's cooldown. They want him.
He's got a lot of mana to play with.
He sure does.
Cutting
but look,
through trees.
Bottom, they're setting up again also. Zai and Mickey, they're actually hunting for Pikaz. Pikaz has to be cautious.
And Nisha's going to find him. He's going to be able to find Whisper. And Sania's in, slams down the Vessel upon him. Whisper's gone. Same to be said for Pikaz on the other side of the map.
Holy shit. That was insane the way they split up for that gank. It was perfect. EG. There's no breathing room. Chris, I mean, he's getting closer and closer to BKB, but the damage, it's going to start becoming more and more physical for the side of Liquid, and they're going to be close to getting a full BKB on Mickey. This is insane, the pressure they're applying. And Boxy, he gets one of the better steals he can get this game. He's going to switch it away, though. Doesn't get lucky, though. Gets only level 1 shards. I'm actually surprised he got rid of the chakram.
The full ags on Nisha. Got still time left to play with this Aegis.
Full ags. It's 19 minutes. Mickey has BKB too in a second. Whew. At 8 minutes 30 faster than the average. Holy crap. Level 14 as well too, so very close to 15 to have that talent. I wonder if they give him the tome for it. I imagine they will.
They're going to see the rune as well. Nisha's going to be able to back up and grab an Arcane Rune.
Oh, Arcane Rune, he's got the Tome coming. He's going to be, once he uses Tome, he's going to be like 14 3/4 or so. So like just a couple more creep camps and he'll have 15 too. So he's going to have that shield crash talent. Might actually hit 15 now that he got that creep wave. And EG, they need time for these BKBs.
And they're just not really getting it. The tier 2 down bottom's been taken.
And are the BKBs going to be enough also, is the question. It doesn't feel like it with the way the Liquid's been playing. They're ready to jump, make it pushing.
I mean, they can't start a fight here onto Mickey. Not whilst he's got the Aegis and whilst they know that there's pretty much the whole of Liquid behind him.
They're relocating bottom for farm, but Insania's already looking to try to maybe make a move, but he makes the call, the executive call to not actually go for it. Mickey, 40 seconds for Aegis, tier 2 about to fall.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And we'll drop.
Another tier 2.
And they're setting up immediately top. Whisper, he doesn't have BKB, he's gone greed. Well, it's kind of the build that you have to go on Timber. And he might just get brought down himself.
So if they can chase him. In with the swashbuckle, Zai. He's got the Dragon Tail stun. And Whisper, only with a small amount of mana to try and escape with it. And Nisha will be able to follow up and finish him up.
That's an Arcane Rune as well, so it's going to come back
Stay
fast.
coming over towards the mid. They're starting to tease around with Picard. Boxy jumping around the trees. Here's the snowball over towards Instadia, but he's still got plenty of leaps left. So he's perfectly fine.
Rolling Thunder's back up in 28 seconds. Nisha now 15, so he's got the talent. They're just relentlessly running at them. Boxy also with Primal Spring. Yeah, I actually think they got the best neutral items they could have gotten on Liquid.
They're going to find Zai.
Oh.
They'll catch him in the full combo.
Nice.
Rest of Liquid's heading over.
Oh my god.
I mean, they've got to start running here, EG, Chris. He's going to start running in, pots the BKB, gets in aggressive over towards Instadia, but Instadia is able to leap out the side. They'll still chase him out and take him down.
BKB still available for Pakaz.
Nisha. See, the BKB's there. Right before Nisha's able to connect with the Rolling Thunder, Nisha turns attention over towards Chris instead. Mickey from the high ground laying down the damage. Chris is gone. Pakaz, with his BKB coming to an end, he has to run. He's up in the trees. He should be able to get away.
They're chasing. Boxy, he wants him. Can't find him. They get, I mean, they do get 2 decent kills. They get the big kill streak for Pakaz too. They get the Insania kill. But the cleanup there, of course, is for Mickey and Nisha.
Nisha.
He's got
jump
a
back
haste.
in. And this is going to pull Matthew pretty far away from any sort of help. As Insania leaps forward. And they've got the heals. Panda, he's in to help. And Nisha, he's going in deeper. Jumps in with the active shield crash. Swashbuckle as well. Zai cleans him up with the fire.
Zai's like, by the way, I'm back.
Yeah.
That fight lasted long enough.
Just lays down the fireball, takes the double kill.
And Whisper, can they even get him too? No. Okay.
Zai?
What?
Careful.
That was a bit reckless. Can't punish it though.
They're just getting away with everything here, Liquid. 28-8. There's 23 minutes in.
They're just too far ahead. EG, they can't hemorrhage the bleeding. It just keeps happening. Whisper's trying to find any type of space. As we said, everyone needs a BKB. He's trying to farm it as well. But they're just chasing them. Crazy stuff.
We'll see it again here. Just, Nisha knowing that he can go. Him and Zai in a second. Able to get that perfect jump forward to clean up the 2 of them.
And then surprise. They get the cleanup. Mickey, he's got a small crit now, level 18, and then now we see that next item that's going to be, honestly, that one. Once he's able to get the Scotty, that's kind of the GG moment because he's playing versus the Lesh, playing versus the Monkey King, versus the Timber. This heal reduction, it's incredible. EG, they still have to try to look for some types of setup, but it's so hard with the way that Liquid's playing.
Who can they find?
Nobody's really playing by themselves. Like Nisha is kind of playing by himself, but their initiation is just lackluster. They can't get some type of instant disable onto him until Matthew has Blink Dagger, and he's just poor. So he's 0 and 9. He's had to go for just Tranquil Boot drums. So they don't have this instant Blink stun follow up to be able to pick someone off. Liquid's the ones who always has the initiation, the backup, time and time again. And they're ready to keep going.
They're on their way over, Liquid.
Pakaz getting closer to Deso. He feels like they need, I mean, they have to go kind of all in for damage to try to do something versus Liquid right now. I don't blame
They come, Liquid. They'll go for Panda first. Take out the IO. Chris is going to be able to TP away in the trees.
Well, the rest of them, though. Pakaz is in trees. He should be okay. And Liquid, they are, I mean, they're one of the best, if not the best IO team in the world. They know how to play versus this, and we're seeing that. They always focus the IO. They're not jumping the lash. They're just deleting Panda in most situations almost instantly.
And here comes the high ground push.
Mick is just going damage instead of even going Scotty. Before it, at least.
Nice, nice already in with the jump.
Chris!
They're going to jump Chris straight away, and they look to blow him up, and they'll do so quickly.
And Matthew,
Chris
too.
Evaporate. Matthew's gone. And they're up the fortification because he's in the trees, but they know.
He has to break out of his Wukongs. Can they get Nisha?
He's going to try and get back over towards Panda. Yes, but the BKB here to dodge the Dragon Tail stun from Zai.
Can't even get Nisha. He's back in.
Yeah, with the BKB already used, they know how vulnerable Pakaz is right now. He'll be taken out by the relocate.
The base is broken. Luna versus Raxus.
They can't stop him. A full basher on Nisha now as well.
Full data list coming out for Mickey. Damage, it's overwhelming. 16,000 gold, 31 kills. Holy crap.
A full Daedalus.
I don't know what EG does. Unless Liquid makes, honestly, unless the only thing that EG can really hope for is that Liquid just starts making some mistakes. Starts throwing away bodies, because they've got nothing. And because he got to get caught.
He is. BKB on cooldown, I mean, even if it was up, I think with that amount of catch and burst, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Pakaz is out.
They can keep pushing. 48 seconds, he committed the gold. Good God.
I mean, Liquid, they can play it safe if they want. Roshan's up.
I think they
Tier
do.
2's ready for the taking top if they get the creep wave pushed round. Certainly looks like they have a pretty smooth way out of the game from this point.
Absolutely.
That far ahead right now.
And Mickey, I mean, I guess Nisha will take the shard. I actually think the Luna shard is underrated personally, but I mean, they all have BKB, so they're not going to get hit by the Eclipse, so he won't get the bonus damage. So just give it a Nisha to be safe. Pangos is also pretty broken, so. And you might as well give it to Nisha. He's 12-1. Popping off.
I mean, just looking at the net worth of Nisha and Mickey in comparison to anyone else right now, it's pretty insane.
It really is. Zai took a back foot completely this game, kind of sacrificing himself multiple times, and he has even net worth with the 3 cores of EG. Yeah, Mickey Daedalus on it. If they want to be super safe, they can be and finish off like Scotty and stuff like that, but I think they want to keep applying pressure.
Yeah, I think they know that they can end.
Yeah.
With the Aegis in the hands of Mickey, very little that it seems EG's going to be able to throw out to take him out twice.
All right, Matthew, he's doing his Ricky impression, going for some couriers. That's going to be Zai's Vlad's. Liquid. All right, everyone forced back in the base. They can back up and farm a bit here. EG, no way to punish it. Terrified to walk outside of their base.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're happy to play for the next time.
Yep. I mean, the Scotty is it's already pretty much GG, but the Scotty is like, yeah, there's just no hope, really. Luna's just too tanky and just slows you down. And oh, Pakaz, they actually see him with the ward down bottom. Can they cut the tree? Zai. He's lining it up, but won't quite get it. Whoopsie.
The hell is that, Zai? He just made some pop-up appear.
He switches the Quelling Blade back in now, too. He's going to start cutting some random trees. Pakaz. Having fun on the tree. That was close. Trying their best to push out these lanes, but the inevitable is going to start coming.
Oh, might get some couriers, Pakaz.
Okay. Oh, one.
Has been killed.
but that's about it. Back to business. Aegis, 2 minutes. They're going to look to force them back out of their base, but in the meanwhile, they're also setting up top. Can Whisper get away?
As the opener, Zai. And Nisha.
He is going down.
He's ready to come rolling in. The BKB is there. So if there's any bashes, there certainly is with the swashbuckle.
Whoop.
As Whisper. Try and make them spend as much time possible taking him out, but it's not going to be long anyway. Too much damage. And meanwhile, over in the mid, they catch Matthew outside of the base.
They're just not even letting them get outside. And Chris, I mean, he gets caught inside the shards. Mickey, got a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. Chris lucky to be glimmered there. Saves him for those following up hits.
I think Bakaz found Mickey's courier, which was about to pick up the Scotty. But Mickey and Boxy just pushing on their own after they pick off the Timber.
And Boxy's just going in.
Oh my god! All right. Deleted. Pango with Brigand's Blade, ladies and gentlemen. And this much of farm, of course, but good lord, the damage.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
And they'll go for the Megas. Up to the top lane.
Liquid looking scary. Today was another one of those days for them. Especially in this first game. Final hurrah for EG. What can they do? Liquid, I mean, they have a lot of gold to spend. 6,000 on Mickey. He can pick up that Scotty. Chris looking to sneak out here.
I mean, the question is Mickey tempted to buy something a little more exciting, you know?
Why?
For the lulz, you know?
For the lulz. I mean, maybe he... I don't think he should, though. I think you just go the safe route.
Let's have a look.
He should just buy the Scotty.
Oh, boring.
Proper Dota, boo. EG, the last hurrah, as we said.
Yeah,
trying to get
so.
something.
I think so. Let's see what they can do.
It's scouted immediately.
Zai. He's going to be able to jump Chris first.
Nice
As
snowball.
Nisha heads in with the Rolling Thunder. They'll turn their attention straight over towards Mickey. They get Mickey down pretty low, but of course Mickey's still got that Aegis, even if they get him the once. And it looks like they might not even do that. As Mickey's able to live, they've taken out Whisper. And Wukong's command's out from Bakaz, but they'll just wait out the side of it. And Boxy, he's got the stolen Wukong. He'll drop one down himself. The buyback comes out from Whisper. And they're just getting pushed back. Mickey chasing back the Timbersaw. Will turn over towards Chris. Get the double kill as he takes out Panda. Instania takes out Matthew. It's over. And it has been for a long time. GG's called. 39-8. Quite the stomp, folks.
A dismantling, honestly.
A dismantling.
I mean,
there you go. Yeah.
I don't really know. This is insane. Like, they were everywhere. Every single one of them. I mean, we saw the heat maps from early. I'm sure if we brought the heat maps up toward the end of it there, there's probably lines everywhere because Liquid, they literally didn't give EG any hope, any breathing room. This was unbelievable. How many, what? Matthew 0-12, Panda 1-8. Like, nobody even gets to try to play Dota as Liquid. They just smack them down.
Yeah, and indeed, yeah, looking at the damage out, Instania ended up doing the same amount of damage as Mickey. So the secondary carry this game fell in the hands of the position 5, Instania, doing the damage, and indeed 11-2 and 18. Crazy game from him, crazy game from the team as a whole. What a game one from Liquid. Hopefully EG's going to be able to come back with a bit of a better punching game too, because this game, it felt over very, very quickly. It just took its time to sort of play out the course, and there was no mess up from Liquid as the game proceeded. First game of this best of 3, it's all Team Liquid.
Yeah, incredibly convincing performance there. And it's kind of what you get if you start out brawling. Now, if you started brawling, it could go either way, of course. But if you start out brawling and you get a little bit behind and you continue brawling, it snowballs so fast. And it felt like that's what we were seeing here, where Team Liquid was indeed getting out of control in their favor, and EG just didn't have an answer anymore because you're just at some point underfarmed, underleveled, and there's no way back. I'm joined by Jenkins, Kezu, and Effie. In this game, Effie, what do you make of it?
What do I make of it?
Yeah, what do you make of
it?
Well, if we're going to talk about this game, I feel like the most important thing to talk about are the first 5 minutes of this game. So basically, there's a lot of lane shenanigans going around. It reminded me of Team Tickle's Tour 1 last year and the kind of nonsense they would pull off in terms
every
of
game.
lanes. Yeah, every single game. But basically, the Timbersaw dodged the Luna. So Luna was running bottom. She didn't want to TP. But then they had the Io and the Tusk kind of chase the Luna away and waste their time, right? So you had a situation where there were 2 solo cores on the side of EG on either lane. But Luna does make her way bottom eventually. And then Insania goes top. He starts top on his Mirana. He feeds to the Monkey King and decides, you know what? I'm going to try lane with my Luna because we have an aura. They have a solo Timbersaw. So they go down. They punish the Timbersaw. So then Matthew and the Tusk has to go bottom. And then Panda is just playing top because he TP'd there to save Pakaz when Pakaz got the first blood. Suddenly you have dual lane versus a Luna tri-lane. And then the Luna tri-lane just completely snowballs the Timbersaw. They get so many kills, so many levels. I mean, Mike is underleveled. But did that matter? Because he then TP'd top to kill the level 6 Monkey King when he was
ran
level
top,
4.
Actually.
Yeah.
He ran top.
Yeah,
he
he ran.
He ran all the way top. Gets a kill as a level 4 Luna and a level 6 Monkey King. The lanes stabilized at that point. But the most important thing to note was that the supports were so high level at that point on the side of Liquid because they weren't running around as often as the ones on EG were, because the EG supports were trying to damage control and they were reactively TPing, whereas the Liquid supports were getting kills. So all of a sudden you have this like level 7 Mirana with Starfall, half of a vessel, a level 6 Rubik versus 2 level 4 supports, and the snowball goes from there, Kazu.
He had a 12-minute vessel with 4 charges as a +5. And a rant that I have to go on is I feel... Okay, you guys, I'm going to ask you a question. You guys tell me the answer.
Okay.
What does Pangolier not do? What is he... What is this hero incapable of doing in the game?
Taking towers.
Okay, 1.
Well, he doesn't have a direct stun.
That doesn't count.
That's
What?
He doesn't have global presence, but he's a fast hero.
Okay.
So that's
So-
like half a...
Okay,
half a
1.5
finger.
points.
Okay.
But to counter-argue his point of not taking towers, he defends all your towers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like half a point.
Lose a
So
point.
what else does he have? Doesn't he have?
He
Doesn't have...
doesn't put on a wizard hat.
That's a good point. He doesn't put on the Boba hat. And he won't eat Boba's head either,
He
unlike
doesn't
you.
shoot arrows.
Well, on the flip side, what I feel like this hero is it's actually quite overpowered. First of all, he has a good lane. He defends your towers. He glues together your supports in terms of you can always go with a Penguin kill. You buy Diffuser Blade. You have good mid-game timings and good team fighting. You can scale through the game to deal infinite damage with your Aghanims. And if you're winning, you build a Basher, which a lot of heroes hate because eventually if you're behind, you want to split push the map, buy a BKB, and then suddenly, oh, what stopped his TP? Well, because your boy Nisha can buy a 20-minute Basher, and he feels good about it.
He's great with runes. He's great at securing runes.
Yes.
I think one of the biggest improvements in the Pangolier tech in the last few months is people like straight up just rolling for runes. It's like, you want to fight me for the 6-minute rune? I'm just going to press roll on you. And then guess what? Yeah, I don't have roll up, but I have a double damage rune, so you still can't fight me.
Then there's Brigand's Blade, which makes the hero a lot better too.
There's actually a neutral item on every tier that is OP on Pango.
Yep,
So you're
Mindbreaker.
So you're guaranteed, statistically, that you're probably going to get at least one of them in the game.
Guaranteed, probably. That doesn't...
Well, I mean, when you have like 99.9% likelihood, it's like every game.
That's another question before we get into the head-to-head.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that neutral items are tailored towards to what heroes you are playing in the game.
That's called confirmation
sure.
bias.
That is confirmation
I'm sure it's true.
bias. That's confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias.
Doesn't
you know
matter.
what? It feels true.
But the thing is, there's one on every tier, so that is statistically true
No, I'm
for at
talking
least
if-
one item. Because
That
either
is
you get,
probably statistically 100%.
Thank you, Jenkins.
because there's
Thank
like
you,
a
Jenkins.
1% chance if you do the math. There's a very low chance that you understand what I'm saying,
Yep.
right? Because you're gonna get Mage Bane or whatever,
Bane.
Witch Bane,
Witch Bane,
or
Mage
you're
Slayer.
Mage Bane is actually anti-mage in Han.
or you're gonna get the Mage Slayer or whatever. What's the other one?
The Mage
one that
Slayer is the
silences
one you have to buy.
What's the one you?
Mindbreaker?
Mindbreaker. Or you're gonna get the one that slows on the first level.
Scotty, right?
No, what is the one? I don't know the neutral item names because
the
they're
one that
stupid.
slows on Lance of Pursuit.
Lance of Pursuit. Or you get the Brigand's Blade, which obviously is the best
Yes.
one. But on every tier, there's one.
I think what ends up happening is I feel like there's a good neutral item for any of the 5 heroes on either team. So there's zero chance that at least one of your heroes doesn't have a neutral item tailored for them. So you look at that and you're like, of course,
I've had
Storm.
bad neutral items.
It's good
Of
balance,
course, yeah,
honestly.
someone
They're
on your team
balanced.
had a good
There are
one.
so many
that's
games.
probably
That's
true,
what I
yes.
mean. There's at least one player on your team.
Are you
who's
gonna complain
happy.
about the Philly Stone?
No, but there's
Okay.
so many games where it's like, well, there's no caster items. That happens way too often.
Yeah, but at least one hero on your team has an item that's good for them.
Yeah,
so
but you
when you're
want at
looking at
least
it,
3.
that's where the confirmation bias happens.
I
Alright.
agree with that.
Because then you're not looking at the Mirana with the broom handle.
Broom
You're
handle,
looking at that
exactly. Yeah,
storm with a fairy's trinket.
That's fair.
Yep, yep.
That is fair.
Are you
Now-
proud of me, Jenkins? It was the first time I derailed the panel.
Well, I will say neutral items did not per se win this game. They were very strong.
Yes.
But Team Liquid just handedly took that one. And we did see it, we didn't talk about it, but you saw that indeed, I mean, Insania's numbers were quite out there. The net worth, the damage done, the kills, it was all out there.
Thick boy that game.
A very thick boy that game. Now we also know, statistically speaking, 100% of the time,
Probably.
EG has gone to a game 3 in their series. Can they continue that trend? We're finding out because game 2 coming your way after this.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but
In Dota 2, experience is a resource that is overshadowed by its more handsome and more successful brother, gold. This is wrong. In lane, for example, one hero who is level 6 is often stronger than two heroes who are level 5, because the level 6 guy has his ultimate and the other two don't. A great way to make sure that you are earning XP 1v2 is to hold Alt and hover over your hero's level to see the 1500 experience range. For many years in Dota, this XP only came from being around enemies that die. Now there are tomes and outposts, but still the primary source of XP is death. If an enemy creep, take a melee creep for example, is below 50% HP, then an enemy can walk up and deny it, resulting in only 50% of its 57 experience bounty being rewarded. A hero who gets denied, on the other hand, grants 0 XP. Fortunately, there are only 3 spells in Dota that can cause a hero to be deniable: Doom, Shadow Strike, and Venomous Gale. And if you want to get technical, since Phoenix Egg is a ward unit, it can also be denied. In terms of large XP bounties, there are some creeps in Dota that you should pay particular attention to, because they are well worth the investment to kill them. Beastmaster Hawk, for example, gives 77 XP. Comparing the Hawk to Nature's Prophet's Treants is a hilarious and somewhat depressing thought experiment. Treants grant 12 XP a pop, meaning that you would need to kill 6 Treants to equate to a single Hawk kill. That's 3300 HP versus 150 HP. Not good. Fortunately for the Beastmaster players out there, if you deny a summon, then the enemy team gets 0 XP from them, just like denying a hero. Neutral creeps are also an interesting edge case, because regardless of who last hits these things, experience is shared among all enemy and allied heroes in XP range. This is a great way to check if an opponent is farming a camp out of vision, because you'll see your XP go up when they kill a creep at the camp. Another edge case is kill streaks. For example, a hero that is beyond godlike will reward an extra 110 times their level XP when they die. This means that killing a beyond godlike level 25 hero will gain you an extra 2750 XP.
DreamLeague Season 19 and well underway in the draft of Game 2 here between Team Liquid and Evil Geniuses, because Jenkins just kept
oh my god, shut up. You know I don't want to listen to those videos as much as you guys, all right?
I love those
More
videos.
I think they're amazing, actually.
They're pretty good.
Really
They're actually pretty good videos.
And I think it's good that you explain basic concepts, because I
don't know what I explained, because I walked out of here when the video started playing, so I don't have to hear it.
That's
It was a good
confirmed. He
video.
actually did do that.
Was it?
I learned that the Hawk gives 77 XP. I don't read things, so I would have
Yeah,
never
reading
known
is
that.
hard for me
Yeah.
too.
One Hawk.
One Hawk.
Did you not even know?
One Hawk is worth 77
That's what he said.
range
I
creep.
mean, apparently they edited it for him because he didn't know the numbers.
They just AI'd my voice into that. I don't know. I didn't do any of these videos.
God damn it.
Oh, that's you should pursue them for them or something.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the draft, because they're going fast. Speedy boys right here. Of course, first game. I feel like we didn't even get to see the proper plan come to play from Evil Genius in that one, because basically the brawling made the mid game irrelevant because it was already such a big difference during that time. So what can we say about this draft? Like, how do you really learn from something like that other than saying, hey guys, let's just play
Let's lane normal.
Normal.
Let's not have the first 3 minutes be completely random and see if we can play some Dota here today.
But they're in a better position to lane normally because EG have second pick this time, which means they can focus on counter picking lanes instead of having to pick so many flex heroes like they did in the first game. That is an interesting...
I mean, we have a spooky hero.
It's a spooky ghost. Woo. Some Scooby-Doo vibes would be great right now coming out.
We also have a Pango, so some Spanish guitar would be nice.
Here it comes.
Spooky Spanish guitar.
Spooky Spanish guitar.
That is a very specific request.
Do they ever... They flex DP, right? I know that it's mainly Christopher, Smile, Luck playing it, but Whisper has also played it before. Is that correct? Because I'm not sure...
Of course, it's a very flexible.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I necessarily would want to play DP mid into Pango. Perhaps this is something you can decide later on in the draft.
But we did talk about this backstage, that this is Christopher Smile that we're seeing here today.
Yeah, but I want a different form.
So there's many forms that he takes. There's Christopher Luck, there's Chris Luck, there's C Smile, there's Chris Fuck. I'm just gonna say it. Yeah. That's what everybody's thinking.
There's also Christopher.
And so there's many different forms that he takes. Some are more powerful, some are weaker.
Yeah.
But Christopher Smile is when he's the most consistent. And so I think picking DP into a bad matchup, when you know that you've got Christopher Smile coming out, and of course Chris Drugs is when he's just doing crazy stuff.
Yeah.
It's a good game to give him a bad matchup. He's going to be fine because of the personality that's coming out today from him.
But don't I want to give him the best matchup so he can really bring out the F inside of him?
But it's not dependent on matchup. It's dependent on himself. Yeah.
It's like whatever time of day, what do you have for breakfast?
Time of day, what do you have for breakfast?
Yeah.
Maybe when he takes a little bit of a break, goes outside for a bit, what
Which
he does.
position he's sitting on the chair?
Yeah, he's sitting in quite a...
True. I hope EG don't fall for Liquid's trap and pick an IO here, because that's something that they've been running a lot with their DPs, their Lushes, and their Marcies. But Liquid are definitely ready to play into their IO with their Disruptor Pango opening.
Yeah, I would not like if they picked IO here at all. So I'm glad that they don't. I'm okay with the Bane. We've seen it before against the Pango. I like if they're just going to look for more answers against this hero, because we could see it last game and then some others that Pango, if not addressed and with a good lane, which Nisha will traditionally have, this hero just does definitely tend to pop off and get away with it.
It's also one of Panda's best heroes.
Yeah.
He's Grandmaster tier on Bane, which is an insane thing to do, to achieve Grandmaster on Bane. That is incredibly boring.
Extremely boring, right.
That is so boring, but I have a lot of respect for anyone who does it.
Like living in a library or something like that, not leaving for 20 years.
That sounds kind of cool, actually.
So boring.
But you were telling me, Kazu, earlier that you thought that Liquid did a lot of nice things in the mid game last game. Do you think they're set up to do the same thing here?
I think they can do a similar thing, because for them, I would say it's less actually about their heroes, but rather about how they understand the game. When you're far ahead, especially this late into the patch, you know that the enemy team, they'll just split push you. The worst thing you can do is to try and 5-man. You should only 5-man if you can actually go up a high ground and end the game. Instead, what you want to do is run in groups to find them on the map, but not just in one place, but multiple places. And I think that Liquid do this very well, because they go like 3 people here, and then their Luna with like one single Rubik, they can still protect and take the enemy jungle and kick them out. So they're very good at just, when they're ahead, I feel like they don't let loose. They're going to keep punishing you and just getting you out of any area in the game and keep forcing you to run away.
So I have a follow-up question for that, Kazu. Do you think because of the Bloodseeker pick, Raining Blood sort of music should be the thing that we pull on here?
Yeah, I like that. I think that's a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raining Blood. Nice. We've respected the Bloodseeker pick.
We
well
did.
done, Jenkins.
So So what Liquid do here is that they should know that EG shouldn't feel too comfortable putting their DP mid, but we've also oftentimes seen Bloodseeker in the safe lane being good against DP, so they've crafted 2 lanes, at least in their mind and in my mind, that you shouldn't feel too happy with if you're DP. So you should kind of choose your poison and choose to counter one of them as EG. Like you put DP in one of the lanes where you're like, okay, you'll be okay here, we choose the other one and we target it with this next pick.
I absolutely agree with that.
You don't think it's going to be DP mid?
It can be.
Because I feel like against Pango, you just suck the creep, right?
Yeah, it's not necessarily so much about the lane, but more about how the post-laning stage into the mid-game goes. I feel like it's very
Pango can respond
annoying.
to DP's rotations very well.
I feel like Pango has all the answers to you, and I would rather be a higher priority hero that is something else than DP against Pango.
Okay, sure. Makes sense.
Also,
there you go.
Pango is backed up by 2 active supports and a carry that is extremely ready to TP in early.
Yeah.
This could also be potentially flexed to offlane, but there are 3 heroes equipped to play with this Pango into a Death Prophet.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was going to mention that I think a Spirit hero would potentially be a little bit better. Yes, you are playing against Disruptor, but at least it gives you the ability to be proactive, as opposed to a DP who just stands there and she can't really start a fight. People have to run into her and she has to siphon them, and that's how she plays early on.
I think the Storm is pretty nice here. You have some catch, you can play through it with your boys as they're banning... I guess it's Zai. Zai can play whatever the hell they need him to play. So yeah, offlane Pango isn't out of the question here for them.
The thing with the Storm Spirit is if this Disruptor plays well, like smokes with this first couple of Static Storms and catches the Storm Spirit, there's not the best way for EG to react. Like they do have the Bane TP in, but I don't necessarily think that's going to save the Storm. So I feel like Storm has to completely stomp the Pango on lane and go off of that. But Storm has an excellent matchup versus Pango.
He does.
It's a very good one. So it's very likely that if EG play for rune security and we see a good version of Christopher Smile today, that he will do well in this lane versus Misha.
I'm ready to see Christopher Smile evolve and transform during the game.
Yeah, but speaking of the other hero interactions on the side of Liquid that we haven't mentioned, I just like what their heroes can do individually, right? I like the wave clear that comes out of Bloodseeker. I like that you can flex it to your offlane also, which is something that you need when you have first pick. It's also the Rupture counters the Death Prophet. I enjoy having the Clockwork versus Bane because you can cancel the Fiend's Grip with ease, so you don't have to commit Disruptor spells to deal with the Bane. So your Pango is kind of covered by both of the supports.
Don't you... I feel like this... I would think of Anti-Mage here if I'm EG, personally. It's a pretty good game in my mind against those heroes, but I don't know. Faceless Void, in my opinion, was a good ban too. Time Dilation, super annoying, lanes well against Caudle with the Time Walk, so I'm a fan that they removed that. Anti-Mage is a bit greedy, but...
Could also be TA?
Play it, you have 3 seconds.
TA's ban. Never mind. GG.
I think the Anti-Mage versus the Bloodseeker might be a little risky. Like EG, it has a lot of good matchups in the game, but I think after you give away the Caudle as an offlane, maybe it's too much of a risk to play into a Seeker that could potentially snowball.
Well, Spectre, I like the Spec matchup with heroes that can go in. So you have like Storm, they help each other very nicely. You give Vision for Storm that he can jump. When he goes, you can follow, you can get on top of the Caudle as well, and the support, so that's pretty nice.
And Ag Spectre as well. Once Storm jumps somebody in the late game, like, you always have a follow-up to kill somebody.
I mean, it is not the easiest Caudle game unless he has a good start, because they have heroes later to get on top of him.
His lane should be pretty good.
Yeah, he should freefarm the lane.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like he's set up to have a good start on this Caudle. Like, he will be the one to buy the Vessel, and he's going to be covered by his Clockwork, who deals with Bane pretty well, I would say.
Yeah.
And they're set up for his spells, like the Cogs into Blast. Like, that can be a way to feed on the enemy support, which is important. But as the game progresses, the Spec will eat the Caudle. It'll also eat the Disruptor, unless Disruptor glimpses the illusion away. But I just have so much faith in Liquid after how I saw them play the last game that they're just going to dominate the map in the same way.
Yeah.
But I think EG's draft is much better equipped to handle lanes and to handle the mid game than it was last game. Last game, they were just in such a weird position, right? Because their lanes were all over the place and they flexed their heroes because they had to. But here, like, they had their pick of the litter, basically.
Yeah. EG need to play really well to hold their own game between like minutes 7 and 15, I think, where Caudle's gonna have high levels. He can run around with Nisha, who's just gonna get Chakra Magic all the time to make space on the map. So EG, they need to survive. I want to see a third game. They need to play well.
We need the best version of Christopher Luck.
Exactly.
We do.
I agree. Not just survive. I think the Storm Spirit has to play a really good game and rotate on the side lanes as much as he can.
Yep.
Who do we need?
No, I don't care who we need.
Puck.
Gentlemen, lady, it's time for game number 2. Let's head over to the Pixel Unfold.
Thank you very much, CBS. Game 2 here of Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1, folks, it was a rough one for Evil Geniuses. But coming into this game 2, fresh drafts. Do they have a better chance this time round?
I hope, but I don't think so.
Uh-oh.
Let's hope. Let's see if they can get first
Oh,
blood
here
at least
we
to
go.
start it off.
First blood, it's going to be theirs.
And they'll give it to Bakaz. All right. Oh, I mean, I'm definitely a bit concerned for them going into the whole aspect of the game. I'm glad Kezu brought up at the end. Ooh. Okay.
Some sort of in-joke, I guess. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
They did it last game as well.
Oh, yeah?
They typed something similar to Liquid
Okay.
in the beginning of game 1.
I'm glad that Kezu brought it up.
Anime thing? I don't know.
I don't know if Ramon. I don't know.
I
Not sure. Anyway. Kezu brought up at the end the Chakra Pango. It's one of my favorite actual combos. You Chakra Pango, he just swashbuckles, and we've seen what these Pangos can do if they get a good start, if they get buffed up. But EG, I mean, they've gone for, I mean, the Storm versus Pango matchup, it's good, right? We've seen now time and time again, you're able to dominate the lane. But the mid game, it can be pretty difficult with the Fusel and whatnot. Well, let's see if EG can get themselves off the early game to be able to set themselves up with a fight versus Liquid. They have Fiend's Grip and stuff too, it's just they have the ways to cancel it. There's Clockwork, there's Disruptor. So this Pango, he should be able to always freely roll around.
Yeah. It looks like we're not going to see anything crazy with the lane setups this time from both teams.
No, standard lanes. I don't think we'll see any type of swap arounds happening here either. And so I imagine they picked this not only because, like the panel was saying, not just because of the Chakra stuff, but like maybe even just a Vessel if he wants to go down that route or auras. And yeah, let's see what Chris we get, right? That was the big thing they were saying. Is it going to be Chris Luck, Chris Mile? Which one's it going to be?
Of course, should be a good matchup for him in the mid.
Should be.
Should have a pretty good time there. And yeah, in terms of catch for him, yeah, it could be fairly slippery this game.
Could be slippery. Disruptor can be very annoying. But they do have a couple forms of silences, so if he's not careful, he will just, you know, get caught out from it. So see how all these things just do go down.
I mean, and how is this safe lane for Bakaz this game? Does it sort of remain okay, or does it get to a point where Zion Box here are able to kind of blast him out of the lane with the magical harassment?
They can probably just blast him out. Yeah, he has Dagger to be able to get out of cogs and stuff at times, but yeah, it's overwhelming damage. And Bane definitely has a difficulty versus the Clockwork.
Matthew looking pretty dead here.
Is under attack.
Gets caught in the combo. The setup's there for the Blood Bright.
Disruptor pretty much just doesn't lose lanes. See what Boxy looks to do also. We've seen like the 4 positions just be unbelievably active. Just looking to set up kills really early on. And, I mean, it looks like they're trying for it again. Chris. Can he get away?
Nisha. Gonna buy time for Boxy. Yeah, it's excellent body blocks. As Panda will TP over, but nothing he can offer up to help out Chris there. As the body block's too strong from Nisha.
And Boxy's done this a lot now lately, right? And we're seeing him do it so much. Oh, did he get glimpsed back to base? It looks like he did, Matthew. Yup. Thank you, Observer. He had to smoke and run back just so he can help out Whisper more. Whisper's still holding his own, though. I mean, it should be a pretty good lane for him. They can't really bully the Death Prophet unless he's like super out of position until later levels come out. But Matthew definitely needed up here. Bakaz getting first blood, I was wondering to see what he was going to use that gold for. It's just going to be standard stuff. He's just going to go treads. I thought maybe he'd buy some like extra form of regen just to be able to stand down here versus the Coddle. But he's last hitting very nicely here, 13-5. He's got pretty much everything under the tower too, so he should get almost all of them here. And Boxy's going to pull wave. So it's going to be some denied. It's going to push forward now. Looks like that was Boxy's decision to help outside when it was under tower.
Are scanning.
They can look to set up on top lane soon, I feel. Matthew. He's trying to get on top of Insania. Glimpse back will be there. Insania, it's going to be okay.
Now they're on him, though.
Actually, he's stepping back up.
He dead.
Indeed, with a rebound, they'll punish that.
Nice.
Insania stepping back into a bit of a dangerous spot, and he'll pay with his life.
They have good kill threat up here. Whisper. Urn is picked up also. I like this. I really like this pick up here from him. He's got the charges already. This could be the difference. This could allow them to maybe even go for a kill onto Mickey if Mickey plays a little bit aggressive. That though, Nisha, he'll get the bottle filled up. And now Chris could be in trouble himself. Again.
Caught him in the field.
Oh no.
He's going down again.
Oh no. Never something you want to have happen. Mickey though, can they get him? Not quite.
I mean, has got the Crypt Swarm.
He lined it up. Whoop, whoop.
Whoa.
Earn. Matthew, can he get him? Aaron might just finish him. Yep. Okay, so at least they punished the rotation from the Disruptor. And he's going to miss a lot of creeps too on Mickey. Nicely done there from EG.
They're going to set up onto Panda. He'll turn with a Nightmare. Boxy trying to stay on top of the battery itself, but Pakaz is there. Able to tank a fair few of the instances. Panda's fine. We'll lose the courier though.
Doing much better in the laning phase. The big concern really is just that Chris is getting slowed down a lot. Those 2 kills, they really do matter. Kezu was saying on panel, right? It's like, you know, you might do amazing in these matchups. I mean, he was talking more about like the Death Prophet from earlier as Matthew will go down. It's just like this Pango is just such an insane hero. And it just feels like even when he's addressed, he has good games. I like what Shopify did though. The Puck, the Earth Spirit, it seemed like a really good answer to disrupt that Pango, but this game, yeah, he's just only really playing versus Fiend's Grip. Death Prophet Exorcism and stuff later on, but he looks set up for success. Roxy.
I mean, just being quite a nuisance down on this bottom lane.
They're rotating a lot of heroes, though. They might be able to punish Liquid here.
Oh, good dodge there with the Nightmare. Well, they does still get hit, but won't be enough to kill him. And we'll be able to kill Zai, though. I mean, Zai and Bok, they were going pretty deep for that kill. And they don't get it, and they only end up losing themselves their own life there. Zai goes down.
They're punishing this nicely.
Stupendous.
Can they get Boxy as well? Gonna try. Gets him under the tower again, but Nisha's here.
Yeah, and so is Insania. They brought the 2 of them over. TPs are going to be coming in from EG. Matthew, it's going to be focused by Nisha. Chris is able to zip forward, take out Boxy, and he's going to see if he can maybe get some more out of this. Tries to get the illusion room, but Insania's quick with the deny, so Chris won't be able to get the real fuel from that.
They're farming beautifully in their lanes, though. Besides, of course, Chris.
Mickey's getting bullied top.
Okay, they'll save Chris. Beautiful. Okay. We actually get a game on our hands.
I mean, yeah, this is looking so much better from EG here in this game too so far.
Mm-hmm. And Matthew, he makes a stroll through the enemy jungle too. He'll scout out the stacks because Disruptor, Insania tends to always do those. Might punish Matthew now though.
Attempt there to throw Boxy up to the high ground away from him.
Nice try.
Not gonna work.
Whisper. Mickey is in trouble. He needs help.
Oh. And Whisper, he's just gonna opt to TP away. Doesn't want to mess around with the TPs coming in from Liquid.
And he's using an efficient TP too. He doesn't go all the way back to base. He's looking to stick around Boxy. He might just be able to find him. Use the Haunt. They're jumping the Coddle bottom. And they'll find him.
Chris doing it now on a killing spree as the Storm on top. Matthew's in with a rebound. Dispose as well. They'll look to chase Mickey down. And they're going to have him. Oh, they've got Nisha. Nisha's ready to save him. Comes in with a swashbuckle. It's going to be Whisper now that's potentially in trouble. Good angle here from Nisha. He's able to get the bounce across again off that pillar. And they'll punish Whisper for that dive. As Mickey, he's able to live this time. Good save from Nisha.
Perfect timing from Nisha. I didn't see if he bottled. Maybe he did, but I didn't actually get to see it. Either way, comes in at the perfect possible time to save Mickey. But because he's having the dream start. Top net worth. The Storm also doing a good job, even though he was killed a few times in the lane. And they'll find a regen rune also for Chris. This is nice.
See where he wants to go next, Chris.
Just farm for a little bit here. Finish up the stack, but they do want to pull him around. He always has the kill threat on Zai. Yeah, he's being efficient. Nisha also just farming it up. He's farming the stacks that were prepared for him from earlier. And Insania's going to sap some XP to get that 6 really early. I mean, Insania's very high level also. Similar to what we saw last game. It's definitely an important game to have this Disruptor 6 early versus the Storm, since he's probably the best form of catch versus him early.
Yeah, they need that because Chris.
He's big.
Yeah, he's having a good start now. Picking up the kills. Good farm. Him and Pakaz leading the way right now.
Yeah, Pakaz, the max dispersion build. The lane that he was given, the first blood that he was given. It's really nice. He has over 6 last hits a minute on the Spectre. They go for Mickey here. They're starting to make rotations. It's spotted by the ward, though, so they know that Chris Luck's rotating up here.
I mean, do they sort of just avoid this, or do they bring backup in?
Is Nisha... I mean, Nisha's healed up. He's got Rolling Thunder. He could potentially look to set up here. Rupture is ready for Mika. Yeah, he saw the move, so he's already here. Insania is... This could catch him off guard. The Disruptor 6 already.
Chris is in. Immediate reaction there from Insania. Static Storm, Kinetic Field. They'll trap the Storm. They'll try and give him some time over the defensive Nightmare, but he's glimpsed back. They don't have enough duration, though, with the Static Storm to completely control him.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter. Nisha still finds him with the Rolling Thunder. As Chris was not quite able to break far enough away, he'll go down. Same to be said here for Whisper, as Nisha takes out the two of them, and they may even get more. They're chasing out Panda down the lane. They'll take down a fourth out of that fight.
My God. I mean, the supports are so high level. Boxy was 6 also. Both supports 6 as the play is happening. Disruptor and Nisha, they're both just perfectly set up for it, and now he's going to get an Arcane Rune. Diffusal Blade, it's soon on the horizon. Even though that Storm, he's farming well, they're just prepared for him. It was instant.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Chris saying something immediately as soon as that Static Storm comes out. Absolutely caught him by surprise, and then just gets tripped up here. Tries to play too small with the zips and ends up dying still with 500 mana. Back in action, though. Chris back to picking up kills. Catches his eye bottom.
I mean, good stuff, at least to be able to get these kills. I mean, those type of situations, when they happen in these any game, is really just like, what? Why is the support 6 pre-10 minutes? It's like 9-something. Quite a big expenditure of mana, though, from Chris. Mid, Boxy. Wants blood. Matthew. Can't get away. That's pretty much the Diffusal Blade finished up now for Nisha. Incredibly good item versus Storm Spirit, of course. And they've already, I mean, they really have shut down Whisper so much. Even though he had that great start because Mick is left alone, they've punished his exorcisms very effectively from these Nisha rotations.
Yeah, they're keeping that tower alive top. Still standing there, the tier 1.
Rupture constantly online. Mika, his farm is good.
They're going straight for him again.
Sure are. And the Storm is low. They see Chris Luck. They see Smile super low HP. They know he can't help. Prepping for the dive,
I
perhaps.
know he's around here somewhere.
The Diffusal is coming on the Courier. They're not going to wait for it.
They just go straight in. Rupture, Rolling Thunder. Nothing to be done here for poor old Whisper. A couple of Siphons will buy him some time. But you're not surviving through this. Liquid, they get the kill.
Yeah, and now the Diffusal comes, so they didn't even need it for the damage. And Mika, he's got Maelstrom. Everything, again, looking incredible for them. Because it's still farming, but it is a Spectre, so difficult for you to really get involved too much until you've got your item timings.
He really needs sort of the Manta and then the Ags. And then he's going to be feeling comfortable jumping around.
And, I mean, it's 12 minutes in. We still haven't seen Nisha pair up with the Coddle, the Chakra, the Pango. It's one of the more broken combos. Yeah, because he's leaving bottom lane. 3K lead already for Liquid.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're just hunting. I mean, Boxy Invis, he's looking for the next person.
We've got Whisper and Chris. They're taking the tier 1 top.
He's found Matthew. Pretty much almost solo kill him, Nisha. Might secure the last hit. Thank you.
They're starting to add up now. 3K lead for Liquid.
7-14. I mean, it's looking a little similar to last time with the amount of pressure they're applying.
I mean, the first sort of 10 minutes or so, it looked pretty decent for EG. They were keeping up. These last few moments, though, Liquid starting to set themselves ahead.
They're punishing the greed of the Spectre. He can't really turn up, he'll just die. And yeah, tier 1 in the mid lane of fall, the most important tower, and they're just going in.
Yeah, Boxy. Straight up the high ground. Swashbuckle from Nisha tears through him, and there you go.
The double.
Buffs him up and immediately pretty much has a second Swashbuckle to play with.
Okay, yeah, no. Just blows people up in a second there.
Hey, there we go, though. Record's being set here for Picard. 9 seconds faster than the patch fastest, and that's an impressive one. That's out of 337 matches. So well played to Picard there. We'll see if it's going to be enough to allow him to carry this game, because over in the mid, Static Storm dropped here as it traps Matthew. Dead again. So he needs to try and roll in for more. Chris, he's going to zip towards the backlines. But he gets straight on top of Insania, though. He used the Horn as well to jump in for Cars. Ready to get involved. The buyback to come out now from Insania. Bloodbright laid down. EG starting to back off because he's running low on the mana. He's going to opt for the TP out. Have they got anything to stop it?
They do.
The battery assault. It's there from Boxy. puts a stop to Pakaz's TP, as they'll be able to chase down the Spectre as well. Pakaz, he's running out of options, running out of places to run. Also, Chris, he's also pretty low on mana. They're backing on towards Mika, but Mika's able to put the stick. He's still alive, finally falls, but the Bloodbright was laid down. Nisha and Boxy, they're going to look to be the ones cleaning up on this fight. Another swashbuckle, another kill for Nisha.
Oh my god, Pang. I want to see these damage numbers from the Pango. I mean, look at this. 4,800 damage at 14 minutes, Owen. This is one of the highest damage zones I think I've seen in a game from both sides. Like, even the Storm, he popped off. Chris gets some big cleanup kills, but Liquid's still very happy with the way that went down. Nisha level 13. Pango. He almost has Basher.
Oh my goodness.
He's so farmed. They've got the Greaves also in these fights, too, to be able to punch back. Some good kills, though, I would say. EG, you know, it's some good stuff.
Pakaz was able to kind of live for quite a while here, making them spend a lot of time trying to take him out.
Yeah, they do end up finishing Mika, which is the big one. It looked like for a second he might actually survive, but they do get that finish up. And it does require buyback from Insania, so. But my god, yeah, Nisha. And these Pangos are just 8-0 and 8. They just do this every game.
Oh, and they're charging straight. Whisper. They're ready to go beyond the tier 2. They get the pushback, and he just gets blown up. Godlike for Nisha.
This combo. I honestly have Misty and Coddle. Chakra with some of these heroes. Ember Spirit, of course, one of the most popular for a very long time, but now the Pango's just like the best hero in the game.
I mean, well, that's the thing, right? I feel like other teams are going to be watching this and going, well, if Pango's pretty busted in the right set of hands, let's add the cold to it like Liquid is, because this just takes it to another level.
Pakaz, they get the glimpse. He gets himself out, but pushed right back in.
Get knocked back in there, Zai with the control. Blasting back into the Static Storm. It's getting rough now. It's speeding up super fast. Nisha, beyond godlike. Nearly 10k net worth for 16 minutes in.
They're already swinging for more kills. It's like the second anyone shows themselves under one of these wards, they just get ran at. Liquid. This is just insane stuff that they're able to do today. Pango, he's going to hit even faster timings than last game. 10,000 net worth at 16 minutes. 1630, we'll say. They just can't get any momentum on their side on EG whatsoever.
Oh, I mean, Boxy's nearly got Zags.
Yeah, he sure does. He's almost same net worth as Whisper. Haunt is up. Can EG look to make any play here? It just feels difficult with the speed that Liquid's always... They're playing together constantly, so it's tough for them to really find anyone. Panda, he's found. He's dead.
Matthew, he's going to try and fight this.
He needs his buddies, though.
And they're going in as well into the back lines with the Storm and the Spectre. They're trying to focus Zai. Zai's able to get the heal off Chris. He'll jump forward once more to be able to take Zai down, but he's out of mana now, Chris. As he's going to get caught by the Thunder into the Bloodbright.
They want more. Glimpse is up. He gets the silence. Can he hide? He's speedy. He's able to get away. But this is their Haunt play. They use Haunt. They use, like, I mean, majority of stuff, sure, they don't use DPO, but there's no situation to, and they only really get the Coddle there. Kaz loses Courier. He's got to hide. They know he's down here. But he will be able to get away.
Close, though. Nearly getting vision there for the setup.
Boxy has Ags. It's already finished. Insane timing for him.
That's got to be one of the faster ones, right?
He's 7-1 and 15, Owen. Like, he is literally just running around everywhere, just getting kills constantly, and now the triple rocket's ready. They're just going to go in Roche.
What are you going to do about this if you're EG?
You can't fight.
You haven't got Haunt. You're not ready to go again. And indeed, yeah, absolutely way faster than the average with the speed that he's able to get it, and of course prioritizing as early as he has in the build here, Boxy.
And Zai, he's just building auras. So he's gonna be able to have a pipe soon too, so the damage, he might not even, the Storm might not even be able to kill this Coddle almost anymore if he full commits. Nisha level 15, halfway to Aghanims. I mean, this is nuts. Liquid too good today. EG, what could they do?
I mean, honestly, even though this game had kind of the closest start, Liquid might even be able to shut this one down quicker than Game 1. Game 1 was able to still last 33 minutes.
Whisper. Spotted.
So if there's anything Panda can do, I don't think so. Panda's just got to hope for for himself that they won't find him, and he'll be able to live at least.
He can't even cast Fiend's Grip this game. It's like they picked this Bane in order to try to deal with Pango, and he can't use it. He got completely countered versus Disruptor, Clockwork. There's just no pace for him to either. Mickey, BKB.
Oh, oopsie. Off the mark there.
And like, Mickey is carrying the Brigand's Blade instead of the Pango. Excuse me, Mickey.
That's a report. Wasn't Nisha settled with for now?
He's just got the Lance, you know.
All right.
As they said on panel, there's one at every tier. Brigand's, of course, OP as Panda.
Oh, the bash.
Oh, it's painful. All right, BKB, he's done for the storm.
But there's still this bash.
Yep.
So the rupture, there's other things that he's got to be prepared to deal with.
And his targets, it's just difficult. Like, he has to commit his entire mana pool to kill Zai. The Greaves, the pipe about to be finished. He's just tanky. Whisper, can he get away? The Rockets.
Yeah, Liquid's closing in on him.
Honestly, the Rockets are killing him.
And the hook shot's there. Boxy's in. Whisper's got the heals. Enough to buy him some time. Nisha. He's ready to finish him.
Maybe Pango might just become a... I mean, it's quickly becoming first 2 hero. Bloodseeker's just... I mean, this is why they went for that Bloodseeker pick, because they're like, oh, okay, you didn't take Bloodseeker in 3rd. You took Bane instead. Free game for Nisha. Completely free. Sai might be 0-6, but he's always the one more than happy to take the back foot.
Full lags.
Oh, they're hunting already. Pakaz. I mean, Chris, he's going to try to start something.
He's going to try. And at least force out the BKB there from Mickey.
He's lucky to get out. That hook shot would have actually probably killed him if it did connect. They would have been able to follow up on it.
Now full Miona on Mickey. There's a DD rune in the river.
They're not even giving them chances to use like the haunt play to be able to pick off heroes. They're together every time here. Panda, he's just dying to rockets. Chakra rockets.
Many rockets, yeah. The ghosts are out from Whisper, but he's going to get glimpsed away from this. They're trying to at least bring down this Clockwork. Everything being focused on the Boxy, but he's still alive.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
he finally dies. But Whisper's just dying here through the exorcism.
And Chris.
They're going to be able to look to chase him. He's going to try for the BKB and the zip.
Mickey wants him.
Mickey, I mean, how does he want to dive?
Oh, he does.
I think he does.
Ooh!
Ooh, dodges the silence, but he's now out of mana.
But Mickey...
Matthew is here, though. So that will stop Mickey from continuing the dive. Nisha, on the other hand, he lost a hold back. Even though he has got the Aegis, so Nisha can kind of get away with it. Still got the Aegis here for a minute and a half. But they won't go too crazy.
Nice little play there from Mr. Chris Luck. Was able to at least survive. But the overwhelming pressure is still there. And, I mean, because it's like, yeah, he's farming, getting toward his timings, but is this Aghanim's even really going to do much of anything? With the way Liquid's playing, it doesn't feel like it. And Chris...
He's back here and he's very low on mana.
They're going to dive. Nope. They know.
They know he's in it.
The Rockets.
There's no hiding.
How do you hide? The Rockets, they see you every time. And they see Pakaz now under the ward. Boxy wants him. He needs a backup, though.
Let's keep in over. See if Pakaz is able to make his way out of here. They've got the vision for the glimpse.
He doesn't get the man to dodge.
They've trapped him.
Well then, I mean, there's been no hope.
He was able to spend up and get Zags, though, before he dies.
Silver lining. It's devastating. They just can't get outside.
How quickly is Nisha getting these items?
It's just too fast.
It's like a bash, and then it's like, bam, he's instantly got an Aghanim's, and now it's like, he's instantly got a Blink Dagger.
Level 18.
They just don't stop for him.
Nope.
I mean, he's got 15,500 net worth. Whisper in the mid. Again, the mech will save him a little bit.
Here comes Nisha, though.
And he's heading out with the TP, and he'll...
Ooh, no bash.
He'll get away.
They're trapped in their base now at this point, though. Liquid, they have full control of vision, full control of map. They're just cruising today. As you said, they hit their Wheaties. Everybody playing super well. And Chris, Jesus, he almost dies instantly.
Careful there.
That's the haunt. Can they punish at all?
Matthew's dead.
No, they cannot.
Both supports will be dead.
24 minutes. Whisper also. Okay, he'll get away.
Still holding off on the dives. Liquid.
I mean, will he get away?
I think they can dive if they want to.
We're thinking about it.
He's going in, Nisha. He's in on a Whisper. The buyback will come out. See if they can turn this around. They get the catch on Zai, and Whisper's still alive.
They've got the sleep also on Nisha. Can they get him?
Oh. See if Bakaz can find him here in the trees. Throws out the dagger.
They got him.
The Fiend Script's there.
There we go.
All right. Well, there you go. You know that when OD Pixel says it's a good idea to dive, it probably isn't. Liquid's just made that mistake. They've just lost 4 heroes. And they just fed a Spectre a triple kill.
And not just a triple kill, a godlike streak.
Oh no! Oh. Alrighty.
Okay, maybe.
See, this is why diving is fun.
It makes the game.
It leads, suddenly a guaranteed win becomes not necessarily as guaranteed as it was. It makes things a bit more exciting.
They get punished. All right, Liquid, definitely over-feeling themselves there, diving into the base. And do thankfully get punished. And it's literally the best hero that can get them. Let's see if Bakaz can do anything with it, though, right? He's got his timings on Manta and stuff. He's got 3K gold. Let's see.
This is the kind of hero you don't want to dive against. See, get a triple kill, end all these godlike streaks, get a load of money.
But
it gets a bit spooky.
He shows under that top ward that killed him before. Can he get away? Can he Manta dodge? No, not again.
Has he got any backup? He hasn't. He's gone. He does still have his buyback, though, Bakaz.
Boxy secures the kill. Running at more heroes. Back to business. They're like, okay, maybe we shouldn't go for the dive plays. Panda, can he even get away? No, he cannot. Small bump in the road. Lincoln's time. Mikke is going to buy one. Nisha also, just to be able to deal with the Vortex and the Fiend's Grip, the only two things that they really need to worry about. They'll catch Mikke. Chris is trying, but it's just a slight poke.
Yeah, very outscoring him now with this Lincoln's on top of the BKB.
Liquid today is just about fun. It's not just fun, it's, obviously complete dominance, but they are having a lot of fun. As you saw, the cameras constantly, they're just smiling, diving. And I like to see Coddle, the chakras. It's not just about the Pango. It's the clockwork, the Aghanim's clockwork timing.
We've had a lot of rockets. There's been a lot of rockets this game coming out from Boxy.
Could we get a damage?
A lot of damage and a lot of information, a lot of vision.
I was about to say, could we get a damage check on heroes? I know Nisha's probably at the top, but I'm sure Boxy's pretty close if we do have that.
He is.
Yeah, he's pretty close.
Yep. 20k damage on the old clock thanks to those rockets.
Yep. Just pumping both of them up. Neutral item time. 27 minutes. Quickening charm for Nisha. Bakaz going for Orchid. So secondary form to be able to stop and prevent this Pango from just going absolutely bonkers. They're just getting watched, though. Boxy's just literally giving full vision. Chris. He'll be all right. Boxy's in.
He's ready to dive. See if the rest of Liquid want to follow suit. You got the catch on to Matthew. Definitely seem to be a bit more reserved this time round, Liquid.
Chris. Get away. It's just too much healing, too much sustain. Chris just doesn't have the damage. Roche, 1 more minute.
Yeah, I mean, they'll happily wait out that Liquid in this sort of position. Picazo's got his next item, the Orchid. So adding to this sort of pick-off potential with the Ags.
They're going to go for something here. They get the scan on the Roche. It's not up, though. They're probably expecting that Liquid is doing it.
See if they can jump. Chris.
Feels like he has to jump in. Level 18 on him. just that. They have no... The problem is that the Storm and Spectre, because they're so behind, they don't have the damage to burst most of these heroes. And if they do, they're going to have to commit everything just to kill one of them. And then that's where Liquid heroes are just going to wipe them out. Because Whisper, he's 3 and 7. Oh, and the bait.
Oh,
a full
and they're
bait.
going to turn it. They get the opening onto Chris. He gets controlled by the cogs. He's going to die for that.
Lol.
Gone for a minute.
Baited.
BKB's popped by Mickey. They're in onto Panda. Whisper will put the BKB in the Ghost. But it's 3 versus 5 here. Mickey cleaning up Matthew. Double kill for him. As Whisper, his BKB comes to an end. And so, as well, will his life. 4 dead on EG. Nobody going down on Liquid.
The bait. Pesky little Nisha with the illusion rune. Chris dies from 100 to 0 in one, like, just a small amount of stuns. That Liquid just on fire today. 40 to 17. Methodical, but incredibly aggressive. Except for the one dive. That was aggressive, but not methodical.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They ended the last game, right? It was 40 kills, I believe.
Let's have a look. It was indeed 40 against 9.
Keeping that similar pacing. And a Roshan. Nisha gets a free shard again, and now he's got Lincoln's on top of Mikke's. Ah, this is outrageous. I don't think I've seen...
Is that shard?
Yeah, they'll go get it. They forgot. I think it was the second one, maybe.
They remembered.
Yeah. I think this is the roughest I've seen Panda and Matthew have of games. Matthew's 0-12, Panda's 0-9.
Oh.
They literally can't do anything. I mean, they're just answered by Liquid.
It's been a rough one.
Sure has been. Is Liquid going to have any fun here? I mean, they had the one set of fun, but it looks like it's just straight back to business with the next few items that they're picking up. Insania even looks like he's soon going to have Boots of the Berry. Well, EG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're getting spotted. They can't even hide in trees. The artillery. That was the arcane rune, so even more rockets. Cool guys, don't look at explosions.
How long till Horn?
7 seconds.
All right.
Can they kill anybody with it though? How long till Chris can't? They can't farm items. They can't get outside.
Yeah. The whole map just being completely controlled by Liquid.
No real timings that EG's got anymore at this point. They're just way too far behind. Trapped in the base, Liquid making him suffer. Octarine almost finished for Zai. Yeah, they're cleaning up their act. They don't want that, Liquid specialty to come out where they feed and lose the game. The old Liquid specialty.
No, there was, a little taster of that.
A little
taste. Dive earlier on.
It's still in their blood,
I mean, vintage Liquid. not something that we see from them really at all
Chris?
Nowadays. Their games are too clean.
They'll get away. Only just.
Oh, because going to try and jump in on this. We'll immediately get glimpse back.
Basher's finished, but still, just no damage. Just too much heals. Oh, God, it's so risky.
Yeah, Nisha fishing for the bashes there when Chris does that.
I think Boxy's going to quickly surpass, if not already, on that damage on. I think he's just constantly landing rockets on it. There's no fights really happening for Nisha to hit targets. It's just rockets pushing them back. He's almost there.
It's getting close.
He's almost there. You can do it, Boxy. I believe in you. Nowhere to go. Pakaz needs to have Matthew right next to him at all times, just in case to save him.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid just focusing on bringing that top wave round, get the tier 2.
Oh God, Whisper. He stepped outside.
I'm going to jump forward onto Insania, but he's got a Ghost Scepter. So Pakaz can't fully commit onto him. Boxy, he'll finish off Panda. Nisha is in onto Whisper. Whisper will put the BKB. And Chris He's going to go straight for Insania. The Static Storm's laid down. Will trap Crispin out, but his BKB's still at the ready. He'll pop it, jump straight towards Boxy, look for the Vortex drag back to keep in control, but Mickey's on top of him. The bashes from Nisha catch him. Chris is out. As Whisper, he'll try for a TP. He won't make it.
At least Pakaz gets a couple kills. The supports are down, but the cores don't care. Bashes, the Bash Bros, Nisha and Mickey.
And they have got buybacks. Well, there was a fair bit of their...
Oh my.
Goodbye, Panda. I've got the fortification, and yeah, buybacks are there, but the BKBs were already used. So even if they come back into the fight, highly unlikely they could survive for more than a mere second or two.
Just can't kill these cores. And as said before, even if they do, they can only kill maybe one of them. And that's a big maybe.
Top Rax is gone.
I guess you just kill the supports and you just be happy with that. You know you've lost the game, but just kill Insania a couple more times. 10 seconds till Aegis.
There goes Chris. Trying to clear the wave.
Octarine.
Just gone.
Octarine on Nisha now too. These swashbuckles, they're every 5 seconds besides just a chakra. He's gonna die.
He's gonna get him.
He can't even move. They can't even step close.
2 rounds of the swashbuckle and the shield crash with the Agnims. And that's Panda dead.
Rockets, illuminates, swashbuckles. He doesn't get to play. All right, Ag Storm.
All right.
5-man Vortex, let's go.
Here we go. He's in, he'll get 3 of them. We'll see if it's enough. Static Storm's going to get laid down in return. Pakaz going to try and get in on top of Insania. But Whisper's getting focused by Mickey, who commits it on towards the Death with the BKB. Now turns his attention over towards Pakaz. Pakaz getting bashed and controlled by Mickey. It's the 3 of them dead. They're buying back, but there's no turning this one around. Ultra kill for Mickey. This game, it's over.
It's been over. Liquid, no mercy. Honestly, 1% of mercy, as we said. They still have a little bit of blood when they're diving tier 4s and stuff, but that's about it. This game, 52-19. They're just styling.
Yeah, a rough series today for EG. They really didn't come close at all. I mean, at the beginning of this second game, the lanes were looking okay. A little bit of something, but outside of that, every other part of this series, it was just all Team Liquid. It seemed impossible for EG in this matchup, Fog.
It absolutely did. I mean, Nisha, 16-1 and 23. He literally just killing everybody. Who ended up with the highest damage? Let's see, I think Nisha ends up winning. Nisha wins over Boxy at 37,000 damage. Yeah, they just, it just seems to be multiple times. It just doesn't matter if you have some type of like decent lanes and stuff like that. If they have the hero picks that are the answers versus these heroes in the mid game, this just seems like there's nothing you can do. And they have the clock versus the Bane. He doesn't get to play Dota. They have this OP Disruptor and Pango combo. They're buffing him up with the Coddle. Yeah, Liquid.
I mean, yeah.
Hot stuff.
Absolutely. Completely and utterly on fire today, Liquid. They will take this series with 2 back-to-back stomps against EG. 2-0 for Team Liquid.
Very convincing stuff once again. Only one moment of hope did AG have, and even that, taking over a god-like streak and getting a triple kill on a Spectre wasn't enough. They didn't get anything off the back of that, and once again, Team Liquid, Kezu with an incredible early game and mid game, maybe in particular.
Yeah, I feel like there's not that much for me to actually analyze, if I'm gonna be honest. I feel that...
What do we pay you for?
That is true. That's a good question.
You guys get paid?
Wait, you don't? Okay. Like in both these games, Liquid are just popping off from lanes. They're doing well. They have good hero combos. They go together, and they just kind of make it look very simple. And once they're ahead, they're very good at playing from ahead, because I feel like they've surely practiced that, and we didn't get to see the Chris luck form that we wanted, and I'm not sure if there was actually any comeback after like 15 minutes realistically for EG in the second game.
I think Liquid are just far too oppressive of a team for most teams in this tournament. Even a team like EG that looked so promising and looked greatly improved from the Lima Major, they go up against Liquid, and Liquid make them look like children, right?
Yeah.
At this point, it feels like GG are the only team that have Liquid's number. Even Shopify, that have looked so strong recently, get completely handled by Liquid also. And I guess I would just attribute it to player synergy. It feels like every single player on this team is so in tune with
all the other players,
with all of the other
individually.
players and their needs. It feels like
Right.
they combo so well. They rotate those so well. They
Like it's
split
5 bubbies
Yeah,
in
they-
one team.
It does feel like that sometimes. Like the way they split themselves on the map
Scary.
and look
Yep.
for multiple kills was just incredibly impressive. And even the small things like when Boxy rocket flared. Who was it? Was it the DP? I can't even remember. When the rocket flare into the glimpse, when that's ready, the little interactions like that they're capable of doing, that seems wordless to them. It just feels
Yeah, like it
natural.
seems like they all know already that that's going to come out. Like they're all pressing the same buttons. Like they're playing the same hero. It's pretty scary. Like I do feel like this is a really amazing team at playing from ahead.
Yeah.
They're like the fastest team at playing from ahead, doing these joint plays. Like it's not like there's just one player that is really good with another player, and when these two have like a really solid game, they do all these crazy pickoffs. It's like any combination of two of their players is like some insane ganking unit with like ridiculous synergy. And also their laning is so strong that they very rarely play from behind, which maybe is why Gaiman can take them out, because that's an arguably stronger laning team, maybe. But maybe that's the solution to Liquid people will try, is beat them in lanes and don't let them play from ahead.
Yeah, but no offense, but didn't EG try to get ahead in the lanes and they just failed? And don't people normally try to get ahead in the lane?
they responded. They responded to like the lane shenanigans very well. For example, like that's just good laning.
Yeah, they have good laning, they have good ideas, but I think they're able to identify what they need to do in the early game, even if the enemy team has advantageous lanes. So you look at EG's draft and the very clear win condition with Storm having a good game. So the supports focused their first couple of rotations on the Storm Spirit and on shutting him down. And Chrislock did die twice. He died to a gank when he was pre-level 6, and then he died to a static storm, right? And they also were setting up with Disruptor top when it looked like EG were ready to make an active play, and they managed to kill the Storm Spirit again. And they just know what sides of the map to play and when, and what heroes to put on what lane. And I feel like that kind of experience and that kind of knowledge goes a very long way, even if you have first pick and you're not supposed to have the better lane.
We actually saw that in both games, by the way.
Which
like
one?
The very first, we're losing lanes and we're going to break the laning stage rotation, which both of them worked to top. The first time we saw Zai sitting in the trees as the DK level 6 and then doing the counter gank. And then in this game, we saw it was Insania on Disruptor. Like their read on here's the exact play that EG needed to make to get back into the game. They were 100% correct on it. And it was just like, you want to take this move? We're not going to allow it. Okay, we're going to keep our oppressive lead and continue oppressing you.
Liquid are they're very good at punishing. Like for EG, in order to have like a good time in this game was to try and open up the top tower with Whisper on the DP, who had pretty much a good game. But then first Nisha TPs, they force him to TP away with the first EXO. Second time he tries, he dies. And from them on out, they just kind of shut down the map and slowly like push you more and more into your own corner. You have 3 cores that need to farm. You have a Marcy that needs to play off of heroes, which he kind of can't because his cores are suffering. They don't have enough space. And then, yeah, I feel like from them on out, Liquid, easy, Coddle Pango. Congrats.
Easy game, easy series. Hey, Boxy, congratulations on the clear victory.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much.
And I know you must be wondering, it's like, wait a second. There are some teammates that have not done interviews yet, and I already did one. Why me? Why am I chosen? There is actually a reason for that, because normally I would ask questions, but there is a burning question for you, Boxy, and that is from Jenkins. Jenkins, go ahead.
Hey, Big B, this is Jenkins here, and if this turns out to be a stupid question, I do apologize. I have 2 for you, and they're mechanics related. I noticed when you were playing Rubik, you were picking people up and then kind of like slam clicking the to drop them down button, or at least it looked like that. Can you say why you were doing that, if that was on purpose?
What do you mean slam click?
Like you were,
where they land.
spamming the like where they land button.
I guess sometimes you can change where they land at the last second. And I just want to be ready for it. I don't know. I like clicking a lot.
Okay, so it's like an APM thing. Okay, that's a fine answer.
Yeah.
That's a fine answer. So another question is about your disassembling of Tranquil boots that you do constantly.
Oh no, guys, don't. Shh.
I'm wondering why other people don't do that.
They don't know.
Do you?
It's garbage and it sucks, and I just do it to handicap myself.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
These are way strats, dude.
Okay, that's fine. That's a good answer.
You're not allowed to make a YouTube video on this. I will straight up.
I'm not gonna make a YouTube video.
I'll rage.
BSJ is another story.
Surely there's gonna be a new pattern, maybe, you know.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think it's good, but I think people can't handle constantly like disassembling it. And if you get hit once while your Tranquil is on, you just have an energy booster that sits there and looks really sad. So kind of high risk as well. I don't know.
Cool.
All right, I'll go next. When you play against, I know we asked one of your teammates this, but when you play against Gaimin, what do you think you guys struggle with that you have a hard time against them? Is it lanes? Is it draft? Tempo?
I think a draft a little bit have been. I don't know if it's because they draft in a different way. I think sometimes they catch us a little bit off guard.
Mm-hmm.
I think they tend to be very, very obvious in the way they play, but they play it kind of nicely. Like it's like, you know, they have like 3 heroes there and they're gonna go push our tower and blah blah blah, but it kind of feels like you can't really do anything about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we suffer against people that know how to fucking play the game. I don't know.
That's fair. Then I would say as a team, you always have like one thing that you try to work on or pay more attention to than maybe some other things. Can you tell me what that has been lately for you guys? It can be something small.
I guess when we played against Gaimin, we got kind of slapped around in our mid lane. They helped their mid lane a lot. And we didn't as much, so I think we try to focus on that more. You know, be there for runes and ganks and whatnot. But it's all kind of basic stuff that sometimes you're just sloppy about it, and then you realize how much it hurts your game.
Do you think is that more hero related, or like in the comms people are like slacking in some games where it's like, oh, you didn't call for me to come mid, or you didn't set yourself up to go mid, or what's the?
I mean, I think it's on everyone's like individual responsibility to make sure that they're doing the right thing in the game. I know for me, I can have a bit of a hard time like looking at the clock in game. So all of a sudden it's like 5:55 and I'm on another lane or something.
Yeah.
So I guess it's like every time it happens, you bring it up, you talk about it, and help each other out. Sometimes, you know, I will tell other people to come mid. Sometimes Nisha will tell people to come mid. Sometimes whatever.
Makes sense. And last question: do you think Pangolier is overpowered?
Yeah, I think the diffusal build on him is like a little too strong. I feel like it's too much poke and damage. I don't think it will be OP without it. But you get it so early into the game now that it just burns your mana, and as a support you feel kind of helpless. Like taking like it's fucking 600 physical damage.
Yeah.
At like 12 minutes in, it's just so strong. And even like any strength hero, you just gets their mana poked out, or like Lone Druid Bear, you know, you swashbuckle him once, he can't even like use his BKB or something. So, yeah.
Okay, hey Voxy, I feel like we've asked your team everything there is to ask, but out of curiosity, when you guys are so dominant like you are now, how do you think the best way to improve is? Is it just individually in pubs, or do you guys have certain ways to keep that lead over other teams?
We're waiting for the patch a bit to like focus a lot on personal improvement and stuff like that. I think right now we're just trying to make sure that we're working on our mistakes. And, you know, even if the games look really good, there's always some things you could have done better. Maybe somebody didn't camp a rune, or maybe somebody over TP'd, or blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't say there's so much. I don't know. We're just waiting patch. And yeah.
Okay, and outside of GG, which team do you feel has been the biggest challenge for you to play against?
I thought the SA teams, because their playstyle is a little bit like more unknown, but now these games were obviously pretty easy. You know, it's hard to tell from like a 2-game series, because I feel like we had a pretty strong draft advantage, at least in game 1, and in game 2, maybe not as much. But it was like once you start snowballing, you know, it's easy to say the team sucked. But I don't. I think these games were a little easier maybe than they should have been. And other than the SA teams, I don't know. The most European teams, I think we kind of have their number, obviously, except for Gaimin. They're, I don't know why, unlucky.
Unlucky.
Okay, and last question. So Insania told us in Lima that you have one of the biggest egos in Liquid. He gave us the ego rating of Team Liquid.
The thing is, no, Insania, you know, he's really like nice and charismatic and acts so humble. But deep down inside, you know, the biggest ego.
Bigger than Blitz?
I would say I don't do well with like criticism. I guess I get pretty defensive, and I think yeah, I like to feel that I know best and that nobody else knows better than me. And while that's obviously not the case, I think in the moment it can be hard to take a step back and reflect on something, especially if you're like upset or stressed. So yeah, I would say I have a pretty big ego in that sense.
That's a very mature question, mature answer to a meme question.
Would you say you're number one though? Because everybody else on your team said Blitz was number one.
What's your rating? No, Foxy, give us your rating of the Team Liquid egos. Let's not hear Insania's biased rating.
No. I mean, I guess me at the top, and then I think Blitz and Insania, they have like a little bit hidden egos. Nisha probably also really high ego, but he pretends he doesn't. I think Mike and especially Sai, I think is really humble. But I don't know. I mean, we're just joking around. I think nobody like really has an ego that becomes, problematic. It's just everyone likes to shit on Blitz, and that's just all fun because he's the coach. It's kind of like he's the teacher and we're kids and we're just making fun of him.
He's the coach, so it's allowed, right? That's the rule.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ego's a good thing.
True, especially in Dota, you need to be confident. I have a question regarding the patch, because you guys are going to be at boot camp when it hits, and I'm curious if you have a strategy in mind. What's your normal strategy for the patch? You're going to read everything like 50 times before you decide what you want to play? Are you going to not read, jump straight into the games? What's your strat?
I'm a pretty fast reader, so I usually skim through the patch notes in like a few minutes. You kind of can read like all the important ones and all the hero changes pretty quickly, and then I try and look for things that are unique, like new skills or new mechanics or something. I feel like 5 damage here or 1 armor there. It's kind of easy to tell what difference that's gonna make. Then you just play a lot of pubs and you look at some win rates, how they shift, try to get a feel for how it works. It's not so much more to do than to copy others and kind of see what's going on.
True, it's like you have 4 days, before the major starts, after the patch drops. So do you have any plan with the team in particular that you're gonna try to put in to make sure that you're on top of things the fastest?
I guess we'll play a lot of Dota.
That's always a good strategy.
Yeah.
I have one last question. During one of your last drafts, did anyone give like a really dumb hero suggestion? I feel like that always happens in a team, at least every now and then, where it's like someone suggests a hero and everyone just goes like, "What are you smoking?" Did that happen to you in any of the last drafts?
I think sometimes you suggest heroes like out of theory. Maybe, let's say you want to play Tinker. I'm like, 24 Tinker is the most imba hero ever.
Yeah.
But then we don't really play Tinker, and that makes it kind of a stupid suggestion. Doesn't mean that it's in theory bad, but you need to suggest things that are viable for your players. It's not like I'm gonna be like happy to play Chen in like the best Chen game ever. So yeah, but I don't think we have so many great suggestions. I think sometimes people will suggest things that are banned. I think that happens quite a bit.
Don't worry, we did the same thing. We did the same thing.
Not even Zai. I feel like Zai seems like the player who would suggest offlane Arc Warden or something,
I mean, Zai is the guy drafting, so if he wants to suggest offlane Arc Warden, I think he will just pick offlane Arc Warden.
Well, I'll have a look out for that. All right.
I know.
Maybe the next patch. Who knows? Boxy, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Enjoyable as always. Good luck to your match tomorrow, which is against Beast Coast, another South American team. We'll see how that goes. And I'm sure we'll speak again soon.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And we can take a look at what that series did to our standings, because we knew that this series in particular was going to put one team above the rest, and it is Team Liquid. They are the first team to breach the number 3 on the correct side there, because our next series will also breach number 3, but that will be on the sad side, because we're going to have OG play against Beast Coast, if I'm correct. OG play against Beast Coast? Yeah, I was right. So I was
Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't actually know.
I have no idea.
OG Beast Coast, followed by, I have written it down. I just have written it down. It's Gaming Gladiators versus TSM. Those are the remaining series of the day. And here we are again. Yay!
It's fill time, everybody.
What's up with these 2
not the
O's
doctor
every
version.
time?
How about we fill
Yeah.
by sitting in peace?
Or 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Or we could do Dr. Phil, and then you give us therapy.
I like that.
What's the problem you need fixing, Jenkins?
My father was never there for me.
I know this is a lie. You literally showed your message history with your father to us yesterday.
He was too much there for me. He was overbearing.
Shout out to Big PJ56 in
Yep.
Twitch chat watching right now in support of his son Jenkins, as he always does.
I do love him.
I can love
What
Big
a,
PJ.
what a great dad.
He's a great dad.
Speaking of
big
Dr.
boy.
Phil, Foxy was very mature because we made fun of every Liquid member for the ego rating because it's their inside joke meme. But he actually self-reflected and answered it
He
seriously.
did, yeah.
He was the first one out of all of them to not take it as a joke.
He's not a sophist. He's a true philosopher.
Yeah. And how cool is it if you... So taking criticism, first of all, that is hard for everyone, I would imagine. But if you know exactly the way that you deal with it, you can reflect so much better on everything after the fact. You might still get, upset in the moment, but if you know that that's what you do,
Then
and you can
doesn't that mean
say
you can take
and you can
criticism?
say it out loud. No, it means that you're very good with that because it means that if, let's say, Kazu accuses me of lying about something.
All
Yeah,
the time,
I
but
do
it's
that.
behind
Yeah.
your back. I thought you didn't know.
What?
Never mind.
Don't tell her. Don't keep it.
We got you.
Yeah.
Good.
Then I can be upset. I can be really upset now, right? But if I have already told Kazu that I'm gonna be when I'm upset, when I'm mad, you just have to give me give me
don't
an hour
look
and
upset.
I'll be good. I don't know.
That looks like you said Mexican food. That's what that looks like. Go ahead.
My point
Yes.
was, if he already knows that I'm going to be upset first and be able to accept the fact and talk about it later, then he'll know not to press me, and then,
Sure.
That is true. He
Then-
just
then-
needs some time.
He seems
Yeah.
like an incredibly
Like, that's
mature,
it, that's-
thoughtful guy.
He
I agree.
actually really does.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's great. We do, of course, have stuff planned for you. Of course we do. We're not going to leave you high and dry. Well, we are going to leave you high and dry for a little bit. It's just going to be a tiny little break. But when the tiny little break is done, there are stuff planned. I've written them down.
Don't worry.
Do you want to know them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really set it up to be great.
We are going to start off where we start. We were going to continue on where we left off with our previous Overwatch cases because we still got 2 to go through, and you have a limit a day, and we got to do our limit. We only have 3. I know people with a really high behavior score and good Overwatch case scores, they get 5 a day. Did you know that? We do not. We're not that good. We only do 3 a day. Maybe the increase once we are more
Are those
correct
real
in our
news?
assessment.
You get 5?
I get 5 because I'm really good at Overwatch cases.
Okay.
You
You
actually
actually do Overwatch cases?
Yeah.
Wow. When was the
good.
last time you did one?
1 year ago.
I will say I'm becoming. If I just lost a game to a tinker, and there's a tinker,
This guy's
I'm like,
cheating.
You are
griefing.
You are
I
admitting
feel you.
insane
No.
amounts of bias here.
Yeah.
No. I will say that sometimes I am not entirely sure,
Yeah.
and let's say it is a tinker, then I'm thinking if he indeed was innocent, then other people doing the Overwatch case is going to choose that he's innocent, and then my guilty vote won't make a difference. But if I do think
Damn. That's,
You know what? Everyone needs to vent a little bit, and I appreciate.
This is actually a really good idea. I actually am going to start
appreciate
doing Overwatch cases.
yeah, and just say what they're griefing.
I'm
All
just
the
going to pick
time?
the guy that I hate the most. to vote. Whatever's
Oh, it's a
negative
Brew
towards
Tinker
him.
Arc Warning.
I
Yeah,
thought
this
you did that
guy's
no.
already.
Huh?
I thought you did that.
Very
Guys,
secretly.
I do them on my stream generally, so people know that I'm a trustworthy judge in the cases. So don't worry. I got quite a few backseaters.
You have like a
in that
body
case.
cam.
Yeah. So
Gotcha.
people know that I'm not being too harsh on things.
Yeah. Publicly.
Either way, we have 2 more left, so we'll finish our quota for the day. And until we do very well on those, we might get more. We might get less, actually. Do you know some people don't get a chance to do Overwatch cases
That's
because
unlucky.
they are not that good
Yeah, I don't
at
get
doing them? That is. Then after that, we have a category that we've never done before, and I can't actually tell you the name of it because that would spoil the whole thing, or rather, it wouldn't spoil the whole thing, but it would give the whole thing away, which I don't want to do. Gotta keep you guessing, And if you want to find out what it is, you gotta stick around. There's a break, like always. I think it's gonna be 10 or 15 minutes or something like that, but you can set a clock so you're back here on time for more Dream League Season 19. See you in a bit.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality.
Welcome back, DreamLeague Season 19 with your in-between series content. And this time, we are first going to start off with doing some Overwatch cases. Do your Overwatch cases. They're very important.
Do them.
Yeah, because if you don't do them, who does? Who will? If you know, are you going to let your enemy teammate or enemy team do your Overwatch case?
Gabe Newell himself has to sit down and do them if you don't do them. So don't put him through that.
Yeah, or people that get reported, nothing happens to them.
Huh.
I wouldn't want that, would we? No. All right, who's guilty? Jenkins?
Sure.
I did mine earlier.
I could be a guilty party. I don't mind.
Okay, okay. Well, someone turn.
Does Effie know the
What are the
game?
rules?
She will know it soon enough. We're gonna turn all the preview monitors, please.
Let's do that.
Effie, it's very simple. Jenkins,
Well, wait. Turn the preview monitors first. I can go to that.
As expected,
We can both do it.
Jenkins is guilty
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
of a grievous offense within
What do I do with
Dota
this
2.
one?
And I will soon. Well, you can already read it. It's gonna be this one.
You got it?
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Are you the judge?
I am the judge, but we will. Like, Jenkins is guilty,
I need to see it too.
but he doesn't know for which one yet. So he's being judged right now. So he's gonna try to guess what he's guilty for, and maybe he's gonna try to plead his case.
Lewis, stand in front of that one, or I'm gonna cheat. He's standing in front of it.
So
He's not standing in front of it enough. Move a little bit to your right.
Lewis, you need to have wider shoulders. Just widen your shoulders.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's good, that's good.
That's
Very
it.
British guy.
he has to guess what he did.
Yes.
But are you the judge? Are we the jury? Are we the prosecution?
We're all the jury. We're all gonna judge him.
You're just all the people in
everything.
the court, other than the guy being
Yes.
guilty, because that's me.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and soon the audience will also know what Jenkins is guilty of.
I mean, I don't feel like I did anything wrong.
Keza, you can come over here if you want to find out what Jenkins did.
Will I not see it on
Didn't
this
you
one?
look?
You will also see it there.
So that's good enough for me.
Okay.
Don't cheat, Jenkins.
He just doesn't want to come near me.
That's also very
Because I'm
true.
guilty. But that's libel and slander, I'll have you know.
Wait, so you admit that you're guilty already?
No, I
Had
admit that
before?
there's libel and slander being put against my name.
I'll tell you right now, he's absolutely guilty.
And
He is. Look at
I have no doubt.
Look
That's
at
why
this
we
man.
put him on the stand.
I've dealt with legal situations before involving BSJ, and he has very difficult lawyers to defeat in court, and we did eventually get that sorted out. There were some reparations that I had to pay to his family and things that I said that I shouldn't have involving bird corpses, and that's all sorted, that's all done with, and I would say legally I'm very successful.
Could we get a little bit of a zoom in on...
That's a
You're
good-
laughing at...
That's a good one.
Oh yeah, I can't. There's no TV. So
Well played, Lewis.
Well played. Well played.
Okay, judge.
Why would you even do that, though?
That's kind of weird.
That is not how a judge
So,
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, court is now residing.
Thank you.
I don't know if you can hear that on the microphone.
Probably not.
Want me to tick it? That's probably not good for the microphone.
If I was a prisoner, I would politely wait until I'm asked to speak about it, just FYI.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and the prosecution, and the
Yes.
executioner, and the judges as well.
Executioner.
What did I do?
That's my role.
What did I do?
Well, we're here, gathered here today, to judge.
Am I getting married?
I don't know what judge
You're a
is.
terrible judge. That's more like a priest.
I will Google what the judge says normally.
Your Honor.
It's like court adjourned or something. And
Your
then
Honor.
Then you're going away. Yes.
Your Honor.
Yes.
The defendant, the accused over there,
Yeah.
already makes me have no faith in him because before court even adjourned, he was saying the wildest things. So it is within my whole heart that I claim that this man is absolutely guilty of this despicable crime.
Now, first, let us make one.
He even said so himself.
He said so himself. He said he
That's
was
true.
guilty.
That is true. He did say that.
Yeah, get him off.
Well, we first need to find out if he was guilty of this crime in particular.
Has the game started yet?
Yes,
Is that
it
part
has.
of the game?
Yes, it has. But I will first need to hear from my jury.
Because this is the normal stuff that I get
Do
around
we
here.
feel that without the actual crime, is the taste also a crime?
Yes.
The taste?
The taste
of
the thing that he was.
But Your Honor, you have to understand.
Doing without the crime.
This thing was so delicious, so succulent, so delectable that I could not hold myself against doing this heinous act.
Hey, what's your
and I
favorite?
admit that it's heinous.
But why? Like,
But anybody in my position would do the same thing.
I
Your
don't
Honor.
mind that you enjoy it. That's already weird as it is. But why do you feel the need to oppose your enjoyment onto other people?
Why did you do it to me? I was there.
You were there.
I was also there.
Yeah.
What are
heard
you,
it.
witnesses?
I was not there. I'm definitely not good enough to be there.
I feel like
I
if there's
was-
a jury that was there, that's a case that gets thrown out immediately.
No, he's my co-prosecution. He's
Okay.
my second chair, my first chair rather.
Exactly. Stick
So-
to answering. Don't ask
So
questions.
we were there. He's also my key witness.
I believe when you enjoy something so much, when you eat something, it's you don't have to do it in a hidden way. And I want to show my enjoyment to the world by doing this thing. And I think, like I said, if you guys were in the same position, of course you're on the other side of things, you would do the exact same thing.
That is not true. No one would do such a thing.
Nobody
wouldn't
would
do that.
such a thing. And also, I think that if you know after the fact that what you did was wrong, wouldn't you just maybe, to prevent yourself from redoing the act later on, maybe unbind the key?
True. Because you didn't actually eat your thing, whatever you did.
It has nothing to do
Yeah.
with food.
There's no food. Now I have a question for you, Mr. Jenkins.
Yes.
Do you think that it is acceptable for your specific tastes to be imposed on others? Yes or no?
And they are very specific.
Yes or no?
I think that those tastes are definitely delectable. They're definitely succulent. And if you believe that as a person, I believe that you can put your taste onto somebody.
Do you like
with-
the taste because of the player? Do you support the player, or is this actually just the player's taste that you enjoy?
It's a bit of both, Your Honor. It's a bit of both.
Yeah.
I definitely love the player quite a lot.
Yeah, that's why you're gonna eat the hat of their coach, huh?
We're very. Oh, for God's sakes! Oh, for God's sakes!
So
This is not supposed to be targeted.
So how do you feel about Russian trap music?
Yeah, is it good?
What the fuck? What did I do? Your Honor, I think I was drunk as hell or on drugs whenever this thing happened, because I don't remember what the hell. You know, I shouldn't have eaten the hat of this player.
Not the player. You don't eat the player's hat. Well, it's not a player. First of all, that's a coach. Then that's not the coach is not involved. It's just
the coach.
Team.
The coach is not involved. Okay,
Yeah,
I
just his
understand.
team.
I know it's your
understand.
favorite player, but you still shouldn't have done that.
Mr. Jenkins.
Also, it should have been your favorite player, like not now. It should have been like maybe 20, 14, 15 or something.
Right, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
That makes a lot of sense.
It really does.
And honestly, he's been playing really great lately.
He has.
Lots of safe lane, Shadow
Yeah.
Fiend, lots of fantastic. I don't know what I'm eating
Nothing has been eaten.
You're consuming something else that he likes.
You have a specific taste for Russian trap music. Now, do you think that your taste for Russian trap music and K-pop, do you think that taste in part
And German rap.
and German rap, do you think that taste in particular should be imposed on others the way that you did?
Am I the guy that commented in the Reddit thread about Arteezy?
No, you're not.
That one guy?
You're doing this in-game, and
I open mic'd my music.
Whose music?
Arteezy's music. Arteezy's playlist.
You did.
Is that it?
Guilty.
Okay.
Guilty.
The hat thing really threw me off.
To the gulag! No, come back, Jenkins.
What did I eat?
Come back, Jenkins. You get a third try. That's how Overwatch cases work. You get to be a judge in your next one. That will help you blow off some steam.
I think he's just filled with a sense of shame for the crime he committed. And
Say something nice about me and I'll come back.
We love you.
Jenkins, you have beautiful hair.
Hey, your ponytail looked great today.
No, do better than that.
I like your pink shirt and your pink nails. They match very well, and they indicate that you are a man of great taste and not of awful taste, like we just described.
Yeah,
Please come back. I feel sad.
That's good enough.
Good. Effie.
Yeah.
You're laughing now.
It is your turn.
But you are guilty as well.
Uh-oh.
Can you remember what you were guilty of?
May I?
Please approach the bench.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection! My rights were not read to me. Read me my rights. Where's
You
my?
have the right to approach the bench.
Where's my right to counsel? Where's my legal team?
We are your legal team.
You simply cannot put me on trial without
This is how it works.
appropriate
Overwatch
defense.
cases.
Sorry, I didn't have
Defense?
anything either.
Counsel? Will you be my counsel?
I would like to request that the prisoners stop harassing me in my courtroom.
Did you know that Overwatch cases, anybody can report you, even your worst enemy? So
Exactly.
you don't get an honest trial.
Sometimes your
better
teammates can report you
your
as well.
worst enemy might be the one judging your case.
It might be Jenkins.
The people that partied you with
That's
you.
my bubby.
Yeah, but does he
That's what he
still
said.
considers you his bubby after he reads what you did? I haven't read it yet.
What have I done?
Yeah, bubbyism is just loyalty no matter what, so.
This is actually inexcusable. This is actually inexcusable.
We'll see.
I really strongly dislike you now, Mira. This is too far. Too far. I
bad.
even used your real name. That's how serious
I
it
said
is.
react harder. React harder.
Are those birds over there? I think I hear birds.
React harder.
There's a little girl sitting next to you. I just.
What?
What the fuck is going on?
I'm doing an insanity
Simone de
plea.
Beauvoir?
Oh, yeah.
It's an insanity plea, you moron. Never mind.
You're doing well.
Can I read it? Okay, zoom in.
Zoom in. Can we have a zoom in? No, Mira, don't look.
Oh, I didn't see anything. I
Okay,
promise.
good.
Okay.
Oh my God.
That is very
Oh my
despicable.
God. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
God. The birds. The birds. They're so beautiful.
Nice try, Effie.
Okay.
Diversion
Nice try.
tactics,
Ladies
Your Honor.
and gentlemen of the court, everybody in the jury, court is in session.
Yes.
I'm gonna get better at this at some point. Court's in session. I need a hammer on my next Overwatch case. And court's in session, our defendant, Effie, on the stand, ready to hopefully plead guilty to the heinous crime.
Not
he has
guilty, Your Honor.
committed. Then how would you explain your KDA at the end of that game?
I think we all play a lot of Dota.
Mm.
Everyone here plays a lot of Dota.
That's fair.
When you play a lot of Dota on a daily basis,
Yeah.
sometimes you just have bad games because you just can't maintain the same level every single game. So sometimes it's just uncontrollable. It's just a byproduct of chain queue.
Byproduct. I see.
But
I
why?
understand.
Why would you make the life of one person in particular? Why would you impose sadness on them? You say you play a lot of games. What if the person that you queued with doesn't play a lot of games? They get to play one game, and then they are looking very much forward to playing their game that they want with the hero they like, and they selected the right role and everything.
So
and then you take it away.
Here's a question for you.
Was this KDA mine or the other person's that I?
Well, theirs was
sabotaged?
terrible as well.
So we both had horror.
Right. Here's a question for you, guilty loser.
Loser.
Okay. If
You probably lost that
If we
game,
do
too.
a group lunch order,
Yep.
and there's one vegetarian.
Yep.
And then I say, oh, I feel like the vegetarian option today. And I eat that vegetarian option without asking you. And I didn't order the vegetarian option. How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel horrible because it happens to me all the time.
Well, that's happened in this game. That exact thing happened in this game.
Oh, God.
Essentially, I mean.
Well, surely. The birds.
They're back.
They're back.
And to pick.
What did you say?
To pick that hero.
That
hero.
And then with that hero.
Demonic, satanic, if you will, but not the really satanic one.
A demonic hero. Was
Right.
it Shadow
Evil.
Fiend? Was I playing Shadow Fiend?
No,
Close.
evil.
Was I playing Arc Warden?
Arteezy. Did someone say Arteezy?
Was I playing Arc Warden?
No, you were not.
I was a demonic hero. Was I playing Shadow Demon?
No. What do you mean, Arteezy?
What do you mean?
Doom. I was playing Doom.
No, you
That's
were
the
not.
demon.
We're getting closer.
Okay.
Oh my
Well,
God, that's
I just believe that when there is a system in place to keep people following certain rules, I say, I want to do this. I want the vegetarian option. And then I eat something else.
so I roll queued. for
Yes,
a
you
roll.
did.
I roll queued.
Yeah, you
and
finally admit it.
I took the mid lane.
No.
Nope.
That would be worse, though. I will say that.
I took the safe lane
You did.
from someone when I
Finally, you admit
when
it.
I queued for 5. Well,
Finally.
I think because of the birds, they just
Right.
they block my
And
vision.
speaking of birds, is
So-
it because you wanted to play a character that metamorphosizes?
Has wings.
Is
Everybody
that
likes
why
to have
you
wings.
do something that's like a bird?
I stole the
should not
safe
have done
lane
that.
from my safe laner in a roll queue game, and I picked terribly, didn't I? And my KDA was it 0 and 15, 1 and 17.
No, you already got it. You already
was
got it.
probably pretty good, to be honest.
Well, not guilty, Your Honor. The birds, they told me.
Right.
They told me.
Nah.
No?
No, they did actually. I can see it too.
Yeah,
the
they're
birds.
They're all
birds.
drones.
The birds.
And they put it in the 5G.
The
that's
birds.
in
They're
the blood.
everywhere.
No mercy.
Okay, if it was not the birds, listen. I played 15 games in a row of position 5 disruptor. And every single game, my carry Slark bought a rapier. My carry Medusa just bought a force staff and forced herself into the tier 1 tower. My offlane Centaur bought a first item drum. My mid Shadow Fiend didn't level raises every single game. So I just
It's a good build.
so I don't start seeing birds so that I don't go insane. I just needed one game where I thought I could carry, but then I was brutally reminded that I just sucked at Dota anyway, and that hurt me too. I reported myself.
All right, a question for the defendant. Why didn't you just queue carry?
She was out of roll queue games.
I was
She just played loads against
because of my absolute magnanimous
The
nature.
game. The game is over.
Oh, we won?
We already guessed.
But
Why you guys still playing?
I don't.
He was doing good.
No,
He was good.
to win, I have to prove to you that I'm innocent.
No.
No, you guessed your thing.
We should have
so you're
explained the game to her. We should have explained the game.
Yeah!
You already won.
The birds.
I was very confused. Where's this monologue coming? Is this a real monologue? Holy shit.
I thought I had to. Okay, I
That's
thought that
real.
I thought to like win, especially win, that I had to prove to you that I was innocent. And if you left me on there for 2 more minutes,
He would have won.
She would have won. She would have convinced us.
Can I be honest with you guys?
Yeah.
I'm kind of ticked off.
Why?
Beaver didn't have to go up there and make an absolute buffoon of
That's
herself.
true,
The
actually.
judge.
No, you're not the judge, because sometimes
I think
judges.
Jenkins is going to be the judge now.
Sometimes judges are bad
No,
guys.
there's
Give me a
nothing
card.
left.
Give
No,
me a
we
card.
don't have
Do you have a pen?
We can make
Do you
one.
have a pen?
We can make
We
one.
don't have time for another.
I think we do.
No, we have some.
I'm being told. Yeah, we have more time.
Okay, we do. Lewis, I need a pencil and a pen. Go stand up there.
Adam! I don't have a pen.
Good job.
He did the yay thing, so I thought that was yes. Like yay or nay.
Yay.
Wait, is that the sound guy or is that our producer?
Well, we had,
Either way, it's good. Let's
we
go.
That's
had
not
more
telling
time,
me.
but we were gonna do a different game. Remember?
Oh yeah, you're right. We were. Okay, we'll just do that one. Lewis is off getting a,
We will
a pencil
get
now.
no. I will make a promise. We will get more Overwatch cases. Again, you only have 3 a day. We'll get more Overwatch cases.
And you're up next.
I will admit.
I wanna be on that
guilty
panel.
of some things. Question is, do they get it right? I'm definitely guilty of some things. Sometimes voting guilty on a.
You're a bad guy. You're a really bad guy.
should
My
stop
radar's
doing
To
going
the
off.
tinker who got sent to low prio after doing nothing wrong. I apologize deeply. It was not me, probably.
oh, you punished that guy.
Sickening behavior.
We have another game, and it's not on this cue card. This cue card's empty because we don't need a cue card for the following game. We have been told that there will be slides.
Whoa.
And this is for us to discuss. And it is a round of Dota themed. Would you rather?
Ooh.
Okay.
So let's see our first slide.
Do that again, Kezu.
Okay.
Oh, is that happening now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right now.
No? Yeah.
Where are the birds?
Would we rather? How would we
They're
rather?
gone because
What are our two
Oh, you're good. Okay.
Would you rather eat a pound of bird bones or a pound of bird flesh?
Would you rather?
BSJ would say both.
Your favorite hero is always underpowered, or you will never get another rampage. Okay, Effie, go first.
I would rather never get another rampage because I don't have the ego of a core player to need to fill up my page with rampages. All I need is for my favorite heroes to be good.
I will add to that because I will choose the same one. I will choose the never get a rampage because I never get them anyway. So easy.
Yeah, I'm with you. My favorite hero is Pudge. That guy's not getting any rampages. He's given rampages.
He was getting rampages at some point.
I mean, for a very brief period when they made Flesh Heap actually do something, and then now, here we are.
How about you, Kezu?
Rampages are overrated.
All right, well,
agree.
that was the easiest. Would you rather?
Yeah.
We just want our heroes to be strong and powerful.
I can get ultra kills with my favorite hero.
Yeah,
Let's
ultra
go.
kill is still very good.
And
Very
then
good.
I have Jenkins steal the rampage.
I was
anyway,
gonna
so-
say that you can, and then you can blame your teammate, and that's best.
that's
Yeah,
true.
blame your teammate while you're winning. That's the best feeling. Let's get another one. Would you rather? Would you rather you always lose rune 50-50s, or whenever you try to gank the enemy, dodge it?
I'm going to pick the first one because every fucking time I play mid, I lose the rune 50-50s. I destroyed the guy in the
What are you
first 2
dodging?
minutes.
I don't get it.
What?
What is the second option?
That you can never gank anyone
Can't
because they just
gank
dodge
anyone.
it.
What?
That's a big...
They dodge it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awful.
That is terrible.
You legit want to quit the game, of course. Yeah. I'd rather lose the rune 50-50.
Same here. I think this is another unanimous
You
one.
lose the rune 50-50 regardless.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're winning the lane, the idiot gets the runes anyway. They pick up a DD in the entire first 6 minutes of the game. Gone. Just like that.
And I will raise one higher of that because if you go a little bit lower in MMR, you're not going to go to the rune regardless. So then it doesn't matter.
What are runes?
And the bounty runes spawn anyway. There's no
Never heard of
50-50 on
them.
those. They're just there. So that's great. Easy question once again. We will never want our enemy to dodge our ganks. Would you rather your support is always AFK in lane,
Well, that's
or
already true.
your mid will never rotate to help out?
They're both
These
true.
are both true already.
They're both true
Can I
statements.
take both? We'll
No.
take...
I would rather that my mid would never rotate to help me out because at least if my support's rotating, they can help him out and then maybe he does something for us. Whereas if the support's just AFK, the game's over.
I would choose the mid too. I mean, what if I'm the mid? Does it mean I'm never rotating? Or does it mean if I play mid and I choose this, I never have to deal with this problem?
Yeah, you never have to rotate.
Yeah, there you go.
Computer,
I'll choose
show
that.
me my teammates are always useless, please.
Computer.
Your teammates are all
Not happening.
No.
We don't have a computer.
But I do agree.
Not a robot voice? Okay, I tried.
I do agree. I think this is another easy one. Nobody wants AFK people because I'd rather have someone that plays badly than someone that doesn't play at all. Let's see our next Would You Rather. Ooh. Do we have more? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Here we go. Forced to random every game or forced to rush Ag Scepter every game?
Question.
Question.
On the second option, do I get to choose what hero I'm playing?
Yeah, because otherwise you'll be forced to random.
Forced to rush Ag.
Second option, baby.
Second option also, because I don't mind. I mean, I play Earth Spirit almost every game, and if I got first item mags, at least I'd be having fun every game. But if I had to random every game, that means I would never play Earth Spirit in your lap.
Exactly.
That hero right there.
I can go play Elder Titan and rush Ags
This
and
guy right here.
slap some noobs in the game.
Never
I'll have
seen
fun.
him. Yeah.
I couldn't do either of those. I don't play enough heroes. I could random, I lose.
I
If
could
I have to go Ags, the 5 guys I play don't like going Ags.
I'm thinking really hard. Which of my supports?
I couldn't do it. I would have to quit. I would quit the game.
No, I would still
have
go
to
for
quit.
the Ags. I will drop probably a couple of thousand MMRs. And I don't have a lot of thousands to drop, so this is a lot.
Can it go negative?
Hey,
You can go
that's
to
not
0.
nice.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, I would
Get it
also go
off.
for option 2. Do we have more Would You Rather? So far, they've been quite unanimous. I would love to have one that we would actually disagree
Debate.
on. Debate. Lose the first gem your team buys immediately, or be the only one to ever buy vision for your team.
Okay, so be a bad 5 or be a normal 5, basically. I'm gonna take the second option.
I'll take the second option
Second
also because
option.
I do that anyway.
Same.
The first one was that you always lose gem.
You lose the first
You buy
gem.
the first gem that you lose instantly.
I definitely take option 2 because there's way too few people who buy wards anyway, so there's always all of them up, and people are too dumb to place them. So I'll take it and do it myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's another one, easy one.
What a reasonable panel.
We are very reasonable, very like-minded. That was the last one.
Okay.
Huh. We beat the game.
We did beat
I think
the game.
so.
Well played, everyone.
Oh, here's a question. Here's a question.
Would you rather?
Would you rather eat bird bones for the rest of your life, but they have 100% of the nutrition that you need for your day, and you get them for free? They still taste like bird bones. Or would you rather all food that you eat taste like bird bones?
What?
But you can like eat pizza, you know, and it doesn't have the texture of bird bones.
Yeah, I'd rather eat the bird bones so that I can wash away the flavor of the bird bones.
Can you say that again? You'd rather eat bird bones?
I mean,
I would rather all my food tasted bad because I don't eat animals anyway. So
Okay.
Fair point.
that's
Never
a
a
bad
hummus,
position to be in.
Vera, good hummus.
Just grind up the bones. Oh wait, no, you said option 1. You said sorry, you said option 2.
Well, I have to because I don't.
Yeah, because you're
That
vegetarian.
this question sucks.
Kazu?
I don't know.
Is the bird already
option
dead?
1 maybe?
You would rather eat bird bones for the... That is German efficiency right there, dude.
No, but
They're both garbage.
That's what I said too. Otherwise,
Yeah.
because you have to eat anyway,
Yeah, that's
right?
the point that
But
they're
then you
both
can eat
garbage.
other foods too. They have access to other foods.
All right, okay, you want an actual
It's not
good
a
one?
fair question for
You want an
me.
actual good one? Okay.
Yep.
This might get me in trouble, but either you have to have... I can't say it, actually. I can't say it. He just said careful in my ear. I'm not going to say this one. I'll get in trouble.
Okay.
Do one, Cheever.
No, I can't do one because I think there's a reason why a lot of people are watching right now and they're like, whoo, that the stream is live means the game is soon on. And the game is soon on. I can promise you that. There will be a match. That's right. We're going to see OG versus Beast Coast. We're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it is a fresh panel ready to discuss these two squads, and we're going to see a good best of 3. Promise. Good morning. It is so good to be back. You're watching DreamLeague Season 19.
Players hate the sun.
There we go. Always got those fancy automatic ones here.
Keep it like that.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's what he looked like when he bought the Midas.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, guys, I got the
Run over these heroes, these low disable, high cooldown type heroes.
So we would love to guess the hero that you reigned for us.
Can I not do it? I feel like this is some cringe overlord.
Hey, there you go. It's Ricky.
No, he's not. He's trying to. Oh, it's not working. Oh, no. Oh, there we go.
That's right.
No, wrong one.
He doesn't.
There we go.
So he cannot be cutting as many mines as possible. Go a little bit far away. Speaking of mines, Arteezy is going for the chase. He's running into the mines, and Arteezy gets blasted. He's actually in trouble. 18 seconds until his ages expire, so they kind of want to not kill him.
The Radiance is killing him. Turn off the Radiance.
He turned off the Radiance. Oh, day one. He's keeping him low. This is actually so DM. He's trying to suicide by the Ancients, Peter. It's 1 more second. He's gonna get taken down. This is so well played by Bisco.
He even tried to do the double fear thing with the Savage.
tried
Right?
to?
Whoa, he blinked in.
He went back in.
What the-
What? I mean, what was that?
We are super hyped to play in the Dream League, and we're gonna drop on the opponents. Easy clap. Alright. Cringe.
And for a lot of this game, like you bring the Terrorblade in. The Terrorblade does not need a lot of items to join this game.
Oh, dude, he just went back at it.
I had no idea what I was doing. Honestly,
How did he even know that nobody was behind Ryle like that? I mean, he doesn't. Did he finish him though?
No, he didn't finish him. The Quas is too much. Oh, now he's gonna die. The Bushwhack goes off. The Sunstrike pierces through the BKB.
Down Q and 23 desperately trying to get to the Drow, but they just can't. The Master
my God.
Shot. They cannot get on Yatoro. Yatoro survives.
Sumail in some trouble. Miracle once again is going to come in to bail him out. Makoto is low. They get a mana void. They get cleaned up. 23 did manage to cut in through the side and collect one. Jabs is out with the exorcism. And Miracle's waiting for the kill. They got the Doom onto the Slurk. 23 is dead. Miracle is just cleaning house here. Ultra kill. Give him the rampage. And there it is. An 18-minute rampage. He looks unfazed.
He's getting his mana drain.
Lower and lower mana drain. Tries to dodge away. Oh, God. The snowball save in the last second. His BKB's back up. Pops it immediately. Gets the Sunder up onto Mickey. Maposhka, the Tusk God.
Bring him off the panel.
Get up. Do a walk. Get up. Do a walk.
Fucking stupid.
A little bit of give and take. He's negotiating.
Yes, I agree. It's very expensive.
Oh my God.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Hey, hello everybody, and welcome back to Dream League, where I have not only
a dead sad panda upon the wall, I have the handsomest host of all. It's Tsunami.
Long time no see.
Long time no see, Mira. We got you on the PM shift for once. Trent, thank you very much. Trent, thank you very much. Trent, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mira, it's a rare honor that we get you here, and I have to say I have good news and bad news for you. The good news is that you get to panel with us, me and Trent.
Great news.
Great news.
Wasn't sure which one was which.
I can hear it in your voice. Yeah. The bad news, however, is I don't know if you've heard about this, but our last panelist that we have to contractually bring him to the panel. He has a bit of a curse going on right now. So let me introduce him first. Could we please bring DSJ?
Hello.
Hello.
Mira, are you familiar with Brian's current curse?
So, stories have been going around. Tall tales.
Yes.
The old women in the village have been whispering.
Oh, no, not that one. The other one.
The other one.
Curse. Yeah, not that curse.
Not that one?
No, not that one.
Ooh, that was a close one. Yeah, so I heard that every time you're on a panel, it goes to three games in a series.
Not only that, when I'm not, it never does.
But that actually makes me feel like you're a blessing.
Thank you.
Not a curse, Brian. Because today was all 2-0s, so...
Exactly. It's fallen. There's been 14 series. I have paneled 4 of them. Those are the only 4 to go to 3 games. It's wild. I would need some statistical analysis from Nox after this, please.
Yeah. The unprobability is high.
The other curse, however, that one is powerful.
Yes, we must not speak of that.
We must not speak
lest it extend for another decade.
And let them imagine.
Imagine it, but be sure to never get hexed by such creatures ever again. Brian, not only are you here to bless us with your knowledge of our upcoming series of Beast Coast versus OG, but I've also been told that you are here to bless us with some ideas that you've got going on about not just like Dota and professional Dota in the meta, but how even pub Dota can be affected by just visuals.
Yeah, so the segment I presented for you guys today is inspired by a coaching session that I did where I was coaching a mid laner where he was being surprisingly passive in lane. And I asked him why he was being passive in lane. And he said, well, the Invoker, he has the fancy gloves and the persona and some really nice cosmetics. He looks like he's a Smurf. He's platinum tier Dota Plus. And I was like, wait, what? Really? And it made me think that when we load into a Dota game, you look at people's cosmetics, you look at their Dota Plus level, the hero they pick. We already got a lot of judgments going on, a lot of assumptions based on purely those things, and we haven't even given them a chance to play yet. So today I've pulled up a few players from this tournament for us to, first off, think what would we do if this person was in our pub? What would we be thinking? And then who do we think it was in the tournament?
Okay, so we're determining our preconceived notions.
Yes.
And these things that you'll be showing us are from players who have been in this tournament at some point.
Yes.
Okay, I'm down. Would you like the desk?
Yeah. Yes. This is my honor.
You've earned it, Brian.
Oh, does that mean I have to? Do I have to go to the couch?
Yeah, no.
Because
yes,
I'm the co-host.
Co-host gets booted off.
That makes
We're all
sense.
moving
I
down
feel
the
like it's
order.
like there's layers here.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Whoa.
I feel authoritative.
I feel
This
useless.
is comfy.
This chair sucks.
That is Jenkins' chair.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually what I was trying to get out.
All right,
Where
Brian.
cat
Okay.
over there.
What you got for us?
So I think we can pull up the first image. So for the first one, when we pull it up on screen, we've got a Mirana with the Crimson Witness headpiece. We're talking hundreds of dollars worth of cosmetics here, but their Dota Plus level is only bronze tier.
Okay. I don't see the bunny mount.
True.
That's the expensive one.
That's right.
So the Crimson Witness,
Uh-huh.
it drops when you go to TI and you watch in person. This person could just be a TI attendee who had the Crimson Witness drop.
Like you say, just a TI attendee.
I mean, I feel like that means they're pretty hardcore about Dota if they've got the Crimson Witness.
But if they're bronze tier, that means maybe they don't play that much Mirana, but the nice hat dropped, so they wanted to play Mirana. And maybe within a month, they'll be silver tier.
Okay, so
Or gold?
with that in mind, if this is your lane partner and you see that they've got the boots and the tangos as their starting items, what's going through your head? Like, what are you expecting performance-wise?
I'm expecting I'm never gonna see them again after like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
They're just gonna try and snipe the courier, and they're gonna arrow mid because they have boots and one tango.
They're not arrowing mid. They're arrowing the hard camp. They're just getting experience. They're not gonna help.
No, because if that's what they were planning to do, they would get 2 clarities instead of tangos.
Ooh, true.
Could they be laning against a Venomancer or an Undying?
Oh, maybe it's an adjustment. Maybe they'll be dragging creeps for you. I think she's really got the glass half full perspective on this entire thing.
I mean, because Boots Mirana can be viable, especially if you're playing in a difficult lane.
Okay.
Like, you can run away from the enemy Undying, who you can't trade into him even if you get Starfall. You want to drag the wave, you suck at doing that as Mirana, so you need move speed to take less hits from the enemy.
True.
Okay.
So my question is, if the player who I selected for this was quite a Mirana fanatic, and they did get eliminated in the first group stage, who do you think from the tournament this would be? Any guesses?
They're already eliminated.
Yes.
From the first group stage.
Give me a region that they're from.
They are from Europe, Western Europe.
They're a Western European team that got eliminated. Wait, I thought we kept all the Western European teams. Which ones are gone?
I think we lost Entity.
Oh, Entity. Oh, okay. So, wait, does
Is that the
Fishman...
only one we lost?
Kataomi? Kataomi?
It was Fishman.
Oh,
Fishman.
So
Fishman
Fishman's
Mirana.
stats for the tournament was 1-4 on Mirana, and they stopped picking it for him after the first couple days of group stage 1.
Homie got the Crimson Witness.
Yeah, I just saw the cosmetics in the Dota Plus level, and I was like, that's about the performance I would have expected from the win-loss record. So we'll take a little bit of a turn for the next one.
Okay.
So for the next one, you're in a draft, and you're looking at the last pick for both players, and you see the enemy team last pick this hero. And their Dota Plus level is Grandmaster tier.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What is this cosmetic? How much does it cost?
So Morphling doesn't really have any super fancy cosmetics, but this is one of the ultra rares from one of the sets. Like, this is like one of the holiday sets.
But it's not one of the Immortals.
No, it's not an Immortal. The
Doesn't
Immortals are all the
change-
green ones.
Yeah, so it doesn't change his waveform or adaptive strike. He's Grandmaster?
Yeah, Grandmaster tier.
This is a hardcore Morphling player who cares about nothing but winning MMR and being good at his hero. He doesn't even care enough to try to get Immortals.
And it's worth knowing it's also the most important hero to have Grandmaster on because whoever you morph into, you get to use their voice lines.
Correct.
So if you're Grandmaster Morphling, you become Grandmaster Pudge. Even if you're not a Grandmaster Pudge, you get to pretend to be Grandmaster Pudge.
So when you see this hero come out 10th pick, what do you guys think?
I would be horrified. I would think it's a loss.
GG.
That he's going to defeat
What if it's
him.
on your team, though?
I
I'd be
would
like,
be extremely
23
happy.
Savages on my team.
Yep.
That's what I would be like.
I was going to guess 23
50
Savages. Is this
10
Talons?
Wow.
Yeah,
I
anything
didn't
else,
even have to- I
Master?
didn't even have to hit.
Anything else you'd like, sir? That's me.
This is indeed 23 Savage Grandmaster tier Morphling. They did 10th pick this against Tundra in group stage 1. And even though Talon was out, they absolutely stomped that game, and he went 11-0-13 with his 10th pick Morphling. So I think we all had the right idea that when you see Morphling come out, Grandmaster tier 10th pick.
We're seeing a correlation now.
Yes,
Your
yes.
guy was right. I think that the visuals have a strong impact on our judgment.
Yeah, it's crazy how much you can tell going into a game. Sometimes we presume a little too much, but there's a reason for it, right? So for the next one, we've got a couple clips. But the idea for this one is that there's a lot of cheese heroes in Dota, and they all have like very high variance in terms of impact in their play. And I feel like a lot of people will complain that when they have this hero on their team, it's not so great. But when it's on the enemy team, they're thinking like, yeah,
all right,
you know?
okay.
So, go ahead.
That's the Tinker factor to me.
Oh, that's
Tinkers on my team, utterly useless. They vacuum up all the farm, and then they die at 40 minutes, game's over. Tinkers on the enemy team, Blink, Hex, Rearm, Overwhelming Blink, Dagon, everything.
Now,
I think Wind Ranger or Pudge. That's my 2 heroes.
What about you, Mira?
Pudge or Tinker, for sure.
Okay, so I just want you guys to know that I did not show them any of this
Oh my
stuff
God.
before this. It is indeed Tinker. So for the first clip, we have what we all think would happen if Tinker was on the enemy team.
I carry a charge.
Okay. That was about exactly how you described it, Tsunami. I
Pretty
feel like
much.
there was some spoiler alert going on there.
For what it's worth, I am so out of date on Tinker builds. I didn't say Shivas. I was still
True.
on the Hex train, but that was an enemy team Tinker. That
Yes.
was not my team's Tinker.
Yes,
I guarantee that.
That's the guy you didn't see for 20 minutes.
Yes.
That was poorly managed mana pool though on that Tinker, I gotta say.
Oh, we can have replay analysis for future segments as a follow-up to this player, because you're going to find out who it is, and you'll know, who to contact for sessions. So obviously, we talked about the variance in this and how sometimes when it's on your team, you're dreading it as much as you are when it's on the enemy team for the opposite reason, right?
This is why you wanted my Tinker replays. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, you can show it. That's fine.
So we can go ahead and
It's
jump
okay.
into the
Yeah.
next clip of what Tinker looks like on our team.
No.
Yep, sounds about right.
Yeah.
What?
Where's my Tinker? We're fighting here.
Guys, that was just me. I was just gaming. All right? What?
Didn't look like you were gamming to me. It looked like you were pressing.
That was my team's fault.
Oh,
You were hitting the wrong cog. If you'd hit the southern cog, you would have easily been able to walk out of it.
Sometimes I make mistakes. We all make mistakes sometimes, even pro players.
That's true. And these two clips are from the same pro player.
Wait,
BZM, it's BZM.
Oh, he didn't even know.
It's
There we go.
I know for a fact. it's
Segment's
BZM.
over. No, that's exactly who it was. So they did pick Tinker twice in Group Stage 1. And in the one game we saw in the first clip, he absolutely owned. They destroyed that one. And then this game was over at like 25 minutes, as expected.
Was that the Schofield clockwork?
Yep.
Yes, that was a support Clockwork solo killing him in the back of the team fight.
And there were many.
And there was a few solo pickoffs on the map itself, but the team fights I feel like make it feel even worse. So we do have one more little Easter egg of a segment where all we're gonna do is we're gonna present you guys with the clip of highlights, and you guys are gonna guess who it is.
Okay.
Do it with flair.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mira?
Is it Jenkins?
I said it was players in this tournament, but you are indeed correct. That was Jenkins Clockwork from one of the only Fart Studios games this entire series, or this entire DPC. Yes, those were some epically missed hooks.
But he had an excuse for that, I was told.
Yes, Trent?
Well, he did, and then we also might have seen White Mom play Clockwork and actually hit hook shots.
Oh, so you're telling me latency is not an issue?
Apparently not when you're skilled enough.
Oh.
Yeah, because it was the same ping for him. He did quite well.
So what I liked about that last clip is we talked about all the cosmetic things that you can guess going into a game, but then play says a lot too. And Mira, you knew exactly who that was right off the bat.
But from the first missed hook shot, I could tell.
Now, was that based on my relationship with Jenkins, or?
Fart Studios.Jenkins. Now, if you want the truth, I saw the little Fart Studios logo next to the clock.
Oh,
and then I
spoilers.
thought to myself, this has to be Jenkins because Newsham would land his hook shot.
I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
That's
Sorry,
solid
Jenkins.
deductive reasoning. That is it for my segment. As I appreciate taking over the host desk, but I think I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to my boy Neil.
It's been an honor. You've suited it well, Brian.
Thank you.
But I'm curious what
Jenkins
type
here?
of BZM we're going to see in this series, because we're getting into Beast Coast versus OG as we do a little rotation.
Seamless.
That was perfect. Rehearsed and everything.
Yeah. Welcome, everybody. We're going to get into our upcoming series
You
right
drank my
now.
coffee?
No, I didn't.
Neil.
I just spit in it is all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you?
Big sip.
Did you want some?
Yeah,
It's really
please.
good.
That made him want to drink it more. It
Anyway,
seems like that wouldn't have been my reaction.
There I
I think
was.
there's some.
They won't
secret
let us have 2
relationship.
cups, so we just share.
We spent the whole budget on
ruthless.
Brian's trap remix of Clockwork's missed hook shots.
Oh yeah,
It was
Okay,
worth
Brian.
it, all right.
You have great seasoning in that beer. I gotta
Sacrifices
say.
must be made.
You've done the analysis. Now give me the conclusions that you've drawn. OG versus Beast Coast. Is BZM still allowed to pick Tinker after all these performances?
Oddly enough, I'll say no, but not for the reason we may have seen from gameplay. I was looking at their drafts, and for the first 11 games, they last picked DM's hero twice. But for the last 5 games, they've last picked his hero all 5 games. So I'm thinking Tinker only comes out in the draft last pick, but if they're starting to prioritize DM with the last pick, we're unlikely to see Tinker today. I think they're realizing that when they have 2 greedy cores in the mid and safe lane, that DM's game getting off to a good start and being able to make space for them is essential for their game plan to work out.
Okay, so Western European DPC, they would usually not really prioritize DM. And now, yeah, I think even anecdotally I'm noticing like Yuragi first phase anti-mages and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're experimenting with new stuff because you got to figure out one of your cores is getting first picked. We've been seeing anti-mage get picked by other teams first round, even if it wasn't to the greatest success. But if you look at the previous drafts where he wasn't getting last picked, it wasn't like he was still getting 7th, 8th picked. He was getting first rounded. So they've got to replace it with either BZM or Yuragi's hero.
I think a lot of teams have realized that you can get away with first phasing your carry if you have first pick, not second. Then you don't get away with
Yeah,
it.
'cause you can block
We
draft or
we
block
did
in
see
it.
that first pick anti-mage once, and that wasn't good. But Team Spirit did it a lot during group stages where they would first phase their Draw Ranger or anti-mage, and it looked really good in their hands. There was one time when it didn't work, but that's because they first picked it overall. But then Liquid did it, and they went for the 8th pick anti-mage also, and they made it look good. So a lot of teams are looking to this now and thinking to themselves, wait, if we can actually secure our carry in the first phase, we have so much draft wiggle room to play around. And yeah, it makes sense to experiment with it.
That is in contrast to Beast Coast, though, because I feel like K1 is still being given last pick, regardless of the circumstances.
It's just their win condition, right?
Right.
It's just like when I see drafts, I usually think like, especially when you're second pick, because you have the counter picks in the later stage of the draft, you're usually responding to like the lane opponents they have. So if you see the off lane duo, a carry would get picked. You see the safe lane duo, the off laner gets picked because you know what lane they're going to be facing. But yeah, it absolutely does not matter for Beast Coast.
No, they don't
They
care.
will 10th pick Hector's hero.
We've seen some carry picks from Hector where we're just like, is that really a good game for Chaos Knight? Does that look good this game?
Then he carries.
Yeah, then gets it done. So obviously that's the plan. Make sure he's successful. Take the W from there. See if they can do it again today.
And you had also, it was Beast Coast that you came up with your other. No, Kazu actually did crunch some numbers. He said that Beast Coast are consistently always first phasing Tusk if it's available, and then if K1 has an illusion hero available in the pool, be it CK or Naga Siren, and then I think there was one other option. I don't remember. It was a very pretty.
Terrorblade.
Probably
Oh,
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade. Yes,
yeah.
that's right. Yeah, then they would always do that. Which I thought would be a little bit obvious, but then they're so good at pulling it off that even if the enemy team sees it's coming, they'll still lose to it.
I'm glad you brought the Tusk up, actually, because they've been first phasing it for as long as they can, and in their last 4 games, it's been banned out in the first phase of bans, and they've lost the last 4 games. So I actually think their series versus TSM exposed them very hard, and it showed that this team is inflexible. They don't pick flex, and if they don't have this Tusk that kind of cements their draft the way they want it to, and it gives Schofield the way to play around Dark Mago, then there's not really that much they can do because they're easy to read. Like Beast Coast is one of the easier to read teams in draft. Not in terms of gameplay, but in draft, you see their heroes, you know what they're doing. You see their Tiny, you know that's Dark Mago. You see their Pango, you know that's Sacred. You don't even consider the potential of flex with this team.
And you're already seeing it here, first round Tusk ban for OG, so they saw the same observation that you did there. And I would say I completely agree with your analysis. The play is the complete opposite of their drafting.
Yeah. You don't know what's going to happen. You think you're winning for the first 30 minutes, and then somehow Beast Coast come back.
We did have one of the best Rubik performances, though, coming out.
That's
from
true.
Schofield. So maybe, we got to jump back to that, perhaps. Might be something to try and rely on here.
And you love it against Disruptor too.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. Maybe you throw him out of the. I think it's a little overrated. I don't think it's like. I don't think it like ruins Disruptor necessarily, but I think it is probably one of the better heroes you can take. If that makes sense. You know.
We will most likely see a Pango or Lesh.
That is definitely the.
That's not a Pango or a Lesh.
Okay, well they need to adjust. Obviously.
Well, look, it's a Tiny. Is this a flex Tiny? Could this be shifted to 4? It is Beast Coast.
Yeah.
No, it's the Dark Maga mid Tiny. I mean, I really would enjoy if after their last 2 series they realized that they need to be more flexible in terms of how they're adjusting their lanes. But even in Lima, they never did it. They've never done it, not once.
This is pretty good though, because the other big hero was always the Snapfire, and then obviously that was something they were very comfortable flexing on, and I definitely agree. I really hope the discussion of the Tiny has been there because Schofield has a great position for Tiny. He's excellent on the hero, so it is time to make it there. We all know Dark Mago is also incredible on the Tiny, but frankly, the mid Tinys have not been looking that hot unless they're into a matchup where they're like, it is guaranteed to be this good matchup for my Tiny mid. I feel like they've had a couple games where they forced it, where not only was the matchup not great, but even like the mid game of the Tiny didn't look that good in terms of like heroes you can burst and pressure that you can get around the map. So yeah, just hoping for flex. Wow. Do some yoga here.
Okay, OG may not have liked the adjustments that they were making in the previous drafts, because like I said, they had 5 times in a row picked DM's hero last. So they have now moved him to this slot, which, Mira, you mentioned when you were analyzing carries in the first round, is the best spot to pick like a vulnerable hero or like a hero you're trying to enable in the game, because you have 3 bans to protect it immediately after. So Beastmaster is a hero that teams want to shut down in lane, and they often want to counterpick him with either Doom or Night Stalker to eat his creep so he can't go Helm of the Overlord, which is by far his best item. So I wouldn't be surprised if we also see like Naga and Night Stalker banned out, unless they just don't think Hector will pick Night Stalker.
Yeah, I think the idea with not last picking DM's heroes here is that they've identified that Beast Coast have this very strong win condition in Hector, in which they try to take it to the late game. And what's the best way to counter a team that plays for later win conditions? It's to run over the map as early as you can with these Zoo heroes. And Beastmaster is probably the most stable Zoo hero you can go for, because even if he does have a bad lane, he can just come back through triangle stacks, right? So it's fine to pick it here. You can protect it. You can come back even if your laning sucks. But once you hit your timings, you can get that Helm of the Overlord, you can make it so that Beast Coast don't feel comfortable farming on their K1 hero.
So Beast Coast did do this exact opening, the Tiny Snapfire. They did it against Liquid. They did not end up winning that game, but they followed it up with a Silencer. And I'm wondering if they'll do the exact same thing here, because Silencer tends to struggle against Zoo heroes. He doesn't like all these summons guys running in his face, because usually these Zoo heroes will pop their spells like right at the start of the fight.
Yeah, but I will say, these teams that play Silencer, I feel like nothing dissuades them short of a ban. I feel like I'll get to the second phase and I'll be like, they probably won't pick Silencer here though. It's like, I probably need a little more support in the lane, and then the Silencer just comes out anyway. So I'm with you. I'm hoping it doesn't come out, but I would also not be surprised at the same time.
So I'm wondering if Beast Coast are gonna try to just block pick one of Chu's heroes, because Chu's been doing really well on his ET and his techies, right? And if they're playing against Beastmaster and Zoo, ET is one of the better heroes. So I'm not sure if Schofield has played it this tournament, but it's looking like a solid pick for Beast Coast here, because it's going to provide them the vision that they need to counter OG's vision, but it'll amplify the damage coming out of Mortimer's and the damage coming out of Tiny.
What makes you say that ET is a good hero with summons? Like
versus summons.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Versus summons, not with
Gotcha,
summons.
I misunderstood you. Okay.
So, I mean, are they going to take this away from Chu, who's so comfortable on it? Because it looks good for them.
And they don't want to pick it. I got you. No, that makes sense. I feel like if they're not flexing their heroes, they're unlikely to pop out like with these counter picks for specific teams. I feel like Beast Coast is more about just we play these heroes, we pick them. But I would like to see them potentially do something like that, because it does sound good. It would win the lane bottom for sure, really hard.
K1 gets heavily targeted out by OG in the second ban phase. Troll, CK, Naga, all taken out. And Beast Coast themselves actually ban out the Rubik.
Because what happens with Beast Coast when they have a second pick is they'll usually pick a support hero here, plus K1's hero on 18, just so they don't give away their Tiny flex in the first phase. Even though we say it's the Tiny flex, but it's but you still don't want to give it away. And that way you have overall last to flex between mid and potentially this Tiny. So blocking out his heroes at this stage of the game makes sense because this is when it should come out, in theory.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Clockwork for Beast Coast. I think it usually paired with an aggressive carry will own Beastmaster. They go for the Chin. That's kind of like the discount Enchantress right now.
Yeah, that's his first game, right?
Correct. It's so discounted it was uncontested before this game. No bans and no picks.
Wow.
Beast Coast are apparently finding value in it.
That's interesting. That's something new. I don't feel like I've watched a single Chen this tournament yet.
No, that's literally uncontested. Like uncontested means no picks, no deny, or no bans, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Are we finding a third answer to Overlord, perhaps?
Wait, when does Chen control Ancients with the Shard?
It's been so long since
I think the Shard is now what allows him to take Ancients.
Yes. And then the Ags
is it
gives you
linked to
martyrdom.
the level of Hand of God at all?
Yes. The
2
number of
points.
Ancients you can take is linked to Hand of God. That sounds correct.
Yeah, if you want more, you need more points to Hand of God. Yeah.
And would you not want this Chen to be a core then? I know a lot of teams have experimented with the offlane Chen. We've seen it a few times. We saw it in Lima group stages a few times. It did not look good, but we've seen it.
I think it's okay.
That sounds like a sacred hero?
I do want it to be.
Like a sacred hero at all.
I'm investigating the Pro Tracker to see if he's been running it recently.
I don't feel like he has, though, because I feel like Sacred just plays 3 or 4 heroes very well,
Yep.
but does not like to adjust his gameplay that much.
Correct. I'm looking at his Pro Tracker. It's Doom, Timbersaw, Doom, Timbersaw, Timbersaw, Doom, Death
Great.
Prophet, Primal Beast.
Yeah, so this is a carry Chen, and I'm going to say that I don't like it. Honestly, I don't like it. I think it's cool that they're willing to experiment. I think the bot lane could go very well, and maybe that's what they're looking for. Just some carry hero to take advantage of Chen's early game presence. But I feel like now they just go ET on OG, right? They love this hero. It wasn't block picked.
I think the theory behind the Chen is that the worst part about being a carry versus Beast is that you get harassed out by the axes. So usually people pick something like IO, just like an Undying, some headdress buyer, or some sustain-based 5. So I can see what they're going for. I also think there's a reason why Chen's uncontested.
Yes, and that's because he is bad right now.
Yeah, are you saying that because
Unfortunately.
like Divine Favor gives the sustain necessary in lane?
I'm saying you go, like, you can level Divine Favor, and you're also a support that goes headdress.
Okay.
That's like I'm saying, like, there's not very many supports out there that are happy to just like buy a headdress level 1. And that might be what they end up going for. But they do respond with the Undying Drow. This is right out of Team Spirit's playbook. Beastmaster, Undying Drow.
And it's a strong lane, right?
It
and
is.
Also, Undying as a hero counters Sacred's hero pool. Like, he does exceptionally well at pushing him away from lane. And Drow Ranger has been one of the most banned heroes this tournament. She doesn't make it through many games, but now you've secured your top lane in the Undying and Drow combination. You've potentially secured your bottom lane because, as we mentioned, Beastmaster can come back quite easily, even if his lane gets countered. And I've never seen a Beastmaster fail to just do ancient stacks.
It doesn't require
unless
much
you invade,
attention.
which
No,
they
it
do have the
doesn't.
Ember, to be fair.
I was about to ask. So, like,
Yeah.
you talked about this almost 100% being Dark Mago Tiny. Are we looking at a Sacred Tiny? Or are we looking at a Sacred Ember?
Snap.
Sacred Snapfire with a
Yeah.
Schofield Tiny?
Yeah.
You're not looking at 2 strength heroes against Undying.
We're finally seeing the flex. It is finally
Damn.
happening.
Right into an Undying. They're flexing their way into a double strength Undying lane.
That part's not so fun, but early level 6 on the snap means you do have a lot of aggressive potential in terms of contesting the
You do kill the
Beastmaster.
Tombstone in lane if you take a point in Lil Shredder early. So
Yep,
there's
that too.
I think she's probably one of the best strength heroes in all of Dota against Undying.
It's a good adjustment too, right? Because you can build Greaves, and you do need the Greaves aura versus the Beastmaster.
That's a sweet PL ban, though, I gotta say. There's not many good PL games, but I actually feel like Hector might have gone for it here versus the Undying and the Drow.
It's Hector.
Are we assuming that this Chen is going to build Shard instead of Mech, and that Undying will be the one, and then Snap will be the one?
I think we can all safely assume he wants the Shard at 15 minutes, assuming that the Beastmaster goes for the Helm of the Overlord. The question is, as DM, do you respect that the support is countering you?
No, 100%. No respect.
Because he has to walk up and still take it.
Yeah,
You know,
come get it.
Yeah.
You know, like,
You're going to get silenced by Drow and just die instantly if you try to do that. What's the range? It's actually relevant. I don't know what the range
It's on Persuasion?
Yeah,
like
like
600.
600. That's pretty low.
Yep.
Okay, so I feel like TA Ember is a very snowbally matchup. You have the Flame Guard to deal with the Refraction, so it's good if you want to gank her. So if we're looking to see Schofield Tiny roam towards mid in the mid game, I think the TA could have some issues. But he might be stuck helping the Snapfire top against the Undying lane. But TA 1v1 usually wins this lane because the Meld Strike on a melee hero, that's kind of low armor.
Yeah. And I think this was a very clear TV pick just because there's not really anything left in the pool and TV can burn through this TA's refraction easily. It's also just a solid late game carry. But I feel like this VZM TA came out just because he wants to play versus his Ember mid because during the group stages, he got absolutely bodied by Sumail's Ember in the Ember versus TA matchup.
Okay.
So I feel like I feel like he wants to do it again. It's coming from that, and honestly, I think he might succeed because he's set up for success on the side of his supports. They can counter-rotate really easily if the Ember starts to dive into him, and I just don't feel like outside of the Tiny getting an early blink, there's that much threat going on into the TA. Like maybe the Chen rotates into mid and takes her tower, but then she just goes into the jungle, and the other side lanes should be strong enough for it not to matter too much.
It is important that DM has a good lane too, because like if you want to rely on those stacks, that's not great if you have TA on your team, right? You know, you're kind of hoping to provide net worth for everyone on the team because Drow's going to be up top, TA's going to be kind of in there, so presumably they're going to have a good time. I'm not really that concerned.
That's actually a really good point, though.
But actually, a lot of carries have been staying in their jungle for a while and just leaving the triangle to their offlaner early on, just because there are only 2 camps in the triangle now as opposed to 3. So they find that they actually have more gold in the jungle and they'll have their support set up an early ward, right?
Yeah, so maybe Chu will stack the main jungle
Yeah.
and let BZM take that.
I think that's what'll happen, at least for the first 15 minutes. And then there'll be the weird triangle interactions. But before that, it should be okay.
Yeah, I want to say that Terrorblade is generally bad against Drow, but we've seen Hector build AC on Terrorblade like 3 games in a row.
That's right.
So that base armor is the only thing getting removed. So if he does go for that, maybe this matchup isn't as bad as I think it is on paper. It's good against the rest of their lineup, the TB, but Drow traditionally does counter him, so I'm leaning a bit towards OG's draft.
But Brian, you haven't answered the most important question. What color of Arcana TB scares you the most?
Oh, I'd say the white one.
The white one?
The white one. I've only seen it a few times, but that one's terrifying.
It's the most expensive one. Some of the cosmetics that I like looking at, I'm picturing a black suit and red ties. Ladies and gentlemen, when we get into game number 1, the underpaid pandas.
Chen is not quite a staple of this squad, but it was decently picked up last year when they were a few different core members of the team, back when Whisper was still on the squad, for example, but it was always Stinger's hero. And they had a lot of success with it on Beast Coast, except for a single game, Avery. They lost 1 game at the Arlington Major. It was actually a game that eliminated them from the Arlington Major. And can you guess who it was against?
Arteezy?
No, they actually beat Arteezy at TI with it. But they lost to OG with the Chen, and that was what eliminated them from the Arlington Major and allowed OG to go just that bit further in the lower bracket. Now, in this group stage number 2 here at DreamLeague, we're already off to a bit of a rocky start for Beast Coast as they've given away first blood.
Maybe back down that road of the Chen loss, an old friend to welcome them. This looks like kind of a tough Chen game in some ways. I don't know how aggressive you can get with this hero anymore. If it was kind of the old Chen where you could be aggressive with early creeps and create roaming pressure, I think you'd have a lot more play options and messing with the TA, invading the jungle areas earlier. But you're not going to get boars off the beast lane because he's just going to go axes. You're not going to have the strongest jungle creeps because your persuasion got nerfed a bit. And then you have to play into Undyne, and I've always felt that Undyne is one of the worst Chen matchups. Unless you can reliably kill Tombstone, which they have Little Shredder. Sure. There's some hope there, but that's not always reliable. Like, if Snapfire dies first, the fight gets weird, this Tombstone just makes those pushes really difficult. So I'm kind of leaning towards OG a little bit here. I think this Undyne Drow has proved a very tough cookie to crack for a lot of teams. And we'll see if they're up to the task. We did see that Hector Terrorblade go quite ham. I'm expecting great things. Another Assault Cuirass, as was mentioned, perhaps on the menu.
Yeah, and another thing that Beast Coast or this squad used to do quite a bit, Stinger and Hector, was that they would, when they draft Chen, they would very often draft Illusion Heroes for Hector. Now, maybe that is just coincidence because Hector drafts a lot of Illusion Heroes, but maybe it's a part of their strategy of just overwhelming zoo push.
What is happening right now?
An attempt to stop a pull. That is not working. So instead, farm a neutral wave.
Okay, that was actually kind of cool. I guess he got a big camp out of it.
He gets level 2 off of it.
Oh, pretty nice. I gotta keep that trick in mind. It looked really weird. I wasn't sure what he was trying to do, but I guess that ends up working out. You don't get the pull stop, so Taiga's going to be happy with that one, and it's going to reset equilibrium here as K1 takes his wave under the tower. So where this wave ends up is probably not going to be too happy for Beast Coast, but Hector will be happy because he doesn't have to spend any region.
And Stinger will be happy for killing a courier.
Oh, that's a pretty nice courier to kill. Prevents a lot of the region going to his Beastmaster, so he's sitting on nothing. Probably can't abuse it with this lane. That's always a downside of these illusion carries with Chen, unless it's the Chaos Knight. I feel like your aggressive potential is non-existent.
Yeah.
Which can be sad for this hero, because then you just have to get the levels the hard way. Which is, I guess, pulling creeps to big camps and killing them.
You know, I find it interesting. He's level 2, but he still hasn't leveled that second ability yet. I guess waiting to see if there's a penitence kill opportunity with Metamorphosis.
There's still that build you can go, where you can go Medallion, Solar, Drum. Not necessarily in that order, but you get those 2 big items and you max penitence, and the right-click burst is significant. I would actually prefer that build, because I just think Divine Favor does not exist anymore. The spell has been taken out of the game. Maybe later it's okay as an armor aura, but early on, like 1 armor in 1 region, is that worth a skill point?
It's truly terrible.
I just don't think it is. You're better off buying a branch on each of your heroes.
Yeah, seriously.
Stinger will lose his courier in return, and he will take that penitence. It's kind of what I want to see. The talents for penitence are not bad either if you can get there. It's usually you don't get there with the experience, but get plus 225 damage, plus 12% slow. It's almost like Valve are sending you a message through the Chen airways.
They really want you to level penitence and
They really do.
And not go Divine Favor because they nerfed it out of existence. I see.
Centaur will chase Taiga all the way back to his base.
Get him. Get him, boy.
He gets another pull-off. OG being really annoying in this offlane. Downside is DM's net worth is suffering as he does get zoned off these waves. Meanwhile, Schofield finding a kill on the Undying. Not first blood because Sacred fed that earlier, but that's still a big kill to get. Anytime you can take this Undying off the early laning phase, you're super happy. You're removing it from his highest damage window. Double strength lane into Undying. Where are you at now, Brian? Shambles.
At the same time, he does come back with full mana and then just starts spamming decay on you again. So,
yeah, but you already have boots on both your heroes up here.
Yeah, I know that's true.
Slade's going better than I would have expected.
Radiant structures.
And I mean, they're gonna pull some more waves for themselves on top of it. Extra XP going into Schofield. It's got to feel nice for Beast Coast here.
I like that. Sacred covers the pull by making sure Yuragi can't come in and hit him with some frost arrows and generally just be kind of annoying. So they'll just tank the creep wave and try and keep it right in front of their tower. Just nice. DM, he's gonna maybe die here. Yep, the final hit comes in from Stinger. Didn't really need too much help from his carry, honestly. Hector was just able to focus on CSing.
Warmed down through that regen differential. Remember, that courier snipe earlier prevented DM getting any tangles on his lane, and that's what results in that kill. So little early pickups here for Beast Coast, making it work.
So we got the double ensnares. Doing a lot of damage to Taiga, kicking him out of lane once again.
Chen's felt pretty nice so far.
Yeah,
I like the impact. He's zoning Taiga, forced the lane pull, got a good courier snipe, gets a kill for Hector. Hector's free farming down here. Prevent the boar levels from the beast, who DM is still skilling it, but he does not want to summon them on the lane. Some nice early pressure coming out.
Yeah, I mean, the wins that they've gotten with this Chen.
Look at this nets for the meta.
Trying
Double
to kill
net.
them. Nice glimpse back. That'll actually save DM's life. Meanwhile, mid lane, a little 2v2 action. Nothing's going to come of it. But the wins they've gotten against international teams are not insignificant. I mean, they played half of their games against South American teams, but Team Aster, Entity, Shopify, Rebellion, all 3 of those teams they've beaten with Chen on the big stage.
That was a slightly different Chen, I think.
What, back at the Aster period?
I think that Chen, if we're talking Arlington Major, that was a really broken Chen.
No doubt. But more so, it just says that Stinger's pretty proficient with the hero, at least, right?
Or that Chen was just Omega broken. And it made up for him being terrible. No, his Chen is good. He's been playing it for a long time. He plays the micro heroes. Beast Coast busting it out of nowhere when you thought it wasn't viable. And he is going that Medallion Penitence build. I'm happy to see because I think that is the viable route on this hero if you are going to play him. It'll also help bring you into the early Roshan here if you're Beast Coast.
He's not going to get the courier. Let's see if he gets out with his life.
He's trying to bait him back with it.
Yeah. I mean, he does have 7 stick charges. He's going to pop it, go for the TP out with the melt. It does far too much damage against a hero with no armor.
Now the question is, was that worth it?
I think it would have been worth it if he went a little loop, you know? If he, instead of just putting himself back in that corner, if he just did a little circle around, yeah.
That's probably close to even for BZM. The upside is you gave some XP to Chu on the mid lane, who is struggling in that top. So now he's almost up to level 4. Maybe you can play some more for this triangle stacks, which Taiga's been getting up the entire time. That is the comeback mechanism for DM after a very rough laning phase. Sitting at level 4, bottom 4 net worth below the Chen. He's had a rough time in this lane. East Coast have played it damn well.
Nice catch. I don't know what happened here, but a rotation from Dark Mago does result in a kill on Yuragi. Do you think Chen plus Ember Spirit, you think they can maybe invade and take some of those stacks away?
Possibility. It's just hard. You really need level 5 on Chen to start stealing these stacks efficiently. You could bring everybody there if you're Beast Coast. It's an option with some of the early creeps.
It's definitely something you're going to have to constantly think about, right? Because it's not just Beastmaster, it's Drow and TA. Yes. Like, all 3 of these heroes use the triangle.
I think it's a fight you think about if you're Beast Coast for sure. Especially if you can get to level 5 on Chen, because they know what's happening. It's been scouted with the creeps from Stinger.
Oh, nice toss away.
Mago. EZM some more.
He gives them an opportunity. Oh, they got the chains with the kisses. Nice TP in from Sacred. One of the big advantages of this core Snapfire is that your TP in is actually much more impactful because you could just instantly drop the kisses. You don't have to like actually run into a fight or anything.
That's the product of Shu being forced off that top lane. They got a lot of extra levels on Sacred. He's able to easily join that fight, clean him up, clean up the tombstone.
Double tornadoes. Stinger.
He's
going to take a decent amount of this.
They're coming to kill Taiga as well with another meta pop. This safe lane has proved dividends.
Nice sandwich.
Now you give him a boar on top of it. It's Chen's level 5. He's cruising.
He really is.
Why was no one playing this hero?
Those tornadoes, man, are so crazy. Oh, surrounded by too many heroes.
The boulder from the Shard Golem.
Burn him out. BZM lost his refraction so quickly with that full army behind him, plus the flame guard.
Honestly, this is just an impressive Chen performance already. He's done so much off the laning phase alone, which is normally where this hero can suffer on trying to get to level 3, trying to get to level 5. Stinger's just made it look easy, making this hero look busted.
They know Schofield's here. They do. And TP out. Nice. Very nice. Didn't even TP back to base, which he doesn't have any HP, but...
He just went mid, so he can still join some plays here. Soak that mid XP as Dark Mago is looking for Yuragi top round 2. Doesn't have a haste room, but he's level 9.
Sacred with 2 whiffs in a row against Chu. That elusive zombie. It's got some moves, I guess.
Now they want to punish Stinger, who's just been farming your triangle here for what seems like forever.
And they will be able to put him down.
Yeah, they are tired of this Chen. Almost killing Taiga with the creeps. It's a lot of attention that a 5 is soaking up on the map right now.
Yep.
In fact, so much attention that you're just losing your top tower. As Chu had to vacate the area, he has not gotten early tombstone fights or kills. Let's set him back a decent amount levels-wise. I don't think they're going to give him the tome either, because you kind of need this tome going to Taiga, who's going to eat it up to get level 6 on Disruptor, which means Chu is going to have to make up his ult somewhere else in this game. Got to get that team fight.
Similarly, Stinger is going to get his level 6 very soon, so that'll be a big boon in team fights. And they might need it. OG. Smoke rotation. Back into the safe lane after you lost your tower. That's very interesting.
And the smoke did not pop how they wanted it to.
No, and the kisses are raining in. Might be able to get the kill on Taiga. always getting the shots on point, and the sleight of fist finishes them off. Very nice. Schofield TV going to look for an avalanche tossback. The tombstone does make things a lot more difficult.
That's just plus 125 right there, though.
Yep, true.
Sacred eats it up with the Mortimer alligator. What is this thing actually? Is it crocodiles and alligator?
His the Chen? The Chen's beast?
No, the Mortimer mount.
Yeah, the Mortimer. Reptile of some sort, yeah.
Spooky sound effects. Another meta. Hector has gotten a lot of value out of the metas this game. Feels like every one he's either gotten a kill or some tower pressure. This is an active Terrorblade.
And in fact, that kill on Taiga, he got both with it. A kill and a tower.
And the upside is when your Terrorblade's just involved and you're going this Penitence Medallion drum build on Chen, the physical damage amp is going to be very fast out of the gate.
You think that's
aura?
You think that's Stinger's call, or you think that's Hector's call?
That's Hector's for sure. Team fight breakout. Hand of God gonna heal everybody up. And do you have the damage here if you're OG? Does not look like it right now.
No, you certainly do not.
Especially
looking for the toss. It gets it on the illusion. Can the illusion finish him off? Maybe. Oh, Yuragi dies. K1 Hector picks up a double, and Mago gets a third kill out the gate.
This game is getting out of control for OG very quickly, just off the lane pressure from Beast Coast. And the issue is your lineup is kind of predicated around this TA Beastmaster Undying, getting Ancients, getting Roshan, kind of taking those objective-oriented fights. If you don't have anywhere to go on the map, and all of a sudden Beast Coast at some point just walk in the Roche Pit with the Pennant and Strums, you're going to be in a world of pain. As Hector gets involved in another killing spree for the 3-0 and 2 Terrorblade.
Yeah, where's the Hector that only cares about creeps?
Are we sure this is Hector?
Yeah, might be somebody else.
This isn't his twin brother.
Maybe it's a negotiation. Stinger says, I will get you the prospecting aura if you help me kill heroes.
That's true. Is he running it around on him, though? He's not. That's the problem. You gotta put these creep on somebody.
He's got drums. Oh, man. Penitence, drums.
This is gonna hurt. I mean, he's taking your tier 2 bottom. There's nobody here.
Knock, knock.
The rally is just going to town. Flag bearer creep. Finally, DM shows up. That's 2/3 of your tier 2. This is a lot of map pressure coming out from a 5 that OG do not feel like they want to respond to. Just trying to out-farm the map right now. Get back in a position where they can take teamfight with some big core items. It's going to be Deso for BZM. He's halfway there. And probably this Hurricane Pike for Yuragi.
I like how farming the enemy Ancients is simultaneously a sign that you are having a great game or a sign you're having a terrible game. Just depending on the circumstances, right? Are you farming the enemy Ancients because your entire jungle is covered and you have to sneak in farm wherever you can? Or is it because you own the map and you're able to take the enemy's map away from them?
And in some cases, it's one and the same.
In this case, it's definitely BZM just scrounging for whatever farm he can find because his own triangle, his own jungles, completely occupied by Beast Coast forces.
That's a BZM courier going down on the back of that with the hammer. Gonna slow his farm rate a little bit as he hides in the shadows. You can hide, but Roshan can't. And another meta usage. It's gonna yield Hector some more gold than just getting the mutual creeps. This might be one of the most active Beast Coast games I've seen in a long time. Just everybody joining in on the party.
Kind of feels
united
like
behind the Chen.
Feels like everybody's kind of taken from each other here. I mean, we've talked about how the SA and NA teams are employing a faster push. Liquid is obviously playing some very fast Dota. Have been for quite some time. But this push element especially. Beast Coast bringing it back now with the Chen pickup.
One of the nice interactions with these Chen and Chantress lineups versus the Beastmaster as well is when you push Beastmaster, he does not respond well often. He does a little better nowadays with the Axe build or the Auras, but in general, push heroes are susceptible to other push heroes. So if you get there faster, they kind of just have to trade somewhere on the map, but they're not that great in the 5-on-5 when they're behind on the Auras, behind from the Aegises. They're going to try and take the fight, finish off the Chen first. That's a good target.
All right. Big team fighter support is gone. OG will once again defend their tier 2 just in time. Schofield's going to be caught here, or is Schofield doing the catching? He tosses them back in, does manage to get the blink over. The kiss is raining in, though, and the beautiful chain lines up a blast. Sacred is able to get one, Mago the other. Yuragi and Taiga both fall, and hey, another 125.
I think he's got every tombstone in this game. Just cleaning him up with the level 1 shredder. Max value. 3 tombstones. Yeah, he's gotten every one. Or I guess that doesn't necessarily mean he got every one, but...
Of the tombstones that have died, he's gotten every one.
And now you're just looking high ground. 17 minutes? Are we this bold? Without the Chen? Hector says no, but Dark Mago says I'm going to slap it once.
No reason not to. Might as well at least get the farm if it's safe. And they can take the outpost. They've got other tier 2s that I'm fairly certain they can get pretty easily at this point. And then, I mean, the rest of the game, in some ways, kind of plays itself for Beast Coast, right? They're probably just going to wait until they get Scotty on Terrorblade, and then maybe second Roshan.
I don't even know if you wait second Rosh.
Yeah.
I think you have meta here. I could really just see early high ground push coming through, forcing OG back to their base.
Now, there is a certain bit of urgency for Beast Coast, right? Because Terrorblade does not like the Drow Ranger matchup.
Definitely doesn't. But we've seen Hector fight through these counter matchups with the itemization, with the AC. Some of these Blink Terrorblade builds can just get on top of Drow. Yep. When you're a head net worth like this, the matchup does not matter. You're just going to get outpaced and outdamaged. So there's some urgency, but it's not very urgent. It's some slow urgency here. As Beast Coast continue to push their way. I mean, we're still trying to get Helm of the Overlord out here for DM as it flies on the courier. But you're bleeding on the map.
Sacred, now it's his turn to do a little bleeding. Or a lot of bleeding.
Is it? Chenny?
Maybe a little bit of healing. Tries to cookie back in. Oh, he gets away. Oh, the trap.
Damage.
No, not enough.
Mech, Hand of God, Big Wand. A lot of EHP on Grandma here. BZM ended up going BKB over that Deso as well. So maybe that courier snipe helping delay it a bit. Feels like he just needs to be able to man up in the fight, prevent a big Sunder going off if it happens. But you're going to miss a lot of this early burst damage.
Boy, Yuragi is poor, man.
Could say that again.
Yuragi is poor, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Jesus. He's half his net worth.
That's a rough graph. At least it's not going down.
Sure. That is true. he could be losing net worth. I've seen some carries lose some net worth when a game like this happens.
Yeah, you've casted some NA matches in your time.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Seen a couple items killed. This is the early high ground push that I don't think you have to wait. Scotty,
trying to go for the toss back. Taiga defends himself with the Static Storm, gets the glimpse back on Schofield, and will not be saved by the cookie. So
I was a little over anxious there.
Yeah, he really wanted. I mean, you kill the Disruptor, then your siege feels pretty safe, I think. But Taiga just a little bit faster than Schofield.
Well, you got OG back, but I do think that push should have gone better for Beast Coast. I think you just let the creeps go higher, and you're going to see somebody, then you make the tiny jump. Just doing it preemptive there. Not the correct order of operations. Still, you will get the Scotty on Hector. He is very strong. Keep pressuring the map, keep farming it up, keep building the auras. Now you're at the point where Chen is going to start to scale, and Stinger has Shard as well. So that Helm of the Overlord, you got nothing out of it here on DM. And now you got to be careful of when you put that in the fight, because it's going to get yoinked.
Yep. He's got the Shard already on Chen, and can only have one Ancient right now. Gets another 2 levels, so he can have a second one.
You can't always yoink it back. That's kind of the upside.
Yeah, I guess you just kind of make sure it's Helm of Overlord is off cooldown.
DM is just going to feed it here. This micro double boar and Ice Shaman. Oops. That's a lot. This is a lot of gold. You don't want to be giving these summons up on the map. It's also map pressure. If you hide it in the trees, maybe they leave, then it comes back out.
Yeah, it also
nice
means he has to take farm away
backstab.
from his other carries. He has to take one of the ancients away from them.
And meanwhile, the Dark Troll army.
Yeah, the triple trolls.
Built in Isengard.
The Urukai.
Go. Feast upon their flesh.
Towers are back on the menu, boys. BZM tossed back beautifully by Schofield for yet another pickoff, and the tier 2, the final tier 2 will fall.
The skeletons are coming. This is not the time to die.
Marching towards victory. Static Storm will actually maybe kill the army. So there goes a lot of skeletons.
It's one way to pad the stats. Just got 15 last hits
Oh,
out
the
of
final
that.
kiss nails him.
All right, who's Hector sundering here? Who's going to be the victim?
It's definitely Stinger.
It's definitely going to be Stinger.
It's
I agree.
100%.
It's coming. You might not know it. It's coming.
Another toss back. Schofield goes for a second round to much applause.
Trade his life out. Just don't have Tombstone right now. It's dead, and that's your biggest AoE control. Without that, there's not much dissuading the push, as the buffs all flow onto Hector here.
Oh, they want to stick around, finish up that barracks.
Not gonna get finished here.
Okay.
I think he could have manned up. Still had Thunder in the tank.
I think so too, but
they will show mercy.
They will.
They will take their time to rebuild the troll summoner armies.
Oh, he's gonna add a mage alongside all those soldiers. So there's a little bonus armor for the Terrorblade before we get the AC, which he's got to build eventually, but I believe right now he's going BKB. Yep. And then he'll go AC. So this isn't even like the strongest the Beast Coast is going to be. Like a much bigger push comes when they get second Roshan plus BKB AC. And that'll just be overwhelming. Perhaps Schofield is going to be caught here.
Just going to break that smoke and tank it for the boys.
Does have Mago with a BKB right on top of all these heroes.
He's dealing a lot of damage.
Sacred does not have kisses, but Mago by himself can get one.
They can glimpse him back.
They can't
Don't
get
even need
Static
it.
Storm on him. He's dead now. Okay. Trading out some kills, definitely good. Now the kisses are up though. OG, gotta be careful. Uragi, he needs some help. Gets a little bit for the slow rip, throws out the damage, but Hector pops BKB. Nice Hurricane Pike. Gets over the Roshan cliff and gets away. Boy, that was a dangerous position there for OG.
Trying to bait him into this tombstone that was hidden in the pit. It's a nice attempt at a fight there. You got to start making Slain happen, because if you give up that next Roshan, that high ground defense looks really rough.
Yeah.
I respect that smoke. You get something out of it. You get a big Ember kill. That's going to help your TA get back in this game as he crawls his way to even net worth. It's a nice move. Honestly, these moves are hard. To make the 5M moves when you're this behind, you know Beast Coast are going to expect that they have high ground position. It's just a tough situation.
I do kind of wonder that was a little bit disjointed of Beast Coast, and we've seen this happen with them before.
We have.
Hector and Stinger were both walking away from that fight, whereas Mago and Sacred were walking towards it.
It's definitely something that can happen with this team in the team fights. I'm not sure what causes it. It's probably just Hector wants to farm and they want to fight.
Yeah. I mean, Mago certainly knows he is very strong and probably felt like he could take them all there. He was incorrect about that.
I don't know what he's doing up here, but maybe he doesn't either. Nonetheless, you know, one way to sync up that team fight when your carry wants to farm, Cap, is you just throw him in.
Okay.
We have Ags on Sacred.
I thought you were going to say always listen to the carry. That's my rule.
No, you never listen to him.
No,
Instead, you gobble and chuck his ass in the middle of the engagement and say, I'm syncing you up with the Ember, whether you like it or not, Hector.
That sounds like a great way to get your carry to kill his items.
I thought that's the goal of every Dota game.
Successful reports?
I mean, I'm pretty sure, you know, that's why I subscribe to Dota Plus. When I go in the game, that's one of the goals. It's like the 3-star objective, get your carry to kill 3 items. I get that every time on US East.
Man, you're so good. Avery is a man who focuses on objectives.
That's what they should make. They should be updating Dota Plus. They should make Dota negative.
The griefer bingo?
It's a bunch of griefer goals.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's the free space in griefer bingo?
End mid.
Yeah. Stinger gonna be caught out here, but Schofield gets, once again, the Static Storm stops him from being able to get this toss back. Taiga does have Schofield's number, but Beast Coast is just so much stronger in these fights, perhaps. Maybe not. Hiragi.
Tombstone is destroying them. It's back in the pit. They can't see it.
Yeah, they can't get to it. Roshan's dealing with it slowly but surely.
He actually is killing it.
He's doing it just one creep hit at a time. Oh, BCM goes in pretty deep there. K1 Hector is still around with this meta.
I mean, he has BKB too.
Okay, Roar's going to stall him up.
Not
Hiragi
have
does
the
manage
damage.
to get away. They manage to get the chains onto BCM. He's got a BKB.
There's the launch.
Oh, the send! Full send on out. Doesn't get the drow and gets glimpsed backwards, so couldn't even get one of the support kills. OG, I mean, considering...
They're pulling these fights out. They really are. And the Tombstone in the pit has done wonders for them both times. Nice positioning by Chu. And they're getting far back on these cores. That's a BKB finish for Hiragi. On top of a Crystallis plus Shard for BZM. Some of the damage is starting to come in. If you can kite this Terrorblade around, kill everybody else, wait out the BKBs, get somebody caught in a Static Storm, that is a route to victory here. That meta will not last forever. Even without it, K1 feels strong enough to force Roshan.
Oh, gotta go Scepter, so that's a really nice. Gets the toss back on Chu without immediately dying. K1 Hector's just kind of charging forward at Hiragi, now running backwards. The retreat back to their high ground.
Oh, what a creep launch. It hit 3.
What a beautiful hit. And the follow-up jump in Cookie.
Oh, Sacred.
Woo, that was beautiful.
Absolutely decimates them. Doesn't need to throw Hector, and he's just throwing a Chen creep. I don't even know what that was. Doesn't matter. It's a brick to the face. That slaps down any hope OG had of contesting this Roshan. That's also the difference when Schofield actually finds a jump. When he finds a dying first, forces an awkward tombstone that instantly gets killed by Shredder, all of a sudden your zone control goes out the window.
Yeah.
And the committal is way easier for Beast Coast.
DM is cutting waves while this happens, but watch that one again.
It's also a product of how far ahead Hector is in this game. You just can't focus him.
Yeah, it was a bore. And he ends up force-staffing into it. A triple hit for Sacred, followed up by the double Cookie. Beautiful stuff. Just head back into the game where Beast Coast are going to finish up this Roshan now.
A quick little Sunder on Stinger. Remind him who the one position is. Stay down, son. That'll be Shard Aegis to Dark Mago here. Sunly Ember is a huge threat in these fights. You're gonna have to deal with him twice. I don't think you can deal with Hector once. So who can you deal with? I guess Troll Skeletons. Clear them out first.
You can handle those, yeah.
The issue is the initiation is coming to you whether you like it or not now. As the Gobble Up is gonna send somebody in. However, big Ags pickup for Taiga. I don't know how he got an Ags this game. But he did get one. I guess Brown Boots, Windlace into Ags, that'll do it. His net worth is entirely this item. You're gonna need a big Ags drop if you're Taiga here.
I am very surprised that Beast Coast is gonna go high ground before they have this AC. He's like flying it out to him right now.
I don't think he can die though.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
What is gonna kill him? Very defensive Tombstone trying to bait out the fight. They will catch Schofield on another awkward jump.
Yeah, and he is not getting away. Knows it too. Even if he could get back to his team, he'd just be glimpsed. Speaking of,
they got him before the John.
Hit Mago. Oh, he gets the BKB off before the Ag Static Storm.
Ooh, did he know it was coming? I don't know if he did, but either way,
so.
Lucky to get out of there. That would have been Aegis. I'm gonna try slowing down Hector, get some stacks on him. Kisses to try and cover, reposition. Taiga steps too far. Big Centaur coming in. Stomped. Silence.
Stomp. Cookie goes forward, and Hector does manage to get off the Sunder. That's a little bit of HP, and Yuragi's going to be forced backwards here. Mago's going to chase.
It's going to commit.
After him, and...
Doesn't have BKB here.
Yeah, that's going to be his first life. Another great shot from Sacred. Boy, this man's a goddamn sniper out here with these globs. Or maybe an artillery man. He is going to try and back away, but these traps and the slows from the frost and everything.
Yeah, but where's Hector? Hector's hitting your base.
Once again, Hector doesn't care what his team is up to. He just focuses on objectives. Classic Hector.
There's no other carry player does this, man. It's just a full team fight raging. He's just hitting a range racks and leaves. Good luck, boys. I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah.
Did finish up AC in the middle of that. The armor is online. That is a decent team fight for Beast Coast. Not a game ender. OG, hold on. We'll have another chance to get something happening with that Disruptor Ags that they were looking for. A bit easier when you don't have Aegis either. Maybe that was some of the hesitation from Taiga. Like, do I really want a Disruptor Ags this Ember with Aegis? Now he can just throw it on anybody. It's going to be a good go.
They got a scan on Schofield. They know somebody's up here, and they spot him with the Hawk.
Don't want to Axel Tiny, but I guess you'll take it. Only 80 seconds cooldown, not the biggest thing in the world. OG will just walk it off. Honestly, Schofield's had a rough one. I feel like he's had really good games this tournament, but even in this winning game, I feel like Schofield he's struggling to find the jump initiations.
I would say most of that is Taiga's good play of just like him instantly responding with Static Storm a lot of times.
Oh. There's that Hector throwing. You have to toss me. That's what I always think of when I see this.
Absolutely.
Do you know that reference, Kat?
Reference Lord of the Rings twice in this cast. Of course I know.
I have to check, I don't know. Kind of culturally illiterate.
Culturally illiterate. How dare you?
Do you know that reference?
No.
Yeah, that's because you're culturally illiterate. Octarine from Sacred.
From Beast Coast.
Now you can toss Hector in on a faster cooldown. That's going to feel good. Oh, who's he throwing?
They're just going straight into it.
I mean, why not? You still don't have an answer for Terrorblade. All your damage is physical, and now he has AC plus 28 armor on Terrorblade here. You are not piercing that. The Chen aura is in full effect.
Avalanche goes out. They spotted the Disruptor, and they wanted to be able to go for that kill. Roar goes out. Taiga trying to reset, trying to keep this Static Storm, which is so important for them to be able to win a fight. But at the same time, they're losing BZM. He just dies, chased down by Hector, who this time decided to hit heroes first and buildings after.
Look at them all.
He's going to get another toss back.
Why leave? You can just end the game.
Absolutely. BKB goes out there. Toss backwards, but throwing the Terrorblade on top of the two of them. Yuragi overwhelmed by the damage. Once again, the Cookie chains the stuns perfectly. Yes, they do have buybacks, though.
This is their chance to get Hector max hypo stacks on him.
Silenced, Avalanche. Oh, the silence is wearing out. He can get a Thunder off, but he can't do it in time. The silence just lasted too long, and now the high ground fountain fight for OG will allow them to defeat Beast Coast in a single fight. But they are completely exposed now.
The Gobble Up betrays Hector in the end because it sets up for the glimpse. And buybacks are enough to secure the big Terrorblade kill. Even after Omegas and all of that, that gold lead only changed by 2,000 gold. So that is an OG victory. We should note that 12,000 damage done by Dark Mago in that engagement. That is a significant amount of damage.
That is a lot.
As Hector did almost none, just clearing through the buildings.
Boom.
Get Goomba Stomp.
2-for-1 special there.
Hector's like, hey, you toss me in one more time, I'm going to kill you after this game. Thanks. I know that Hector smile. That was not we owned them, guys. That was, see? Stinger, we're gonna meet outside after this game? Do that to me one more time? What did we have a talk about earlier? Sacred? What did we have a talk about? I hit buildings, you guys hit heroes. Thank you. Stay in your lane.
You stay in your lane. Do not push me into your lane. Hector is going to try and chase down Yuragi. Instead, we'll get you
I mean, you have double damage here. It's kind of sad you can't take this.
Yeah.
Nice BKB to avoid the toss.
Nice Static Storm.
They got both supports.
2 supports, and Hector is zoned out of it too, so they're going to be able to get both the supports cleared through the illusions. Mako is in.
And he's out.
He's not out. He's going to pop his BKB to stop the glitch.
Heavy committal here. If you can kite this for OG, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, the BKB's wearing out. It's gone now. Can they get any stunts on him?
Yuragi manning up. They're going to chuck Hector in again.
Once again, throw him after Yuragi. Try to hit him with the cookie. Not quite. BZM hidden away. They don't have detection.
He's getting nothing. OG kited it. Somehow they escape with nobody dying.
And 2 buybacks on Beast Coast.
Both supports committing to that fight. Remember, Megas are still pressuring your base, so you lost tier 4s that whole time. The creeps are doing the work as Schofield finally.
Schofield gets his victim.
Finds BZM. No buyback for Templar Assassin. Another gobble up. Not sending Hector in this time. The team talk has been had as he wants the throne.
Hector hits the buildings, and Beast Coast hit the heroes. And that seems to be a recipe for success in this game number 1. Beast Coast claim victory.
The shadows cannot help you. As you must find some light in a game 2 here. Beast Coast just upped the tempo in that early game. It all goes back to the early game with the Chen, with the Tiny finding some early levels, giving it to Sacred as well, who can join those mid-fights with early kisses on Snapfire. Very fast first 10 to 15 minutes here for Beast Coast. I really like that Hector joined a lot of those engagements too. It felt, like I said, every meta, they got something out of it in that early game. And that's rare, because a lot of times carry players just want to hit an Ancient stack, want to hit some neutral creeps with those timings. No, he was joining the early fights, joining the early tower pushes. That's how you use a Chen. When you play Chen, you want your carry involved, because the early objectives are on the menu, and if you can get extra snowball into that Chen lineup, it's just that much more powerful, and you're not going to lose those fights if OG bring 5 to you instead of only the 4. So good strategy from Beast Coast, busting out a hero that no one else is playing, using it to pretty good effect, shut down the Beastmaster, enable their carry, throw Hector in for the dub.
And I believe that means Stinger's win rate now goes up to 8-1. Very impressive stuff for his Chen. Something to consider about for all of the teams who are going to be matched up against Beast Coast in this group stage. That's just game number 1, though. We'll see what the full series develops as we head back to the panel.
Not only is his win rate looking exceptional, Chen is added to the list of 100% win rate heroes in this event. 6 other heroes, and now we have just found the 7th, uncontested before this game. But Beast Coast had a very clear strategy here. Maybe it was a Beastmaster counter, maybe it was something to synergize with the Terrorblade. Whatever the case, they definitely knew what they were doing with this unpopular hero. And OG looked very much out of their element.
Yeah, and this isn't just some, pick the hero that hasn't been picked and it kind of coasts its way to a W. No, this was a Chen game. It was a Chen team, and he carried.
It was a Chen MVP also. Yep. I mean, do we just admit that we take back everything we said about Chen completely?
I'll do it with you. I take it back.
Let me take it back.
All right, guys, we'll give it back to you. Yes.
That was powerful, but not about Divine Favor, though, right? We still agree.
No, that's the worst spell in Dota.
Yeah, okay. Just
the thing is, I do feel like Chen is not that strong of a hero, but in Stinger's hands, he made it look so good. He won the bot lane convincingly. He ran into the triangle and disrupted stacks against 2 heroes by himself. And he was just sending those little tornadoes at them, and they couldn't even chip away at the neutrals without doing anything. And then the one time he got punished for the shenanigans that he was doing in the triangle, it took a TA rotation and a Beastmaster roar. And he did that all by himself as one position 5.
And then DM later on in the game was not even dominating Ancient Creeps anymore because of this Chen support with a shard. It's a 1,400 gold item to counter, what is it, like 6,000 gold? So, yeah, it's so much impact coming out from him. I'm pleasantly surprised. I mean, I said I thought OG was going to take that game. I'm mainly surprised with how well Beast Coast played the first 5 minutes. I think that decided everything. The fact that they had 2 strength heroes against an Undying, we all thought that lane was going to be potentially a disaster for them. Trent off screen said that he wanted to see a level 6 rotation from the Snapfire to kill the TA mid. And what do you know? Right when he hit it, TP's in, kills BZM.
To be fair, it's an 8-minute rotation.
Or okay, well that was when
it happened at 8 minutes. I just want to make sure that I was
at the rune is what you were thinking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. I mean, that when you can talk about stuff like minute 0 and say this is how I would envision the game going perfectly for them, and then they have the presence of mind in the game,
Well,
to do that.
It's only because I have the benefit of having seen them do this 1,000 times, even with their old roster, where they have always abused this hero to great effect with the Snapfire. Like they used to, back when Hector always just, I've talked about this before, but if Hector played these strength heroes with stuns, literally they would just put C-Smile mid with Snap, TB to his lane constantly, stun kill. This is what they did. It's like Snap hit 6, we're gonna go kill the enemy off laner every single time. So like that is their best flex hero, and I'm glad that it was like threatening this whole draft.
And I'm glad they flexed their heroes today, because for a long time they just have not been doing it, and it's made them so easy to read. But this time around, they flexed her Snap, they flexed her Tiny, and it looked really good. But speaking of that TA, can we just say that BZM, the TA versus Ember mid matchup, it's not going in your favor. I respect the attempt, and it will work eventually, but maybe now is not the time to go for it.
Nobody beats BZM's TA 3 games in a row.
You know what happens
all
when you lose game 2 in like a for fun matchup? You just say best of 5.
Right.
Yeah. Double or nothing.
They lose the next one.
Let's run it back. And we had a very interesting head-to-head for this one. Before production puts it up, I'm curious. We compared Chen's building damage to Drow's building damage. Which one's higher? Quick.
Drow.
Oh.
763 damage from this Drow Ranger.
Okay, that's not really fair because
8,000.
It was mostly the skeletons, and I feel like they're not being credited here.
They're rallying.
You know, they were rallying,
The
and
boys.
all the units were hitting. Like, where was Stinger? Just standing in the back, telling him what to do, just supervising.
Yeah.
But that's perfect Chen gameplay.
Right.
And he had the Boots of Bearing, which synergized so well with if you have an army of the rally skeletons, plus your Terrorblade, who had a great lane thanks to you, the position 5 Chen, who turns him into the monster that he is. And you can just, there's so much synergy between those two heroes that we didn't even consider if the lane went well, and they showed us. He also had the second most building damage after TB, who had 18.6k. I don't even think they got to hit buildings on the side of OG, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. If we looked at his heat map on Uragi, he might not have left his side of the map the entire time. And I just want to say that he had 18 boys, the skeletons, that give +3 damage each at one point when they were pushing high ground.
54 damage.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen a 20-man static storm. The boys went down.
The boys.
For the static storm.
And he didn't even get that much gold.
Yeah, you actually had to.
They
but
had
it's
to.
sad.
If the boys had lived, those buildings would have died in a
54 damage
second.
for the entire team. That's like double Luna Aura.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's wild. But we didn't talk enough about Schofield. I mean, sure, he had some deaths, but he played impeccably well. He was getting the tossbacks. He somehow managed to win the top lane for Sacred, which looked unwinnable versus an Undying. And he was so consistent with catching heroes and kind of giving himself up for the greater good of his team. So he played exceptionally well, too.
Yeah. The Snapfire Ag Scepter, what is the name of that? Gobble Up?
Gobble Up.
Yeah, I think that's a really hard spell to use. So when you talked about them being like a signature Snapfire team, I think how well they used that. They were throwing random targets in, and even Hector was getting, the free Uber ride straight into the middle of the fight, and that's usually an issue for him. Terrorblade versus Drow Ranger. Because you don't want to buy that early blink. You don't want to Hurricane Pike yourself in. So why not just throw him in?
Yeah, he had multiple airlines he was traveling on, right? He got tossed in a little bit earlier from Schofield. He's getting shot in.
It was an illusion that got tossed.
That's
I think,
right.
'Cause
I
it
can't
actually
believe that got a
finished him
kill.
off.
That's actually nice, though. That's some nice thing to think about. But can we talk about OG for a second?
Please.
We talked about Beast Coast.
Okay.
I cannot get a read on this team. I do not understand. I really feel like they're struggling with their identity. We were thinking of names backstage, but you know how we have the joke with EG about, Chris Smile versus Chris Luck versus Chris Drugs. Which one are you getting today?
Yeah.
I feel like with OG, are we getting OG or are we getting OGs? Because I feel like in game 1 we don't.
Oh, we don't have the band.
we
I can try to do one for you.
There you go.
We should create this inside joke today.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
it's-
All right, hold on. Let's try it again here.
How about you say it, because you have better delivery than I do.
Okay, well, some days you get OG, and some days you get OGs.
Spicy.
Wow.
That's why we have a
Just
co-host.
clip that part, get rid of Mira being the originator of the joke.
No,
and
you did it better. You did it better. But I just feel like...
Can you not break something
No,
this
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm fine. It's fine. I didn't do anything.
Have you broken anything?
Not this time.
Not this day.
Excellent. But not to break OG fans' spirits, it's not that they're bad, because once they got the chance to actually take team fights, they prove how good they are mechanically because they kite around so well and they take fights from behind well. And there was this one fight near Beast Coast's Triangle, or inside of it rather, where it looked like they all should have died, but they got a couple of kills and got out. Like, this team has the skill. I just feel like they're really struggling with what their game plan is, who they want to build around, what they want to do. They still haven't found it. And that's why they look like OG, and that's why other times they look like OGs.
I'm not walking back to the drum set.
Okay, but
but I appreciate the sentiment. But I thought Brian gave us the idea. They said DM has been getting picked last phase all the time. They didn't do it in this game. Perhaps that's something worth reevaluating as they get into game number 2. Need to figure things out. Is Beast Coast really gonna make this Chen strategy work? Is Monday for the boys? Find out as we get into game number 2 of Beast Coast versus OG.
With this, a person that you miss, mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality, lost myself. I lost myself in your reality, lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to more Dream League Season 19, where we need to determine something very important. Whose curse is stronger? Brian, the king of the 2-1s, every time I feel it. You show up on the couch, and we're destined.
Emotional sounding.
3 games.
I feel it coming in the air tonight.
I feel it coming in the air tonight. Effie, on the other hand, queen of the 2-0s. I can feel it. This might be a 2-0 stomp.
That would mean
Oh,
Lord. Well, I mean, I was on that Tundra Liquid series.
That's true.
That went to 3 games, but every other series has been a 2-0. So you're currently stronger.
Currently.
But if this is a 2-0, then it means my curse is stronger. It just had a bad day.
Okay, it had an off series.
Yeah.
Right.
You have handled more series, so you've managed to have more 2-0s.
Right.
Like accrue your strength.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Yeah, that's why.
That is true.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the time for it to break.
There's a tusk, guys. They didn't ban it.
That sounds like OG's gonna have a bad day then.
Can I say, I'm very glad that they didn't open with a Beastmaster, because I was telling Brian earlier that I just don't think OG are a Beastmaster team right now, or at least the way that they play around their other 2 cores does not make them a Beastmaster team. You can't be a Beastmaster team if you have 2 greedy cores that aren't ready to play with you early. So I feel like they should pivot away from that. Maybe the reason why they have faith in this hero is because they 2-0'd Shopify with Beastmaster, but I don't think in this series they'll be able to get away with it.
I think they also were moving away from it, right? Because you're talking about how they were last picking DM's hero. Obviously, that's not going to be a lot of Beastmaster games. You know, it's pretty rare that you're going to get a lot of Beastmasters that late into a draft. So they've already sort of been shifting their perspective on Dota. So now, like, jumping right back into the Beastmaster just because, like, oh, it's there. You know, maybe it wasn't the best idea.
Well, what I want to bring attention to is that, according to, like, comparing Beastmaster to DK, is that OG has had probably more games than any other team I've watched this tournament where the game's just, like, seemingly over at 10 minutes in favor of the other team. Like, I feel like OG executes really well in like a somewhat even game, and they don't allow themselves to get to a point where they get to play normal Dota, right? So if you compare Beastmaster to DK, I feel like Beastmaster is a very feast or famine offlaner that can be punished in the ways that we saw last game, while DK, I feel like that's about as consistent as it gets for the early game.
10 seconds remaining.
But they're still first phasing DM though, seemingly.
This is a flex hero. It doesn't necessarily have to be. And OG have second pick, so they're comfortable not revealing this flex until the very end. So it's okay. I like the idea of this DK just so that it can be kind of an anti-spirit hero if they need to consider Dark Mago's Ember or Storm Spirit or something like that. But the thing about how you play with DK is you need a lot of follow-up burst damage, right? So could this be a True Techies that is finally cooking?
They have been doing decent with it. It did own the other day, even though they lost. He was like 5-0 at 15 minutes with like a really early shard. But what I want to like, what I'm actually most surprised about in the draft is that we're seeing Hector's pick
early.
Yeah, this is not 9th, 10th pick Hector. I mean, we do talk about how this is the best pick to protect and first pick. We've said that plenty of times, so it kind of makes sense. But this hero owns DK, like in every stage of the game. His reflection gets all of DK's bonuses. We've seen the Manta DK, it's the same idea. And then DK also hunts people who farm lanes. Terrorblade doesn't have to show his real hero in lanes. DK lacks damage, so he stuns the guy, drops them low. Terrorblade just sunders. So there's pretty much everything about Terrorblade is good against DK, so I think it's the reason why they picked it this early.
And Usually when you see a carry come out in the first phase, it comes out on 8th, right? When the team has first pick, because they can block pick with 3 and not get countered on the last pick by the enemies. But because they see the DK first, they probably had the read that there's no way that OG are going to pick another core in this first phase to counter this TB. So they felt comfortable just picking it, knowing that a support would come out, and they can cover TB with bans right now. So it actually worked out really well in their favor.
And the amount of bans you need versus TB, like, I mean, when I think of the 2 carries, I just think Morphling Drow.
That's the follow-up burst damage that Mira was talking about. To have the DK stun. Those
yeah,
heroes will
that as well.
Pump it out in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, so not only is it like decent versus TB, but also now I don't have to deal with them because like they could combo well with the DK. So now, like this last ban, I don't even think it has to necessarily cover Hector that much. Like, is there another carry that I'm not thinking of that's like really annoying for TB?
No, they've covered it.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think the mid lane ban's fine.
With that being said, though, the point that we mentioned earlier, don't you feel like they could have gotten away with Rubik first and then DK afterwards? Because we know how highly Beast Coast prioritized the Tusk. And I don't feel like they would have Tusk Rubiked.
True. Yeah, I don't think... I think Rubik's probably the better hero to first pick there. I'm not exactly sure why. I feel like we tuned into the draft a tad late.
I feel like just if they had done that, they could have secured their DK afterwards, and this TB would not have come out when it did, and they could have actually protected against it.
Were they not first pick? I thought they were first pick.
Yeah, wait, explain this to me again.
Because Beast Coast were first pick, right?
Beast Coast are first pick.
Yeah, so then they went DK,
Oh,
Rubik.
right.
Yeah. That's why. Because you're right. That would be
Oh.
weird. You are correct.
I'm confusing myself too now. Okay, yeah, okay.
I've also confused
so the
myself.
the Rubik DK were dual picked. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and then the TB okay.
Yeah.
Figured it out.
So things are happening in the order they should be happening. Yeah.
On the
We're
topic
like,
of...
on the topic of this order, we're like, how is this happening here? Now we see
Yeah.
how and why.
It was actually a
because
quiz.
that would have been so bizarre. Imagine if this TV came out 7th. That
And they
definitely
responded
happens.
Rubik? Yeah.
That is so weird. Okay, now it all makes sense.
Yes. Okay. And the Shadow Demon. That's a hero we've been seeing prop up a little bit during this tournament. Like, especially against Illusion heroes. A lot of those first round anti-mages were getting Shadow Demon. I think it's no different here.
Can I say that I don't like it that much, though?
Okay.
The Shadow Demon?
You just gotta tell me why.
Okay.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
So Shadow Demon, to me, has looked the best when he's been playing against some mobility-dependent core, right? Something like a Death Prophet.
Primal Beast.
Something like a Primal Beast. But none of that really showed in this first phase.
They can just pick a bunch of mobile heroes that
And
can,
then-
like, get out of the disruption
Yeah.
afterwards, right?
Yeah, and if you pick the Shadow Demon early, you say, okay, we have Shadow Demon to take TV illusions and potentially fight back with or farm with. But now you both of your supports are not bursty and they can't follow up on your DK. So now it has to be your cores that follow up on this DK in order to play around it the way that you want to.
And they can't go Darkseer potentially either, because now they have double range support.
Exactly. I don't like it too much, honestly.
Yeah, what if they had gone, like, Hoodwink in comparison, right? Like you were
Way
talking, like
better.
Hoodwink or
Way
Willow,
better.
you know, something to follow up the DK stun. I agree with your sentiment that he doesn't supply the damage, so now they have to make 2 core plays.
Yeah, I feel like you have to flex DK to offlane here or potentially carry, and you have to pick something like a Zeus because you're lacking damage right now and you're playing against a Terrorblade. So if there ever was a Zeus game, it is this one on OG.
Yeah.
Like,
That would-
damage is an issue right now.
He was doing it first. I was
I don't
listening.
know. I'm listening. I'm listening.
He was
Wouldn't
just staring blankly into the camera, so I'm like, I guess I'll do it too.
That would confirm that the DK is offlane, though. So are you okay locking in the flex now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she said she likes it better that way, right?
I think you have to do it this way because how else are you going to get this Zeus when you need to get it? It's also good versus Leshrac. I mean, I feel if they don't pick Zeus here, they're just drafting themselves into a corner with second pick.
Yeah,
the Shadow Demon Rubik dual support is not doing what they need to do for a first pick DK.
Yeah, last time they picked Zeus, they had no tower damage, but this time they got DK, so I think the downfall of that Zeus game was that they couldn't get any objectives off of all the kills that they were getting. So if they go Zeus and then, like, 10th pick a carry that takes towers or Roche, I think it'd be a much more well-rounded draft.
Maybe they're scared of Tusk rotations, but Zeus is one of the better heroes at dodging Tusk rotations early because he
Yeah.
has Heavenly Jump. He's also good against Leshrac mid, and he's good against TV as the game progresses. I just can't see why it's confusing here because it'll definitely get banned in the last phase.
You think they might just go Invoker because it's them, not because it's better, but it's just
Potentially, but then you are susceptible to dying to the Beast Coast supports. Tusk and Phoenix can punish Invoker much more in the early game.
maybe Puck. I'm just thinking like if they're not snap picking Zeus, so they have to have something on their mind. Like, what are they deliberating?
Or they're thinking that the carry matches might get banned out.
Storm.
But
I don't like that nearly as much. I think like my view on TB, one of my favorite heroes to play as carry is I hate when people outrange me.
Right.
I hate when people are killing me outside of my attack range because I don't have mobility and I hit really hard. So usually like the Pugnas, the Zeuses, these type of heroes are really annoying. And what I don't mind about playing TB against Storm is that he has to go right on top of you. So after that pull, even during the pull, your illusions are hitting him really hard. Even though he has to buy a BKB, he's still taking a lot of damage. So I don't love Storm against TB personally, but
I mean, I get it. Like, they're lacking instant disables in a sense, but now obviously there's still going to be one pick left for Beast Coast.
Just where's the damage? Storm even runs into damage issues too. Like,
I mean, I feel like they're just going to go for the Dark Mago Kunkka, Dark Mago Tiny, maybe.
something to punish the damage lack further.
They could either they could put the Lush mid on Dark Mago also, but I feel like you want to have the more instant kind of reliable stun or catch coming out of Dark Mago's heroes.
I don't think you give them the Storm Tusk matchup, like
so they block the
or
Tiny.
the Storm Lush matchup.
What about the Tusk as the bans come out as well? Is there any value to the Tusk like being a core here? It's not really something we're expecting from Beast Coast. Again, with the flex things.
I mean, it wouldn't be bad. They have flexed it once, actually.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be bad. You do need some catch. They took out the Tiny and the Kunkka, right?
Wow.
So maybe they just have to Tusk mid now. I mean, what else?
What else does Dark Mago play? He plays Bat Rider. It's gone. Oh my god.
You need some like stun hero
Yeah.
to play against the Storm. Maybe the best shot you have is flexing this Tusk to mid now. Maybe you pick like a Nyx or something for Schofield. I don't know.
Would be a pretty fun next game actually. Could also play like a Lion.
Maybe
Really
that's
want
the
to go
idea
crazy.
behind the Storm because they think they've banned like that extra Ember ban thrown out by Beast Coast. That kind of might have bit them in. Oh,
Yeah, the Nyx.
who called the Nyx?
Mira.
Me, I'm
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm a freaking Nyx fan.
I do love this hero. Wow. And he feels like you can't pick him that early. Actually, honestly, you probably could pick him that early nowadays, but it's just like there's better fours is the problem.
I think it's a good 4.
Yeah, for sure. This game.
I think he just troubles against Zoo. Like that's why usually people don't
Yeah,
pick it.
and there's no Zoo here at all, so it makes it good. It's also like, when I think of Schofield Nyx, I think of the most annoying creature in the world hiding in the jungle, just peeping at people, because that's what he does. He just walks into jungles and just stares at
He's
you.
a voyeur.
He just stares at you. He doesn't even have to do anything. But this made the most sense because there's no more instant stun kind of mid laner left for Dark Mago. So Tusk was the only one available where they could play on his like Snowball, they could play on his Blink Catch, which means that the instant stun also had to come as a follow-up on your 4. And the only thing that does it well against Storm is like Carapissing into a Static Remnant, right? That's how you can catch him.
I mean, you're talking about how much you like this Nyx pick, and I totally agree with you. Naga's literal worst matchup in all of Dota is Leshrac. By a large margin. It's like, it's one of the most one-sided hero matchups.
Why is that, Brian? Explain.
Because Naga has to be point-blank range to kill you, and the thing she fears the most is heroes that don't die to her when she's hitting them.
That's a good reason.
And they also just kill you back. So Lesh, doesn't matter if he's stunned, his ult's going to kill you faster than you kill him. Maybe it's different because it's an off-lane Lesh, so it's not like the Bloodstone Lesh. But this Naga pick, I think the curse is going to go in Mira's favor, but I feel like it doesn't matter.
Can
Like
I just,
what I predict.
Yeah, can I just say that I hope I'm wrong, but I feel like OG's draft is not good. Like, I feel like they could have done so much more with it. So that the dual support does not complement the DK at all. There's no follow-up damage. It has to be coming out of Storm. And Storm has ways to be punished in the early game by rotations from both supports. And also, this Naga probably isn't going to have the best time as the game progresses. I just don't understand why the Zeus was not good enough for them.
I'll tell you why, Mira.
Why?
It's because sometimes the hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. It's no stranger to you and me!
Oh, Lord. Get ready for Game 2 of Beast Coast versus OG, where our panel had some not so nice things to say about OG's lineup. They called it garbage. They called it trash. They called it refuse. Non-recyclable goods.
Keep going.
I'm out. Yeah, I would say
that was kind of weak for an NA player. You should know all your crap synonyms by now.
I'm sorry, I'm no Quinn.
Yeah, if you played one game with Quinn, you should have the built-in thesaurus.
He's an abomination.
An abomination against man.
Do you agree?
That doesn't look that bad. I think BZM just has to pop off. If he pops off, I think they can make it come together. Now, how likely is that to happen? I'm not sure. Especially in the Schofield Knicks. This is one of the few guys who's still going to play this hero. First Blood might help if you can get it.
Yeah, they got it last time, and they're trying to get it this time, except for the fact that there was a couple of problems with that, actually. Mago and Schofield. Schofield hit the two-man stun, and Mago separated them with Ice Shards.
Okay, that's a rough way to start. You want BZM to go ham this game, I think, so you have the damage on all the disables that OG are presenting. Giving First Blood to Dark Mago is going to make that a bit harder.
3 bounty runes, though.
In an uphill battle. Yeah, 3 bounties.
So now he's only 200 gold behind.
Easy. Easy clap. This is a pretty slow damage ramp for OG. I think that's the issue that the panel is having with their draft. Is that the rate at which their damage comes online in the early fights can feel a little slow here. Between Shadow Demon and Rubik, you kind of need your ults before you're threatening anybody. Dragon Knight's a pretty low damage hero. And then you're kind of dealing with this Naga who wants to go like second or third item before she joins an engagement.
Yeah.
Kind of a lot to wait for, right? That doesn't necessarily mean they're out of the picture, though, as you can often play defensive with these types of lineups and bait overextensions on the skirmishes, bring numbers to the fight, play around your one high damage hero, which in this case is Storm Spirit, who can present a threat on the map. And it is a greedy support duo from Beast Coast. Like, Nyx Phoenix is... I'd put it up there as pretty greedy. I mean, greed is always relative, but you ideally want a lot of levels on these supports as well.
Is Taiga dead? Yeah. They're going to met. Oh, never mind. He had a lot of wand charges there. DM will take a lot of damage on his way out, but they will both get away from this meta in time. I find it particularly surprising that OG went for this kind of strategy after they got hard run over in game 1.
Why?
Well, don't you just think that Beast Coast is likely to pull the same shenanigans on them?
You mean the Terrorblade?
I mean, just in general, ending the game or securing a series advantage by 20 minutes.
Yeah, but that's why they have Naga. Naga, the ultimate game staller, the ultimate put you to sleep, and I'll see you in 30 minutes. Set your snooze button, Cap.
Yeah, but they have heroes to deal with that split push. Don't they?
Kind of. I mean, their catch is only Nyx. I guess Tusk when it comes on later, but I'd argue Tusk is not... You can have issues catching Naga on the map. I think it's going to be more about the group up from Beast Coast. But I don't think the map is necessarily going to be an issue for OG. I feel like it's the 5-on-5. If you get auras on Sacred, you have a Phoenix Egg, you go in the pit with the tag team plus Metamorph. Are you contesting that Roshan? Are you contesting those 5-on-5s? And how do you get on top of this Terrorblade and burst him? That's where you want BKBs on the Dragon Knight and the Storm to be able to commit in and not give us Thunder.
Ooh, who's going to die first here? The dive goes out. Another Fire Spirit. Taiga doesn't actually die to that, and he has 4 stick charges, but simultaneously, Stinger didn't want to stick around for Shadow Poison number 4.
Get him on the way back.
Got him on the way back, though.
And he gets the double spawn here off the D-ward for the small camp, so Stinger's having another pretty good early game here on his 5, setting Hector up for success, shutting down Taiga, who one might argue is the most important player for this OG lineup in a lot of their games. Like, if he has a good or bad game, it feels like that dictates where the pace of that whole entire game goes.
Yeah. You know, I do kind of feel like this duo of Taiga DM don't win their lanes nearly as much as the Taiga Amar duo did. I'm not blaming DM for that. I'm just wondering if it's like a difference in heroes or something.
Sounded like you were blaming him, but I mean, it is a difference in heroes. Like, Amar is an anti-carry player. He plays heroes to shut down the enemy carry and win the CS battle in a one-on-one type of matchup. Like these Razor Vipers, they're just going to destroy you. I also think that was one of Amar's strengths. His laning was very, very solid. He knew how to abuse the heroes that he played and abuse them really well. DM is more of just a, Renaissance offlaner, if you will. Like he's pretty good at almost anything in the game if you put him in there, and that flexibility is what OG were looking for, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to go to lane and dominate the enemy carry.
Is he dead? The telekinesis throwback, a fire goes off, and, well, there is another Ice Shard coming up, but BZM has already bobbled up enough. Taiga will hit the disruption. BZM, he is going to go for it. I was wondering if he felt a little bit too skittish about putting some damage on Schofield. Ultimately, it wasn't enough either way.
You got to respect the Schofield bait, especially on Nyx. This is a hero where when you bait it out, he can turn around with the stuns. He has Fairy Fire, he has Stick, he has Raindrop. A lot of Deceptive Tank ability, and he's going back in round 2.
Hits him again. Did not get the spike carapace on the Spirit, but they get the kill anyway. This hero, another hero of Schofield's that they ran, they actually were running at the Lima Major, didn't have nearly the same success. I believe they ran it 3 times, had 2 losses with it. So,
I still believe in Nyx Assassin. I don't know what Hector's laughing about, but I still believe in Nyx Assassin. This hero's good. His laning's a little rough, but if you can make some early moves like this, if you have an independent offlaner, that helps him a lot. Which he has here versus the Naga lane. Just no pressure going on Leshrac.
You're really going for this one. The Fire Spirits is going to slow down the damage a lot. They're entirely reliant on the Shadow Poison. If they can get the 5th stack, maybe?
Can't pop it, though, if you're dead.
Yep. It's just going to have to naturally tick out and DM. I mean, do they even...
This is not enough.
It's not enough. Oh, my God. It was almost enough, and the Breathe Fire will do the final bit of damage. He went down to like 20 health there, so...
But it wasn't enough.
We were right. We were right.
Final Jeopardy will go to us.
Mm-hmm.
And still, they can't punish this Leshrac. This is part of the problem right now. They're getting away with this Nyx because the Naga lane is unable to create aggression on this offlane range hero, which means Schofield is free up to gank mid, as we saw earlier, harass BZM on the runes, be his obnoxious self.
God, Schofield's so annoying. He's the best.
I mean, it's like I said, man, I get PTSD watching this guy play.
Radiant's top tower.
I do feel like Sacred not being punished is pretty important because his game is particularly important, right?
God, he got a courier too.
Yeah, of course he did. He's got a lane matchup against the Naga Siren, but in general, Leshrac versus Naga, as we heard BSJ eloquently rant about, not a good matchup for the Naga.
No. It's going to scale really well in this game. And the auras are going to make the Storm and DK jumps that much harder as well. Dark Maga will rotate bottom for a 4th death on Taiga Shadow Demon at the 7-minute mark. He has not found any momentum in this game. And Shadow Demon is a hero where when you fall behind on those levels, when you have a rough early game, it can be hard to catch back up because you fall behind in the damage. And then you kind of just have to stack, maybe clear some stacks, play really greedy. That's how you come back on the hero. The downside is when you're doing that, you're not helping your cores accelerate on the map. So I feel like this does put BZM on an island here, where he's just going to have to make some plays for himself, get some runes for himself, make the OG magic happen.
I will say his later strength is more dependent on his matchup, right? I mean, a lot of his damage is just going to come from disruption on Terrorblade and using those illusions. So at least he's got that going for him.
I feel like that argument only goes to a certain point, though, you know? It's like, hey guys, the Terrorblade's 20,000 net worth ahead of me. That means I'm crazy good. I can disrupt him and kill everybody. It's like, yeah, but he's 20,000 net worth ahead of you.
Mago experienced a little bit of disruption on his attempted gank. Rotated a bottom lane again.
Oh, if he gets away from this one,
nope.
That raindrop almost came back up.
It was a close call, but he does fall.
So that's the type of baiting in an engagement I was talking about, where when you have low damage drafts, you can play the defensive fights and get the return kills. That makes it easier for the OG. I mean, they barely got that one, but they still get a big core kill off of the Storm counterplay.
Taiga.
Stinger has been really aggressive with this Phoenix. And he's just punishing the hell out of Taiga. Level 5. 2-0 and 3.
Yeah,
Phoenix
doing
is a monster.
Job. So they're getting a decent advantage out of this laning phase. They just got to be careful not to repeat that bit of overextension aggression that Dark Mago showed in that bottom lane. Dive here in the top. They'll get the kill on Chu. Clear out the heroes out of this top lane and start taking the tower. Sacred, of course, doesn't have by Diabolic Edict yet. You don't really go at this early, but you can still pressure the tower by killing the creeps, cutting them.
And Stinger scouting the Shadow Demon stack. So this is the way Taiga can get his levels back in this game, but not if it gets stolen from the super high level Phoenix in this game. Bring in Dark Mago. Taiga just stacked for him.
This is 2 games in a row now that Beast Coast have played for stealing stacks. BZM goes for the punish. Snowball goes out. He's going to come back from that disruption into a round of nukes, and DM is here as well, so there's definitely no way out of it.
And they got most of that stack, so really good read from Taiga to make sure he's getting something out of this early game, contributing to BZM's game flow. Big pickup for the Storm, another bounty rune to refill his bottle. BZM's gaining a little momentum.
Part of the reason they're able to do that, though, there are no heroes in the top half of the map.
That is
from
correct.
OG. They are literally all in this, like, there is just the Shadow Demon here, and then they're all in the Radiant jungle, heading towards bottom in that area.
Disruption mid, but this is just to secure the rune. Taiga will lay down his life.
Oh, he actually has an early supernova here, and OG can actually kill it. So that haste rune, a bit wasted for BZM.
Even Hector's here.
Yeah, Hector cuts across once again, playing a little active on the Terrorblade. He's not just defaulting jungle, he's trying to hold on to his lane, and he's participating in hero kills.
This game feels like another game where OG are playing as if they have a lot of pressure on them. You're like forcing these awkward moves. It's not super synced up. You're kind of making aggressive plays for small things. Okay, Tiger sacrifices himself to get a rune, but then you insta-pop through and you don't get anything off it. It just feels very off for them. I don't know if it's a lineup thing or they're not sure where people should be playing, but it's definitely not synced up right now. And Beast Coast are going to punish you with these Terrorblade drafts because Terrorblade is one of the best heroes at just soaking up a free early game into space, into hitting his timings faster, and punishing you with the metas as we saw in Game 1. So you don't have a huge amount of time to figure it out. You can rely on Naga to stall some of this game, as Yuragi is having a much better time this round than he did last time. But as you say, they have some counters as Naga. They have Phoenix with the magic damage. They have Leshrac, who's going to scale pretty nicely. Maybe you find him with Nyx at some point. Still got to build more momentum off Storm as much as you can into the Storm Spirit. We will get a synchronized move from OG. 3-man smoke with ults up. Looking for Leshrac top. They should get it.
Yeah, he is definitely going to be caught here. Unless he goes up and TP's out. But no, he wanted to try and put pressure on the tower and shows himself for a beat. Gets caught. So, continuing to get BZM kills. OG, they've won one series, in this group stage number 2, and that was up against Shopify Rebellion, and the way they did it was the BZM show.
You gotta get the BZM show back in town. That's how it feels like to me this game. Just play around him. He's playing the best. I feel like OG have the best identity in terms of what he wants every game and what they want to do with it. So that gives you an anchor point in these lineups where you can say, okay, let's listen to this guy's calls. Let's see what he wants to do. Just keep snowballing off that. Let the other cores play independently. That's what I would be advising them. It's going to open up some space bottom for DM to hit the towers as mid-clash hits. I don't know if this is where Yuragi wanted to be.
Oh, look at that. The pump fake from Sacred.
Nice save.
Beautiful stuff. He actually started going for the split earth, and the mirror image would have allowed him to dodge it, so he re-upped it. Hits the stun, gets the kill on the Naga Siren. Now they're going to snowball forward to catch Taiga as well. Easy stuff for Beast Coast.
It's another fight. They just bring everybody. Hector's going to join to convert on this objective, and Schofield finds Chew in the back, and another easy double damage kill for Dark Mago. Off of that rune that Schofield secured against Naga illusions earlier. All the little things paying dividends here for Beast Coast as they continue their rampage in this series. This is just an awkward space for Yuragi to be in. Not respecting the amount of jump that they have, and Beast Coast bringing the pain.
Got a whole lot of pain, fire, burning, and OG. I mean, they lose this series, things start looking a little dicey for them because they're 1-2 right now. They'd be 1-3. Not a great place to be when your bottom 4 gonna get kicked out. Dragon Tail stun. Very important kill if they can get it. Dark Mago, short snowball, trying to dodge whatever damage he can. Not good enough. Schofield tries to go for the TP out. That is also denied. Taiga stops it with a disruption. And a purge finally finishes him up. Dust not really needed.
Finally, a good move. We get some good jumps using both their cores, combining them. They have the damage from the supports. Level 4 shards stolen for Chu. That's a lot of extra early burst damage coming through on these jumps. And now that Naga can go to work on the map while your pickoff is finding some heroes. This is what OG want the game to look like. Yuragi getting farm, pushing lanes in, dealing with some of the Hector split push map pressure as he is ahead. His illusions are going to be a threat of their own. But your pickoff is pretty strong, and Beast Coast don't necessarily have the ability to stop you just running around and jumping a hero with your chain initiation here. Like, there's no big save, there's no big counterplay, at least in this early game. Just jump somebody with Storm, pull him into a Remnant. You can even jump away and then hit him with all the Fade Bolt, the Shard, the Purge. It's a pretty low committal go.
Who wins in the illusion push war? The proxy war, I guess, that is going on in these side lanes between Terrorblade and Naga.
Probably Naga. I think Naga is the strongest map control hero outside of that Furion Ags. So I would give the edge to Naga Siren.
And then Terrorblade just gives you more like direct pushing power.
Yeah, objective taking earlier, Roshan or building taking if he wants to join those fights. Like Naga is not really going to join fights super early to convert on tier 1s or Roshan. Does it a bit later. Second or third item, you can start joining those fights, be a bit tankier. But even then, your job in the fight is not necessarily to be the damage dealer. It's just to create space with illusions, force people into awkward positions, maybe land a good song or net, and you want the damage to come from your other two cores. So OG are honestly not in that bad of a position as much as we were talking. All three of their cores are finding the farm.
Yeah,
if they can get to the second or third items here for the damage, then this split push with the Naga that can feed into those pickoffs is going to become an issue for Beast Coast unless Schofield can continue scouting and finding some room of his own.
Getting a lot of damage on this tier 2 bottom. They're going to rotate to try and stop it. Hector, he's going to show first. Taiga goes for the disruption. Quick Manta actually disrupts things, and they blow up the Dragon Knight so quickly. Mid lane looks like they're going to catch the Leshrac, but Beast Coast are going to get 2 here in this bottom lane. So 1 for 2 exchange, but I don't think OG hate that.
No, because BZM is getting the big core kill mid. He's going to push him up to level 12 here off of that Witchblade finish. That was almost like a suicide push from DM. He's like, all right, I know I'm going to die down here, but whatever. We're going to get more farm out of the map. I'm going to come back in 20 seconds anyway.
I mean, they got a lot of big spells with long cooldowns out of them. Yuragi was cutting both mid and bottom because he was playing inside of the Radiant Triangle, so he threw his illusions into both lanes. I mean, there was a lot of good things for OG there that I think make up for that second kill that Beast Coast got.
This is prime Naga position, the prime real estate, you know. You're used to that. You live in LA. He's got beachfront property right now. When you can cut both those lanes from Triangle, that's where you want to be. Now he gets the TP back, and 5-man fight for OG looking for Hector. They're going to burst him.
Oh, did he impale? It might have just saved him. Can he get out the thunder? No. Good thing that Chu was outside of that area, gets the telekinesis to keep that chain disabled. Now the Nyx assassin is problem. No, it's going to be the Storm Spirit who dies instead. Oh dear, BZM.
That Carapace in the nick of time from Schofield. He continues to punish.
They're going to catch Yuragi too. Underneath the tier 2, this is a pretty dangerous proposition. Never mind.
What are you doing there, son?
Did not get back fast enough. Think he wanted to throw illusions down that lane before Beast Coast could get a push going.
And that's all that Observer Ward on the lane. He's pinging it out now. It's an unconventional ward to have out there. It's going to time out soon too. That's a huge payoff for Beast Coast. Fighting into their vision. Always a good recipe. You're going to sacrifice the Terrorblade. I think Hector's okay with that one. You know, he's like, all right, we won the team fight. I'll contribute a little bit. Throw my life on the line every once in a while. He's up really far. I mean, his team is a distant memory at this point. But Schofield's just causing a lot of problems here. Multiple stuns, making BZM's life hard.
He zips BZM. Hits that spike carapace, and
Split Earth would have hit him anyway, actually.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful about how deep he goes in the fight. Don't have any saves for the Storm Spirit outside of Disruption, so it's also an issue of how far Taiga can get in and whether Taiga's starting on the Terrorblade with Disruption or not. Do you want to have that save for the Storm to bail him out? Do you want to play more aggressive and try and use Hector strength against him? It's a double-edged sword right now for Shadow Demon.
Tag team plus meta. Able to do Roshan very easily as a result.
This is Terrorblade being ahead of Naga right now. Reaping the benefits. All Yuragi can do is get into an aggressive map state and try and cut and push lanes to force Beast Coast back. Split them up and find the opportunity for a pickoff on his other cores.
Hector is a generous man. He'll allow Mago to pick up the Aegis, which means that Beast Coast can be hyper aggressive when it comes to starting fights.
That's very generous. Are we sure this is K1? This could be K2.
Second iteration.
The advanced model. Joins fights, hits heroes, helps his team.
It's perfect.
Dire's top tower is under
The
attack.
perfect player.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Caught him. They do get the mid tower for their efforts. BCM snags the last hit on that one, which gets him closer and closer to his BKB, which he desperately needs against this Nyx assassin.
No, never mind. It's definitely K1. He was stealing little trolls and skeletons from Sacred on a big camp, so it's definitely K1 here, not K2. You might not like it, but this is what peak Terrorblade performance looks like.
He remembers the old ways.
Sacred's like, bro, I have Pulse Nova. Just let me clear the camps. No. Those are mine.
Haven't you seen? The second highest net worth per minute carry in this game, in this tournament. Got to keep that going.
That's gaudy finished at 21. Oh my word, this is a farm Terrorblade.
Maybe it
Very
is
farm.
K2. Look at that. 2-2-2 faster.
Ooh, the K2 program. Related to the Zhao 9 program, of course.
Yes, that is a deep cut of SVG lore, if you guys don't know.
Speaking of lore, did you know Nyx Assassin is actually just an assassin of the Nyx goddess herself, born out of a glob egg that she sends against her enemies. And do you know who the famous enemy of the Nyx goddess is?
That I do not know.
Abaddon.
Is that
He
real?
hates Abaddon more than any other hero in Dota, and it has sent countless assassins against him. But of course, he cannot die. Therefore, the assassins have all been thwarted.
I see. Is that why they took away the break mechanic away from his hit?
Yeah.
Because it was against lore?
Exactly.
Because that would actually allow you to
You're
kill.
lucky I'm here educating you.
Wow.
You wouldn't understand any of these nuanced factors of Dota 2 right now.
Yes, because of course Dota 2 balancing follows the lore and not the
Actually,
other way
a
around.
lot of it does. If you think about items in Dota, a lot of the items, they make heroes to match the items, you know?
You think that's how they came up with Pango?
Yeah,
they needed a hero that uses Diffusal Blade?
They
Is
thought,
that what you're saying?
You know, let's make a hero that is the most annoying possible, that uses every obnoxious support killing item in the game, and roll it all up into one giant ball of garbage. That's Pangolier.
Roll it up.
If you can't tell, I really hate that hero.
You know, it's one of my most played.
I know. I hate you. Beast Coast will go high ground. Schofield's just going back for something, looking for Yules before joining this fight, but Beast Coast do not care if their Nyx is not here.
Trying to go for the DM hero is pretty bold. Inside, like under a tier 3 tower aura.
Yeah, that was...
He's going to have a lot of armor.
Tough. That was very tough.
I almost wonder if Mago just was saying, like, I'm going to jump any hero that shows, and then it just happened to be a Dragonite.
That'll allow BZM to finish BKB.
Very nice.
And you also are closing in on Heart for Yuragi after Orchid. So he has some kill threat as well as tank ability coming out here. This is probably the next window where OG are going to look to take that fight with the Aegis expiring. Wear through these heroes. You're probably not going to focus the Terrorblade, but if you can get everybody else. The issue is you do have big auras up for Beast Coast. You have Greaves for Sacred that he got earlier, and you have Pipe finished for Stinger, a product of the amazing game this Phoenix has had. That's
When
gonna be
you
a lot of
have
extra EHP.
the 1-to-1 matchup advantage, Leshrac versus Naga Siren, do you think that Sacred is correct in going the normal offlane build and guarding Greaves and stuff, or do you think he should have gone for like a Bloodstone carry type Leshrac?
I think Greaves is fine. I mean, you can go Greaves into carry items too. We've seen that before. I think Greaves is good versus Naga. Like, Greason is amazing anti-nogging because you purge net, you kite her out, you give armor to a lot of your low heroes as he's trying to poke down with Riptide.
Okay.
So I have nothing against Greason's matchup either. It's just going to be good for the team with the early mana refill for Nyx and Tusk as well in the fights. It's just now it's a question of, okay, how much more utility do you go for versus how much extra scale do you think you're going to need in this game? Because the high ground is proving difficult. So you're going to keep trying to catch on the map, and they will catch a Dragon Knight. Sir Davian. Oh, they're going to try to turn.
BZM thinking about it a little bit. Does, of course, have his BKB that he can fall back on. Eul's Scepter helps out Schofield, zip away from BZM. They TP out, so they get the DK kill. Now, no BKB on the Storm Spirit. They get a +1. The Rubik dies as well. Chu falls. An opportunity presents itself, perhaps, for another objective. I mean, at least it's tier 2.
Hector's here. Hector doesn't show up if you're not killing something. It might be you if there's nothing else.
So if you call him to a fight and there's nothing to kill, you're saying he's going to kill you?
That's the face of a man who's not afraid to deal with his own teammates. That's all I'm saying.
BZM's going to do a little bit of zipping back and forth, but his BKB is on cooldown, so Beast Coast, nicely timed push. There is going to be this obnoxious Naga Siren constantly split pushing them.
Taiga shows for a second, and Dark Mago is instantly on top of him.
Now they are pretty grouped up. This is kind of awkward. BZM's going to get a decent amount of damage on his zips in, but DK is not going to get any damage because he dies. Hector pops BKB looking for the Sunder. Can't quite get it. He's going to have to use it on an ally. Use it on Schofield. The song is going to be able to catch them. This is OG's opportunity to turn the game around.
They have a stun after it.
No, but they do have a silence. Oh, what a stun from Schofield. They're turned around and instantly BZM is dead. And OG, they collapse under the weight of Beast Coast.
Schofield, you god. That was disgusting. Stolen impel from Chu bought him a little time.
Just a little bit. Taiga's trying to buy a little bit more time, but he will eventually die.
Now
Yuragi's caught in here as well. Telekinesis throwback with the Split Earth holds him in place. DM comes forward with the Dragon
That's
Tail.
a lot of damage.
And that is Hector taking out the Fireball.
50, 40, 30.
Not good enough.
That's why you buy Greaves.
But OG holds. Sure, it took a lot out of them.
That took a
Their
lot.
economy is in shambles
That
right
was
now.
a 7K swing off that fight, and that's not even including Rax's, which didn't go down. That's just buybacks destroying you right. They'll get Schofield. Or will they? He's going to have a Carapace. Everybody's done.
Everybody take a pause.
He's been so annoying for BZM in these fights.
Yeah.
BZM was trying to wait out his initiations too for that BKB to come back up, and that's why. Those impales, that Carapace, absolutely deadly. Chu's gotten some good spell steals. It's the one thing going for OG. He got a stolen impale, put it on 2 or 3. Got the Split Earth back. Is that the real life Ga or what?
Pretty much.
Witness me.
Stinger's having a good time. Level 14 Phoenix with a pipe.
Yeah, he's having a hell of a game. They don't really have the best egg hitters either.
No.
It doesn't even feel like they've been close to contesting the engagement. Not to mention, you can just Sunray pipe whoever BZM jumps, and he's going to have to reset. So the first go for OG is not a kill. Has to be the second or third time around.
Oh, where you going, DM? You gonna do a little split pushing?
Does that blink here?
Throw a little fireball action out there? Not gonna happen. Schofield saw the whole damn thing.
The goddess Nyx is being appeased in this game.
By the way, yeah, I was gonna point that out. Yeah, 2 fluffy hats.
It's about where Nyx rates, I think. 2 out of 4 fluffy hats on the scale, yeah. You know, we don't see this hero a lot. That said, fluffy hats are really good on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, the heroes, weirdly, his best spell is Spike Carapace, right?
Why is that weird?
I mean, I think classically when you think of Nyx Assassin, you think of his Mana Burn or his Vendetta Impale. But really just him existing longer in fights and getting multiple Spike Carapace.
I don't know, I feel like if we learned anything yesterday, it's that Porcupines are Imba, and what's more Imba than a Quill attack from a Beetle? I feel like that falls in that category.
I like how every single time, if there's no heroes around, he will impale the illusions, the disruption. Oh, the Yule Scepter!
It's going to force the BKB.
Yeah, PCM forced to use that BKB, and once again, there's the heals you were talking about. He's trying to go on the Nyx Assassin, but can't do enough damage.
Now you don't have Storm BKB for this team fight. You just can't even go in here if you're BZM. Rocky has a full Bloodthorn. You're going to have to use Naga. You're going to have to use her now. Trying to wear out this meta timing. It's running out in 3.
Okay, that's interesting. Melee Terrorblade, and they've caught the Phoenix.
What a
oh, the
stun.
snowball save! He's going to be able to get off the Supernova as a result. Oh, gee, they couldn't even kill the one support that they tried to initiate on.
BKB snowball save guaranteed in this game. It's just too many targets to focus. Impale lands on Yuragi.
Nicely played. Schofield gets another one. They do get a glimmer out. Yuragi playing away, but the rest of his team is exposed, and he just cannot do the damage without them. Once again, Spike Carapace catches DM's fireball, allows him to hit a follow-up stun, and that's the game.
One last Schofield tip for the road.
Clean 2-0 for Beast Coast.
That was just a very one-sided series. Absolute stomp overall. Beast Coast, they were on the same page today, and it was, we're going to run at you with some good old Terrorblade lineups. I would not be giving this team second phase Terrorblade. I'm not sure what's scarier in general, but it seems like they have a very good idea of how to play around this hero when Hector's on it. They just run at you, they take early objectives, they take early buildings. He's very comfortable at dealing with the map, so the rest of his team can group up and play this kill style. It just felt like OG were unready for this series today. Maybe trying to figure some own stuff out for themselves in terms of how they want to play and what works for them. So, you know, I'm not going to fault them. That can always be the case, but they've definitely got to start to reset and find some growth or momentum in this tournament, because they are not on an upward trajectory right now. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, with the score of 1-3, they kind of need to like win out the rest of their series. Meanwhile, Beast Coast have gotten themselves back into 2-2 position, so tied up with Shopify and Tundra after this. Nicely done. Beast Coast take the series 2-0 over OG.
Well, Brian. It seems like your 2-1 curse couldn't even salvage this draft that OG whipped up at the last second. And they had choices at the end. No one was forcing them to pick a 9% disadvantage matchup. Naga Siren into Leshrac, according to global Dota buff rankings, is the worst matchup possible for her. Why?
I am kind of at a loss for words, but off panel, I'll just say what I said. I think this is like the worst 10th pick I've seen so far this entire league. Like, it's not even good against the support duo. The issue with Naga is she wants to have like dispellable stuff and send her illusions at the supports and have them die. Phoenix can protect herself with the fire spirits very easily, and then Nyx can just stun them. And also Mana Burn's very annoying against illusion heroes who like to take long fights, because you're going to get 1 or 2 of them off. Nyx naturally buys Yule Scepter to get rid of your Orchid. I mean, the whole game, I mean, me and Mira were taking turns flaming this OG draft.
This was a garbage draft. Like, I said it. And then I got some angry DMs from OG fans. How dare you disagree with them?
But the gameplay seems to have verified it, though.
But I mean, it was just,
I witnessed that. I'm kind of inclined to agree with you on this one.
it was genuinely a bad draft. The Shadow Demon pick made no sense. Like, picking Shadow Demon to disrupt the Terrorblade is not enough to solicit a Shadow Demon after you already have a Rubik. You don't have damage coming out of your supports to back up your DK who lacks damage. And then in a perfect Zeus game, you pick Storm instead of Zeus because you want a Kira that scales better into the late game. But the Zeus would have covered so many bases where you wouldn't have to worry about the TB. And if you wanted that Naga so badly, then your Zeus would have enabled it. But then you go for 10th pick Naga into Leshrac when there are no solutions for Leshrac. And maybe the clever pivot towards the end, swapping the Nyx and the Tusk, maybe that gave them some hope that Storm would pop off. But that game was much worse than it looked, by the way. The reason why it looked okay for a little bit was because Naga's a hero that just has so much net worth because of how she plays, but her net worth didn't turn into anything because there was nothing that you can do in that game. So having a Naga like raise your net worth by 10k doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, because she stops like 4 pushes from cutting a wave, but nothing changes in the in-between before they come high ground again.
Yeah, but on the flip side of all of this, you're a Phoenix spammer, and you were talking about how amazing Phoenix is against DK. So we liked a lot of Beast Coast picks. So it's not just enough for OG to maybe shit the bed a little bit on the draft, but I really liked what Beast Coast had. They gave an Illusion Hero to Hector. They gave a signature Phoenix to Stinger, and he owned on that. I mean, I think he was the MVP for the series for me. He absolutely carried both of the lanes for Hector, and I feel like if you give Hector a good start, what other carry in the world is going to hit that 900 GPM every game?
He was awesome on Stinger today. The Chen was ridiculously good. We doubted it. He made us look like fools. The Phoenix was... He was getting solo kills on that Phoenix. He was drawing attention away from his Terrorblade. He was securing runes. He was going for solo plays. He got level 6 pre-minute 10. He had some really good supernovas that discouraged the Storm from taking the fights in case it popped on his BKB. Like, I just can't even overemphasize how well he played today.
So do you always dislike the Naga Siren into Phoenix? Because in my mind, I think, oh, there's fire spirits that I can dispel. I want a hero that has a dispel in lane, mirror image. That seems like a solution.
But you send the illusions at the support. Like the idea is...
So the order is different because I'm mirror imaging first.
Yes, exactly. So the whole idea is that like a lot of lanes, if you send your illusions at the support, or even just in team fights, like if you send your illusions at a lot of supports, they actually get zoned entirely out of the fight. The Phoenix can just fire spirit the illusions and behave as normal in the fight. So that's like a significant part of Naga's impact is she isolates cores with Song, with Net, with her illusion zoning in the back. And so not only is it hard to isolate these cores because of the support duo, but you're isolating a Leshrac who counters you. So, and a Terrorblade is just going to stand his ground. And they had damage issues across the entire draft. Naga has damage issues as a hero. This was a weird one for me. I think OG... I think they're struggling in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game. We talked about that in the first game as well. I think they were too hyper-focused on making sure they have like a plan to recover out of this laning stage rather than a cohesive draft that complements this DK.
Right.
That was not it was not a good DK game. Like Beast Coast hard countered it with the Phoenix TB, and we saw like earlier with Liquid, they gave it a lot of follow-up damage with like a Pango and a Luna in comparison to like a Storm Naga.
Yeah, I mean, like we mentioned before, I think OG are struggling a little bit with their identity as a team because last year they had this really greedy tri-core playstyle that it still shows in these games where they have super greedy drafts, and their laning has suffered severely because they're not sure what kind of approach they want DM to take from the offlane. Is he going to be their Zoo guy? Is he going to be their Primal Beast guy? Is he going to be their Veno pocket pick guy? It feels like right now the clearest route for them is to just have BZM as their win condition and find a way to enable BZM as best as possible, supports that can rotate to secure runes, and maybe an offlaner that doesn't require any greed whatsoever. You know, try to use your offlaner to counterpick their safe lane, something like that. That's when they've looked best, as you mentioned, Brian. So, I mean, I think this tournament is going to teach them a lot before they go into Berlin in terms of how they want to approach the game, but I mean, this series was pretty disappointing to me because I wanted to see them win this one. I was rooting for them, but it didn't work out. But another point to make about the Beast Coast supports that we didn't talk about, they played super well, but their itemization was awesome. They had double Fluffy Hat and Casual Cloak. And then Phoenix, and then Phoenix built a pipe instead of a standard Phoenix item. So even the supports were unkillable. Like the damage issues were all over the place.
Yeah, that recognition of the damage issues from the supports. Like you invest in these cheap items, and sometimes it's not good enough. You'll just be against Ursa, kills you anyway, and those type of items are meaningless. But in this type of game, it's just a well understood game by everybody on the side of Beast Coast.
A well understood series also. I can't believe that I'm gonna have to, or other teams would have to consider Chen as a ban against Beast Coast.
If you have Beastmaster, perhaps, or Lycan.
Yeah, so we will be getting a chance to speak to Stinger, and I would like to know what the motivation behind the Chen was. Like, was it stuff that they saw on the enemy lineup, or is it like, oh, we have Beastmaster, we can double down on a push lineup, or the enemy team had Beastmaster, we can steal his stuff or whatever.
Yeah, I think what's so funny in Game 1 specifically is that when you see a summons hero like Beastmaster, everyone's responding. You know, you pick illusion heroes, you pick wave clear, like AoE to kill the summons. I feel like OG didn't respond to the Chen at all. I think they're kind of thinking similar to us where this hero's not very good. Nobody's picking it. Why should we bother adjusting our draft to this Chen? And then they got chinned all over them.
In game number 2, based off of what you were saying, it's like they almost overcorrected because they overreacted to the Terrorblade. You were saying that a lot of their picks were motivated to how do we solve this TB problem?
Yeah, and it's like if you don't have cohesion within your own draft, it's like the most important thing about a draft is you are going to reveal a core. in the first 2 picks. That's pretty much always going to happen. And that core has to not be useless, like not a liability to the team. And a lot of that comes with synergies just with their team. Like even if they have a rough start to the game, you'll have a backup plan. Like if you have an aura buying offlaner, right? You pick a ranged carry with damage. It's like, okay, this guy will have a Vlad's, and my ranged carry with damage with farm will hit with the Vlad's. I'm useful, you know? DK, the follow-up damage. We already talked about that. So if he's not enabled and lane countered.
And that's not even DM's fault. Like,
No, it's not. It's not at all.
He couldn't do anything that game.
He had a great highlight when he pushed the bottom tower and died for it. That was good.
We did see him pushing the tower. I was like, wait, is this DK effective?
Yeah. And then they died for it. That was pretty much the best moment that he found the entire game, I think.
Rough setup.
Yeah, I mean, Rubik's Shadow Demon supports DK. I'm trying to think of a scenario that it would have worked. It would have worked through 2 burst damage cores. That's the only way I think that would have worked.
Yeah, the issue is that like when you're a DK and you blink in and then after that you just die, that's like the definition of a bad DK game. Well, I see you making some.
We're posing.
Gang signing.
Yeah. This is chilling.
Nice. Oh, we got Stinger.
We got Stinger on the line. Stinger, welcome back. I have many questions for you. My first one, Chen, in 2023, what made you think this was a good pick in this game number 1?
Hello. The Chen pick was because the Beastmaster, there's no much think about it. Yeah.
I feel like you're being mysterious here because we see plenty of Beastmaster, but you are the very first team to pick Chen in this entire tournament. And clearly you're very familiar with it. You were doing great.
Yeah, I like the hero. But recently there's no teams playing him, so I don't know. K1 was the guy who announced this hero for us. Like Enchantress was banned, and yeah, we decided maybe we go with Cheng. It's the similar pick, counter pick for Beastmaster, and yeah, we decided to play it.
Okay, it worked out very well. Brian, you got any questions for Stinger?
Yeah, man, I would just say like today, I think you guys looked amazing as a team, just firing on all cylinders. And I'm just wondering because I think in your last 2 series it was, with all due respect, kind of the opposite. So I'm wondering, like, for you guys, do you think, like, what do you think going into the major, the rest of this tournament? Like, do you guys have it all sorted out, or are you still kind of like figuring out how to make your identity work?
We are. I think we are a very strange team because we don't play many heroes, meta heroes like Brood Mother, for example. Like it's hard for us to play sometimes in first pick because we also need to ban the Brood Mother anyway. Apart from that, yeah, we need to fix another things like communication or have the confidence to play heroes that we usually don't pick. And yeah, I think that's it.
Cool. Hi, Stinger. Congrats on your win. So I was just wondering how confident you guys feel going into the Berlin Major with a new patch, because you don't play meta heroes like you mentioned.
I don't know. It's like a refresh for every team. We hope that the patch may make good change for us, like make stronger the heroes that we play or that Tito played, and yeah, I don't know. It will be a reset for everything. So I hope the best for my team.
Okay, that's good to know. I was also curious. Every time you guys play against EG, you defeat them pretty hard. So I was wondering why you think it is that they struggle so much against you.
I think that the way we play, we know them very, very well. We know how C-Smile play the game and Whisper. And also, we have K1 that he rather to farm most of the time. So if we can manage to go to late game, probably we are okay against EG. Yeah, but he need to have a stronger hero, right? So
Okay, makes sense. And my last question is, who's your favorite team to play against and your least favorite team to play against?
Against, I think it's Liquid. Is the worst team to play against for us. I don't know if I say the correct word, but yeah. And the most I like to play against is Team Spirit, I think.
Ooh, that's cool. That's a cool answer. Thank you.
Hey, Stinger, congrats on the win. I was wondering, have you been playing any pubs here in Europe?
I play a few, like 20 or 30.
Okay,
per
all
week.
right. I was wondering if you've made any friends with any of the local players. Any memorable experiences so far in your games here?
No, but I know that carry players like me because I support them very well. So that's it.
I would be very happy to have your chin in my lane.
And you're a Phoenix in your lane too. You were solo killing heroes left and right. You owned.
Okay, a little bit of a celebrity here, I see then.
I mean, his gameplay speaks for itself. Stinger, you say that the team you like playing the least is Liquid. Do you know what your matchup tomorrow is?
No, I don't know.
Well,
don't tell me.
I won't tell you that. Don't worry. Have a great night, rest, Stinger. Tomorrow's going to be amazing. And thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, Stinger. It's definitely not Team Liquid tomorrow.
Whoops.
What could you possibly be alluding to?
Sorry, maybe today's a confidence boost.
If I saw that Chen performance, and especially if Hector was calling for it, oftentimes, Brian, you've been citing that a lot of these support picks are the carries being like, dude, I need this. I need a dispel in my lane, you're picking Oracle.
I said I need a headdress. I need a guy that heals me and buys a headdress. It's funny because there's just certain offlaners that, as a carry, my concern is how hard they're going to grief me. Like, I just hate laning against these guys. And Beastmaster axes, like, there's nothing you can do. You're going to get hit by them. You're going to keep taking more and more damage. The support's actually going to get farm in those lanes because you're zoned as the carry waiting for the axe debuff to go away. So the guy that heals you and takes your CS when you can't get it, those are the supports. So it's kind of funny. I actually thought it was going to be him, Stinger, insisting on the Chen.
Right.
I thought his teammates were almost going to, like, doubt him. He's like, don't worry, like, I play a sick Chen. That's what I kind of thought. But I guess with Hector on your team, it's all the carries Big Daddy on the team.
He got what he needed.
He did. I
mean,
respect it.
I do too. But I think for their matchup versus Liquid tomorrow, I feel like Liquid prepares so much for every single team that they play. And they've definitely watched the series. And they also beat EG earlier today. So I think they're feeling very confident in their ability to outdraft these South American teams. So they better have something cooking. Something, not a Chen, but a pocket pick also.
We have good news, though, because, like, let's say that they're playing Liquid today. I think we would have been maybe a little bit more concerned because, like, the lack of flex. But now we've seen they're bringing the flex out. Things are looking better. Maybe now Liquid's going to be like, oh, wow, they actually move their heroes around. They're going to be all up inside their head. Freaking out over their Liquid HQ, right? They're just like scientists and lab coats and beakers where they just test everything between games. He's been there. He knows. He's a paid shill. All right? Jenkins was right.
The best part of living near the Liquid facility is getting to watch their scrims. And I'm obviously not going to disclose any super secret information. But these guys kind of just try whatever. Like, they're super happy to try whatever. And I think what's most amazing about watching their scrims is, like, I'll ask Mickey, like, have you played that hero? And, like, when was the last time you played that hero in a pub? He's like, well, I haven't played Luna in 2 months. And I'm like, well, they're just picking it in their games because they think it's good, you know? That's not a spoiler because they have played Luna like 4 times. But it's just like one of those things where this team, they're just all on Liquid. They're just so flexible. And the thing I have an issue with teams like Beast Coast when it comes to elevating themselves to the next level is exactly kind of what Stinger said. They don't play the meta heroes. They are limited. They're very good at what they do. But I think all those types of teams are going to struggle against the likes of Liquid because they can just theory craft, you know, concoct.
They needed the Liquid matchup after the patch.
They play everything on Liquid.
Yeah, they play literally everything.
Except Terrorblade for some reason.
Yeah, that's a Matu hero, so they retired it.
That's in honor.
Like his,
they put him up in the rafters.
This one goes out to TB.
Sometimes we look at a Liquid draft. TB would be so good here. They just don't go for it. They're just not a fan. Maybe they watch the Dota 2 anime.
I think it's the way they play, to be honest. Like, Mickey gets involved a lot early game. I feel like TB is a hero that wants to just be made space for, but Mickey's included in the ganks.
He just gets too
Right.
bored.
Yeah, bored.
He's a carry player, bored, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, carry can be boring, to be fair. You just hit creeps for a while. And Mickey used to play mid, so he used to be involved in a lot more action.
makes sense,
So
yeah.
it does make sense. But, I mean, if Beast Coast are so good at non-meta heroes, it makes me believe in them for Berlin if there is a new patch. Because the people who have already been playing non-meta should be better at the new patch than the people who have been spamming meta. With the exception of Tundra. I feel like Tundra, with every new patch, they're buffed somehow. Every time there's been a new patch, that team's been overperforming for like the first few weeks.
Yeah, they do the same thing in a different patch. It's like, what heroes can we use to do the exact same thing?
Now you're going to have to be thinking about what items are we going to be able to do the exact same thing. How's the map going to enable our new thing? Who knows? And
They just put this thing up,
I
too.
know, right? What a shame. We're going to have to commission it all over again. Now, for all the hardcore OG fans who have stuck around, I appreciate your presence, and your dedication will be rewarded because we actually have a little bit of a treat. We had a base race content piece. Let's check it out.
What are you picking? Tell me. What are you picking, Tom? I was gonna pick the same!
Oh my god. Too bad. Too bad. You can't pick the same hero. You're too late, kid.
Oh no!
You lost. Call GG.
No, not yet.
Maybe you should play this with bands. I like to take catapult, though.
What else can match one druid?
Bro, you already lost. Nothing can match this. Let's go call GG.
Yeah, whatever. So I see.
Oh shit. Not bad, not bad. You
Can
know,
I get neutral items also?
you kind of fucked up, Bizium. You kind of fucked up. You should have picked Marcy. Or Shadowfin.
If we travel in, you can't beat one druid.
Okay. You ready? We should start from the offline, right? I'm ready whenever.
We should hit the tower at the same time or what?
I think we should.
I'm ready.
Okay. We go in 1, 2, 3, okay? 1, 2, 3, go. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Did you? Why did you glove? Easy. Easy game.
You hit glyph as well.
Yes, I had a glyph too. You have 5 rapiers on your no boots. No wonder you lost.
Yeah, of course. I wanna beat you.
Let's ban Laundry.
Yes, please. Thomas.
Okay, Laundry is bad. You can call GG right now, Vegeta.
Can I?
Yeah, I think you're gonna lose.
Let's see about that.
Why Snapfire? What the fuck? I thought you would find something better, but you picked Snapfire.
Shut up, kid.
Oh my god, I will show you how it's done, kid. What the fuck? This kid tried to cheat?
No! Spare me now!
You're fucking dead, bro. What? Nice cheat, nice cheat. You ready to lose, kid?
I am ready.
Alright.
ready.
Okay, we go to timer, okay? Timer reaches 0, we go. Go. Look at you.
Oh, it's not fair, bro.
Why not? Why is that fair?
Because it didn't.
You're just gonna be better, bro. Look at you. What are you doing? What are you gonna fix Snapfire?
Shut up. I'm doing it, kid.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you?
Up.
Are you? Dude, I'm just toying with you right now. Look.
You want me to TP?
It's too late, bro.
Oh, blood.
Fucking noob. Get wrecked, kid. Stay down.
This hero is much worse than I expected.
You gotta use your brains, kid. Creativity, you know? Alright, I won twice. Best of 3. You got wrecked.
I'm doing it. Quote from man who was not doing it, and instead getting 2-0'd. Poor BZM. He didn't have the tech. We have actually aired one of these before, and Tundra was the other two. It was 9 and 33, although the numbers may be slightly warped because they were apparently not using Glyph. I don't know if it was a gentleman's agreement. But guess what hero 9 used? You were on the... No,
Yeah, I
not
watched,
her.
I watched it too.
Oh, okay.
I watched
Brian.
it too.
God, you're all useless. Okay, fine. Great. What'd you think about these choices then? Nature's Prophet, Lone Druid.
I mean, Lone Druid, of course, you would
Yes.
pick that hero in a base race.
Mhm.
Nature's Prophet, I feel like there are better ones, like Tiny.
It's like B tier.
potentially. It's not bad. You know what was bad, though?
Oh, I know. Was it Snap?
The Naga. Oh, we're talking about this draft. Oh, sorry. Yes,
Different
the
OG
Snapfire.
game.
Sapphire. It's just because there's a cooldown on Lil Shredder, so you could just go for something else. I understand what he was trying to do, though, with her talent.
Maybe he thought he would 8-shot the tower.
Mm.
So then he could just go to the next one.
Right. Didn't work out that way. Worthy attempt. Okay, so assuming Lone Druid was banned, Trent, what
Yeah.
would be your hero of choice for the base race?
Is Arc Warden banned too? 'Cause I feel like it's pretty similar logic.
I have not seen an Arc Warden yet. I don't think it's ban worthy.
It's a higher base attack time, and it also doesn't have the bonus damage on tower.
Yeah.
So I think it would
But you
be...
can
It would be
magnetic
significantly
field.
worse.
I think
It's true.
Tiny has to be the go-to.
Ooh, Tiny's a
after
good one.
Lone Druid.
Who did Tiny lose to?
Lone Druid.
He lost
Was
to
it just
Lone
Lone
Druid.
Druid? Yeah, okay.
There's no way anyone can defeat Lone Druid. I think
No.
3-3 finished in 38 seconds.
Yeah, his time was 30 seconds, but again, 9 wasn't using Glyph, so I don't know how accurate that was, and 9's Muerta time was 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Oh, that was it, right.
Yeah.
Muerta's pretty solid. She's like the only hero. I think Purge was the one ranting about how she's the only hero with a passive that does more damage to towers.
In that sense, yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
that's true.
Because
Well,
it's technically like a crit, like a double hit.
what
that
about
does-
Lone Druid Demolish?
Well, I'm saying like a right clicker.
Oh, okay.
Like, I mean, that was what Purge said exactly. I'm just quoting him. So if you have a problem with it,
do have a problem.
you can consult Kevin off screen.
I'm gonna do a quick @Purge Gamers real quick.
Perfect.
You're stupid.
Make sure it's really fast because we don't have any.
Got him, dude.
He's sensitive right now because he lost 2 quizzes in a row.
I saw
so
that.
You should be careful texting him that.
It's okay. He won this morning.
I thought I saw him win
It's
one
okay.
today.
He did. He won this morning.
But it was a quiz about himself, so I don't know if that counts.
And even then, he almost did not win that one.
Yeah, I kind of was hoping he'd lose, to be honest. That would have been great.
Let's leave Purge alone for
fine.
now.
He's-
Protect his feelings.
Well, don't you say that about your friends? Like, your friends know you better than you do. So it's almost impressive that he knew himself better
Such
than his
introspection that he
Wow.
has.
Wow,
That's awareness.
Deep
that is
stuff.
insightful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deep moments with BSJ.
That's
Good
my
to have
other
you back,
channel.
Brian. Good
Yeah.
to have you back.
Well, he's not gonna be here for long. I know, Brian. I know.
I'm getting fired.
You've had a lovely time here, though, and we actually have quite a bit of time before our next series. Game & Gladiators versus TSM is in about a hot hour from now.
What?
But don't worry, we have other sources of entertainment for you, the viewer at home. So stick around for more Dream League Season 19. We're going to be back in 10 minutes. With what?
I don't know.
a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Set you free, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no.
Thank you very much. The underpaid pandas are definitely grinding their way up to a promotion right now, and maybe we'll just give it to them. Welcome back, everybody, to DreamLeague Season 19, where we've got some time to burn before we get to our next series. Yeah. Watch the clock.
Yeah. We got about like 32 minutes or something.
Perfect. I know just what to do. I don't know if you're familiar, Trent. There's this famous improv game called Pet Shop Sketch.
Pet Shop Skit.
Yes.
Oh, PSS.
The PSS.
Yes, I'm very familiar, but we usually just called it that. Yeah,
in the industry.
Yeah, I'd never heard the full name before.
I say yes.
Yeah.
For the sake of the viewers, though, I'll give the full
thank
explanation.
You. Yes.
As you can see, there is a podium here on the floor. The person behind this podium will be a shopkeeper, a pet store shopkeeper.
Ooh, not like Side Shop?
No, that is long gone, my friend. Only
not 3 more days.
No, it's true. The DHL evil Side Shop man might make a resurgence, but for right now, it's a pet shop owner. And this pet shop owner has sold a defective animal. Something is wrong with the animal. And the customer will come in and explain in very vague terms what the animal is and what's wrong with the animal. Mira, you've already played this game.
I have.
Do you remember what animal you sold to Shiver?
It was
Purge.
To Purge.
Yeah.
It was a moose with diarrhea.
That wasn't what it was.
It was IBS,
it was actually. It was IBS.
But, it's the same thing, kind of.
Okay, Brian, do you understand the rules?
I think I got it.
Okay, so, Mira, shall we? I will be the customer. You will be the shopkeeper.
All right.
All right.
Let's do this.
Oh, yes, this is...
Ooh, nice.
I like this.
I will be buying something. If I come in the store and this music's playing, you got me hooked.
All right.
That's how they got him the first time.
So, for the sake of the viewer at home...
What?
You don't
I
need
guess
to
we
worry
should
about
probably
it.
know this too, Brian, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Locked and loaded?
I'm good.
All right. I can't believe you even gave me this. Can I get a door jingle as I come in through? Excuse me, madam.
Oh, hey, you're back.
Yeah. I've been having some issues with my friend here.
Your friend?
Yes, my little friend.
That's unfortunate.
I know, right?
Is it anything I can help you with?
I can he tell?
Not really?
No, yeah, that's what I was saying, right? He's spinning around on me.
Oh.
Do you not? He still doesn't recognize me. Hello?
Is your friend perched on your arm?
What does it look like to you? I think it is. I think it is.
Well, what's wrong with him?
You tell me. You sold it to me.
What?
I send him out at night.
You send him out at night.
As one does.
Yes.
Nothing. Nothing happens. Comes back empty-handed. Empty-taloned.
Empty-taloned.
Correct.
Does your friend does your friend happen to be an owl?
We're on the right track.
Okay.
I'm only spinning around, but
Does he have some form of dementia?
Does he?
No. He definitely remembers everything that he
didn't accomplish.
That's
Well,
right.
How can I help? Oh God.
Watch
out for that. Okay.
Watch out.
What can I get you to help with your friend's ailment?
I don't know. What's your familiar? How good are you at making glass? And specific types of glass that perhaps could allow him to be better at being an owl.
Is your owl blind?
Yeah. Similar.
Your owl can't see?
Well, I mean,
smell?
I think he can make shapes out, perhaps. But beyond that, I don't really know.
Your owl can make shapes out.
It can perceive shapes.
Well, that's because it's nocturnal. But
It might be able to see the outline, but it can't make out the details.
It might need some help.
it needs help?
It needs help. My poor guy.
Maybe kind of like Brian. Needs
Can
a
I
little
give
help,
you any
know?
kind of medication for him?
No, I think this is more like you have to give it like a physical solution to help it out.
Glasses? Does your owl need glasses?
Yeah.
I think that's it. That's it right there. It is indeed.
You should have just said so. Hang on. Hang on.
Get my owl glasses.
Do you know what his prescription
Yeah,
is?
I think it's got astigmatism. It's like -325 on this one.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Please. if you don't mind.
We've got the rhinestone patterned ones.
Whoa,
And then
what?
we've got the rainbow ones.
I will take the rainbow owl glasses if you don't
there you
mind.
go.
Thank you so
There you
much. There you go, little guy.
I'm a much more polite shopkeeper after last time. I got some customer service.
I will be back for more.
The
Thank you
bad
very
Yelp
much.
reviews.
It's been a
Yeah,
pleasure.
That's tough.
Had to give some free pets away after those.
Well, that's where now you got a blind owl.
That was
Yeah,
a
exactly.
cute little owl friend
It
you
wasn't.
had.
I know, right?
That was so precious.
I don't think Brian's animal is quite as cute, though. Not to give any spoilers, Trent,
Wow.
as you will be the next
That's my job.
shopkeeper.
Okay.
And Brian will be the next customer.
Okay, so do I flash it to the camera over
Yes,
here?
please show it to the camera so that the viewer can fully confirm that it is this thing with this thing.
Okay.
I know, right? That's sad.
Yes.
That's very sad.
Okay, so I'm good to go with this, right?
You're
I
good
can
to
put it on
go
the
as
ground?
far as I'm
Okay.
concerned.
What are you doing down there?
Oh, I was just checking inventory.
Okay. Am I good?
I think you're good.
Okay, I'm gonna walk through the door.
Please walk through the door.
Do I get the same treatment
Yeah,
that he did
can
with
he
the
get a little jingle as he walks through the door?
jingle? Yeah, thank you.
The little slide whistle.
This thing's freaking massive.
Okay.
Why'd you sell me this?
Well, I mean, it wasn't that big when I gave it to you, was it?
I guess that was about a couple months ago, yeah. But I don't know. It feels like I have to drag it, like it doesn't belong here.
Oh, like it does. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
I didn't know how else to get it here, though.
Well,
might
it
be
wasn't.
dead now.
It was an exotic animal.
I guess you could say that. I
Yeah.
didn't really have exotic purposes for it. I had intruders in my house, and I had to defend my lair somehow.
Oh, your lair. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Was it? Did you try putting it in the moat of your lair?
I mean, that's where he was supposed to go.
Right.
And I was trying to feed him.
Right.
And he just died of starvation.
Oh.
And I didn't understand.
Oh my goodness. Did I not tell you that it was a vegan crocodile? Did you read the material?
Am I supposed to say it's not a crocodile?
This thing is
Oh, sorry, that's a different customer. Different customer.
Yeah,
sorry.
different customer.
Sorry.
Wrong
Different
inventory.
customer.
Yeah.
Believe me, this thing it would like to eat meat if it could.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed really hungry, and he was chomping, but like nothing
Right.
was happening.
Okay.
When he did it, like it just bounced right off.
Could you open the mouth up there? Are there teeth in there? The teeth are all still in there?
I don't know. You tell me.
It looks like they're not. Are the teeth not in there?
It looks like there's no teeth.
I feel
There's
like
no
that might be the
teeth.
problem.
Oh, okay. So now, did you rub his fin every day?
I tried to use it for soup later, but it didn't work out.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
because he was dead.
Yeah.
I didn't kill him to get it. That'd be horrible.
That would be terrible.
That's a
I think that's a
story.
crime in many countries, actually.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
I guess I have a shark with no teeth.
Wow. This guy's good.
That was easy.
Well played, Trent. Well
I've got
played.
a great shopkeeper.
That was a shark. You really lugged that shark. I thought it was
I
a
like how
hippo at
polite
first.
the customers are, because
They've been very
Purge
courteous
was
today.
very rude.
Maybe we need to get angrier.
Well, I'm expecting a discount. If I don't get the discount, then I'm rude.
Here's a toothed shark for you, Brian.
Oh, for reference?
Oh,
Just in case you didn't know.
is this the replacement?
This is the replacement, exactly.
Thank you.
Are we doing another round?
Please.
I've given you a card. I don't know what's on it. Let's swap roles, Mira.
Okay.
I will be the keeper of shops.
Are you gonna choose one too, Trent?
Of course. Yeah, they're more.
That's the stack. Feel free. Sift
Why,
through.
hello there, Twitch chat.
Oh, a little further back. Perfect.
Got it?
Brian, you good? You
Got it?
Oh,
well, he's not even paying attention.
I was
guy.
busy. I was busy with my new pet.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Well,
Must be nice
I'll
having
put
one
it
with
here.
teeth.
Thank you. Okay.
Knock, knock.
Yeah.
You wouldn't go.
Hello?
What's up?
Can you pay attention to me, please? Are you okay?
I don't know.
All
Are
right.
you okay?
I'm not okay. I'm
All right.
very upset.
What's the problem?
Do you see my little friend? Oh, she just hopped up here. Oh, hey.
Okay.
Do you see her?
I see her.
She's just unwell. Why did you sell her to me?
Listen, it's not my policy, lady. You bought it, you buy it, you break it, you bird it. You bird it. She's birding it.
I mean, she just stays still all day. She doesn't want to eat. Barely gets any sleep. Why did you do this to me?
What kind of environment are you putting this creature in right now? Because I mean, like, is it nocturnal? Is it out here in the door? What? What a little cutie.
She's a little cutie.
A little cutie, but something's wrong with her, though.
Something's wrong with her. I put her in a cage, unfortunately. It's a cage in my room. It's a nice cage.
Okay.
It's got little seeds and, and water to drink.
Did she go to work at all? Did she go to work or no? Not working?
Does she go to work?
Yeah.
A working bird.
She's not going to work.
She's not going to work, but she could work.
She's just silent all the time. She just sits there. When I open the cage to let her out, she just stays in the cage.
A working bird. Would you is this bird's favorite video game Minecraft by any chance?
I don't know.
I don't think any of us are zoomer enough to understand.
There's no work.
I haven't been back to the alpha updates, buddy.
I'm trying to perceive is it yellow?
The only it could be.
It could be yellow.
The only work she has to do is just live a nice life. Chirp a little bit.
The vocal
flap her wings. Be free.
Lazy, very, very. It's the Jenkins of birds.
I mean, you would think it's laziness, but I just feel like there's something more going on here.
Fatigued. It's
fatigue, laziness. I don't know what it is, but you need to fix her.
I need to. Okay. It's a bird. Is it?
You need to fix her.
It's a little teeny tiny bird.
It's a little bird.
It's a little bird.
She's very cute.
Is it a canary?
She might be a canary.
It's a canary.
She might be.
Okay. We're making progress. I'm glad that I remembered I've got to check the receipts somewhere around here. Canary with depression. Sad.
My canary's depressed. What do I do for her?
Why is he celebrating that? There's a canary with
he seems
depression.
really happy to have figured that one out.
She's even worse.
Oh. Get out of here. Go. It's not my problem anymore. I'm calling security. Okay. I'm calling security on you.
He didn't get nearly as good of a deal as I did. I got a replacement.
I'm dealing with it by myself. Gotta
Wait,
find
are you
out.
telling me Minecraft has canaries? Is that what I'm to understand?
Coal mine.
I
know. The coal mine.
Oh, I thought they actually had them.
What were you saying for the working thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
No, I don't.
No, I don't either.
But
How's
I
the
thought
Dota
you were
player?
serious. They were actually Minecraft.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
I feel like we're Dota fiends over here.
What?
You've never
I've never
touched
touched
another game.
Mine. Canary in the mine.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not actually in Minecraft.
Okay, I wouldn't have understood that.
Okay. That was
I didn't realize
far
that
too
either.
sophisticated for
Too many layers. Trent.
Yes.
What do we know?
Do you have your animal selected?
I do. I took one off the top of the pile.
Okay.
I shall embrace
the darkness. The Berlin Major coming to you live in about a week and a half.
And we'll be doing lots of this there as well. We're actually not going to show Dota games, turns out.
Oh, I can't look over here.
There you go here.
All right. Oh, this is a good one. I can't wait to see how you mine this one out.
Okay. Bring this back over here for a second here.
Oh, you're getting a running start for this one.
This is dedication to the craft.
Just gotta. Oh, come on. Oh, okay, just hold.
Whew. Okay, catch your breath.
All right, grab on. There we go. Yeah. Okay, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Oh, step. There you go. Okay. All right, you just take a break. Hello. I have a grievance to file.
I'm sorry, we're closed on Sundays.
Why are you here?
Oh, it's Monday. You're good to go.
Just giving you the hours.
Yeah, I was just letting you know.
Look at him.
He didn't look like that when I last saw him.
Well, when I had him delivered to my house, he was, he said, oh, you have to keep him inside this cage for a couple of days, get acclimatized to the room. And then when he came out, he was like this.
Did you order priority shipping?
Well, no, but I got the cheaper insurance. It's
Do you think
got to cover something.
Do you expect him to just live through days of travel?
Yes, I did in fact expect the animal to live through days of travel. He already came such a long way to get here.
It says it in the disclaimer to get the priority shipping, or we do not hold ourselves accountable.
Well, I have to say I'm a little bit upset about this, and I feel like, look at this animal. This is a beautiful animal. This is a national pride of some countries.
What size,
one country in particular.
What size box was he in?
Oh, it was about this big. He's a little young. He's probably a little uncomfortable.
Okay.
But, it was like a,
it's a rectangular.
It was a portrait box, definitely not landscape.
Okay, not landscape.
Priority shipping for that size from where it came from, that's pretty expensive.
No one can afford that. Come on, shopkeeper.
Thank you,
so
fellow
this is like
customers.
A specific, continent.
Yeah,
and
then,
animal.
You saw what I had to do, right?
I
Trying to
saw
get it
the
over
hopping.
here.
I was originally going to say a bunny, but then you were carrying something very big down.
Well, he couldn't come down by himself anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Need a little bit of help.
Why did he need help down the stairs?
Well, what does it look like? Do these work? Should you try the owl's glasses on?
Am I able to see what's wrong with it?
Check his ears out.
Check his ears?
Yeah.
Why his ears?
They have ears.
Is there anything in there?
Ears?
No, never mind.
Is it my ears or?
I'm not sure. They do have ears.
They do have
okay,
ears.
they do have ears. I'd say most animals have ears. Yeah. So
Great
if you're
hint,
saying
Neil.
it's something big, it hops, and it's from a specific continent, I'm going to have to go with kangaroo.
And it's obvious ailment of this kangaroo that you sold me. I'm glad you can recognize the animal you sell.
Yes, but am I able to see what's wrong with it?
Clearly. Did you not watch? Well, I guess it's debatable. Maybe you can't see.
I mean, that's why I have the glasses. We already talked about this.
That's
in the
true,
previous
yeah.
skits. Okay, so it can't hop, and I can see it.
Yeah, my animal.
Does it have a stub toe?
No, it's far more serious than that.
Far more serious.
Maybe also a stub toe.
Maybe also.
That's very possible, but I can't even tell.
Here?
The toe is there.
there.
It is still attached.
Is it here in the room right now?
Okay, so it's not like missing anything.
Well, it's missing its ability to live its life the way it wants to as a kangaroo.
But if I looked at it,
what does a kangaroo want to do?
It wants to hop.
It wants to hop.
Okay, so it uses its pouch. I'm just kidding. It's its leg. I'm guessing it has a broken leg.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
Now fix it.
I just want to return.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm
we can
done.
just ship it back.
I'm getting a bunny.
Your exotic animal.
I'm getting a bunny.
easiest way.
I'm done.
Distress.
Listen, my kids convinced me. Never again. No more
I
kangaroos.
like the down the stairs.
That was commitment.
good.
That was some method acting.
He was very heavy.
As well as the drumming accompaniment from the unpaid
thank you,
pandas as
unpaid.
well. Yance on the percussion, once again enhancing our experience here. Good job, everybody. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
You were all a very polite bunch. I mean, I will say that earlier when we played this game, Purge was a very rude customer.
It's nice when their real personality finally comes out on camera. That's all I'll say.
He's great.
Nothing reveals real personality like being in real estate or in
service industry.
Yeah, service industry. Thank you.
Or
Those are the two that come to mind.
or exotic pet collecting.
Yes,
Apparently.
Also the big one.
Did you ever work a service industry job, Brian?
I worked at Chipotle.
Really?
Yeah,
For how
so-
long?
For 2 years.
Wow.
2 years.
I actually it was during college, and I quit because I was Dota streaming.
I see.
So if you flash all the way back to my original videos, there were times where I would end the stream because I had to go work at Chipotle.
Were you what would bother you about Chipotle customers if they would came in?
I can show you exactly what they do.
Please.
So we have this nice glass, where
I'm
you
familiar.
have the food and then the glass.
Oh, yeah.
And they would say, "I want some of that." Right there. Right there.
Okay.
And I was like, this is literally for sanitary reasons. We have a massive glass that you're now reaching over to show us.
And this was pre-COVID also.
Yes, and it was not uncommon.
Why don't they point?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
They would actually go over like the glass is blocking their
bad.
direction of pointing.
I have a bit of a defense for whenever I go to an ice cream place and there are like 3 rows of things.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So then if I point like at the very bottom of the glass, then sometimes they're like, "Oh, do you want the row closest to me? Or the row closest to you?"
We should open our own ice cream stand and it has a grid layers. Oh, I'll take C3.
Yeah,
Boom,
battle
done. Next
style.
customer.
And then whenever they do it, I'll say hit or miss, just like that.
That's right.
You sunk my cookies and cream shell.
Yes, exactly.
Mira, did you ever work a service industry job?
I did actually.
What you got?
I was a waitress when I was 17 for one summer.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of restaurant?
I hope every waiter, waitress, busboy, etc. in the world lives a great life because the people you deal with, not worth it. No.
Is there a tipping culture?
There is a tipping culture in Jordan, but it's not like the one in America. It's just like you leave a couple of extra dollars.
Okay.
And that's it. If you're very nice, someone will leave you like $5. When I say dollar, I mean the Jordanian equivalent, which is JD, but you know.
Okay.
Well, I worked there. People were very rude.
Mm-hmm.
They talked to me like I wasn't a human being. They would make mistakes in their order and then blame me for it because I had a pen and pencil and I wrote it down as they said it. There was this one guy, I was on a date with his girlfriend, and they just made fun of me the whole time.
What?
Yes, I was 17. I come to him, what can I help you with? And then he just goes, you know, because I was edgy at the time. I had the
You were in the
Oh,
phase.
yes.
you know, the
you're-
bracelets
with
with the spikes on them. I had one of them on. Who's like, "What? Did you park your Harley outside?" And then his girlfriend was like,
Nice burn. Oh man, you got roasted.
I was just like-
You had one coming.
I know. I was just standing there. I was like, "Hey, can I get you something?" So then, when I came back with their food, I tied up my hair because it was down at that point. And he's like, "Why do you keep changing hairstyles?" And his girlfriend was like, like I was like, "What is happening?"
Did she make any jokes herself? Or
No,
was
she
it-
just giggled. You know,
she was a laugh track.
I don't know why that's funny. I guess I was their entertainment that night, but I didn't appreciate it.
Dinner and a show.
There was this other customer who like ordered something very specific, and his friend ordered something else. And then when his friend's food came and his food came, he liked what his friend ordered more. So then he was like, "You got my order wrong." And I told him, "No, I didn't. You ordered this." And he was like, "No, I ordered what he ordered." And then
New tech.
and then when I said that that's not what happened, he called my manager over, and then my manager's like, "I'm so sorry." And then we got the other order, and then I got it deducted from my pay, even though I have so many horror stories from those 2 months working. I don't want to work. Godspeed to you, waiters.
I might have a decent follow-up from the customer side.
Trauma.
There was
Trauma.
Yes.
One time I was in this Jordanian
This is the
restaurant.
other perspective, for the record. So we had, this was at a track meet when I was in high school, and we had like 15 people at dinner, and we all had like 8 of us had lemonades, and the other 8 just had water, or like 7 of us had water. And so this one guy got his lemonade cup that was like a fourth drained, or it was like half full, filled with water. Like she refilled it with water. And so we asked her if she could please, or she refilled it with water, can we please have a new lemonade? And so let's just keep in mind that this is like 15 people. It's probably like $400, $350 for everybody for the dinner, right? And so so she came back and begrudgingly replaced his lemonade, and then the manager came over and said, "Yeah, we'll give you or like somebody higher up said, we'll give you a free lemonade, like, you know, on the house," because that happened. And when we looked at the check, there was an extra lemonade.
Whoa.
Not just the one he originally ordered, but for the replacement lemonade.
No way.
And so the mom that was like responsible for paying the check, she got livid because of the pure concept, or the what do you call it, the notion that they would charge an extra $3 on this $400 dinner, right? And so then the manager gets called out, and the waitress says, "I did not fill that lemonade with water."
Dun, dun,
and it was literally, we ended up having to leave.
Thank you.
The rest. We ended up having to leave the restaurant over an argument that lasted about 5 to 10 minutes between this waitress and the mom.
Did anyone pay the bill?
We ended up paying the bill, but they got the lemonade off.
Oh, okay, fine.
So
That's what matters.
That $3 lemonade. I was like, this is the most like trivial thing to be arguing about.
But it's the principle of it. So
The principle.
Yes.
That's
the
what I was
principle.
looking for.
I can kind of get it, but I will say there are a lot of scumbags who think they can talk down to anyone in the service industry, and I only learned that because I worked a really brief stint. That 2-month stint taught me so much as an adult on how to treat people in restaurants. So I'm glad that I did it. I hope that even if I hadn't done it, I wouldn't have treated people the way I was treated back then. I feel like you have to be an asshole to pretend that someone got your order wrong just so you can
That's pretty
change an
scummy.
order. It was so bad. And then even the place that I worked at, all the mistakes of the customers were your fault. So these 2 girls who skipped out, they didn't have enough money to cover their bills, so they just put what they had and they left, and then I had to cover it because I was their waitress.
The customer's always right thing. That's a load
Yeah,
of
but
baloney.
is that fair? I had to pay
No,
the
that's
rest of
not
their
fair
bill?
at all.
But that's what my manager, he said, "This is off your bill because this is your responsibility. This is your table."
Oh, I'm on
That's
his
how I
side. Yeah, obviously. We should
Well, what was I meant to do?
I can see
Obviously,
why
it's
you
not your
only worked
fault.
there for one summer.
What was I
Yeah,
meant
yeah.
to do? Was I meant to watch over them like hawks? Cough it up, cough what?
You're supposed to
Yeah, it's
take
bad
that
enough
bracelet
that,
and
like,
get him outside.
I don't know if
Should
you
never
can
come out
tell.
of your paycheck.
I'm clearly still very.
I feel like you're over
Trump.
it.
Yeah. I just haven't thought about it in a long time, but now that I'm thinking about it, God.
These are deeply buried memories that.
Yeah, there's more. Let's move on.
Okay, fine. How about
More.
Trent?
There's more.
Were you, from your reaction, it seemed like you were the manager of a service industry.
Bet the shark.
No,
don't
I
think
did.
there's-
I did some fundraising banquet stuff. I did
Okay.
that quite a bit. You
This is
know, I had to do like
volunteer?
I do like the banquet serving. You know, over the shoulder, the proper cutlery, all that
That's such a
stuff.
friendly Canadian thing to do.
Yeah, they were totally normal. I didn't really have any bad experience. I mean, I had a couple people were, you know, but nothing quite like this. I did work. I worked in sales, but it was inbound sales, so it was like kind of half customer service, half sales.
Okay.
Online from home. That's how I started my Dota career, was by balancing that, and it was for. Are they sponsoring Norton Antivirus? Don't get it, guys. Like, just tell your parents to like use Windows Defender or whatever's on their PC already, guys. Like, come on.
So you would be
Don't do
getting
it.
calls from people who are like,
Yeah.
why is porn coming up on my son's computer or something
No,
like that?
oh, yeah. Yeah, some people were not very clever. So, I definitely didn't go to that site. I don't know why it's showing that. Yeah, I had a couple of those. But it was really quiet. It was a chill job. Mostly just, you know, watched Dota, wave dashed a lot in Melee, and waited for calls. It was hype. Shout out to Norton for sponsoring my Dota career.
That's where it all began.
Yeah. Shout out. Thank you. Easy.
Mine is very similar to yours, Effie. I worked as a fast food drive-through guy.
How long?
Where I would take orders. Sorry?
How long did you do that for?
I did it for 2 summers, so cumulatively like 6 months.
Okay.
I wouldn't really have that many horror stories, but I do vividly recall the people who were nice to me. And so there was, my job was at Dairy Queen, and anytime you do the blizzards, you do the blizzard, and then the thing is that you flip it upside down, and it doesn't fall out because it's so whipped, and everyone's like, "Whoa, don't do it!" But you do it every time, and it gets a reaction every time. It was priceless. Thoroughly enjoyed that. And then the other one was anytime there was this one specific customer. I can like do a sketch of his face because it.
Would you like to?
No, I would not like.
I don't know if we have that much time.
I'm not gonna dox this random man in Texas, but
Wow, his drawing's that good.
it's
That's
that
crazy.
good. 1-to-1.
Be like.
They call me Tsunami Da Vinci. Anyway, they was not a laugh track worthy moment.
That was terrible.
He would always ask for extra ketchup, and so and then he would give me like a tip. He would give me he would say, "Could I get some extra ketchup?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's already in there." And he's like, "Could I get some more?" And I would go back and I would and in the heat of the moment, I'm like, "This son of a bitch." And then I'd bring it to him, and then he gives me like $1, and I'm like, "Oh my god, you're so welcome." And
Are you confessing to stealing
No,
from Dairy Queen?
because the
it sounds
tips-
like you were running a black market
the
of
tips were
ketchup
communal.
packs.
We had to all
bribery.
put together all of our tips, and we would distribute it at the end of a shift. And so it would
did
go
you?
into a pool. I did, yes.
Every time?
But I don't know.
Every time?
Okay.
Neil?
Yes, I did, but I don't know how the taxes reported it at the
getting
time.
defensive.
So
I
listen,
know.
okay, this is not an interrogation. Don't play cop music on me, okay? And so I increasingly added more and more ketchup every time this guy showed up because I was like, oh, this guy really likes his ketchup. And so by like the 10th time that he had come, it was like 90% ketchup packets. But at that point, I realized, oh, he's just coming up with an excuse to give me a tip.
Aww.
I know. Yeah. So it wasn't about the ketchup. It was about the
What do you think he
people.
did with all of it?
I don't know, actually. That's
Probably went to the other Dairy Queen across the town and just threw it in there and be like, yeah, I'll sell you this
No, he
for
sold
$1.
it back to him.
Yeah, $2. Yeah.
Man's running a racket. Well,
That's a nice story. That's a good one.
it was. And
Very
similarly, it increased my faith in humanity for those 2 periods because I also now have immense respect for everyone in the service industry because I know how grueling those jobs can be. And I'm out here sitting on a desk making memes. Definitely glad it all ended up this way. And we can bring other people into the mix soon, as we have our Gaming Gladiators versus TSM series coming up in a bit. But if you've had enough of these people, well, I can bring 2 more personalities onto the couch. Stick around, everyone, and we will be back with more DreamLeague Season 19.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
Welcome back, everyone, to DreamLeague Season 19, where I'm sure you are eagerly anticipating. Not the Dota. You want to know what we're doing next. I know it. I know you crave this. Trent, they crave it.
Craving.
Craving.
Like delicious treats and goodies.
Yeah, no cap.
Oh. Quite the contrary, BSJ. Could I please welcome Austin Capitalist Walsh?
Oh. What a walk. Is this before you slide into the ring?
Exactly.
For WrestleMania.
The Vince McMahon billionaire walk, baby.
We did see your Batman AI mid-journey generated depiction.
Yes,
that's true. I'm just imitating billionaires everywhere I go. You know, fake it till you make it.
We weren't the only ones who got to see it, apparently. It would appear maybe some other language broadcasts might have been shown a certain Batman Cap and Porcupine Avery and been very confused why the clean feed was displaying these atrocities.
The best part about that is that whole meme spawns from me trying to call Batrider, and I call him Batman. The Batman. And now I just imagine these other casters that popped up and they said the exact same thing. The Batman.
Now it's you instead of Batrider. Oh, God.
Wonderful.
All right, Cap, I know you're an aspiring voice actor and you haven't gotten much opportunities to do these. So would you care to welcome our next guest to the couch as we crowd things up here?
Oh, really? You put the spotlight on.
I'm putting the spotlight on you, my friend.
Right.
Does he remember?
Yeah. Oh,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Alex Sheepstick Roberts!
Hello, everybody. What's up?
Well, was your chakra running kind of low there? Is that what was going on?
It's a late night. It's a late night, man.
night.
We're tired. It's hard out
This
here.
is your first panel here, Sheep.
I'm so drained. I went for a run today. It's too much.
It was a beautiful day out.
Yeah, I
Day
lost it about 1 minute and then I had to walk for a while. But I really found my way around the city.
Respect.
That's
Thank
a
you.
loosely defined run, but I respect it.
Yeah, so you got your cardio done for the day.
It was a
and so
combined
this
run
is too
/
much.
walk, yeah.
Wait, so what was a longer run? That or the other one?
I'll give credit to myself. The other one.
Okay.
I lost it so
That one was epic, though.
Yeah. that
Also,
one
were
was
you
awesome.
Naruto running on the treadmill?
It wasn't on the treadmill. It was outside.
Oh my God, that's even better.
No, I went for the more pathetic, oh God, I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired.
Nice,
I'm
nice.
walking. Okay. Whew. Look
is a
behind me.
real
Make sure the
life
person I passed 2 seconds ago isn't looking. Like,
That's
okay.
important, actually.
Cool.
Yeah.
Going for my walk. Oh, okay. I gotta do another one. Oh, never mind. That was too soon.
Yeah.
Back to the walk.
You got to do it where you turn around the corner and then you stop running.
Oh, I did that,
The
except
person
I didn't make it past the corner because I was too tired. My bad.
Oh,
They
no.
all saw.
That
You
is
got an
the best
opportunity to do
Also,
any...
your failure.
I'm so sorry to everyone that watched me try to run today.
There's some people out there that are just like, I had such a depressing day and I just don't know why.
Misery spreads misery, I guess.
Maybe she made them feel better about themselves. You know?
That's true.
Yeah.
There was some kids running around, and I'm sure they looked at that like, God, I hope I never grow up.
You made a lot of Peter Pans that day.
Yeah, for real. But it's okay. I made it here now. The energy's recovering. We're good.
Capitalist, how's your energy?
Great.
Yeah?
Wonderful. I haven't had to do any of these fill segments.
Well,
so.
you're here now, sucker.
It's okay. I volunteered myself.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's
you
on
guys,
your mind,
and
Cap?
you guys look like you
Avery.
needed the help. What?
What's on your mind, Cap?
What's on my mind?
Anything troubling you? This is an intervention.
Oh.
You didn't
we're finally
volunteer
saying
for
something?
this.
Oh, no.
We brought you here.
Oh, no.
We masterminded this whole thing.
That was some extreme masterminding because there was literally nothing going on. And then I just was like, oh, I'll just see if they need help and put it in the WhatsApp.
I
So you
incepted
somehow
you.
incepted it into
Correct.
my mind.
Yes.
That's incredible.
I entered your mind palace. There were troubling things in there.
You
good,
please do not talk about what's in my mind palace, all right? Some of it's not legal. Go on.
I'm sorry, what? Okay.
I can ask you about Dota. You love Dota.
Sure.
Okay, great.
I
Gaming
thought we were playing
Gladiators.
a game.
Gaming Gladiators versus TSM is going to be our final series of the day. I know. I'm gripped with anticipation. Cap, prediction.
Dota, Cap. We're talking about Dota. In case you want to know.
You're right, because I'm not going to talk more about Dota in about 15
I need you to
minutes.
vomit all of your knowledge here so you are completely exhausted when it comes to the cast.
Game of Gladiators versus TSM, Quinn versus NA, and Moon Meander standing in, apparently. Sounds hype.
It does sound hype.
That's about it.
But don't get too hype yet because we need to slowly build up to the hype.
Okay.
So measure your hype.
Okay, Moon Meander's playing for TSM. Is it good?
Is he
Is
washed
it bad?
already?
Coach standing in? Ooh, that's special.
This is good.
Sometimes coaches stand in, they do good. Sometimes not so good.
Which one is the jabs at Lima? Is that a good or a not so good?
That was good.
That was
That
good.
was absolutely good. They won a series.
They did.
Yeah.
2-0 over Talon.
Yeah. There was still, who was it? VGJ Storm?
Mm-hmm.
Who stood in for that? It was like a
That's
star.
old. I don't know. I didn't watch Dota back then. VGJ Storm, that's a relic.
Are you talking about like MDL? How long ago were we talking here?
This was like, I referenced it for the finals, but now I'm totally blanking. But there was a Chinese team. They needed to stand in. Their coach stood in for them, and he was like washed as hell. But like he actually stood in for them. They won the whole event. There was like they did a little behind the scenes. He was like giving them. They gave him. He gave like the team a speech. Like guys, like I'll never get this shot again. You know, this is my one chance to play in a finals again. Like, come on, we could do this. And they did it. They managed a 3-0 like Navi or somebody.
Wow.
Another kind of washed team. It wasn't the best tournament.
We had a lot of tournaments that year.
Did they get paid for that tournament? That's the question.
Yes, it was not GESC. I know that much.
Yeah.
I know because Avery constantly reminds me that he was one of the winners.
Yeah, he got that big dub.
He's going to esports.
It's okay. He's making those big casting bucks now.
So good. But you've only given me 2 examples of successful coaches. What's an example of a less than successful coaching stand-in?
Oh, you know Seb.
Yeah,
that guy sucked.
yeah.
That was really bad.
Washed.
Yeah. Bad performance after bad performance by him.
Disappointing, really.
Famously coaching Alliance. What it was probably the thing he's most known for in Dota.
Yeah.
What a fall from grace. But now
PPD.
Okay.
The 6-man stand-in.
Well, I don't know.
He did pretty well for that team, actually.
He did. They consistently got first place during that DPC.
Man, coaches are OP. I can't think of a bad coach.
5 stars on the heat level on that one, though.
Chu stood in.
Right.
Great. Now he's on the team. He did so well, they decided this is an upgrade.
Who's the next coach to just jump in? Maybe it's today.
Maybe it's Moon Meander.
Maybe Misha's
he's
going to come back.
Misha?
I feel like whatever team I'm
coach
ever
bot.
on, the coach is not going to be the same role as me. I'm just not going to let that happen.
Smart.
100%.
Good idea.
Yeah, I'd get replaced in a second.
That was 100%. Like back in like 2014, 2015, 2016, when coaches were just coming back.
Yes.
Every single one of those coaches, even Bulba, I was going to say except for Bulba, but even Bulba, all of those coaches, they were secretly just sitting there going like,
that should be.
They'd be like talking to the captain, be like, yo,
Yeah.
like I'm coming up with great strategies and stuff.
Okay.
And you're doing a great job. You're leading, and
That's good. Yep.
most of the team's like on the up.
Mm-hmm.
But like this one dude who just happens to play the same role as I,
Yeah.
he sucks ass.
He does
Big
suck a
booty.
little ass. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
I think we need to replace him.
Okay. Well, who do we replace him with?
That's the thing. I've been looking around. I've been looking at these pubs.
Roster lock, you know. Can't think of anyone else.
Roster.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've been looking around too. Like everyone's just taking. There's no free agents. I don't know.
Well, you know, I mean, it's a temporary thing, but like until we actually find somebody full time, you know, like I I used to play that role.
Cap, you're not interviewing her.
Oh, what?
Turn the microphone.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to share it.
I see.
But she's got her own microphone.
I
So
do
I'm stupid, aren't I?
Yeah.
I used to play that role. I could stand in a little bit. You know?
still play? You in public?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I'm a good coach. I keep up with things.
Okay.
You got to be good to be a coach, right?
Yeah, I mean that's true. You have been helping the team.
Yeah.
A lot. You get all the ideas moving.
I mean, you're the one who thought of this. I mean, I'm not saying I did, but you came up with the idea. That's a pretty good idea. I'm not
okay,
gonna
well,
lie.
now I'm thinking. So I am looking at the list of free agents. There aren't any. You're there. You could be a good idea.
And that guy sucks. We agreed with this.
He does
He
suck.
is the problem.
I am thinking that this is a good idea. I've come up with a great idea, team.
All right,
Team?
everybody, squad up. Squad up. The
BSJ in.
captain has something to say.
What's going on, gang?
What's up, Captain?
Hey guys, Trent.
4, 5. Yeah.
You've been underperforming.
Who?
You're off the team. I just not feeling it anymore. I think what we're gonna have to do is, this is my responsibility, my idea. We're gonna have to bring in Cap.
Oh, I could coach.
No, I don't think that's.
I could.
I don't think
you
that's
have the mental faculties for it, buddy. Yeah. But hey, you did a great job. Honestly, I tried to tell her. I think you did great. But
did?
Sometimes
Really?
Sometimes the captain just
promise. You promise me. Do you swear on your parents' lies?
It's like
he seems genuine.
I'm buying it.
All I'm saying is that I think you did great, but sometimes the team just needs to change. You know.
Okay.
Growing pains.
You did a really good job.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, next year. Hey, next year.
Yeah.
If you want a team, I got you. All right.
Okay.
All right. That guy.
That guy is so bad. Is he crying? Holy
Loser.
TI champions have been formed.
Send it.
Woo! All right, that was terrible.
Okay.
You're off the team too.
And you're off the panel, Cap. I'm sorry, but I've been coaching this whole time, and Brewmaster is here to tell us that Gaming Gladiators versus TSM is upon us. Stick around, everybody, for more Dream League Season 19 and our final series of the day coming up next.
you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
All right, I got it for you. It's Gaming Gladiators versus TSM. In a hot 5 minutes, you will see the draft. But until then, you still have to deal with us, suckers. Brian, Sheepstick, Trent, welcome to what is apparently a grudge match. I'm not sure if this was a pre-established thing, but TSM and Gaming Gladiators, it's looking like these two teams might have a little bit more brewing under the surface than we expected. We can start talking about TSM because we've got some good news for them. Whitemon is got his visa approved and is currently en route to join the rest of his team.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I mean, we did just do a segment about this exact thing.
Correct.
So, I mean, just, thoughts. He did make the call out on Twitter, be like, yeah, I'm going to come after you guys. So, he's doing his dirty work himself. Moon's coming in. So, replace Whitemon with that handsome devil in this one.
Replace, stand-in, two sides of the same coin. But I would assume that for a player who has not been actively playing, that's probably a detriment, Sheep, or do you think Moon Meander, I mean, he's been actively playing with most of these players for ages. I guess Ari's the only one. Oh, actually, Ari and Kasane was on this fresh roster. So some unfamiliarity, but Tomato and Bryle, he's got tons of history with them.
Oh, for sure. He also has played 16 matches in the last 8 days, guys.
Whoa.
He's been popping up a storm. Moon Meander, my God. Absolutely. I mean, it's just a random mix of carries and supports, but I'm fully trusting in his ability to perform this game. I mean, it's not about how well you're playing. Like, you're playing support, right? So who cares? You're going to feed anyway.
True.
Right? It's about your passion and how much you hate Quinn.
Oh, he's got a lot of passion.
Guys, that's going to carry him all the way through. Every time he's like, oh, I want to go for that, thinking of going out of position, he'll be like, no, because I got to win.
That's right. You would think he'd go crazy aggressive, but instead he's going to go crazy win-pressive.
Yeah.
New word.
That doesn't sound like a word.
Yep.
I'll tell you what is a word. The Quindex. That's a word that we invented recently. Brian, tell me about Gaming Gladiators, as they are going to be TSM's opponent.
Well, other than their series against Shopify Rebellion, these guys have looked really clean. I mean, I just like how many different heroes they're playing, like how many different strategies. Like with a lot of teams we just paneled, or the two teams we just paneled, there's a lot of like, yeah, they're probably going to pick this because that's the hero they've always picked. But when I look at their last like 8 or 9 drafts, the only hero I see multiple time is like maybe Rubik, Disruptor, and maybe a Lesh or two, but everything else towards the end of the draft is completely different. Like, one draft is a Hoodwink Slark Last, OD Terrorblade, Witch Doctor Darkseer, Ember PL, Drow Storm, Huskar Monkey King. Those are literally 12 different heroes in the last 2 picks of the last 6 games they've played. So what I like so much about Gaimin as well as Liquid, why I think they're 2 of the best teams here, is because of this. You just don't know what's coming.
Yeah, and Moon is going to have to do some homework. And why am I claiming that it's a grudge match? It's not my words, it's Moon's.
You're not just in the top 4 rankings in DPC for nothing. But I want to say I'm going to give a big shout out to Quinn Callahan. This motherfucker tried so hard yesterday in a match that did not matter. In the playoffs, come Quinn, I'm coming for your ass, you little punk.
Nice.
You stupid vegan captain. I'm going to fuck you guys up. I tried so hard against your NA brethren. That was not cool.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that match because there's definitely going to be a TSM Gaming Lab.
And Shiver didn't even know that Moon was literally coming for him by playing actively. We did not know the extent of how seriously he was taking this. And Quinn also had a chance to respond not only in today's game, but in his own interview.
I'm curious, did you see Moon Meander's public declaration of war against you? And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I accept his declaration of war, and my vegan captain will smack him down in however many days we play him.
Oh, I feel it. The energy is amounting. Which side you taking, Sheep?
A tough one.
You'd think I would ever doubt Quinn Callahan.
Quinn
himself.
Callahan.
Ride or die with gaming.
Okay, fair enough. Trent.
Yeah.
The Moon Quinn showdown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
Easy?
Yeah, Moon's got passion. He's got vigor. You know, these game gladiators, they're like, oh, we won a land. Oh, we won a major. You know, that's whatever. They've already reached their high. They are sloping down. TSM was going up, and now Moon is there. And where are they going to go? Tell me where they're going to go.
Skyrocket.
To the moon.
To the moon. That's
moon.
right. It's in the name. They're going to meander their way right up to that fucking moon and get themselves a win. All right?
I'm confident.
Yes.
You're inspiring me.
Good.
Brian, you have to be the tiebreaker for this one. TSM versus Game & Gladiators.
I have to agree with Trent. They are going to get a win out of 3 games.
Yeah.
Where Game & Gladiators are going to take the other 2.
Oh, you've played me.
I got him.
Oh.
The reverse Uno card.
No.
Well, he knows it has to go 3 games. So.
The last series, I think OG purposely threw in the draft. In the second game, absolutely no chance.
Purposely.
But TSM,
just to spite you.
Just to make sure they had absolutely no chance to play that game. But they didn't actually throw, guys. Just making sure we understand that. But in this game, I do think TSM has pretty solid drafts. So I think they usually set themselves up for success. It's a matter of like when they're ahead. Like yesterday, we saw them have that high ground throw with the sniper. It's just not as clean of execution as some of these other teams. So I don't think they're going to like run into the same issues we saw last series for OG. But I am concerned that they just get out tempoed in the game. Like, because Game & Gladiators is the type of team that's kind of all over the place with their rotations early to mid game. Oh, we already got a Monkey King.
Yeah. If you were going up against Game Gladiators, what would, I mean, maybe this seems obvious. Who is the player who you like think takes them into that fast tempo? Would you say it's more like Quinn driven or more like the support duo?
I think it's Quinn driven. I think Quinn, what his issue was being in NA is that it's a farm heavy region and he just like didn't belong. Like this guy,
he was an outcast.
Yeah, he was an outcast in NA. Like it just, his playstyle didn't fit. Like a lot of the times where I saw him struggling on competitive teams, it almost looked like he was a one-man army when he was trying to invade. Like, it doesn't matter how many people he's got behind him. He's going to invade. He's going to be aggressive up in your face. And if you don't supply him with reinforcements, it's just going to kind of fall flat. But I think the fact that he's got Tofu and Celery likes heroes like Enchantress. Tofu plays a lot of these follow-up heroes like the Mirana. You know, he's got all the backup he needs on this team to enable him.
I completely agree. I think Gaiman have been playing so well in general, just with Quinn. It feels good to see them always be able to connect and stuff. Like, you know, you talked about how many strats they have. One of the ones I really appreciate and enjoy is the Underlord. I will probably not see it this game, I mean, unless Doom is flexed to a carry. But like, they always just have a good idea with their drafts of how they can enable him and how they can make the game work. I never feel like they have a weird disconnected draft, except against Shopify. That was just terrible. Like, I mean,
they did the carry Witch Doctor.
They're not going to pick carry Witch Doctor again.
Gotta respect the attempt.
Yeah, we'll just purge that from our memories and pretend it didn't happen.
They're practicing for next patch, because what if that shit's broken in like 2 days?
Yeah, true though.
If I see a Witch Doctor like heal buff, like it does like 50% more damage to opponents or something, like we're gonna see that they might have actually been leaked like relevant patch notes.
Duraccio was on the ground floor.
Yeah, he was beta testing this.
Oh god. Well, they do have a very standard opening this game, at least. I think Pango, especially today, I came downstairs in the hotel earlier and I saw Fog there and he looked dead inside. I was like, "What's up, bro?" And he said, "Pango every game."
Yep.
They just ban Bloodseeker and Storm Spirit and they just pick Pango and he wins.
I got here and he was like, neutral items on Pango. Just, you know, Diffusal, what is this? It's not fair. It's true. That was before. And so I saw him on his way to see you.
Oh, yeah.
So the entire car ride, he didn't even get over it.
He didn't. It's scarring him.
Just continued to fester.
Pango's the only hero in Dota that I can think of that you have to buy BKB against, and then you can just buy a 2,800 gold item that counters your BKB, the Basher.
Yeah.
Like, that's the issue I have with Pango, is like, carries can't itemize against it. There's actually nothing you can buy.
What's the % chance on Basher?
It's 25%.
And how many hits are there in Swashbuckle?
4.
Guaranteed.
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa, guys. I don't want to scare you guys with some quick math, but that's pretty frightening.
That was pretty
Is that
quick,
how math
too.
works?
Yeah.
Based.
It isn't technically guaranteed, but, you know, I'm not going to be the
What do you mean?
actually...
Don't go all
kinda guy.
purge on me.
Save that shit for the morning.
It's very. If you get swashbuckled while you're TPing plus like one hit, you're gonna get bashed. Like period. Like that's the biggest part about it is like this hero's hard to team fight into, but he also supplies the ability to chase you down on the map. Like I remember we saw Whisper on the Timbersaw against Liquid. Liquid TPs in one guy, stuns him. The Pango's got like a 5-second long TP, but Whisper had a BKB and he ain't getting out. Like if you're caught on the map, Pango's got all the answers to you. So I think that's why this hero's so broken on top of all the neutral items being really strong. And he's a hero that I think is really fun. Like he's like, I don't think of anybody who plays Pango begrudgingly. Like they enjoy playing Pango, but he's just been in the meta for too long. And I would like to see some heroes that are not him.
Okay, well, I disagree with that. I love Pango and I'm down to keep seeing him, but it's fine.
Okay.
I just want change. I don't have any bias towards these heroes.
I mean, change is fine. Change is fine.
Give me change.
But he's so fun. But yeah.
No Death Prophet, no Pango, no Doom, no Broodmother.
Yeah.
Speaking of these TSM heroes, we haven't mentioned too much. I feel like Death Prophet we talked about not really showing up that much in this tournament, perhaps as we might expect. I feel like EG have looked the best with the hero out of all the teams that I've been watching. But this Monkey King, I'm presuming going to be 4 unless we get some wild flex later on. Seems like a pretty solid lane together.
Yeah.
It was one of Moon Meander's favorites at the tail end of his time on TSM.
Can you play it as a 5 though? It seems
Oh, that's true.
a little rough.
Yeah.
I actually would love to see it as a core if the draft keeps going well. Like if you're able to play into some melee offlaner and you're playing like Pango wants to roll around in this fight and disrupt everyone, but if you're within the Wukongs, it really hurts playing against core Monkey King.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been kind of seeing. The problem with core Monkey King is that you can't show on creep waves, like as a carry. A lot of the reason why I think these illusion heroes are so good is we're dealing with Doom, Pango, Monkey King, or DK. Just like if you show on a creep with your real hero and you don't have a strong dispel like Slark, you're just getting killed.
Because we just have too much pick off right now?
Yeah, there's just too much pick off. And my issue with Monkey King is like he has to put himself on the creep wave in order to clear it, and people are just so good at hunting him now. We see supports with Etherlens Quelling Blades and all this kind of stuff that just makes it so much harder to play. So I hope they leave it as support for that reason. I do think the hero has potential, but I think he just doesn't quite fit the meta. So like if they change the meta and this hero doesn't get touched at all, I think he's going to be a really strong core next patch specifically.
That's fair. And they are picking it really early as well, so...
They haven't really countered it, though, on the side of gaming. Like, it is a good Monkey King core game if they leave it. Because they might be thinking the same thing. It's just a support. Let's not worry about it too much.
Well, Mirana coming out, that's probably going to be for Moon. I would say as someone standing in, that's a pretty nice 5 to play, right? Moonlight Shadow, value. Arrow after someone else does something, easy.
Okay, you say that, but during the Lima Major, I specifically remember jabs being given Mirana, and I was like, this is a stressful hero for a dude to be randomly playing.
Yeah, but it's a Moon. He's fine.
I mean, I would agree with you for jabs. For Moon, I would hope he's chilling a little bit more. But I think the only thing that makes it look a little weird is the fact that you have 0 setup for an arrow right now, so he does have to just MLG land it of his own skill.
That's the Moon.
That's the Moon.
He doesn't even want the
Boundless
setup.
Strike.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a 1.5 second stun.
You're right.
All he needs.
Or he just has to like calculate how far the strength morph adaptive will push them back
Oh, that's true. It could be an offlane morphling.
That's right.
Yeah,
The setup.
okay.
After
That's
this
not where I
patch,
was
it's
going.
coming.
That's not where I was going.
Pasha's back.
That's a really good point, Sheep.
Okay, sure. All in
You
on the
guys heard it
offlane
here.
morphling.
Mid DP offlane morph. Ice style.
If it was a carry-to-carry matchup, though, TB versus Morphling, how do you like it, Brian?
In the past, it was really bad for Terrorblade, but if you look at the Dota buff matchup, it actually favors Terrorblade now. It's like not nearly as bad as the Lush versus Naga that we saw earlier, but I don't mind playing this matchup from either side, really. And the thing that I have a problem with this morph is that like there's no synergy with this 5 that Alex was already mentioning. It's just like morph Mirana lane. I think Morph wants a frontliner for the first few levels, and also Mirana wants that too. So I think Scorched Earth, level 1, plus like any support that just kind of runs at them, they're going to establish an early lead on game. And if Doom gets past the first 3 minutes and just rushes that ring of health, I think he's going to be free farming.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
The band's in a different mood right now.
Yeah, but we've been making so many song references, it came to my head.
No, yeah, I completely agree. I'm not a huge fan of it. I was thinking about the carry-to-carry matchup. I really like it when these Morphlings just buy Ags against the Agi carries. Because if you can hit like a nice timing, like you say he's probably going to be behind, so it probably won't hit as good, but when you're kind of ahead in net worth or Morphling and you get that Ags, the enemy carry loses so much damage from losing all that Agi to the Ags.
That gives me all the excuse to buy a Lincoln's.
Yeah.
As a Terrorblade. It's a really wonky interaction. I don't know how many of the viewers know, but when Morphling morphs into an illusion, he does effectively take the real hero. So he will steal your stats if he morphs into a TB illusion, but when he morphs a TB illusion, it is still targeting the main hero.
Whoa.
So a Lincoln Sphere on Terrorblade will block you from morphing an illusion.
Okay.
So most people do end up doing that if he goes the Ags, because like it is very debilitating to the Agi carry when you steal off his agility, but this is a hero we haven't seen.
Yeah. Is this an OD game, by the way? Is OD good versus TB still? Do we like that matchup or no, we don't care?
I don't like it versus Doom specifically.
I was thinking if we get a mid with some decent setup though, it would be kind of hype. Let's go for the bat instead. Wow, that hero's still in. But yeah, Sky, I don't know, we talked about this hero just the other day in terms of being a interesting one. I feel like it's definitely a player-specific thing. Like I know Antares was trying to sort of make it work for a little while, and I feel like it kind of impressed me in a couple of his games, but haven't seen a lot. The silence always catches me off guard with how ridiculous it is, and if you have like additional amp, it can be pretty strong, but right now it looks like he's just going to be trying to follow up on these leading stuns from Ace and Quinn.
I am quickly looking up Bryle's Dota buff because yesterday in their series, I thought there were 2 opportunities in each of their one in each of their games to pick Batrider, and because EG opened Lesh Timbersaw, and Batrider just dumpsters both of those heroes, and they didn't pick it. So I want to see if he's been spamming Batrider, and he has not. So I'm not sure why they're picking it here. I mean, it is a good pick. I'm not sure why they picked it here, but not yesterday. I'm hoping to see him go off. It is a pretty favorable matchup, Batrider versus Pango, but I feel like Quinn's been playing way more Pango than he's been playing Batrider, so I'm still leaning towards Quinn here.
Okay, it's time to see. Is Moon Meander all bark and no bite? He's been given a rare opportunity to put his money where his mouth is. And ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, it's the paid pandas.
Welcome to our last series of the night, TSM versus Gaming Gladiators, a matchup that already has enough hype behind it. We've got Quinn Callahan versus Moon Meander, a North American matchup for an NA versus European team set, and Gaming Gladiators are going to be coming in looking to just show TSM who the boss truly is. They already did it once in the group stage. They do it a second time in this group stage as well. It's going to feel damn good if you're going to be Quinn.
Never, ever, 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 ever gonna retire Moon Meander's back. Just in time to grace us with his beautiful Mirana. Do you remember his Mirana performance? I remember his last Mirana performance. And I remember a certain 2-time TI winner said that is the greatest Mirana I've ever seen.
Wow. Which 2-time TI winner said that?
I think it was No Tail.
You're not sure?
I can't remember if it was No Tail or
one of them
it was one of the two.
What tournament was that?
I can't remember either, but I remember the Mirana. Yeah. It was pretty sick. This is his Siggy. He feels very confident. There's a reason he picked it. Because when you got to stand in last minute and you haven't been playing pubs, you're going to pick what you feel like you're just going to pop off on. That is Mirana with the Crimson headband.
And of course, Moon Meander, always known for, well, he's quite the character, but was always known to be pretty outspoken and energetic. And I feel like coaching life.
Outspoken, too. Yeah.
Outspoken, yeah. He outsmoked them all. The
that's not what I meant.
Energetic personality. And I feel like coaching life, he kind of settled in. And I wonder if that changed his Dota playing habits as well, you know? I do kind of wonder how much he's been keeping up compared to the grind when he was a player.
We're about to find out. There's like a retirement age on some of these players, you know? They get too old, can't play anymore. You got to put them out the pasture. Maybe he's just like a dad now. He's just humble, quiet.
Yeah. Doesn't have the ego anymore to back up the gameplay.
What's Quinn going to look like in 5 years? That's a scary thought.
I don't want to see that. All right. We got Kasane versus Ari, and Ari. Man, I'm all over the place. Death Prophet, Monkey King versus Terrorblade, Undying. Mid lane matchup is going to be the Bat Rider versus the Panko, which should be a favorable matchup for the Bat Rider. But as they alluded to on the panel, Brawl has not been playing a whole lot of Bat Rider in pubs. The last professional game he played Bat Rider was a month ago.
And it's versus Quinn on Panko.
Yeah.
It's been destroying on this hero, and this hero has been destroying, so that's a destroying squared. That's a lot to deal with. That's a lot to burn through if you're Bryle. Got to make sure you have a good laning phase here and do not fall far behind. I expect there to be a lot of supports on these 6 and 8 minute power runes.
Oh, yeah.
We all know what's coming. You just got to prepare for the storm. Make sure you're in as good a position to take those skirmishes when they come. And I have a question for you, Cap. Yeah, it's your turn to answer something.
Okay.
Piece of goddamn.
I already had to be on the panel answering questions.
I mean, you volunteered for that one.
I volunteered you too, but, you know.
Find me a stun in this game.
Rolling Thunder. Infernal Blades. If you don't count the early one, then at least count the shard. Arrow.
I'll accept that because it's Moon Meander.
Okay. Lasso.
That's an ultimate. Doesn't count.
Boundless Strike.
Short duration, but I'll accept that. So basically, my
Morphling,
point is, we're done with the observations right now.
Okay.
My point is, you're playing a later pick Skywrath Mage with basically 0 stuns on gaming side.
Oh yeah, specifically game and do not have a whole
there's
lot.
No low cooldown setup here, and you also don't have stuns to leash people in that tombstone range. So if you're gaming, you really have to play off of forcing TSM in a position where they have to go into you. But the flip side is TSM have Death Prophet and Morph, which are heroes they've been very comfortable with for the entire duration of this team, forcing the objectives on their own. So what I'm curious as to what happens this game is, what happens when the team with no stuns meets the team with only one of their own, and they both want to be in a position where the other team has to go into them to feel comfortable. In other words, we might not
nothing's going to happen?
Yes, I think the conclusion is this might be a 0-0 game for a while, because I just don't see much kill threat happening on these cores. Outside of the one exception, as you mentioned, in the Bryle Bat Rider. Because Bryle can make stuff happen with the lasso, with just running people down off of the limited slows and silences that TSM have. That can make the game pretty annoying for Darachu on the side lanes, maybe even Quinn if he gets lassoed early in a fight. But in terms of like this random skirmishing, I kind of expect this to be a quiet game just because you don't have stuns.
Ari gonna be caught here, trying to get the lifesteal up, and does manage to get it. He's pushing back. Darachu is getting what damage he can. Oh, and if he had dodged that hit, he maybe could have done enough to kill the Terrorblade. Instead,
Solo
win.
kill attempt.
Ooh, good TPs coming in for Gaming Gladiators. I mean, Bryle, there was no way you were going to be able to get away without any sort of interference. Gaming Gladiators, they're the team that probably rotates their supports mid the most. I mean, we heard the earlier interview.
I think Moon's here just out of protest, just to send a message. I know what you're going to do.
Yeah.
I know you're all coming mid. It's not even 6 minutes. It's 4.5, and we have 6 heroes mid. Roar indeed.
See if he can catch up to Tofu here. Our bottom lane should be pretty chill, right? It's Morphling. That's a free lane against Doom.
Until you get doomed, yeah. He's going to be having a good time. Net worth across all the lanes pretty even here. Just people trading in the one-on-one scenarios, trying to open up solo XP for a lot of these cores. That's probably what's really important for TSM. They want high-level Morphling and high-level Death Prophet. That means if you can give them solo XP, or if you can get extra kills, even pulls, you're going to be happy with all of that. Just get this Exo online as fast as you can and force Dirachi out of this lane, and then Bryle can start killing him in the jungle areas. Especially if Bryle gets level advantage mid. Mid is going pretty even. That kill attempt sent him a little far back, but now 6-minute rune up in 20 seconds. Who is going to go, and why is it going to be everybody in the entire game?
I think part of the problem here for Bryle is that Quinn is going to be able to get level 6 off of this wave, so he can just use Rolling Thunder to try and secure the power rune, but also, generally speaking, it's pretty nice against Batrider to have that tool.
Look at this, TSM bringing 3 to Quinn. It'd be a shame if someone stole your rune for once. Moon sends a message.
It's going to make sure Quinn does not get any power runes this series.
I know we don't have a player cam for Moon, but let me tell you, he's laughing his ass off right now. I don't know if he'll win this game. Maybe he's not laughing then. But he took Quinn Callahan's Arcane Rune.
Quinn does manage to kill the siege creep. They're just going to hop away here. Do they have the arrow?
Oh, mana for lasso.
Dear, Quinn's going to run him down. In fact, doesn't even need to. Tofu gets the kill instead. Where was the arrow? He doesn't have it. He has a 2-0-1 build, so you're right, Avery. There really are stuns missing in this game.
He is using a Starfall to trade with Skywrath Mage. He's a really hard hero to trade with. He's trying to buy space. I don't blame this build. It's just you don't have the mana on Batrider to make that aggressive move, and you have to respect the extensions into Tombstone. That's the type of teamfight game you're looking for. Of course, there's always going to be that tri-lane mid for Quinn. You also have to expect that. It's going to step Bryle back a little ways here, as he is running down ace bottom with double boots. One of those is Tomatoes.
And Tomato should be able to get this kill while they're also going for the aggressive move in top lane, where it looks like Celery's going to get run down. Quinn trying to get the counter kill here on Bryle or Tomato. Either one seems easy, though.
It'll take a while.
Want to hand him,
give him the boots, man.
Hand him the boots. There we go.
Sheesh.
All right, he's okay now.
Oh, it's just baiting. The booty bait.
The booty bait.
That was not what I meant that to sound like, but nonetheless accurate.
We've all encountered the booty bait once or twice in our lifetimes, Avery. Oh, Avery gets away.
There's your arrow.
Oh, no. Oh, he bumps him back down. Oh, but the shield crash hit up the high ground. Oh, dear.
Oh,
and
Moon's
Moon?
going in.
Moon?
So there's Starfall in 5.
Yeah?
But that's a full wand.
That is a full wand. You're not getting that.
Still, this is mad space for top where Kasane gets that tower for free. Nobody contesting the Death Prophet right now as Gaming decide to quad lane for Quinn.
And he gets the kill on Moon Meander.
How much help does this guy need?
Quad lane. Paying off, I guess.
It does pay off. Maybe that was a secret. I mean, we used to tri-lane for Quinn. I didn't know you were supposed to quad lane for.
You were just off by a number, that's all.
They just took it to the next level. Still a decent amount of solo time for the Morphling and the Death Prophet, which isn't too bad here for TSM. Tomorrow got a little active. You have to think about this Doom that Ace has held his skill point for and come out at any moment bottom. Always this game of cat and mouse between Morphling and Doom. Can you doom him from the trees? As Quinn looks to get active with the hit squad.
Not sure if that arrow spotted them, but Ari sees Quinn at least.
Nice Lord.
You know, he just... The boundless strike into arrow is a possibility. I just cannot imagine Ari and Moon Meander are comfortable enough playing with each other to get that. You know?
Well, you better get comfortable. Because you're in the middle of a tournament. So step the goddamn hell up, son.
You think Moon's only playing this one series? Because part of what's happening is Whitemon is traveling to Europe because he got his visa. So I assume
Whitemon will be good to play tomorrow, as they're going to be able to catch Tofu. And they got a huge stack going on now. Bryle did take a lot of damage from those neutrals. The swashbuckle that almost caught him. Quinn's going to chase after him, hit him with a shield crash, and that's it. He's dead, and I don't know how many neutrals he got out of that, too.
He got destroyed by that neutral camp.
Yeah, he did. And he is so far behind. He is 1,000 net worth behind Quinn now.
Yeah, he got thunderclapped. Dealt like 200 or 300 damage from the Ursa. Even the Ice Shaman smacked him. That's a rough go. Nobody steals stacks from Quinn. He'll bring the whole squad.
Even bring the neutrals along.
A pretty quiet game for this gaming offlane, though. Ace just farming it up, looking to get to those auras.
Yeah,
Can't help but feel like when you have the highest net worth Doom in a game and he's building teamfight items, you've got a pretty good chance to just win off that.
Sure. Especially with Ace, who is probably the most successful Doom in this tournament.
Sure, I believe that.
Celery, the arrow goes off.
Never ever gonna hit another arrow.
This is Moon Meander arrow number 362.
Oh, and they...
Ooh, surprise kill? Was that... Did they use Doom on him?
No. They just got him with the nukes from Skywrath Mage off of Silence. That's just a freebie.
All right, so Tofu, I mean, he was playing in the trees that entire time, so I guess it paid off. Duraccio is also going to be ganked here. And Lasso will last long enough. No chance for a Sun.
Oh, yeah, don't have to aim Starfall. That's an easy kill secure. True. For Moon Meander, and he's on the board. That's going to give him some confidence, some momentum. I mean, remember, he's a 4 player. He's not a 5, so he's also off roll here. You got to cut him some slack. You know, those 4 arrows are not the same as 5 arrows.
I don't know what that means, but I'll just agree
I feel like
with
it's
you.
Self-explanatory.
Okay. Is it about the orientation of the side of the map you're on? The geography's all wrong. Try and triangulate, but, you know, you're not used to that crosswind that comes in the safe lane.
No, that's Australia. I'm just saying that the targets you're aiming for change. When you want to throw that arrow changes. Maybe your reactions...
Caught him again with the silence before he can morph into strength, and the wand was not enough.
They don't even need a stun. Slows are enough to get the job done, and that is the defusal reveal for Quinn. That is why we've been seeing Pango have quite a tournament on our hands. That defusal rush is just an exponential amount of damage.
All of a sudden, everybody's complaining about Pango and different ways how to nerf him. The defusal blade's a big problem. Neutral items are a big problem.
I've been complaining about this hero for months.
Yeah, I can vouch for that.
That's why I have nothing left to complain about. I've already gotten all my complaints out here.
Tiny and Pango are the 2 heroes that I think you complain about the most. And Quinn having a very successful timing on that defusal blade, which makes it all the more potent. Anybody gets hit by that swashbuckle, that's just like half their HP.
It's brutal. Half your HP, half your mana. He doesn't even commit anything. This level 10 talent is also what makes this combination. The extra range just allows you to poke from so damn far. It is a deadly combination that will seal Ari's fate here.
Quinn takes the last hit with a shield crash, so... Oh, look at that. He got the nice neutral item, too. The backstab one, Lance of Pursuit.
Looking for that Brigand's Blade for round 2. It'll complete the trifecta. Meanwhile, if you're TSM, you don't have that good of poke fight that Gaming are abusing here with the low cooldown. Kind of have to just get big lasso kills or big exorcism fights. Bryle does have a haste rune. Looking to backstab the overextension bottom from Gaming. TSM gonna bring everything. Cut his own tree.
No, he took down Ari.
Brother, why?
Okay, to turn around and doom him, Ari's going to have to help him disengage underneath the Wukong's command, but it's a support one, so they're not really that scared of it. They get the kill on the Bat Rider here, and Moon Meander shows up, Moon Meander dies.
That damage is insane.
Welcome back to professional play, Moon Meander.
Times have changed, son.
It's faster than you remember.
Bryle just misplayed that. Like, he has Haster in there. He has everything up. You have to kite this Doom. You can't just run in and get doomed like that. You're way too much of your team's early damage in these engagements. Just handed it to Ace on a scorched platter.
Well, maybe he's going to try again here.
Round 2. No Doom now.
Try and pull him up onto the cliff, maybe? Just pull him back into his Doom.
No, he's doomed.
Yeah, that's what I said. He's doomed.
Glad we're on the same page.
Who's on first?
I'm not going to engage.
You're engaged? 6-10, but Gaming Gladiator, so much more than just a 4 hero kill lead. They've got a 4,000 net worth lead with a Doom that is just growing and growing, fatter and fatter all the time. You cut him down once, but...
Oh, yeah, hey Owen, can you come down to the studio? You want to cast some games? My partner's just being a real dick right now. I could really use a break. Anyway, if you get this message, let me know. And we're still on for dinner tomorrow night, right? Okay, cool. See you, bro.
Listen, I'll gladly cast with Fogged, all right? Fogged would be
I bet you would. You have no loyalty. No goddamn loyalty. Siphon's coming up for Kasane. Still has Greaves here. Can't silence him.
He's going to have to use it at some point. Oh, tried to get to the other side of the Rolling Thunder, but he just puts himself in the blast from Skywrath Mage.
TSM can't get a fight going. They don't have the initiation without BKB on Bryle being able to run into the silence, run into the Pangolier. They're just getting abused from this mid matchup. I feel like this game all comes down to Pango is just, he's come online way faster than Bat here, and he's doing a lot more. He's engaging his supports in the fights, the ganks. It's turning into the Quinn show. I don't know, Moon. You might have talked a little too much shit. It's going to backfire.
Quinn, I'm coming for your ass and your vegan captain too. That's like the wicked witch. I'll get you, my pretty.
How
it's your little dog too.
Why was that an insult? Like vegan? Yeah, the guy is vegan. So?
It's probably the only thing he knew about him. That's all.
That's a better insult right there. I don't know enough about you to insult you. I'm just gonna call you vegan.
I mean, really, I don't think there's too many bad things to be able to say about Celery.
Well, they left the Philosopher's Stone on the ground.
Oh no! Not only a bad fight, but irrecoverable damage being done.
Not like this.
An item that can never be brought back. And Bryle's just too many heroes for you. Oh no, he's gonna die underneath the tier 2.
Still doesn't have BKB and can't do anything. And they lose the Philosopher's Stone. Cap, it's all crumbling.
All of a sudden, just 1,000 supports in chat cried out.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Imagine if they get what if they drop their own Philosopher's Stone?
Even out the odds?
No, I'm more so saying, what if they get 2 of them on Gaming Gladiators?
That's true. You could give them both to the same person and they could tag team them in and out.
No, I was just more so saying that you would have a 160 GPM advantage.
That's like the old Philosopher's Stone. That's like the old talents. Remember when heroes used to have 120 GPM talents? God, wasn't that great?
Oh, Jirachu barely gets off the Sunder.
Barely, still getting it off.
And now he's going to be lasso pulled back in. They do have the Exorcism out, so it looks like he's probably going to die here, but they don't stick on top of him. Why did they stick on top of him?
Walks through it all. They're trying to get rid of this tombstone. But you still have no BKB on Bryle. The GPM is going negative. You need that Philosopher's Stone.
You really do. Kasane's dead as well. I feel like at some point just commit.
Quinn is godlike. He already had an Ags for that fight.
What?
Yeah, he's 10-0-7.
This has got to be one of the fastest Ags.
This is really fast. I don't know why teams keep wanting to play versus Hero. I really
9 minutes and 23 seconds faster. Holy crap. Slower than the patch fastest.
There was one game it got rushed really, really fast. I do remember that. You think Moon's enjoying his return to professional Dota?
No.
Getting swashbuckled into oblivion by Quinn?
I think he's probably saying this is why I retired, guys.
Yeah, I think he's remembering why he quit.
He's like, being third place in NA was not a fun experience.
This guy flies halfway around the world just to get swashbuckled by his own server rank 1 yet again. Quite literally. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Imagining suffering 2 career deaths like a state player.
What is that? Showing mercy. I don't. What is Moon even trying to do right now? What do you think he's telling his team? Yo, next time, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this clown.
I'm gonna get him, guys.
That's not the word he would use there, but I'm not gonna use the word he would use there. Anyway, it seems like we have a brief, quick break for some Pangolier lore. Anyway.
Oh no!
Do you know what Pango's name is? We were just talking to Shane about this, Cap.
Dante. I knew that.
Dante Panlin. That's all the lore I know. Back to you. And you know why his name's Dante? Because I think he is putting Moonmander into the 7th layer of hell right now.
Which one's the 7th layer?
I think it's for lawyers and Miley Cyrus. I don't know.
Which one would fit Moonmeander? Probably the sloth one.
Why sloth?
Yeah, because he stopped competing. He slowed down.
It'd be greed. This guy's so greedy, man.
Greed? That's the Force Circle of hell.
Oh, they got Brigand's Blade. Yeah, that's nice. Thank you. Thank you for this. They did
they
get the
got an
second
extra
stone.
Philosopher's Stone! It happened! Oh, Quinn!
Yes, BKB now.
Maybe they can still get him. Moonmeander, do you get him? He got the Aegis. I forgot he had an Aegis.
But all the ults have gone into Kasane, and he is gone. And the Pango has 2 lives, 2 Dantes, 2 Painlands.
What?
2 Philosopher Stones.
2 Philosopher's Stone, yes. It's got 2 lives, 4 swashbuckles,
2 eyes, and 2 graves.
8 seconds of Rolling Thunder.
2 graves for you and your mount, son.
And a 16 kill advantage. God, imagine that if that was actually the case.
Yeah, you should drink some water. Drink some water.
Hydrate. Getting a little brain fog.
You're going to need some hydration because this Morphling is not giving it to you right now.
No, he's drying up real quick.
0-3. It's been a rough game for TSM so far. Maybe we'll see some comeback potential if they can ever kill Pangolier. However, it seems like a tall task. If you do get it, though, it's going to be one hell of a streak, 15-0. I don't know what that's worth right now, but it's probably worth a lot.
Yeah, the problem is it does the Beyond Godlike streak doesn't get more valuable the more kills you get past it.
The fact that he has so many kills and he's up so much gold makes it more valuable.
Sure. What if it did keep growing and growing and growing?
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's what she said.
Oh my god.
That's my 1 for the year. That's also in my contract. I get 1 for the year. That was a good use. I give myself a 10 out of 10. I'm pretty sure Ace bought Lincoln's just to throw it on the Pango. Oh, the flank! But they see the flank off the sentry!
Oh no,
Nothing
Quinn
is
off the
free.
Rolling Thunder and he's just bowling through them. One after another. GG.
Just go next. Get the hell out of here before Quinn gets an even larger ego than he already has. My god.
Amazon. It's huge.
One's like, well, took out the Moonmeander trash. Done with that one. Go next. Reminds me of the